What is going on, Gang Lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we are going to be doing a Sunny D tier list, and we're all Sunny D fans here, so we are hyped and ready to get this thing going.
Now, I love Sunny D, but am I the only one who thought there was only one flavor? Like I didn't even know they had different flavored ones.
Joe, that's because you're not a real Sunny D fan like the rest of us.
Speak for yourself. I know that if I drink normal orange juice directly after brushing my teeth, then it'll taste like Sunny D. Now I bet you didn't know that life hack.
Why not just buy normal Sunny D and not damage your teeth with your supposed life hack?
Because real ballers don't care if their teeth get damaged.
Joe, I guess you can be the only one that is a real baller because I refuse to hurt my pearly whites. But considering the fact that you barely brush, well, it doesn't amaze me at all that you like doing that life hack. But anyways, let's make that intro short and not ask Joe any more questions, because I want to get started on this great tier list. And up first, we got the Tangy Original, and what is there even to say about this? This is the true S tier of all S tiers.
Now wait a darn tootin' minute.
Joe, what could you possibly say that will change my opinion on this? Like, there is literally no rant that can save you from me placing this high up into S tier. No fun fact is going to swoop in and save the day and make me suddenly realize that the original flavor of Sunny D does not belong in S tier.
Whoa, relax, man. I just said to wait a minute because I had to plug in my headphones. You sound like a total stick in the mud right now, Barack.
Yeah, Jesus, Barack, he was just plugging in his headphones, and you gave this whole ass manifesto on how you won't change your mind. Like, okay, badass, we get that you're not willing to hear anyone out.
Okay, my bad. And I wouldn't say it was a whole ass manifesto, considering the fact that I only said a couple of sentences, but whatever, we'll go with that just to get you two to shut up. God, it feels like I got Dumb and Dumber with me. Or like Beavis and Butthead. Anyways, on to our next ranking, and that is Sunny D Smooth Orange. And honestly, this one is super mid because it supposedly provides the same Sunny D flavor, but with a smoother finish. Like, those are the exact words in the description for this product. And I just want to know why the hell we need a smooth finish. We're not drinking alcohol, so like, what the hell is the need to make it quote unquote smoother? I think this belongs in C tier for just not being that crazy of a flavor and for just being so bland.
Well, what if like the Sunny D is too spicy? Like what if we have very sensitive mouths and like I have some canker sores or something and I don't want something as harsh as normal Sunny D?
Joe, I'm usually with you on these things, but that sounds so fucking dumb. You're probably developing more canker sores by forcing your mouth to adjust to harsh-ass Sunny D and probably sodas, and who the hell knows what else you're putting in your mouth.
Oh, believe you me, you don't want to know what the Joe Dog puts in his mouth after hours.
Okay, and that's enough, Joe, for now, but let's continue on with the list. And we got two immediate back-to-back bangers, and I'm talking about the orange strawberry and orange mango going straight into S tier. I don't know how any normal human can hate these two things, and to make it even better, they even have orange strawberry Sunny D, but in a mixed drink with vodka in your local markets.
Way to endorse drinking here, Barack. Why can't we just enjoy our normal Sunny D drinks without the influence of alcohol? Why can't we as a society just enjoy the finer things in life while being completely sober? Why is it that you only have fun when you're under the influence, Barack? I think it's about time that me and Joe have an intervention about your drinking problem.
Okay, what the hell, man? I just wanted to mention that fun fact about Sunny D because they only recently made a hard drink and it's from their official company. So I figured it would make our viewers happy to know that and they'd want to try it out, and I don't know why the hell you're coming at me for any of this, when we both know that the one with the major drinking problem is Joe. He talks about how he blacks out on Everclear, and that shit tastes like pure rubbing alcohol.
Listen, man, let's not bring up the Joester when I clearly am the most mentally sane one out of the three of us. It is not a drinking problem or an addiction of any kind. Has everyone forgotten the old traditional American values? It's called dedication. And I guess none of you know what that looks like because our country has gone to the gutter. I start my morning off with 2 or 3 shots of vodka, and I got my wife yelling, "Joe, please stop. It's 7 in the morning, and I'm scared you're going to hit me again if you have too much." And now I got you motherfuckers telling me that I have a problem. The only problem I have is with society judging me. Why can't a man enjoy himself a couple of shots of vodka and then some mixed drinks for breakfast whilst the Everclear waits for them in the car because old Joe hears his keys talking to him like the Green Goblin mask whenever he pounds some drinks in? Next thing you know, society is going to tell me that I have a gambling problem when I clearly don't.
So ignoring absolutely the clear signs of someone who is addicted to alcohol, I want to ask if you're addicted to gambling too, Joe. How much do you gamble?
Listen, man, I don't even gamble that much. Just a couple thousand or till I end up naked in a Chinese restaurant's basement where they hold an illegal gambling ring. It's just that I'm dedicated to the art of the gamble. Did you all know that 99% of gamblers quit before they make it big? I plan on being the 1% that makes it big.
The gambling I'll allow, but you need to stop drinking, Joe.
We shouldn't allow him to do any of those two.
Shut the hell up, you two. I don't know if it's the shot of tequila I just took, but you two are starting to piss the Joester off. Don't you two realize that if I mix gambling and drinking, then I become the happiest I've ever been in life? It's like the Matrix, and while you're both off in happy land having the blue pill, I, on the other hand, see all the real shit in life because motherfucker like me is on the red pill, and I see all truths of the universe. And I haven't even added some weed or nicotine to the equation. Oh man, I know I'll unlock my third eye if I hit the stizzy and pop a Zinachino.
No one be like Joe. We do not endorse this behavior, and we were just planning on doing a normal Sunny D tier list. But I guess when you're making something with Joe, you just never know where it'll go. But anyways, let's continue on because we're only getting Joe on a tangent. And up next we got Orange Peach, and I have this going into B tier. It's an all right flavor, but I won't go too crazy for it.
Talk about the mango, though, Barack, because we all know that's a certified banger.
Okay, people might be mad at me for this, but I actually have mango going into A tier. It's not because I don't think it's good, but rather because it doesn't really feel like Sunny D. Like, I think I need that mix of orange in with my drink in order for me to fully enjoy a Sunny D product, because I then have orange pineapple going into S tier. Like, it feels quite right, and I just can't imagine Sunny D without the orange flavoring in it.
Oh, so I'm guessing your hating ass is gonna put the fruit punch or the blue flavor lower than S tier, just because you're a hater. Sounding just like my wife with how you hate everything. What's next? Are you also gonna say, Joe, please put the bottle down? Or, Joe, please, I'm sorry it won't happen again. Just don't hit me because I still have bruises from last time. God, Barack, you're such a character.
What in the fuck? I can't process those statements right now, but I'll just ignore it and go on with the list. If I do that, does that make me a bad person, Donald?
Nah, man, we just ignore everything and stay in our own lane. It's the most ethically correct thing to do, and we are not complicit in anything at all, even if we are fully aware of what's going on.
Sometimes I like to hit her with my belt. It helps me relive my younger days with my kids.
So I have fruit punch going into S tier because it does contain orange and it all the flavors.
Excellent choice, Barack.
I know you two can hear me. Nothing you do will ever save her or anyone else I have in my basement.
So, Barack, how's the blue raspberry or watermelon flavor? I sure do bet you love that watermelon.
Ha 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 ha. You betcha, Donald. Great joke with the watermelon, and I actually have the two of those going into A tier. I really do like the blue raspberry, but I feel like having a whole drink dedicated for it is a bit OD. Like, you're doing too much if you make a whole drink dedicated to it, and the watermelon is good. I like it.
Wait a darn tootin' minute. I just noticed that earlier in the list that you complained about stuff not having orange deserves to be placed lower. But then you have Orange Peach placed into a super low B tier. What in the heck is up with that, Barack? I demand an explanation to this backwards ass placement.
Thank God he's finally going back to our normal Joe. I was getting worried, and quite honestly, he was scaring me with the things he was saying.
Yeah, I won't lie. I felt the same, but to answer your question, Joe, I just don't like peach. Like, does peach and orange sound like an appetizing flavor combo to you? Because I can tell you right now that when I had it, it quite honestly tasted like ass, but I decided to be nice to it and place it higher than what it deserves to be.
Ha ha ha. Oh, Barry. Now you know that Joe doesn't like liars. Might need to bring the belt over and teach you a lesson. Might need to tie you up and have my way with you. You can try to stop me, but once the Joe dog has some drinks in his system, not even bullets can hurt me. What am I ever to do with you, Barack? I hate little naughty liars like you. I can't wait for the fun I'll have with you once I'm done hurting you. Maybe I'll teach you a little lesson that you'll never forget for the rest of your entire life. Oil up for me, little boy, because I'm coming for you.
Should I be worried at all for you, Barack?
Nah, man. I doubt he can get here that fast, especially when he has some drinks in his system. And don't worry, I'll just leave right after we finish this list. I can head to your house and we can probably game or something while we wait him out and he sobers up. But yeah, let me go ahead and finish this list off. because I have the lemonade going into B tier as well. Well, that finishes up our list. So let me go pack everything in my bag and I'll drive over to your house as soon as I...
Barry, run!
What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around, we are going to be ranking various video game movies and TV shows. And as you can tell with our list that we have right here, we are going to be firstly ranking the movies, and then the shows will be towards the end of the list.
Hopefully you'll win the people with this list, man, because last time I checked, you were like 0 for like 4 on your last tier list attempts.
Okay, come on now. I wouldn't say I missed that many times.
No, I think the comments have complained every time you've made a list in the past weeks.
Well, surely there's no way that I messed this up, right? Like, there's no way. No, cut that out, because we are not doing the It's Always Sunny intro, because I swear I won't mess this up. Anyways, let's get this list started so I can prove how correct I'll be, and the comments will absolutely love me for this. So up first, we got the Ratchet and Clank movie, and I really wanted to like this movie. Like, believe me that I really did go in with an open mind and tried to enjoy it, but this was kind of mid and almost bad at times, but I still think this merits a C tier.
Way to piss off every single Ratchet and Clank fan out there. All 8 of them will write some nasty comments.
Nah, I think Barack is cooking here because this movie was indeed garbanzo beans, and I was not a fan of it at all, but I think in the grand scheme of things, a C tier is a quite accurate rating, considering we have stinkers on this list coming up.
Wow, thank you, Joe, for, oddly enough, being the voice of reason. Well, yeah, then following that, we got the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, and this gutter slug of an entry belongs in an immediate D tier.
Why, you little? I cannot believe you would rank this masterpiece so low. What is wrong with you? Do you have no brain cells, or am I the only one who understands the complexities of this ambitious cinematic masterpiece?
I believe you are, Joe, because much like the age group you like, this was made for children, and I am more than certain that they love the hell out of the movie. But anyone with an IQ above room temperature knows that this movie was garbage. I was waiting for the scary parts to come in, but it turns out the scariest part of the film was having to sit through all 2 hours of this junk.
Oh man, I feel like I am cooking. I feel like I just entered the zone, and I know the people can sense what the Barack is cooking.
Boo, tomatoes!
I don't know, I kind of like that joke, like I do know what the Barack is cooking.
Thank you, Joe. I thought it was hilarious too, but yeah, following that piss-poor entry, we have an honest-to-God S tier, and that is the Mario movie. I know a lot of people didn't like it, but I had fun with it, and honestly, this and the Sonic movies are just good fun. Like, I didn't go into it expecting some cinematic masterpiece that will forever change my view in life, but I went in with an open mind, and I got nostalgia bombed and loved the hell out of it.
I guess I'll let this one slide because we all did attend the premiere together, and we even made a video on it, so the Don approves of this somewhat, but it honestly could have gone into A tier.
Yeah, but this is my list, which is also basically the people's list. Anyways, after that, we got Uncharted, and while this movie did kind of suck, which honestly was a shame because Tom Holland was a great Nathan Drake, but I just feel like it didn't land very well on its feet, but the action sequences were really nice, but I don't think this goes above a B tier. Same can be said about the Tetris movie, because whilst it was unexpectedly good, I just feel like you can only make a movie about Tetris so entertaining, and because of that, it also merits a B tier.
I feel like you're tripping a bit on this one, Larry. The whole movie showed the amazing process of how the game even came to be, and was based on true events around the race to license and patent the video game from Russia in the late 1980s during the Cold War. The man was quite literally risking it all.
Okay, why do you keep calling me Larry? But yeah, I doubt any of our audience has seen the movie, so I don't think they'll be up in arms over me rating this movie a B tier. Anyways, then after we got Detective Pikachu, and once again, this was a mid-movie and belongs in C tier. But what really pissed me off was how it didn't follow Pokemon logic, and Pikachu was scared of a Charizard, even though we all know damn well that in Pokemon games, you give Pikachu a light ball to hold and he will destroy a Charizard. Hell, I don't even think you need a light ball for it because it probably is faster stat-wise.
Here we go with some nerd shit. Charizard is a flaming dragon. So of course that little rat was going to be scared, and it's also a kid's movie, Barack.
Kids can follow Pokemon logic. And they also knew Pikachu could have demolished him. But yeah, then after we have another glorified stinker, because who the hell above the age of 4 wanted or even asked for the Angry Birds movie? This is an immediate D tier because it shouldn't exist in the first place.
Now that's my final straw. The movie was fantastic and absolutely hilarious, even for someone who isn't a 9-year-old. The cast of characters is so diverse and individually funny that it never gets boring. It also had an extremely solid and easy to follow, and need I mention the soundtrack that is always on point.
Once again, proving how Joe has room temperature IQ with that point. And it's not surprising at all to me that you enjoyed a movie that was meant for kids and cited that the fact that it was, quote, easy to follow as a major plus for this dog water film.
Thank you, Donald, for the backup there, because I don't know why I expected Joe to not twerk for the bottom of the barrel movies. I had hoped he'd actually have good takes this time. Which, speaking of good takes, I have the Sonic movie going straight into S tier. It's super enjoyable as well, and I feel like this walked so that the Mario movie can run, but instead of being mid or horrible, it was actually super good. And there's a reason a third movie is about to come out.
Yes, the Furry Patrol will be fully out of the woodworks to try to watch this movie without having taken a shower in 3 weeks. As a furry yourself, it does not surprise me that you rated this high, Barack.
What's wrong with liking furry stuff? I am in no way hurting anyone, and I am tired of hiding the fact that I love that type of shit.
You're such a fucking freakazoid, you damn furball.
Okay, that coming from you is hilarious, but yeah. Me and my fellow furries will take that comment with stride and continue to move, because furries are the most successful type of people. Those fursuits cost like thousands of dollars, so you know that they have to have a good-ass job and income in order to fund their hobby. But yeah, then after we finally get to the show's portion of this video, and up first we got Twisted Metal, and this actually wasn't bad. I saw that it was on Peacock and lost a lot of hope. But maybe it was because my standards were so low after the trailer that when this finally dropped, I was actually happy with the final product. I think this merits a B tier.
Anthony Mackie being in the show did save it a decent bit, I won't lie.
Agreed. Then after we got an S tier, and I don't think you all need to hear me glaze this show more, because everyone and their mom was talking about this show when it first came out and talking about how good it was and how it was the most faithful adaptation of a video game to date, and how the actors were perfect for this role and all that jazz.
Yeah, I freaking loved this show. The pacing was amazing, and if you loved the games, then you sure as hell loved the series because of how it followed the game path to a T at times. And I haven't even mentioned the fact about how freaking hot Ellie was in the freaking show.
Joe, you big freak, she's playing a kid in the show, and that is definitely not okay to say.
Now you can let this comment slide, Barack, because the actress who played Ellie in the show was actually like 18 or 19 at the time of filming, and right now she's 20, so she is more than legal for old Joe over here.
What? She was legal? Yuck! This show is absolutely garbage, and how dare they trick me into believing that she was a kid? What kind of sick and twisted person did this casting?
Said the sick and twisted person who apparently hates the show now because he found out the child actress was actually not a child. Joe's antics aside, we got to continue the list, because up next we have Arcane, and as a League of Legends fan, I can guarantee you that this show is a damn banger.
Nope. I refuse to have a League of Legends show rated highly. This better not go into S tier, Barack, because League is literally one of the worst creations ever known to man. I swear to God, this planet would have world peace if it weren't for that atrocity of a game.
Okay, but this is the show and not the game.
We do not care, Barry. Do not place this high up into S tier, or else we will riot.
God, I did not know you two felt so strongly about this. I'll place it into A tier to appease you two, but there better be no complaints about the next entry, because the cyberpunk anime deserves to be placed high up into S tier.
Now this I can get behind. That sad song that they play will never leave my head, and I can't look back on that show with happy feelings, because it absolutely destroyed my heart, and I have emotional scars that will never heal.
There are no happy endings in Night City, Joe. We should have known that when we first started the show, but we were too ignorant to realize it.
Okay, yeah, you two are actually spitting here. I'm surprised you two liked it so much, but hey, I'll go roll with it since I also loved it. Now, as we are approaching our final entries, I have to bring about bad news to all the Halo fans, and I am more than sure that they knew I wasn't going to say a lot of positive things about the show. This is so beyond mid and barely gets a C tier in my books, because they whiffed out on so many opportunities, and maybe it's my inner hater, but I did not like the show at all. And what makes it even worse is the fact that we had so many successful adaptations, like the ones in S and A tier. Hell, even the Twisted Metal show was better. But what twisted the knife in me was the fact that the Fallout show was so freaking perfect that it only made me dislike the Halo adaptation even more. So, As you all can guess, I am placing the Fallout show straight into S tier because goddamn was this show amazing. It really has gotten me in the mood to play the games again, and I am so happy to see everyone enjoying it.
I'd let Lucy step all over me and I'd enjoy every single second of it.
She's too nice to do that, but goddamn if you aren't spitting right now, Joe.
Gross and way to objectify her, but I did like the way she said okie dokie. But yeah, I liked all the stories and how it juggled every single arc within 8 episodes.
Man, all Fallout talk makes me want to play the game. Let's pitch that idea to Fraile.
You guys can do that because I'm too busy pitching a tent over Lucy.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around, I am going to be ranking various video game genres. And I felt like it was time to get back into some gaming-related stuff. I will be doing these in bunches because, goddamn, there are just so many genres here. But yeah, I'm happy to do it as the biggest gamer of the group.
Yeah, because you're totally the biggest gamer here, Barack.
Okay, I literally am, though.
The Don would like to have a word because I demolished you in Mario Kart the other day.
Dude, I was 7 shots of vodka into that session, and I'm pretty sure that I won every other race that day.
That is simply untrue, and you don't have the facts to prove it.
Joe was literally there.
Joe, agree with me, and I'll get you a Frosty later.
Now that you mention it, I do remember Donald absolutely spit roasting you in Mario Kart.
God damn it. Well, whatever, because I know the truth, but without further ado, let's go ahead and get this list started. And up first, we have arcade games going into A tier, because you have to respect classic titles like these, because we got Pac-Man, Dig Dug, Galaga, and so on and so forth from arcade titles. So for legacy reasons, they go up there. But then we got an absolute stinker in gotcha games, because this genre of game is literally just designed to take money from you and have you sink hours upon hours just trying to get one specific unlock. I frankly don't know why we as gamers tolerate them, but hey, if you're having fun, then I guess who am I to say anything? And then we have rhythm games, and I ain't got rhythm, but seeing people who are good at them is pretty cool. And I'll place some respect on its name and give it a B tier.
The Joester doesn't really like the gotcha game rating. How else am I supposed to collect my anime wives in Genshin Impact? Like my goddess Pokimane said it best.
But, like if you're a broke boy, just say so.
Yeah, but how about we don't alienate our audience? And how about we also don't support a terrible and predatory industry practice? Because then you're just giving them the green light to do it more.
Joe heard predatory, and I think you just got him more on board with the idea. Either way, though, I have to agree with Pokimane here because she's thick as hell.
All right, we're done with you. Anyways, moving past that, we have dating sims getting a C tier because I personally don't play them, but I know there's a market for people out there who enjoy these type of games.
There are millions of us, Barack.
There are, I guess, I mean, I'm not one of them, but kudos to all of you who are. But yeah, then after we have a banging S tier, and that of course is action. I feel like this doesn't even really need an explanation because it just bangs that hard. Following that, we have racing, and they're all right. I don't really twerk for racing games, but I'll still give it a B tier because I feel like I just don't really click with racing games that much. I'll still race in GTA 5 though.
Missing out on greatness there, Barack, because Burnout Paradise is a banger, my guy.
I want to smoke weed and fill up our bellies with diet soda and play Burnout Revenge on the PS2.
Well freaking said, Joe.
Hey man, I just want what I want, and I rather have pure action than pure racing. Thankfully though, we have another S tier, and a lot of you haters will come at me, but the Obamba is a fan of all Souls-like games, and you can go ahead and hate on me all you want, but every single FromSoft game is a masterpiece.
Whoa, Barack, don't assume it'll only be haters because the Joe Dog is on your side for this one.
I mean, they're okay, but sometimes I feel like they're just hard for the sake of being hard, and there isn't a lot of fun in that.
I have to hard disagree with you there because most enemy movements are pretty well choreographed, and even then you can learn their moveset. But I digress because I won't get into a discussion on that because this is my personal list. But yeah, then after mystery games, and this gets a C tier from me because I'm not a good problem or puzzle solver. Like I was playing Danganronpa, and I was so stumped half the time that I just had to Google stuff at a certain point.
You might just be dumb as f***.
Damn, hearing that from Joe has to be absolutely devastating. The same guy who couldn't talk properly in the debate is the same guy who called you.
Okay. He didn't say I was. He said I was dumb as f, and now you're going to have Fraile mad as hell because he has to censor what we said. God, whatever, man. I have a list to continue, and this is a long one. But anyways, After that, we have simulation games getting an A tier, and maybe it's probably because I'm a huge fan of games like City Skylines or even The Sims. Either way, though, it goes up there, while our next entry gets a D tier, because what's the point of idle games? Like, sure, Cookie Clicker is fun, but man, at that point, you're just frying your brain of any dopamine that you have left just for a game you don't even have to put a lot of attention into.
Okay, you're spitting with this take because I swear to God, whenever I see Joe play AFK Journey or something, I just get triggered.
Don't say that, Donald. It's an amazing game, actually. And maybe a lot of people enjoy it because they don't have to invest time and can just preoccupy themselves in short bursts. Not everything needs to be this long-ass adventure.
Okay, Joe, but
AFK Journey sponsors a lot of people, Barack. Are you sure you want to ruin our chances?
okay, everything but AFK Journey is bad, and I think I've changed my mind now. Anyways, after that is a card battler, and I know people love these, but it's just so hard to get into traditional card games. Like, I tried playing some Yu-Gi-Oh! The other day, and I got my ass blasted literally the third turn by some Japanese dude who just kept stacking effects over and over. That game is so cooked and not beginner-friendly. I still give card games overall a B tier, because when you get it and understand them, they actually can bang pretty hard. Following that, we have visual novels, and once again, these are okay, but I don't play them personally, but I also have no problem with them, so I think a C tier is in order. But hold the phone, guys, because we have bangers up next, because I have adventure games going into S tier, fighting games going into A tier, and horror games going into S tier. I know the fighting game community might hate me for that A tier placement, but honestly, I don't like sweating too much while gaming, and there has never been a casual fighting game out there. Adventure and horror, though, are self-explanatory because a good scary adventure game goes absolutely hard.
Well, Barry, you're forgetting that Smash is a casual game.
That's because you make us turn on the items and stage hazards, Joe.
Well, if I don't, then you and Barack just do Omega stages and 1v1 each other, and I'm tired of that.
See, which is exactly why it goes in A tier. I just don't want to be sweaty. But yeah, then after those bangers, we have a mid and then stinky entry, because I have puzzles going into C tier, because when you combine it with horror or implement it really well in a video game, well, it does work, but what doesn't work for me is simple point and click games. Like, I just can't be bothered with something as simple as that, unless it's presented in a really good way, but I don't know.
Do you count the Walking Dead video game as a point and click?
Technically it is, but the narrative adventure carries it. Even then, it floundered toward the end of the series, but hey, I'm not going to hate on it too much, because I did love playing it. Either way, though, I'm giving point and click a D tier. Now, up next, we have some bangers, yet again, because I have first-person shooter games going into S tier and strategy games going into A tier. I like to think from time to time, so I don't mind strategy, but first-person shooters are like my bread and butter. Call me a basic gamer if you want, but I don't care, because the heart wants what the heart wants.
I couldn't agree with you more, Barack. The heart wants what the heart wants, and I can't help it if my heart is wandering over to someone who may or may not be going to middle school.
Don't twist that saying into something evil and gross, Joe. But yeah, following that, we have experimental games, and if this means like games like Death Stranding, then like give it a C tier, I guess. I would rather just not have games like that, but hey, if it helps innovate, then good on those games. Then after we have Sandbox going into B tier, because as an add-on, it's a good addition to games, but on its own, I don't really know. I guess games like Gary's Mod can pop off, or even Roblox, but I think I need some structure to my stuff. Which, speaking of structure, I then got RPGs going straight into S tier. Let me roleplay as someone and get fully enveloped in the story.
Of course, the furry would love a role-playing game because he loves to play the role of a normal person when he's talking to us, but behind closed doors, Obama is a certified freak.
I have told you countless times that being a furry is not weird. There are so many non-weird furries out there, and I am one of them.
Yeah, bro, one of one.
Good one, Joe.
Okay, enough. Anyways, we then have MMORPGs, and these get an A tier because they're fun, but I prefer a good single-player experience. But oh my God, we have straight heat coming up next. Well, not the MOBA games, because that gets a C tier, but sci-fi, JRPGs, fantasy, and platformers all get certified S tiers from me. Give me any of those all days of the week, and I'll be a happy man. I don't see how anyone can hate sci-fi or fantasy, and platformers are good old-fashioned fun. I can maybe see some JRPG hate, but then again, you should all play Persona, and it'll change your mind.
Oh, you mean the game where you can date girls in high school? Yeah, that is indeed a banger of a game.
Okay, just ignore that aspect because I swear if you don't romance them, then it's a good game.
The Japanese definitely were creating some heat with that feature.
Okay, not you two, man. Let's just gloss over that and continue with the list, because then after we have tower defense games, which just get a B tier from me, but they honestly bang. I've played almost every Bloons tower defense game, and I'm not ashamed to say that I liked it. But hold the phone, because we have 4 straight A tiers coming up, because these are all really good and handy dandy genres. Like a good Metroidvania goes absolutely nuts. A war game is a classic in all forms of media, and it's no different here. And personally, I'm a sucker for survival games, even when they're kind of bad. But then when we talk about roguelike games, they barely get an A tier from me, because something about not keeping your progression irks me. But I know there are amazing games out there like Risk of Rain.
I mean, it's like the freshest way to play a game. You start off with nothing, but as you progress, you unlock more items for future runs, and every run of the game can be different. That's literally so replayable.
Wow, you actually brought up a good point. But again, Joe, A tier isn't bad. I can't imagine every game being a roguelite, because that would be crazy. But yeah, we're on our final 3 entries, so let me go ahead and rank them. And up next, we have back-to-back B-tier entries, because I think sports games and board games are equally as enjoyable. Admittedly, those sports games are definitely lacking recently, but they can be fun in spurts, much like with board games. Then finishing the list, we have quizzes and trivia going into D tier, because you got me all sorts of messed up if I pay for a game and all it is just some quizzes and trivia.
It's because you're not a thinking man, Barack. Real gamers know how hard Wheel of Fortune on the Wii goes.
He's spitting right now.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another video, and this time around we are going to be ranking video game mascots, and I will be grading them based on recognition and just how their franchise did overall.
Finally, we get back into some gaming content that I've been craving some of this, like how Joe craves finding a kid all alone in the park.
Oh man, you must have really wanted this list then.
Gross as always, Joe. But yeah, I'm going to firstly start off this list by putting all the unknown mascots in their own category. And sure, we could have researched them, but I don't want to.
Dude, what the heck? You're placing Frogger in that tier. We clearly know what Frogger is.
Well, that's too bad. I'm sure the comments can lecture us on who they are, but anyways, let's get this list started. And up first, we got Rayman, and how do we all feel about this guy?
So you're just going to ignore my Frogger comment? Donald, back me up on this.
See, with Rayman, it's a slippery slope, because he was popping back in the day, and then he was relegated to being a slave for the Raving Rabbids franchise, and was basically in that prison for like years, and then out of nowhere got a revival. That being said, I really like the Rayman platformers, and I think it deserves some respect.
I'm with you on that, Donald, because I was thinking an A tier for him. And honestly, the same can be said for Fox McCloud, because I am also giving him an A tier. His games have been amazing, and I feel like he is recognized a decent bit, but I won't lie when I say he's being immensely carried by the Smash franchise, keeping him in the modern-day loop. But then after we got a guaranteed S tier, and you can hate the Pokemon franchise all you want, but you cannot lie and say it isn't successful, and how it garnered a show and multiple movies all because of this little dude right here. You can show almost anyone a picture of Pikachu, and they'll immediately know who it is. Hell, you can show them damn Digimon, and they'll still think it's something Pikachu or Pokemon related.
Oh, but then you have the audacity to say that no one would know who Frogger is.
Joe, when was the last Frogger game you played? There hasn't been a modern one, and if there has been, then I haven't heard of it, and it probably flopped.
Real ones know about Frogger's adventures.
Yeah, I'm sure they do, Joe. Anyways, after that, another A tier in Banjo, and I think he belongs this high for competing in the N64 era and somehow maintaining relevance so long to the point where he got added to Smash like 20 years later. And that has to be impressive to some of you. Then we unfortunately got Knack, and this is a wet fart that goes into D tier, and I don't think I need to comment why. This next one is interesting, though, because it's the mascot to Ukulele, and this game was supposed to be a spiritual successor to Banjo and Kazooie, but seeing as though some people don't even recognize this, you can kind of guess how that went. I'll still give it a C tier for the effort they put in.
So now we're rewarding effort, huh? Man, this was a very mid-game, so I actually do like the C-tier placement, though.
Okay, so why even call me out on that? I don't get you. But anyways, after that, we got 2 early PlayStation icons, and I am sad to say that I believe neither of them belong in S tier, but I will say that Crash deserves an A tier. Like, he just got a new game recently, and there has been somewhat of a revival for the franchise with the remakes and all, but unfortunately, Spyro did not get the same treatment. And although he did get his remakes for the games, he also has been relegated to Skylanders Hell, and many people just know him as the dragon from Skylanders. and that brings a tear to my eye.
Oh, that'll bring a tear to your eye, but you won't even give Frogger the time of day.
Joe, shut the hell up with your Frogger talk already. We're like halfway done with the list, and you're on this BS still.
Technically, we're not halfway done. We are actually more so like a quarter or 30% done with the list.
Cook that fraud, Joey.
I hate you two so much, but anyways, moving on with the list, we got 2 back-to-back C-tier entries, and that is both Ty the Tasmanian Tiger and Conker from Conker's Bad Fur Day. Now, Ty did get a trilogy and even got remasters. And I think a 4th game, actually, but he's still so unknown that I just feel like it wouldn't be right to place him higher. And Conker had 1 video game, but I feel like it was iconic enough to earn him this low ranking because there's no way I could have done him dirty and placed him in D tier. The same goes with Sackboy, even though his franchise died down a bit, but you cannot tell me that he wasn't iconic for when PlayStation got hacked and everyone and their mother was playing Little Big Planet on their consoles. And I think he gets a B tier in my book.
Yeah, I remember playing the Survive 9/11 survival games that the community would upload. Did you guys do that too?
I was more of a survive the bombs type of guy, but I'm sure Barack wouldn't agree with us on those.
You'd be right, because I prefer to have more substance and played actual cool created maps.
Yeah, you were too busy making the bombing maps to play them.
You got him, Donald.
You two are such idiots anyways. After that, we got Bubsy, and surprisingly, this guy had a game come out in 2019, but like, he's a D tier, and I don't think anyone is going to cry about me placing him that low. Now, this next one might have some panties in a bunch, but I'm placing Donkey Kong into B tier because although he has his own franchise and has a recent entry, I just feel like he's an extension of Mario, and people don't really recognize him as his own thing.
Big L here on that take, considering this man helped create the Mario franchise with the original arcade games, and I am pretty sure a lot of people know who the hell Donkey Kong is.
This has to be some sort of hate crime.
Joe, you saying this is a hate crime is kind of racist of you.
Forgive me for standing up for monkey kind.
He's a gorilla, not a monkey.
Actually, he's not real, so it doesn't matter.
You're so stupid. Anyways, moving on. We got 2 back-to-back A-tier entries, and my personal bias is definitely taking into effect because Jack isn't really a popping franchise, but hell, I love the hell out of those games, even when they randomly gave him guns. And as for Bomberman, well, he's super well known and has games coming out to this day, so I have to give him props.
So why give Bomberman a low A tier? It just feels like you of all people would glorify Bomberman.
Me of all people? The hell is that supposed to mean? Anyways, I'm giving it an A because the games aren't like amazing, and I want to reserve S tier for my personal favorites. Now, this is another one that will make people upset, but I'm going to place Ratchet into B tier, and before anyone says anything, I just want to say that I loved all of his games, and the newest one is an absolute banger. But I just feel like he lacks aura. Like, Ratchet is simply not him, and I don't think people go crazy for it, but I'm sure the comments will probably say otherwise. Then, following that, I got Steve going into S tier.
Yeah, you're definitely trolling now if you're placing Minecraft Steve into S tier, but not the other classics.
Hear me out.
I'm listening.
Minecraft is a generational game, and you can hate it all you want, but the fact that it's over 10 years old and just as popular and how the franchise has such a strong fan base just goes to show how elite he is. Like, we had Minecraft music parodies left and right, and you can't argue that it has had a huge impact in the gaming space.
See, I get your reasoning, I just don't like it.
You guys remember the athletic Steve skin that was just a normal Steve but black and with a chain on? That was kind of cool, so I agree with the S tier.
Not really the reason why you should agree with me, but I'll take it. Then after we got Ristar, and I don't think anyone cares about him, so he goes into D tier, then Shovel Knight going into C tier because I feel like he's too new and I haven't heard much Shovel Knight talk. So like, I don't think it's crazy to put him there, but hold the phone because we got 2 back-to-back S tier entries in Pac-Man and Mega Man. These 2 are iconic ass franchises, and I think their legacy alone gets them that high up.
Motherfucker. When was the last Mega Man game even made? Why does he get to ride the coattails of his past successes, but my boy Crash or Raymond don't?
Yeah, and Frogger too.
Joe, I can guarantee you no one cares about Frogger, and Donald, I just feel like Mega Man is very well known, and he has so many games and even had a show. But yeah, moving on, we got Sly Cooper, and we love Sly here, but the fact that he didn't get any games past the trilogy, aside from the one made by a different company, is what deducts points, but he still gets a B tier. He just isn't that known. And as a fan of the series, I can accept that. Then Meat Boy gets a C tier because it's a great game, but it's a one-off that is just well known in the indie game sphere. But guys, we got an S tier with Kirby up next because this guy still gets games that bang, mind you, and he has so many collectibles and plushies.
Yeah, and all the hot e-girls always have him as their profile picture or just have his merch, and that's how I know I need to love Kirby.
Once again, you aren't supporting me for the right reasons, but I'll take it. Then after that, we got the slime from Dragon Quest going into A tier. And this was designed by Toriyama the GOAT, so I have to pay my respects. Then we got the Chocobo from Final Fantasy, I think. And while it isn't that known, I still give it a B tier. Then we got Earthworm Jim going into C and Glover going into D, and you guys can guess why.
Because your Willie looks like Earthworm Jim?
No, it's because they don't have newer games, and Glover was okay at best. Then as we approach the end of our list, we got 2 back-to-back S tiers in Mario and Sonic, and honestly, it amazes me that Sonic has such a big lasting power and fame, despite having a lot of bad games.
It's crazy because we got furries who love Sonic and never play a single Sonic game. Ask me how I know that.
How do you know that, Joe?
Because of the copious amounts of furry hentai that I consume.
As we heard in the last tier list. Thanks for reminding us about that gross fact about you, Joe. Then after we got back-to-back C tiers in Parappa the Rapper and Cuphead Guy. I like Cuphead, and I know it has a show, but like, who cares about them? I don't even know the dude's name.
His name is Cuphead, you imbecile.
Yeah, I really don't care, because lastly, we got the god of all gaming, and that is Gex, which I have going straight into S tier.
Finally, a good ranking. I'm most certainly not in the vicinity of Kansas anymore.
What?
It's a Gex quote, an all-time classic. Here's another one. All this technology and Shatner still can't get a good hairpiece. Oh man, he's such a funny little lizard guy.
Yeah, Joe, I was joking. He goes into D tier because he sucks and his game sucks. What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another video, and this time around we are going to be ranking the best times to go to sleep. And of course, this will be my opinion, and I will give some slack to you, nighttime shift workers. But even they have to admit that there are some egregiously lousy times to sleep at.
I find it odd that we didn't choose Joe to do this list, considering he's the most qualified and most handsome guy here.
Joe, why the hell are you referring to yourself in the third person?
What do you mean, Donald? Joe glances up and down nervously at his desk. I would never refer to myself in the third person. Joe knows that he had to stop because they were quickly catching on to his act.
See, it's like this, man. Like, what in the hell even made you want to do this? Like, now you're narrating your inner thoughts and you want us to say something about it. Like, you think we'd be quiet and just let you keep going with all that.
Part of me honestly believed that you would have at least let me keep talking like that for like another minute or two.
Joe, that was getting annoying, literally as soon as you started it. I cannot imagine possibly enduring that bit for that long. I'm glad Donald put a stop to it, because sometimes it's best to nip things right in the bud.
He said nip, but yeah, I'm glad I was able to shut Joe up.
Okay, but this still doesn't answer my question, because why the hell am I not doing this best time to sleep tier list like this? Begs and screams for the Joe dog to just manhandle it and put it in doggy position?
Super gross way to frame it, as always, Joe. But the main reason you aren't doing this list is because you think every single goddamn time is a great time to sleep. Just like when Donald does any type of food tier list, he's always going to have a ton of stuff going into S tier. Full offense to that statement, Donald.
Eat my ass, Barack.
Well, don't leave me out of some good ass eating.
Gross, Joe, but now you get what I mean, right? Like, you literally nap and sleep at a moment's notice, so of course you're going to think every single time is a good time to sleep. Thankfully, though, we got me on the case, and I am more than ready to handle this list. And let's go ahead and get it started, because up first we have 1 a.m., and I think this is an S-tier time to sleep. It's late, but not late enough where you feel like you're going to feel like total hot ass in the morning. Like, this is the cutoff if you don't want to wake up for breakfast while also not feeling like garbage because you didn't get enough sleep. Like, let's say you have to wake up at 8 or 9. Well, that's still like 7 or 8 hours of sleep. And that bangs pretty hard, if you ask me.
Yeah, I'd twerk for that. I like to stay up a lot, but you know what? 1 a.m. is a pretty good time to call it quits if you have to wake up early. But real motherfuckers like me just stay up till the crack of dawn and then just wake up at 12 p.m. no matter what, with a massive headache that feels like I got 1,000 tumors just growing on my skull, and body aches that would make you think that I tore every single muscle fiber in my body or something. But ain't nothing a little Tylenol can't fix.
Dude, you're going to die pretty soon if you keep doing that.
At least I'll die handsome. Can't say the same about Joe.
The Joe dog looks pretty good. I've had multiple girls send me letters in the mail asking me to become betrothed to them.
Joe, let's be honest here. That has to be catfishes trying to swindle you out of money.
Now, next thing you'll tell me is that there aren't any hot singles nearby whenever I click those ads on my favorite websites and put in all my personal information and credit card info.
Jesus Christ, man, let's just ignore that and continue with the list, because after that we have 2 a.m. and this gets an A tier because you're edging that bad time to sleep and how good you'll feel when you wake up.
Well, I don't know about you, but edging right before sleep sounds like an amazing time to me.
Well, he's technically not wrong.
Okay, but I meant that you're edging the time to sleep, not whatever you two are implying, because it's gross. I have to remind myself to not say the word edge around Joe. But anywho, let's get to talking about 3 a.m. because I have that going into C tier, because that's when it really does get hard to not notice when you wake up at an early time. Like, I'll also feel like garbage if I'm up gaming till 3 a.m. and then notice the time and then want to go to sleep. But then magically, as soon as I lay on my bed, my body has like a second gear and then wants to all of a sudden stay up even longer, even though literally minutes before you were about to knock out playing some Minecraft.
See, that's where the edging would take charge and solve that problem for you.
Well, it would only solve the problem if you finish your edging streak.
Donald, sometimes it's more about the journey, not the finish.
Okay, but I'm not about to do that before I sleep, because unlike you two, I don't seem to have a crippling addiction to all sorts of not safe for work content. Following that, we have a string of lousiness because I have a back-to-back-to-back coming up next. And you can already guess that I don't think highly of these because I have 4 a.m., 5 a.m., and 6 a.m. all going into D tier. Like, these are ludicrously lousy times to sleep because you're definitely doing it for fun because not a lot of jobs end at those weird times.
What about those damn Amazon workers who take the sunrise shift Barack? Or even security guards or nurses? You're leaving them out of this damn conversation and being rude as hell.
No, I'm not, because they usually work till 7 a.m. sunrise shift for Amazon or other packaging companies. And I'm pretty sure security guards are completely overnight. So like it'll be till 10 a.m. till they get off, and the same goes for the night shift nurses. 10 a.m. for them is basically like a normal person's 10 p.m. Don't go and try twisting my words, because I will say it loud and proud with my chest, because after that we have back-to-back-to-back C tier entries in 7 a.m., 8 a.m., and 9 a.m. Listen, this is better than what's in D tier because those are like awkward-ass times to go to sleep because you're not fully devoted on being nocturnal, but you're also not fully devoted to sleeping on a normal schedule. So this is more of a confirmation of you becoming nocturnal. You're still not giving it your 100%, but hey, you're definitely better off than what's in D tier because that is just straight lousy.
It's got to be crazy to go to sleep at 9 a.m. when all the birds are chirping and people are doing their everyday tasks. Like, I still wouldn't mind because I take naps at that time, but man, oh man, the Joester can't even envision a world where he can't look outside and watch all the beautiful kids frolicking about.
That's because you're a damn fiend, Joe. The Don has pulled some all-nighters, and honestly, it isn't that bad as long as you have caffeine or simply thug it out. Because aside from this massive throbbing headache that feels like some tapeworm is eating my brain matter, I feel pretty good, all things considered.
I'm starting to think that your problems are extending beyond just lacking some sleep. You should really get checked out, man. After this list, though, because up next we have back-to-back-to-back B-tier entries in 10 a.m., 11 a.m., and 12 p.m.
Wait, weren't you literally sucking this off earlier and putting it on this high-ass pedestal because this was basically a normal time to sleep for nocturnal people?
Okay, yeah, but honestly, if you're working that late and you're getting out of work at, let's say, around 9 a.m. or 10 a.m., then you should at least enjoy a bit of your time outside of work, man. You're telling me that when you get out of work, you immediately fall asleep on your bed.
Dude, hell yeah, I do.
Okay, not you, Joe.
Well, okay, you got me there, but man, I imagine that they got to be tired or something. Like, I can't see them wanting to stay up till like 4 p.m. to sleep.
But they do that, Donald. Well, at least I think they do. But honestly, I never asked any of my friends who are nurses or graveyard shift security guard workers. I kind of just assume they sleep at lousy times because they send me texts at 5 a.m. and I'll wake up to it and open it at 8 a.m. thinking to myself, man, this is really 5 p.m. for them, isn't it? And then respond, and they'll immediately text back.
You sound like a hating-ass person right now, bitter as hell.
Man, there is no bitterness in my tone or voice. I just don't think nocturnal times like that are good for the soul or mind. But kudos to all you graveyard shift workers. But anyways, let's continue on because we got 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. going into A tier, because this is the ideal time to sleep after you've had a few hours of fun after your graveyard shift. Maybe you caught some dinner with your friend at a breakfast place. Well, it would be their breakfast and your dinner.
Barack, I think our precious and loyal viewers can grasp the concept of time.
All right, my bad. I just wanted to show and verbalize how lousy that sounds. But anyways, following that, we have 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. both getting C tiers because now you're staying up too much. And if you're on a normal sleeping schedule, then this is just a lousy time to fall asleep.
Unless it's a nap, because afternoon naps hit harder than me when I was mad at Hunter.
Okay, you're spitting with that, but it's not a napping time tier list. It's a sleeping time tier list, and I'm basically imagining you entering your REM cycle. But anyways, after that, we have 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. both going into D tier because these just suck for both sides of the coin. Unless for whatever reason you have to wake up at like 3 a.m. or something. Then, after I have 7 and 8 p.m. going straight into A tier because these are finally approaching some good ass times to sleep. And honestly, I would not be upset falling asleep at 7 or 8 p.m. because then I can wake up at 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. feeling absolutely refreshed and have zero complaints about it. Who knows, maybe waking up at that time would encourage Donald to run for a bit.
Ain't no goddamn way my ass is gonna run at 5 a.m. You got me all sorts of f***ed up.
All right, never mind. Well, after that, we have our final entries on the list, and I'm proud to say that 9 p.m., 10 p.m., 11 p.m., and lastly 12 a.m. all get a freaking S tier on this list because these are usually the best times for me to fall asleep. And I find myself at the perfect equilibrium of having stayed up enough to have my fun and feeling refreshed enough in the morning to the point where I don't feel like hot turd water.
See, this was a cute-ass list and all, but real Joe dogs like me just say any time to fall asleep is a good-ass time. Like, you won't catch me complaining if I zonked out at any of these times.
Yeah, but the only sad part is that you always seem to wake up after sleeping, Joe.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list. And this time around, we're doing a body wash tier list because for whatever reason you guys were asking for it, and apparently the deodorant tier list wasn't enough for you all.
They obviously want to be put on to whatever the Don is using because my smell is absolutely immaculate. And before anyone says anything, yes, it's Dr. Squatch. See, unlike Joe here, I actually get in the shower and use body wash.
Well, that's when I do shower. And more often than not, I would rather not shower because it only gets rid of my powerful aura. And I need that power level for when I talk to other world leaders.
Joe, believe me when I say this, but you do not need to have a foul-smelling aura lingering around you. Also, what do you mean that you don't use body wash in the shower? Do you at least use soap?
Why would I ever use soap? I get really scared that I might lose it when I'm cleaning my butt. Like, what if the bar of soap goes up my... You know what? Wait a minute. That might be enticing, but you know that we have good bacteria on us, and I can't kill off those little critters because they help me by keeping a force field around me from disease. Why do you guys think I never get sick? It's because my immune system is constantly at war with all the dirt and grime on my body that internally it's like Normandy Beach every single time. But I'm the winning side because my immune system never quits.
Okay, that's gross that you mentioned soap possibly going up your ass. And honestly, if you can fit a brick of bar soap from Dr. Squatch inside of you, then I'd actually give you my respect. But what the hell do you even do in the shower if you're not using soap or body wash? Are you just scraping a loofah against your skin with nothing on it or what?
No, I don't even do that. All I do is go in the shower. I then turn on the water, and then I get into the fetal position and grab my legs and just let the water hit me over and over as I sit there and let my thoughts marinate and fester. Then when I'm tired of being in fetal position, I just go sit down upright and let the water hit me in the head over and over as I continue to contemplate my everyday actions.
Jesus, Joe, what horrible stuff have you done that makes you sit there and just contemplate life in the shower?
Oh, I don't do anything bad. I just like to remember the food I just ate or something good that happened to me in that day. That, or I let my imagination run wild and think about a Vaporeon hugging me as I shower, and then my little Joe grows up and goes out of control.
All right, we don't need to hear about your shower fantasies with a damn Pokemon. Let's just get this list started. And up first we have Method Men. And this for me is a great S tier to start things off with because of its gentle formula which effectively cleanses without stripping the skin of its natural moisture. leaving you feeling clean and refreshed, and that alongside some healthy skin is always a great formula.
That's read out like an ad, man. Who cares if you have healthy skin, man? I just wake up and sometimes I decide to lotion and sometimes I don't. What's the big deal about it?
Okay, I already know that those ankles are so ashy white that they can be compared to Mount Everest. I don't know how you don't even lotion up after a shower.
It's like washing your feet, man. Like sometimes I'll do it, but you can't tell me that you wash your feet and legs every time you shower.
Yes, I do. What do you mean you don't wash your feet or legs?
Okay, relax, man. It's not like I don't wash my feet, but I also don't wash my feet and legs. Like occasionally, if the bar of soap is there and I figure I might as well bend over and clean it, then I guess I do. But if I'm too lazy to bend over, then I'm just going to soap up my upper body only and I'll get to the legs another day.
See, how is that any better than when I don't wash any part of my body? He's basically doing almost the same thing as me.
Okay, no, because I said that I occasionally get to them. Like I won't do it every time in the shower, but I'll do it every now and then.
Real dogs like the Joester over here just let all the muck and grime fester and form their own layer on my skin. It's like a damn shield that protects me.
I'm honestly just grossed out that you do that, Donald. But I mean, having Joe here makes me realize it can be so much worse, so I guess you get a pass from me. Anyways, following up on that last entry, we then have Suave going into A tier because this is a pretty good body wash. And one of my favorites from them is the Suave Cocoa Butter and Shea Body Wash, because I guess I'm just a sucker for these type of smells. Anything sweet or fruity has my attention. And I don't really jive that well with all the quote-unquote manly smells. Like I don't mind the occasional smells like pine or even some rum-smelling things. But I draw the line when it comes to stuff like charcoal body wash. Like, who the hell wants to smell like a damn fire pit? Give me the fruity or sweet stuff, because I would rather smell like a damn chocolate bar than a freaking campfire.
Honestly, it just depends on whatever Melania wants, and usually she's into those freaky, manly, musky smells, and I don't personally like it, but I'll deal with it. But Barack, you actually might be spitting here, because if I can get some coffee-smelling body wash or some citrusy or coconut body wash, then I would handstand twerk in my shower and risk fracturing my pelvis from falling because it's a wet-ass floor. All just for some nice-smelling body wash.
All this fruity talk. When are we going to go back to the good old days when people didn't bother with all this cleanliness and we just allowed our smell to dictate whether or not we wanted to speak to someone?
Joe, you know, they had soap back then too.
No way.
Yes way, Joe. It was invented in 2800 BC, so like your claims of people being stinkier back then are a bit valid, but it's not like they didn't have an option to get clean, because obviously soap was a thing back then. We just have better soaps now, and we have modern technology to clean us like bidets.
You use a bidet, man? I still wipe with good old-fashioned toilet paper.
Okay, man, you need to get a bidet as soon as possible. Did you know that over-wiping with rough and dry toilet paper can lead to itching, pain, and bleeding in your rectum? In fact, improper wiping is the leading cause of America's most common ass-related injuries, like anal fissures, which are also known as anal tears, and other common problems, which include UTIs and hemorrhoids.
Goddamn, man, it sounds like you're twerking on some dick for some bidets.
Once again, gross way to phrase it, but I will say that bidets are elite. I will say, though, that after a while it sucks. And it only sucks because you can no longer use public restrooms when an emergency is peeking around the corner. The dirty feeling of leaving the throne without the bum getting a nice wash makes me feel bad. So bad that I can only use my toilet. Just paper doesn't cut it anymore for me anymore.
Well, if you ask me, some anal fissures sound splendid, but at the same time, I do like the sound of water being sprayed up my butthole. So I think I have to get some bidets, and I'll call mine the Gooch Tickler 3000.
I hate that you're getting it for all the wrong reasons, but whatever, man. Let's continue on with the list. And up next we have Dove, and I don't really have much to say about Dove. I think it's an okay B tier because I know a lot of people use Dove, but I personally prefer the things above it, like our next entry, for example, because I have the Everyman Jack going into A tier alongside the Suave because their sea salt and mandarin vetiver go absolutely nuts. And they would be an S tier if it weren't for Dr. Squatch.
Well, way to spoil the damn list, Barack, because now we know that Dr. Squatch goes into S tier. Even if it was extremely obvious, I still wanted to leave an air of mystery for our precious viewers.
Yeah, let's be real here, Donald, because we all knew that Dr. Squatch was getting a good rating, but I mean, I still haven't confirmed it was an S tier. I just said it was better than Everyman Jack. So it can still be an A tier if I decide to make it that.
I'd kill your ass if you made Dr. Squatch an A tier.
All right, man, take a chill pill. You always go on the strangest hills to die on, like you hyper-twerk for Prime. And Dr. Squatch for no apparent reason. God, you confuse me sometimes, but I'll let it be, because after that, we have Irish Spring going into B tier. Once again, it's like Dove, where I don't feel entirely strongly about it, but I do like it a decent bit and think that it's okay if you have one of these in your household. What's not so okay is our next entry, because I have Axe Body Wash going straight into C tier. Like, it's still better than no body wash at all, like Joe over here. But damn, man, you're telling me that you went and saw all the online ads about Dr. Squatch, or even went down the aisle and saw all these different brands for body wash, and you convinced yourself that Axe was the answer. Like, did you pick this up and tell yourself, yeah, now we're cooking with this one? Like, no, that's a bad choice overall, and please use literally anything else on this list, unless you would rather use nothing than to use something other than Axe. If that's the case, then I guess keep going with the Axe Wash.
Now, what's so wrong about Axe? I love their deodorant spray, and they are amazing if you want to skip a couple of showers and have too much of a powerful aura that, quote, Mr. President, you won't be allowed into public smelling like that because they'll smell you from the stands. Well, then you get some of their spray-on deodorant and just waste that full can on yourself. And it's basically like you took a fresh, hot shower and used all sorts of body wash to clean yourself with.
Joe let me be the first person to tell you this, but it most definitely does not work. And we've told you this before in our deodorant tier list. It's like trying to mask the scent of dog shit, man. It just will not work, and I don't know how you convinced yourself that it does when the Wendy's drive-thru guy almost threw up smelling you while you handed him your card.
That was an embarrassing day for all of us, but I'm more embarrassed for us because we've become accustomed to his horrendous smell. God, let's just finish up this list because I want to take a shower just remembering Joe's nastiness. Well, ending off our list, we actually have back-to-back S tiers, and this should be no surprise to anyone because me and Donald both love Old Spice and Dr. Squatch, and we cannot get enough of these products. I even got myself the Star Wars-themed bar of soaps from Dr. Squatch.
Okay, now that's some nerd shit right there, bro. It's just soap, man. Grow the hell up.
When you start washing your legs, I'll do that.
Question, how far do you guys put the soap bar up your ass?
What is going on, gang? We're back with another tier list, and this time around I will be tackling artificial fruit flavors because both Donald and Joey are too biased in these things and carry unnecessary hate for certain flavors, and it will taint the list.
Whoa, whoa, settle down there, Barry, because we all know that the Don does not discriminate at all unless it comes to physical appearances. But I'll give you the Joe point.
Yeah, I hate artificial cherry. I'm not ashamed to say it. Matter of fact, I am quite proud of this fact, and I will gladly round up all my haters. The Joe Dog Nation hates artificial cherry, mint-flavored things, and especially pickles.
See, this is why I couldn't entrust you with this list, and I had to step up to the plate.
Okay, now that's a straight-up lie. Dude, we were going to do a separate tier list, but you kept crying in the call and begging us for a turn-to-do list because you're still upset that people dislike your video game mascots video. Like, I want everyone to know that this grown-ass man was drunk texting me to pick up the phone at like 2 a.m. And when I finally, unfortunately, answered, I barely was able to understand you between all the sobbing and snot bubbles that probably came out of your nose.
Now, that's a big exaggeration of what actually happened.
Sorry, should I also mention how you cried so hard you accidentally shat yourself?
So up first on this tier list, we got apple. And I like apple juice, which probably is artificial, and apple-flavored candy isn't bad either. So I think this gets an A tier.
It's okay, Barack. I've also poo-pooed myself before, too.
Joe, that didn't happen, and I have a list to do if you don't mind. Anyways, following that, we got watermelon. And of course, you all know I have this going into S tier. Watermelon is probably the best flavor for Jolly Rancher, and other watermelon drinks or candies absolutely bang. Then we got blueberries, and I don't really taste blueberries or see them advertised in a lot of artificial products, but I'm sure they probably get lumped in with the mixed berry drinks or flavors. But on its own, I think it merits a B tier.
So you're just going to ignore everything I said, huh? Well, the people won't forget, and the people will be questioning why you cared so much about their opinions in the comments.
I am a man who is very confident in himself, and I assure you that I must have shed a tear because I saw some super sad movie or something.
Really, what movie?
Not important, Joe. But it definitely didn't involve this list, and I refuse to ever talk on that subject further. But anyways, after that, we got mango going into S tier because anything artificial mango absolutely bangs in candy form, drink form, or even snack form, if they even have those. But this next one is weird as hell because we have plums up next. And when has anyone had artificially flavored plum things? Like, I'm sure it isn't bad because plums bang, but I don't think I can place it higher than a C tier.
Good call on that, Barack, because I doubt artificial plums will help my tummy out and help me poop like good old regular plums do. I've been pretty backed up recently too, so I gotta make sure I eat one today.
Joe, I don't think we needed to know that. But yeah, after that, we got a throuple up next because I'm putting oranges, coconuts, and artificial cherries into A tier. Now, I love all of these, but I don't know if an S tier is needed for these because there are certainly better flavors for things. And my current lip balm is actually coconut, so I can tell that it's pretty good.
Of course, Pussy Pants here has some lip balm.
Well, what do you want me to do? Let them dry up and crack all over the place?
That's what a real man would do.
Yeah, I love letting my lips dry up and just feeling their roughness when I touch them or rub my two lips together. It feels like I have sandpaper and I'm just rubbing two pieces of that together and my skin flakes just fall like snow falling on a beautiful Christmas day. Then if I don't do that and I still have big cracked pieces of skin, I like to slowly peel it off while my lips just bleed all over the place, but the pain just hurts so good. It's exactly like peeling a scab, and I just get this long, prolonged pain from slowly peeling it off. And then immediate relief after I yank it off. And the best part is that I can feel the blood rushing to my supple lips and getting my mouth all wet. And when I rub my lips together, I can paint them red and look at myself in the mirror and admire the harm I did to my body.
Shit, that sounds pretty fucking rad, dude. I personally don't like pain, but hey, I don't kink shame.
That sounds absolutely terrible. And we should kink shame because this isn't a free place to admit stuff like that. This is going on the internet, so a ton of people will hear it, and actually, Joe, you literally got on me saying you should wear cat ears during one of our videos and hated on my fetish.
Aha! I knew you were a fucking furry, bro. You just admitted to it.
Barack, bro, you cannot be airing out these things about yourself on the internet. People are gonna think you're weird as fuck, and I personally don't associate myself with weirdos.
You literally hang out with Joe.
Yeah, but that's like hanging out with your little brother who has Down syndrome.
Yeah, it's just like that.
I am not prying deeper into that mess. But yeah, then after grapefruit, and I've mostly had this in sodas and squirt freaking bang, so I think it deserves a B tier, at least for having good tasting soda. Then after we got yet another S tier in the strawberries, because god damn you add strawberries to anything and you're already cooking up something delicious.
Now Barack is speaking facts here. Notice how almost every good flavored thing always has to throw in strawberries in the mix to get you to buy it. Strawberry kiwi, strawberries and mixed berries, strawberry banana. Like there's just so many.
Speaking of bananas, we actually have that one up next, and unfortunately this is going to be our first D tier entry on this list because it just isn't as good as the other flavors.
Dude, have you never tried banana milk? Like banana flavored Nesquik is an absolute banger and strawberry banana flavored things also bang.
Joe, you can't tell me that you can look at this entire list and vouch for bananas not going into D tier. Like something has to go there and it just so happens to be bananas.
I think you're bananas for even thinking that. We clearly have artificial cherry here, so why not put that disgusting medicine tasting shit there?
Joe, you know I can't do that. But anyways, after that we got kiwi, and I think this is a solid A tier because you really can't go wrong with kiwi much. Like how you cannot go wrong with pineapple, except I have that flavor going straight into S tier because it's great mixed with other flavors or even on its own. Following that, we got peaches, and honestly, most of the time these are pleasant but not amazing flavors, and it probably slots into a B tier, but the lemons up next get an absolute A tier because of how good they can be in almost anything.
I'd argue that they belong in S tier, like lemonade bangs and lemon heads are even bigger bangers.
Let's not glaze it too much because it feels quite right at an A tier.
Until the comments call you out on it.
I swear that won't happen this time. At least I hope it doesn't because I couldn't sleep after getting the hate.
Good, honestly, you deserve every single hate comment.
Well, that's just rude. But anyways, the list must go one. And after that, we got blue raspberry, and this isn't a real fruit. So whoever made this list just literally made a raspberry blue, which I guess is a nice touch. But either way, this is an auto S tier. And a matter of fact, so is pomegranate. Like both of these bang immensely. And I always got to have a blue raz icy, and pomegranate is just such a nice flavor when added to anything. Then after we got lime, and I'm quite mixed about this because sometimes it bangs when mixed with other things, but the lime can overpower other flavors and you end up tasting pure lime. That being said, I still think it's a B tier.
Okay, but lime is a great flavor in a lot of things. Like, why would I not want lime to be in my drink? I love limeade, lime cucumber Gatorade, and anything lime flavored in general.
Well, Joe, not everyone thinks like you. And that's probably for the best, considering you are probably the most mentally ill person I know.
Ill as in cool?
No, Joe, not as in cool. Anyways, after that we got grapes, and this is purple grapes. And I have this going into S tier because grape soda and juice bangs, and that alone gets it that high. Whilst the pear that we have up next only goes into C tier. Like, when was the last time any of you guys have had anything pear flavored? Because I honestly cannot tell you. Then we have red grapes, and these also automatically go into S tier because they bang just as much as the purple grapes.
What about green grapes, Barack?
Well, that's not on the list, so I don't know what you want me to do. They also are delicious, though, but after that we have lychee fruit, and this is delicious as hell. But I tend to prefer the actual fruit, but it still gets an A tier from me because it tastes pretty freaking good. I had some lychee beer the other day, and that stuff absolutely banged, so shout out to the Taiwanese for making that.
Shout out all Asian cultures because I don't discriminate like Barack over here.
What the hell? I don't do that. It's just that the beer I had just so happened to be Taiwanese. Why do you always have some dumb comments to say? Man, anyways, after that, we got blackberries, and blackberry flavored things honestly do not taste that good, but are still better than bananas. So I have to give it a C tier. Now we're approaching the last part of our lists, and I know this next entry might upset some people because I am not going to be placing raspberry that high, but instead we'll slot it into B tier. Now the reasoning for this is because people don't really go out of their way for raspberry things, and they tend to prefer blue raspberry for most things.
Speak for yourself, man. Some raspberry flavored iced tea absolutely bangs, and that alone should get it into an A tier or even S tier if we count all the other drinks and even candies. Man, that is possibly the worst ranking you've done to date.
Don't say that, Donald. I doubt there's going to be a lot of raspberry lovers out there, and once again I have to mention a B tier isn't bad at all. Like, that's an 80%, and I know damn well people will be happy with that. But anyways, we are approaching the final entry on this list, and I, of course, love me some green apple. The apple flavor gets enhanced with the sour notes, and if you get some green apple candies, or even some green apple soda, or even soju, you already know you're in for a banger, so I have to place this deliciousness straight into S tier.
Yeah, I'm totally sure that the audience won't be upset that you not only rated banana as the lowest and raspberry into a B tier, but you then had the audacity to place green apple into S tier.
Yeah, please don't come crying to us when you try to beg us to do another list so that you can redeem yourself.
I wasn't crying.
Man, then don't call me next time and instead call Joe.
Yeah, please do that. I need to listen to someone crying during the demon hours when I'm thumb wrestling with the one-eyed bandit. It'll help me finish.
Dear God. What is up, gang? We are back with another tier list, and since you all really liked the Nintendo franchise tier list, which, by the way, if you have not seen it, I would heavily recommend it, because many people in the comments were saying that I popped off.
Darn tootin' you did, Barry.
Joe, stop glazing Barack, and let's instead talk about the opinions you gave out, because they were very average opinions, and they were not hot takes at all. If you really want to see the comments go crazy, go check out the video I made the list in, because everyone was sucking me off when I was talking about the Halloween candy rankings.
All right, settle down. Why can't you let Joe have this one super small W?
He can't have a single good thing as long as I am around.
Little do you know, I kind of like getting talked to like this.
Gross, Joey. But anyways, let's get started with this list, and up first we got Knack.
Oh, hell yes, I love me some Knack, and don't even get me started on Knack 2.
Jesus Christ, Joe. You have to be trolling, right? No way you actually like Knack. It is a stupid game.
Jesus Christ, am I the only one who understands the complexities of this ambitious video game masterpiece? This game isn't stupid, you're stupid.
Yeah, so if anyone here actually cares about what Joe had to say here, then I don't know what to tell you. I really don't like Knack, and this will be going into D tier because of how utterly ass this game is. But it's not all doom and gloom, though, Joey. I know you like Infamous Second Son, so I will rank that next. And fortunately for you, Joe, I have that game going into A tier.
Well, I did really like that graffiti feature in the game. That was like my favorite part of the whole freaking thing.
How the hell is that the best part of the game for you? This is how I can tell your brain has been tossed up more than Chinese fried rice on a wok.
What the hell is a wok?
Joe, a wok is a deep, round-bottomed cooking pan of Chinese origin, but we do not need to speak of that because right now we have to talk about Spider-Man and Persona. Now, I am a huge fan of both these games, and if I catch any haters in the comments, I'll personally send out people to execute them. I have Spider-Man and Persona 5, both going into S tier. These two games are great if you have not played them. I imagine everyone knows what Spider-Man is, but as for Persona, if you are into Japanese RPGs with turn-based combat, then you should already be playing this game.
I am more into the Japanese aspect of it, and instead of RPGs, I am more into the girl aspect of it as well. Now, what I am saying is, bring me more Japanese girls.
Now this guy is finally making some sense.
I don't think I like what you two are saying. But let's just ignore that and move on to our next two games, and we got Infamous First Light, and this was okay at best. I am giving it a B tier, quite honestly, just because it felt like DLC to me. As for Uncharted 4, though, I have this going into S tier because it was a banger of a game and put a nice little end on our beloved franchise. I really liked that game.
Not to mention Nathan Drake's daughter is a little baddie.
Joe, she's definitely not old enough.
That never stopped him before.
True, but let's move on to our next one, and that is Drive Club, and I think it's okay. We will give it a solid B tier, but after that we got Shadow of the Colossus, and this game was pretty fun if you guys remember playing that. I have to give that game an A tier for the scale of fighting the bosses and just how cool it felt.
Solid selection so far. The Don approves of this list, so that means that the audience does too.
Thanks, Donald. I feel like I am doing pretty decently right now with the lists. Now moving on, we got Neo, and the first game gets a B tier, while the second one gets an A tier in my book. After that, we got a truly mid-game, and that is The Order 1886, and this is barely a C tier. If Knack didn't exist, this would go into D tier. I won't even front.
All this knack hate, but we all know that it is clearly one of the best platforming games of our generation.
I definitely do not agree with that sentiment, but whatever, we move past that stink cloud of a game and move on to Uncharted Lost Legacy and Ratchet & Clank. For the glorified Uncharted DLC, I am thinking a solid B tier. It wasn't awful, and I am a fan of the franchise, so I really had no complaints when this came out, and I was actually pretty happy about it. After that, I am placing Ratchet & Clank PS4 into A tier. The game was missing the humor and original charm that the OG games had, but it was still very nice to look at and was fun, in my opinion. It also directly led to the PS5 sequel, which was freaking amazing. Now, those games are real platformers, Joe.
That game has so many guns and barely any platforming. You are clearly holding a bias.
I will openly admit that I do have a bias against fucking Knack, and I frankly do not care. After that, we got The Last of Us Part 2, and it's a solid A tier in my book. The gameplay was fun, and I didn't hate the story as much as everyone else did, to be honest. After that, we got Dreams, and this was a great game that unfortunately was not supported as much as it should have been. People were making amazing things on this, and it should have been the Roblox for PlayStation users. But unfortunately, PlayStation decided to charge for this game instead of allowing the max amount of players on it. Still deserves a B tier in my book.
Dude, I remember playing this and it actually banged. I don't know if it had Roblox potential, but it definitely could have been something great if they made it free.
Did they have any servers with people's feet on there? I loved joining those on Roblox and seeing all the giant Roblox characters with their delicious toes just pointing out.
Gross, Joe. I don't think they did, but I am not surprised that you even asked that. Moving past those comments by Joey, we got Gran Turismo up next and Ghost of Tsushima, and I am giving Gran Turismo a solid B tier. Once again, I enjoy it, but I don't think it's the best PlayStation has to offer. However, when we are speaking of Ghost of Tsushima, I have to say that this is one of the best titles PlayStation has made in a while, and an automatic S tier in my book. Sucker Punch has always been one of my favorite studios, and I love every game they have made. They're the best.
Wow, I am amazed. You are continuing to spit right now, Barack. I love that samurai shit, and it reminded me of those old samurai movies that I used to watch as a kid, the black and white ones.
I don't really relate to that, but I am glad that you like that game, Donald. Following up that masterpiece, we got Death Stranding, which I did not totally hate, if I am being honest, and it served more as like a podcast machine for me. Like I would walk from one end to the other while listening to some random basketball podcast talking about the NBA season.
Never surprises me that you mention the NBA or basketball.
Okay, wow, we did rank that high in our sports tier list, so I don't know what you're on, but as for Death Stranding, I am ranking this a decent B tier. And unfortunately, we got Knack 2. And much to Joey's delight, I actually think it is barely better than the first one, so I actually have Knack 2 going into C tier.
Why would I be happy about you placing one of the best games in the world into C tier?
Joey, I don't even think that you believe that if we're being honest here. Anyways, up we got Days Gone, and I barely played the game, but I thought it was okay. A solid B tier in my book, just because it's better than the things below it, but it wasn't anything special. After that, though, we got a heavy hitter, and that is God of War, and as soon as I picked up this game, I could not put it down. This is so amazing, and the sequel on the PlayStation 5 is just as good, if not better. An automatic S tier in my books, however, we are going to move on to the ranking a lot of people might get mad at me for, and that is Final Fantasy VII. I have this going into A tier only. Say what you will, but God of War hooked me from the start, and I launched Final Fantasy VII, and probably only played 10 hours and haven't touched it since, but don't get me wrong, it's an amazing game, but it just did not hook me as much as other games in S tier have.
That's the hater in you coming out, Barack. How the hell are you going to rate something high after only admitting you only played it for 10 hours?
What the hell is wrong with you? You're acting like 10 hours isn't a lot of time to invest into a game.
Maybe if you're a pussy, then I guess it can be a lot of time.
Oh my God, Joey, out of left field.
Shut up, you two. God, I am with some idiots. But anyways, after that, we got 2 story-driven games. Well, actually, they're basically only story games, because there isn't any real gameplay aside from button mashing or clicking a button at the right time, and that is Until Dawn and Detroit Become Human. I love these 2 games, but I don't think they merit anything higher than an A tier, because they're just stories that lack a lot of gameplay, and you can definitely intertwine the 2 in a better way. Like, I feel like we're a bit past games like Heavy Rain, right? We can do more with the formula.
The whole freaking point is to be a story, though, you freaking numbskull. Video games take all forms, and this just happened to be an interactive story, brought to life with the help of technology. How about instead of wishing it had more or expecting it to have more, even though the developers clearly intended it to be a certain way, we instead just appreciate what we have and enjoy it for it is.
Jesus, I didn't know we had another touchy subject here. Jesus, Joe, it's still an A tier, by the way, but anyways, following that, we got Neo. And oh wait, let me swap the first and second game. I meant to have the sequel in at A tier while the first game is a B tier. My fault, everyone, but moving past that, we got Bloodborne, and I am a sucker for Souls-like games. And this shit was amazing and frustrating, but once you get the hang of it, there is nothing more rewarding than beating it. I have to give this an S tier. Then after that, we got 2 back-to-back B tiers with the Catherine game and Horizon.
What's the hate for Horizon? You clearly don't know that me and Joe here support feminism, and we're huge fans of this game.
On God, I love girls more than you all could ever imagine.
Still noting you use the term girls instead of women. But I thought the game was all right, not much hate for it. I just prefer the things above it. The next 2 games do get some hate from me because I have Last Guardian and Gravity Rush going into C tier. I thought The Last Guardian was mid, and as for Gravity Rush, well, I never played it, but I'm sure the whole fan base will come at me. All 2 of you in the comments will show me a thing or 2. But more importantly, let's talk about the amazingness that is The Last of Us. Not part 2, but the first one was a perfect mix of storytelling and gameplay. Jesus, that game was so amazing, and of course it goes into S tier.
Yeah, the game was okay, but it was no knack, let me tell you.
We're done with that bit, Joey. Lastly, we got this Godzilla game. I never played it, so I'll just give it a C tier because no way it's any worse than knack.
That's it, it's knacking time for me.
And what the hell does that mean?
Oh, you'll learn soon enough.
What is going on? Gang-a-lang. We are back with another tier list, and this time around, we are doing one that the comments suggested, and that, of course, is a temperature tier list.
The people asked for this, so it's only right that we give it to them. I personally would have rather have done an Oreo tier list.
Well, it doesn't surprise any of us that you, of all people, would say that Donald...
Hey, you calling me Fat Sleepy Joe?
No, it's just that you always mention that you like Oreos.
I'll definitely call you fat for that. Anything food-related, and you want to jump the gun on that, unless we're talking about some healthy foods.
Health foods are a scam, Barack. The only thing that I need that is healthy is some goddamn Diet Coke.
And maybe that's a part of the problem with the future of America, but I digress because we got to do this tier list. And up first, we got 100+ degree temperature. And how are we feeling about this one, fellas?
I don't really like the feeling of being burned to a crisp every time I take a step outside, so I'm going to have to say that this belongs in D tier.
Joe, you never go outside anyways, but I do have to agree that it must feel absolutely terrible outside and getting a horrendous tan because you stood out in the blistering heat.
You already have a terrible orange tan on yourself, so why would you even care if you got any darker than that?
It's not a tan. It is my natural skin tone.
Oh yeah, we totally believe that, Donald, don't you worry. But I'll speak in defense of this weather type because it definitely is a D tier if you're inside and have no AC, and it still probably feels bad if you're outside with nothing to do, but I would argue that this deserves a slightly higher ranking if you're doing something at the beach. Like, sure, you'll be burning up, but as soon as you enter the cold ocean or lake, it'll feel like you're reborn into a brand new body.
True, I forgot to take that into account, but this by no means is beach weather. Like, it must feel amazing, but goddamn, I'm gonna have a heat stroke. Meanwhile, Joe over here is probably gonna have a regular type of stroke if he's exposed to that level of heat.
Speak for yourself, because there's only one type of stroke I'll be having, and it doesn't involve heat or an actual stroke.
Gross as hell, Joe. But I think this still merits a solid C tier. The only reason I say this, though, is because water activities save the hell out of it. Like, imagine the inverse of this, and we have negative 29-degree weather. Like, what can you even do outside in that temperature? You'd have to stay inside and just try to keep yourself warm with some heating, and if you don't have that, then it would be a struggle to even survive.
Speak for yourself. The Joe Dog has many impressive feats of endurance. One time I rapped the fast part of Rap God from Eminem while in my undies and in below freezing temperatures because I lost a bet.
Joe, I've told you many times that it wasn't a bet, and you just kept saying, bet I won't do it. And I kept telling you that you didn't have to do it at all.
When was this? No way Sleepy Joe can rap the fast part without actually having a brain embolism.
Oh yeah? Bet I can do it right now.
Do it then.
He was coming at you for supersonic speed, George Frost. Some of them, you were someone, doing what I gotta do to get into the human, superhuman, innovative, and I made a rubber, so they can anything you say, we can say enough of me in a line. I don't give a say, more than never gonna say how to give a mother, but the naughty gets it done, the next dictating, ever fading, and I know the haters up at the waiting for the native. They can say I fell up to the celebrating, cause I know the way to get him motivated. I'm gonna let him use it. You animate him use it.
Holy shit. I mean, you fucked up at the end, and I can't verify if you even said words in the middle, but for your sleepy self, it's still impressive.
This is my second time seeing him do this, and I still can't understand how he can do all of that, but fail to give a simple speech. Unless he's talking about ice cream, I guess.
The Joe Dog is a man of many talents. What can I say?
Well, that randomness aside, after that we got 90 through 99-degree weather. And I still think this one is too hot, but hey, I still think it's a very solid temperature. Like, this is where it starts to get too fucking hot. And you're just like, damn, I hope it doesn't get hotter than this.
But I already know some southern person who is used to having this type of weather is ready to type out a comment saying, man, if they think this is hot, then they should try spending a day in my town. Like no motherfucker. That is precisely why we don't want to go where you're at, because Mother Earth is trying to tell you to vacate her premises with scorching ass heat.
If you ask me, this is perfect Nesquik drinking weather, and once again, you get bonus points if you leave it in the car and it turns it into hot chocolate or hot strawberry milk for free.
That is not the perfect time to have one of those damn things. But we need to come to a concrete rating on this one, gentlemen.
Well, I don't think it's bad at all, but it's still too hot for my liking. I'd rather be in 80-degree weather rather than 90. I feel like this should go in B tier.
I disagree. I think this should go into S tier. It's not too hot for some, but it's also not exactly bad. I personally really like this weather.
How about we meet you both halfway and rate this an A tier, because it is really hot, but I also agree with Joe that some people actually prefer this type of weather, actually. Moving past that, we got 80-degree weather, and I think this is a freaking banger. It's the perfect amount of heat for a beach day, and it also isn't insufferable. And I actually look forward to going outside and just lounging in my hammock in this weather.
For once we agree, Barack, because this is absolutely an S tier in my book.
It's okay, I guess.
Well, Joe, I was going to have this go in S tier, and I am still going to place it there because it is a perfect temp. And if that wasn't enough for everyone, I actually have 70-degree weather going into S tier as well. I refuse to hear you two out on this, because with this weather and some wind, oh my God, it is absolutely magnificent. You can even roll down your windows inside and not have to worry about turning on the AC and racking up bills.
Well, I personally don't care about racking up bills, but sure, we can have this there.
Thanks, Donald. After that, we got 60-degree weather, and this is where I feel like I'm going to lose a decent bit of people, but I think this is just a B tier. This, in my mind, is approaching fall weather, and it isn't chilly enough to wear sweaters because you'll end up sweating eventually, and it isn't hot enough to just straight up be in tank tops.
Speak for yourself, Barack, because I will still be sweating in this type of weather.
Well, they do say that larger people produce more internal heat, so it doesn't surprise me at all by that. I have to agree with you, though, Barack, because this really isn't all that.
Joe, I won't let that fucking comment slide. What the fuck, man?
Well, don't get too angry, Donald, because what he said was actually factually true. Then since we feel this way about this, can we all agree that much of the same can be said about 50-degree weather? Like it's being too wishy-washy. And whenever it's around this weather, it usually is around fall, and I just feel like it's not really the best weather to do stuff outside. But it's too warm to have like a bonfire or something.
Why the hell would you want it to be cold as hell when you're doing a bonfire?
Donald, you yourself said that you sweat too much. Would you want to be roasting near the fire if it's still not cold enough?
Okay, actually, valid ass point, but this is still good ass weather for staying inside.
Isn't all weather good weather to stay inside thanks to modern technology?
Listen, Barack, I won't deny that, but can you quit being a smartass?
I was just pointing out a flaw in your argument, but sure. But following that, we hit the peaks of sweater weather, and I love just being that right amount of chilly, where I can comfortably wear a sweater and not worry about the snow. Like if there's no wind chills or snow, then I am one happy camper out in this weather because it's just so nice to be outside, and this is most definitely bonfire weather. I can already envision how nice and toasty it would be to be bundled up outside and roasting some sausages outside, or even making some s'mores.
Well, I know I'd be one happy guy roasting my blue Gatorade dogs outside while just chilling around the bonfire.
Well, since you two involve food, I am now suddenly interested in this type of weather. But wouldn't you say that hotter weathers are better for barbecues? Like, why are we so focused on bonfires and roasting marshmallows or hot dogs? Why not focus on the sheer amount of red meat we can grill out in the barbecue when it's like hot outside?
Well, I didn't mention it, but you're right. I mean, that is why we have 80 and 70-degree weather up in S tier. I'm sorry I didn't mention anything about food earlier, because had I known that then, I would have definitely brought it up, if that meant your fat ass would be even more on board with the rating.
Again, I'm not fat, but rather I'm bulking. But yeah, then I actually have no complaints, but I refuse to have 40-degree weather up in S tier with my glorious barbecuing weather.
Oh, come on, Donald. You can still roast stuff like a T-bone steak over a campfire.
Joe, we're not cavemen. I will not be doing that, and I guess I can slot this over in A tier if it'll appease Donald. I'm sure other people aren't fans of cold weather, and this still isn't hot cocoa weather, so I can't give it an S tier. Following that, we got 30-degree weather, and this is like some nice cocoa weather, and it gets to the point where you're like, damn, now it's really starting to get cold. Maybe I should stay inside. But deep in your mind, you know that it really isn't cold enough for you to be lounging around and doing nothing. Like it's not at that point where you dread going outside, even if you're fully decked out in gear.
The hell do you mean by gear? Weather and its effect on you is purely a mental game. I refuse to be cold, and my body doesn't acknowledge the cold. It's all a mind game.
Joe tried telling that to all the people who froze to death and have gotten hypothermia.
That is simply a skill issue.
Wow.
This still isn't an S tier, by the way.
Jesus, I know, man. I wasn't going to place it that high, but rather I was thinking another A tier is in order. I think 10-degree or maybe even 20-degree weather is the perfect, let's not go outside and stay inside all day type of weather. Unfortunately, though, our list only has 29 and below, and if it weren't for that below rating, I'd put this higher, but you got me fucked up if it's in the negatives. Being outside in negative-degree weather with some wind chills is possibly one of the worst things a human can experience. So I'd have to place this into D tier. Granted, if you're inside all the time with the heater and or fireplace, and you're just chilling. I'd maybe consider a C tier placement, heck, maybe even a B tier, but we're counting both inside and outside weather, so it has to be low.
Again, this is purely a mind game. I would never allow cold weather to dominate my mind.
Joe, you might be the first American to have CTE without ever playing football.
Oh, I played tons of it back in the day. I was the quarterback for my high school team, and I would tank hits head first like a goddamn unit.
That explains so many things. What is going on, gang a lang? We are back with another tier list. And this time around, we are going to be doing a tier list of tiers. Yeah, that's kind of crazy, but that's what we have next on our queue. So I guess we have to work with it.
I personally am super happy about this because now we can explain how much we really twerk for these tiers, or like how we feel when we place them.
On God, Joe, I smell what you're throwing down right now, and for once it doesn't stink.
You guys are seriously excited for this? Well, I won't give much input on this and would rather hear your opinions on these because I don't really feel all too strongly about a tier list about tiers. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get this list started. And up first, we have S tier. How do you two feel about it?
Now, this is a good one. Let me take the floor here, Joe, because I will twerk for an S tier, and I obviously think this belongs in S tier. Like, I don't know where the term S tier came from because I don't understand why we don't have A tier at the very top. But you know what? I like that it's different and that there's another ranking higher than A tier. Now, when you have an S tier ranking on your hands, this is like a hands on your knees. Bust a move and twerk all over the place for this ranking because goddamn anything that gets placed up there is bona fide. I don't think there's ever a bad S tier ranking on any list unless we're talking about Barack's lists.
Okay. Don't know why I'm catching a stray, especially when the comments have been twerking for me recently and saying my lists have been pure heat, but whatever, sure.
Well, it's hard to mess up your easy ass list, bro. You got some Mickey Mouse Clubhouse lists with no controversial stuff. Like, come on, Barack, let's not kid ourselves here because a shoe tier list and deodorant tier list is not something crazy. I want to see you do something that'll actually make you get hunted by the comments because this lucky streak is about to end soon.
Glad to see you're preying on my downfall, Joe. I feed off the energy of my haters and I only grow stronger. But yeah, let's move on with the list. And after that, we have A tier. And where are you two placing this one? Let me hear from Joe for this.
I'm glad you asked the Joe Dog because boy, howdy am I filled with opinions. I think A tier should go into A tier.
Care to explain why?
No.
Nice one, Joe.
All right, I am happy I basically wasted my time and even asking Joe for anything. Well, anyways, following that, we have B tier and the floor. Once again, goes to you, Donald.
Well, I'll gladly talk because I love to do that. But yeah, I think that this is a pretty mid-tier. Like, sure, I'll rate things in B, but I'm basically just saying that stuff is kind of better than average things in C, but not as good to be in great things in A tier. It's basically saying, yeah, this is all right, I guess not as bad as C tier, but it kind of almost is a C tier. It's a nice way of saying this is pretty mid. And I think for that, I have to put B tier and C tier because it's just usually kind of all right and can swing either below or above for most people. I think it's one of the more controversial ones in our lists.
But wouldn't something slightly better than mid be good? Like you kind of just gave away the answer. Like S tier is to twerk for, A tier is great, B tier is good, and C tier is mid as hell. What is there not to understand in that ranking? What do you freaking mean by it's a nice way of saying mid, it's literally good?
Shut up, Joe. Don't point out the fallacies in my argument, especially in front of the subscribers.
Yeah, I have to agree with Donald here.
You're just saying that because it'll make your list look better when you rank bad stuff too high.
Listen, Joe, I'm not the Lorax. I don't speak for the trees.
Now, what in the hell does that have to do with anything? No one is mentioning no damn Lorax.
He may not be speaking for the trees, but he's speaking for me, Joe.
Thanks for the backup, Donald, just for that. I want to hear what you have to say again because Joe pissed me off earlier. So please enlighten us with what you think about C tier.
I'm glad you asked, Barack, because to me, C tier belongs in B tier. Like, this is the truest form of mid. This is more neutral than like alkaline water because damn, if I put something in C tier, I want you all to know that I really don't have a strong feeling on it, but just know that it is better than whatever is in D tier. Like, if you think about it, this is like the purest form of neutrality. Like when you're playing a game and you do a neutral playthrough, it's neither bad nor good. You're just kind of existing and watching the rest go on, and that's how C tier is. Like, no one hates the items there, and they are forced to watch things get placed above it or below it. But I will say that you definitely breathe a sigh of relief because it wasn't treated as badly as things we put in D tier. Because I won't lie, we definitely just trash and fart all over what we place in D tier because we just treat it like Lizzo during a buffet. We are just full of jokes and have nothing positive to say about it.
Lizzo at a buffet, I like that. I agree that it is extremely mid, and I like the rating a lot.
Okay, can I please take over the ranking for the next one because I just know that I will cook with the D tier. Give old Joe another redemption chance.
Okay, Joe. But I swear you better not do anything funny like you did last time. I won't have anything nice to say about it.
Don't you worry, Barry Barack. I have a lot to say about D tier because, damn, this is a good ranking. We use it a lot in our tier lists and even get rid of F tiers because we save those for special occasions. But D tier is so great because this is basically the crappiest ranking we have. And whenever we put something in there, then you know how badly that must stink. This is an elite ranking, but I don't think it goes as high as S tier because it isn't as bad as saying that something belongs in F tier, but it is pretty damn close if you ask me, and I like that. It isn't as mean as saying as something is in F tier. So it helps the audience like the rating a bit more because then they'll think to themselves, well, at least this isn't in F tier. So it kind of softens the blow for them in a sense.
Well, I personally don't care if it softens the blow for them, but a very good analysis you got there, Joe. I like that you went somewhat in depth with it, but yeah, no need to carry on with who does what ranking Barack because I need to talk about E tier. I absolutely hate this ranking and this has to go into F tier. Like who the hell uses this ranking and thinks that E is an appropriate thing? Like I know we praised and twerked for S tier, but that's because it sounds meech as hell and represents something higher than A tier. Now E tier on the other hand is like an in-between for D and F tier, and who the hell needs that? If something is that bad, then it goes into F tier, and if it doesn't suck that bad, it goes into D tier. Like why even bother adding in that unnecessary ass ranking? But the worst part about this, like what I truly believe is the worst part is that it just does not roll off the tongue nicely at all. Like imagine hearing one of us say, we are putting this into E tier. Like no way that sounds appetizing at all to any of you. And quite frankly, I think I would rather die than to ever see this gross rating on our tier list because I directly forbid Fraile from ever adding that on. I would rather be tied to a boat and have honey and random sugary stuff poured on me and then just left to float above the lake as the insects eat me alive as I drift away in pure agony than to have to do a tier list with a damn E tier ranking.
Wow, that was some really harsh words for something I don't really even think about. Like, if I'm being quite honest, I didn't even know that ranking things in E tier was even a thing until we did this list. I don't think it's really popular at all, if I am being quite honest.
And there's a reason why. The people agree that E tier is the absolute worst ranking to ever exist on this damn planet. Like, goddamn, just hearing that makes my blood boil, and I want to go berserk from just hearing it.
Settle down there, Donnie T, because we're about to end the list, and the Joe Dog needs to get his licks in on F tier.
All right, let us have it, Joe.
I think F tier is good. I like it and think it goes in S tier.
God damn it, Joe. He got us again with the same BS. Donald, take over.
Gladly. Now, the beauty behind F tier is that it's like a break in case of emergency type of ranking. And what I mean by that is that when a list has an item or items that are so supremely ass, I feel like this is when we bust out the F tier. It's almost necessary at times because goddamn some things really do stink worse than Joe's breath. And that's where this bad boy comes into play. I do have to agree with Joe though, because even though we don't use F tier that much, I twerk for it when it's presented as an option because it just lets me absolutely shit all over what was put there. Like, think about how awful an item has to be that we add a freaking F tier to the list when we normally just do S through D. Like, that just has to add a whole new layer to the pain we already inflicted. It's like a double burn, and the Don loves that.
Ooh, a double burn. I like the sound of that, and you guys already know how much the Joe Dog loves pain. Get me a good burn from some hot candle wax, and you'll get the Joe Dog more revved up than a V8 engine.
Joe, can we please not talk about that? Not only because we will get demonetized, but also because I am more than certain that our audience does not want to hear that about you.
You'd be surprised what the people want to hear about. They love my Joe lore and want to know more about me, and I will gladly give them the information that they want to hear.
All right, Joe. If you're so happy about the people wanting to learn more about you, then why don't you go ahead and tell them about what happened in the summer of 1973.
Okay, no more Joe lore. We're done here.
Why don't we talk about what happened to me in the winter of 1988?
Oh, some Donald lore. Okay, I'll bite as long as it's appropriate. So tell us, Donald, what happened to you in the winter of 1988?
Tell us, especially if it's inappropriate, Donald. I need the heat off me.
Well, I don't think it's as bad as the things you do that I'm aware of, so I can only imagine how bad this summer of 1973 must be, especially if you don't want people knowing about it. But man, oh man, where do I even begin with the winter of 1988? Well, I went to the 1988 Summer Olympics in Seoul, which is in Korea. And I had some banging Korean barbecue and had so much amazing food while seeing the Olympics.
That's surprisingly wholesome. I love to see it.
I also banged a ton of hook.
What is up, gang? We are back with another tier list. And this time around, we got a time of the day tier list. And with this list, I'll just be going over how a person generally feels during that time of day, because we all know how we'd feel if someone was like, you got to wake up at 5 a.m. versus can you be up before 8 a.m.?
Are you implying that waking up at 5 a.m. is a bad thing? Because the Joe Dog never finds a bad time to wake up. I have the insane power to be able to fall asleep at a moment's notice.
I didn't know we were calling dementia a power-up, but I guess that's what we do now in the year of 2024.
All right, no need to say mean things. We have a wonderful list right in front of us, and our audience gets to enjoy another banger of a video. Anyways, let's go ahead and get this list started. And up first, we got 12 a.m., and I don't know about you all, but 12 a.m. is kind of whatever for me. I'm feeling a B tier because it's that indecisive time where you have to draw the line and be like, okay, am I going to stay up or finally go to sleep? And I don't like making that decision.
Yeah, it figures that the decision to bomb multiple countries and incinerate multiple children in the Middle East is an easier decision for you, thank deciding whether or not to sleep in.
Okay, ouch, dude, but you know damn well what I meant.
I think what Donald is saying is that you are being silly, Barry.
That is in no way at all what I mean by that disparaging comment.
Yeah, thanks for the useless comment as always, Joe. You're as helpful as a broken condom.
Anytime, Bomberman.
Ha!
All right, that's enough. Let's move on to the next entry, and that is 1 a.m. Now, I am placing this into A tier because if you stay up till 1, then you probably are past the dreadful hour of 12 and have likely decided to stay up. Plus, if you're doing anything socially, then you know this is like the best hour to have fun, like other times are too early or barely getting there, but 1 is like the perfect time because it's not as late as 2 a.m. or 3 a.m., which with the way I talk about it, you guys can already tell that those two are lower than 1, and you'd be correct. I then have 2 a.m. going into B tier because it's approaching the lousy time of 3 a.m., and it's starting to get damn late. Then I have 3 a.m. going into C tier because most times out of 10, you are not having a good time at 3 a.m. except for the occasional party, but let's all be honest here. You're either doom scrolling Twitter just dreading to go to sleep because you either have stuff to do or you have to wake up early. I know that because the same things happen to me. I'll go down a YouTube rabbit hole and watch 50-minute video essays on movies I haven't watched or games I haven't played, all to avoid the fact that I have to wake up at 7 a.m.
See, me personally, I can never relate to that. The Joe Dog adheres to a strict bedtime, and if I don't meet it, then I will be all out of whack and will not be as articulate as I know I should be.
You're telling me that the current you is the articulate and smarter version? Jesus, I can't even imagine a more dumber version of you.
I actually agree wholeheartedly with you on this. But yeah, moving on from that, if you guys thought I hated 3 a.m., then welcome to 4 a.m. because I have this going even lower than 3 and I'm putting it into D tier. This is like the worst time because if you're a night owl, then this is the time you realize that you have to go to sleep or at least start getting ready for it. Because if you don't, you're going to mess up your sleeping schedule because you know you won't fall asleep later if you don't do it now. Plus, nothing cool happens at 4 a.m. Normal people are dead tired by this time and will be red screened like in Call of Duty unless they get to their bed.
I won't lie, if I am up at that time because of a social event, my ass is like one tapping on some low-ass HP. Like I need a revive or something because 4 a.m. is quite a devious time to stay up till. Like I know my breakfast is going to be missed unless I choose to tank the damage and just use an energy drink.
100% agreeing with you there, Donald. Then I got 5 a.m. going into C tier because this would be an okay time to wake up at. I'm not saying it's the best, but if you're healthy and stuff, then a nice 5 a.m. jog could get the blood going to start your morning. If you haven't slept and it's still 5 a.m., then this is like the ultimate last chance to not wake up at 1 p.m. the next day. As for 6 a.m., I am placing this above and slotting it into B tier. A lot of people wake up at 6 a.m., especially for those office days to make the commute. And a lot of people in school do the same as well, and I have to say that it is not the worst. I actually don't mind it at all, but I still would prefer to wake up earlier, like at 7 a.m., which I then have going into A tier.
7 a.m. is sneakily a really good time. I feel like that's a very normal time to wake up if you properly sleep. I would know because I wake up at that nice time.
Well, with all the naps you take, I am not in one bit surprised you have no problems with waking up at 7 a.m.
I don't know if naps necessarily help with that, because it's not like sleeping stacks onto how rested you are after you enter your sleeping cycle, but whatever. Following that, we got the golden hours of waking up, and that is 8 a.m. all the way through 11 a.m., which I have all going straight into S tier, because if you think about it, I would not be upset waking up at any of these times, and they are the perfect hour for breakfast. And if you want a slightly early lunch, then you can do that too. Like, the day just feels fully started at this time, and usually the sun is fully out. And there are people doing their normal, everyday things in life, and it doesn't feel as solitary.
I'd pray to God that people are out doing their normal everyday tasks at those times. Like Jesus, imagine if everyone was sleeping during that time.
Well, those are slots for my famous Joe Dog nap time hour. A nap at 11 a.m. when you really need it, man, that hits the spot.
Joe, I don't think anyone is taking a lot of naps at those times. Unless you had something to do and you woke up early as hell and then took a nap, but I personally am not a fan of that. Anyways, after that 12 p.m., and that is a straight A tier for me. This is usually lunchtime, and I look forward to having that in my schedule, but then once you hit 1 p.m. or 2 p.m., you start to realize time slows down and you just can't wait for the end of school or work. So you hyper-focus on that until you eventually can go. All of that leads me to place these two into B tier.
Time only slows down if you're not having fun. Now tell me, Barry, are you not having fun during those 2 hours?
No, not really, but I don't like talking about it. But up next, we got 3 and 4 p.m. going straight into A tier. These are the hours you salivate for, as you're almost done or are already done with what you need to do in your day. And instead, you focus on what you're going to do after, which leads directly into our free time. The golden hours, if you may.
So what you're saying is that these 2 hours are basically the pregame for the ones after.
That's exactly what I am saying, because in my humble and honest opinion, I have 5 through 7 p.m. all going into S tier, because those are peak times when you're out and about doing stuff or just chilling at home. You arguably get the most bang for your buck during this time because it's all free time. And there's no worry about going to sleep yet. So you're just fully immersed in whatever you're doing, and most times, especially in the summer, the sun does not go down, so you're enjoying the time before it gets dark, and you eventually get reminded that you have to go to sleep.
This all just seems like you have some sort of bias against sleeping. Like every single time you talk about a negative, you seem to always mention the fact that you need to sleep. Now, what is wrong with sleeping? Because I personally really love sleeping.
Of course you do, Joe. But no, the problem does not lie with sleeping. Trust me, but it's just that when you got to think about the next day and what's to come, you can't help but let it bother you. Like you ever have a fun time out with your buds and you're drinking or just relaxing in general, and then you look at your phone and realize, oh shit, I got to go to bed soon. That whole experience is just a bad one, and you know that too, Joe. Don't try to act all high and mighty and try to make me seem like I'm the only one who feels this way. Donald, you have to agree with me, right?
Well, I can see both ways, but not for the same pussy reason as Joe here. I do admit that opening up your phone late and realizing that you have to wake up or be home in X amount of hours may suck. But a realm motherfucker like me just gets an energy drink and deals with it the next day, as I mentioned earlier. I can go out clubbing one night and be feeding the dogs at 7 a.m. the next morning. Anything is possible with a lot of caffeine. The only drawback is that'll all feel like Lizzo's toilet after she takes some laxatives.
Okay, I guess it is possible, but most times out of 10, you feel like absolute dog water when doing that. But fine, I guess that is a valid point. I still have those staying in S tier, but I will at least acknowledge that 8 p.m. through 10 p.m. are still solid A tiers. Like, my reasoning is still valid as hell. And if you think about it, these are the final bits of free time before you realize you got to come back home from wherever you're at or start getting ready for bed if you have something to do early as hell. I don't think those are bad ratings at all, but maybe I'd consider lowering 10 p.m. a tad, but I feel like that's a very normal time to go to sleep.
10 p.m. is a golden hour to slumber. Because if you do it too early, people will call you a grandpa. And if you do it too late, you'll have people saying you're going to die soon if you keep up your erratic and bad sleeping schedule.
Joe, I don't think people say that to everyone. I think whoever said that meant it specifically for you.
Yeah, Joe, it's probably because you're to 100 than you are to 50. So people are quite concerned with your health. Not to mention you're actually the president of this damn country.
Well, would you look at that? Anyways, what do you guys think was happening in those tunnels in New York? That shit looks pretty rad. They're blaming the Jews, but me personally, I think it was mole people.
Please don't change the topic to something trendy, but I would rather not delve into that conspiracy. Anyways, wrapping up this list, we got 11 p.m., And I have this going into C tier. This is the final hour of judgment, and I just feel like a lot doesn't happen at 11 p.m. And you feel lousy as hell when you see the day switch from being Sunday 11:59 p.m. to Monday 12 a.m. Like you think to yourself, damn, it's the next day already, and that is only cool when it's New Year's Eve, but aside from that, you're just like, ah, shit, here we go again.
Okay, nice list, but seriously, what is going on in those tunnels?
I kind of want to go down that rabbi hole as well. Get it, guys? Because instead of rabbit hole, I said rabbi hole, and there were Jewish people in the tunnels.
Just for that, I'm ending the video. What is going on? Gang-a-lang. We are back with another tier list, and once again, I'm taking over the tier lists. And we'll have another Obama banger because we are now going to be ranking different toast toppings. And for once, I won't mention anything about healthiness. But I will say, though, that this list is missing some avocado toast because not only is that healthy, but it is also delicious.
Barack, we literally talked about this before the video. I told you that I would revoke your list-making privileges if I even hear you talk about healthy stuff on this list. Spreads on toast are supposed to be delicious. Like that's why we have butter on here and freaking jam.
I personally get my blue Gatorade hot dogs and then I slow cook them so that they become super mushy and fall apart. You want to make them really nice and tender, like a good rib that just falls off the bone, but I know some people prefer their ribs to not do that, and oh boy, let me tell you, if your ribs aren't falling off the bone, then those aren't good ribs. But yes, anyways. After I slow cook my blue dogs, I get a mortar and pestle and really grind them up into a mush. You don't want a blender because you truly want it to be a fine paste that you could honestly brush your teeth with. Then you get that paste, or as the French would say, pâté, and you spread it all over your morning toast, and of course you serve yourself some of my specialty drink, and that of course is some orange juice with the pulp. It's vital that you have the pulp for the added texture. But yes, then you mix in blue Gatorade powder till it becomes a deep sea blue. My preferred powder to OJ mixture is like 5 cups of blue Gatorade powder to my 1 cup of OJ, and you'll get the most perfect slushy texture type of drink.
Okay, you know what? After hearing all of that, I think I would rather you teach the public about health, Barack, because no sane human should even attempt to do that, nor should have that thought even enter Joey's head. Like hearing that made me almost want to become vegetarian. But then I remembered how much that would suck and gave up that thought. But it should concern you all that it even crossed my mind in the first place.
I would be concerned if I wasn't so worried about what the hell Joe does in his free time. But even after hearing all of that, this is still somehow way, way better than what he did in the summer of 1973.
When will I learn of the lore of 1973?
Hopefully never, because some things are just never meant to see the light of day. Just like with what happened to those kids, the rooster, and the rubber ducky toy.
What the? Now a rubber ducky toy is involved?
Yeah, but you can't hear the details because I'm afraid that will get us demonetized almost immediately. Our channel will be taken down and will be finished faster than a man with premature ejaculation and Parkinson's.
Whoa, nice ass analogy there. I'm actually pretty proud of you for that one.
I'm on my A game today, but yeah, enough of our intro because we have some toast toppings to rate. And up first we have some blackberry jam, and I have these going into B tier because I do like the flavor of blackberry. I just really hate getting the seeds out. And if I don't, then I have this weird jam texture where I just bite into the seeds and it really isn't all that great, but I still stomach it and eat it. Plus they are definitely not as good as raspberry, but maybe I'm meat riding a little bit there.
Definitely some meat riding going on, but this is the type of meat riding that I fully support because raspberry is definitely a freaking banger, and I am in full support of raspberries being superior to blackberries.
Well, I don't mind a little grit and texture in my jams. It's like when you eat fish and you chew the bones alongside your meat. Like, sure, some might not appreciate it, but once you learn to acquire the taste, then you grow to appreciate the flavor and added crunchiness you get from eating the fish.
You're talking about for tiny fish, right, Joe? Because you aren't supposed to be eating the bones in a big fish.
Ha! Sure thing, buddy. Listen, the Joe dog has a mature taste palate and can handle the flavor that their bones have. And I will eat a full-on salmon or tilapia with all of its bones because that is flavor and calcium. You just have to learn how to properly grind them up in your mouth, because I did have one stab the roof of my mouth. And I even had another poke me on the way out, and oh boy, let me tell you that going to the bathroom hurt the next couple of weeks after that.
Joe, you have to be trolling right now. No way you actually eat the bones on all the big fish. That is actually not normal at all.
Sure it isn't. Next thing you'll be telling me is that you're supposed to peel a banana or orange. Or better yet, you're going to tell me to wash my hands before I eat. You guys are hilarious.
Yes, to all of that, Joe, what the hell are you even saying right now? God, I can't handle that. I think we don't need to hear more about Joe and what he does, or to be more exact, what he doesn't do. Let's just continue on with the list, and after that we have butter on toast. And listen, this bangs, but let's keep it real here. Who is actually just putting a piece of small butter on their toast like that? Like maybe spread it properly and then toast, but nah, not like that in my opinion. And I am only giving that a C tier. But then after that, we have two back-to-back S tier bangers in the crunchy peanut butter and the honey toast, I think. It has a white and creamy spot in the middle, so maybe it's melted butter and honey, but either way, it's up. In S tier. Now, the crunchy peanut butter is a freaking banger because I just love having those little bits of nuts on my already crunchy toast. And this is just a no-brainer. And the honey combo is also elite as hell, as it provides some great sweetness to your already crunchy toast. And man, oh man, this freaking bangs if you have a nice and bitter tea or black coffee to go alongside of it, because the honey adds that sugary sweetness you need.
Way to glaze black coffee and tea, but yeah, I must agree that peanut butter of all kinds absolutely bang, and of course some honey on toast would bang as well. Now that butter honey you were talking about would bang harder than Lana Rhoades in My Sister's Hot Friend, and that is definitely saying something.
Can you not mention those adult film stars, because we will not only get demonetized, but also our audience will think that we'll make a tier list centered around that, and let me once again say, we will not be doing that. So enough with asking about it in the comments, because it is just not happening. We already risked too much with that one substances tier list that Joe made. And man, we had to even put a disclaimer on that video. But enough of that, and let's please just continue on with our list that we have in front of us. And after those two bangers, we have a mini banger up next in this, I don't know what type of jam it is, but it looks like it bangs. So I have to give it an A tier because I feel like you can't go wrong with any fruity type of jam. But then after, we have an absolute favorite for Donald because we have a chocolate spread up next, and this with some toast is a certified S tier banger, and there are no questions about it.
Barack, it is actually insane to me to see you cook this well. Like, I am flabbergasted, I am bamboozled, I am perplexed, I am stupefied, I am just in overall shock to see you not mess up a list like you usually do.
I am freed from the shackles of healthy food today because today is the one day out of the month where Michelle lets me talk about unhealthy food and treats, because today is my cheat day, gentlemen. Now, continuing on with this list, we have plain old toast, and I do like toast by itself. But let's get serious now, because toast without any toppings is a sad piece of toast, and this gets a D tier without a second thought. After that, though, we have raspberry jam, and you heard us earlier twerk for some raspberry jam. And although it does have the same problem where I feel those seeds, I must admit that raspberry is just the superior berry between that and blackberry. So I think I am going to place this into A tier. But hold the freaking phone, guys, because we have two back-to-back S tier bangers, and I think everyone and their mother saw the strawberry jam going into S tier. But did I surprise you guys with the creamy peanut butter ranking? See, I love both types of peanut butter on my toast, and actually I just tend to like both types in general.
Speaking facts here, Barack. If you love peanut butter, then you wouldn't complain if it was crunchy or if it was creamy. Real PB lovers know that it bangs no matter what.
Well, I do like peanut butter, but the problem with the crunchy one is that I get scared when my dog is licking it off of me, because what if it chokes on those nut chunks and I have to give the Heimlich to my dog?
Why are you feeding peanut butter to your dog off your body in the first place?
Well, he's not going to open the jar and rub it on me himself. God, you're such an idiot, Barack. And they say dogs love peanut butter, and oh man, with the way he licks me like he's never seen food in his life, I can promise you that they love peanut butter.
I think I need to call animal services on you, because that's not okay at all.
I never said what part of my body, though, but it's exactly the part you're thinking of. I won't even front.
Jesus Christ, Joe, just when you make people think you can't get even more gross, you somehow just shatter expectations and go even lower. Everyone, please ignore that, because we are about to finish our list, and I don't want that leaving a bad taste in your mouth, which, speaking of, I have Vegemite going into C tier because it is salty as hell, and overall not that good. And I don't even know what that last one is, but no way it's worse than Vegemite. So I have to give it a B tier.
Okay, man, what the hell? I am putting my foot down because there is no way that you're equating normal Vegemite, which, by the way, tastes like I put soy sauce all over my bread. But again, there is no way you're saying that is on the same level as buttered toast. There is just no way, and that is your biggest L this list, because buttered toast needs some respect, for Christ's sake. Like, at least put Vegemite where it belongs and move it down to D tier, because at least that is putting a little morsel of respect on buttered toast.
You know what, I won't lie, Donald, you do have a point. Because I would rather have a little schmeckle of butter on my toast rather than a Vegemite spread. And frankly, I think I'd rather have plain toast than Vegemite. But that might be taking it too far. I think I'll move Vegemite to D tier, but keep the plain toast there to appease the Australian people.
Well, I think the Aussies will just be mad no matter what because you shat all over their Vegemite.
Yeah, but Joe, think about it. If they like Vegemite, then they probably like the taste of shit either way.
Well, if it's Sydney Sweeney's poop, then count me in.
Gross. Hey everyone, we've gathered around to make yet another goated tier list. This time we're going to be ranking different bottled water on our tier list to determine which one is the best of the best.
As a master drinker of liquids, I can assure you all that you will be given the best of the best regarding opinions.
I bet you love drinking liquids, Donald.
Joe, stop being weird and let's start this list. Up first we got Arrowhead water, and I'm going to be honest, gentlemen. It's not bad, but it's not great. It's good. So I think we have a B tier in our hands here.
I have to agree with this decision. I have nothing bad but nothing great to say about Arrowhead water, honestly.
Sounds great then. We'll move on to Poland Springs water, and I have never had this water. This feels like some Polish exclusive thing, honestly.
I've had it, but it's not as good as Arrowhead and definitely not as good as Life Water.
Yeah, Barack, I can't lie to you. The German within me wants to rank this Poland water low.
I feel like that's a bit racist, but I'm going to listen to you both and put it at C tier. Up next, though, we have a pretty good brand here. I like it a lot. I am a big fan of Life Water.
I like the water, but that shape is too phallic. I do not enjoy that cylinder shape entering my mouth. It seems to me that you like that shit, Barack.
On Baby Donald, I bet Barack likes some big and round wee-wee shaped objects, don't you?
Good one, Joey.
Okay, what the hell are you guys like sucking the whole bottle to drink it? The water is good though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys enjoy drinking it and we'll have some if it's there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically you guys just want to place it lower just because of the shape and how you both weirdly suck the whole bottle instead of just drinking it like a normal person.
Yeah.
Why the hell do I talk to you two? I'll place it in A tier then. Anyways, we got Nestle water, and I actually like this one too, but again, it's not as good as Life Water, so I'm placing it at B tier.
I still don't like Life Water being that high, but I agree.
Okay, so we're moving on to Niagara water, and
I have to stop you here, Barack. This is Niagara water. This is not American. Fuck the Canadians in this water.
What did the Canadians ever do to you, Donnie?
I just don't like the way they look, so I say we make this water C tier.
God damn it, Donald. I just want you to know it was going there before you even said anything. I was not influenced by you at all. Now I got a controversial one here, fellas. I'm putting Fiji water at C tier. They are scamming the shit out of you, America.
I love Fiji water. What the hell are you on about Barack?
Nah, he's spitting right now, Donald. A little lesson from Biden University for you all.
Better not send any kids to that place.
Ignoring that, did you all know that the Cleveland Water Department ran tests comparing a bottle of Fiji water to Cleveland tap water and some other national bottled brands? Fiji water reportedly contains 6.31 micrograms of arsenic per liter, whereas the tap water of Cleveland contained none. How's that for you, Donald? You were killing yourself drinking that.
God, imagine having worse water than Cleveland. I'm no longer drinking that garbage brand.
Exactly. Thank you, Joey, for the not-so-fun fact, and as for the next one on the tier list, I still like Life Water more, so I'm putting Smart Water at B tier.
I agree. Nothing smart about that water, to be honest.
The fuck does that even mean, Joey?
Just ignore him, Donald, because we have another A tier in here joining us, and that's Evian water. Quite honestly, I want to put this in S, but since there's such a small amount, I feel like it should be exclusive.
Agreed. Evian water makes me feel like I'm climbing a mountain, and I quite like that.
How about you actually climb off the chair and get some exercise, Donald?
Joey, you shouldn't fat shame. It's not nice to make fun of someone's weight, you sleepy fuck.
No, I wasn't making a joke. I am genuinely concerned about your health.
Guys, please, we're almost at the end. Anyways, I have Dasani at D tier because that shit is absolute garbage.
But I really like Dasani. I think it is overhated.
Of course Joe would drink Dasani. God, that shit tastes like dirt water.
Yeah, Joe, that shit is kind of garbage. I think I would rather die of dehydration than ever drink Dasani.
Come on, guys, you don't really mean all that.
No, I think we genuinely do mean that. If I was dying of thirst in the Sahara Desert and had the choice between RC Cola and Dasani, I would still choose the RC Cola even if I knew it was actively dehydrating me.
Joey, we are not joking. I'm with Donald here. I'd rather go full Bear Grylls and drink my piss than have a drop of Dasani.
Fine, you guys are just being bullies. More Dasani for me.
Please keep every single bottle, dude.
Okay, next we have Aquafina at A tier.
Ooh, excellent choice here, Barack.
Okay, now you guys are fucking with me. No way can you guys tell me Aquafina is an A tier. Ain't no fucking way.
Joe, what's the matter? That is a completely great and logical take.
Yeah, Joey, what's wrong with Aquafina?
Nothing is wrong with it. It just feels like you guys are gaslighting me because there's no way this is true. How can Aquafina be so high but Dasani is so low?
You're in denial, Joe Bag. Your taste buds are just inferior.
Yeah, Joester, you're just butthurt right now. Anyways, we have Ice Mountain at S tier to end off the list. The flavor is just unmatched.
Once again, Barack has struck gold instead of homes with his drones. I really enjoy the rich flavor that emanates from Ice Mountain. I have a full fridge of them.
Okay, now what the
What is up, gang? We are back with another list, and this time around we are going to be ranking the different types of weather.
Jesus Christ, we're doing the weather now? Are we meteorologists or something? I can only imagine what's next for our tier list. Maybe we'll go ahead and do a seasons tier list, even though there is only 4 of them.
That is actually not a bad idea. We can set up little debates and rank them 1 through 4. Joey, go write that idea down before we forget.
Huh, what, write what down?
And here goes Sleepy Joe back to his old antics. This old fart was taking a nap while you were doing the intro.
I was not napping. I was simply meditating in order to get rid of all the bad vibes we got going on right now. You guys need some of my MO, Joe, get it?
God, I hate you sometimes, but we will do the seasons tier list eventually. But anyways, right now, let's not get distracted and tackle our main assignment, which is the different types of weather and where we will be ranking them. So getting this list started, we got an avalanche. I don't know what anyone expects me to say. This is pretty horrible, and I would never want to be near an avalanche. So this is automatically a D tier. Like, if anyone tries to say anything otherwise, then you're delusional.
Now wait a darn tootin' second.
God damn it.
I think that avalanches are cool, and whenever I watch YouTube videos of them, I very much so enjoy how they look. Maybe there's beauty in nature's destruction, and instead of finding ways to hate on it, we instead look toward a more positive outlook and view the land again after it resets in the most natural way possible.
Shut up, Joe. Even you don't believe that.
Ha ha! Yeah, I just wanted to be different is all.
Oh, believe us, Joe. You are one of a freaking kind, my man. Anyways, aside from that outburst from Joe, we continue on our list, and we got, this is not much better either. We got blizzards, and frankly, this is going into D tier as well. Like, no one wants to be in a blizzard, and it's even worse if your electricity goes out. It would be a flat-out survival situation if you were running low on food or water. So yeah, I think I can confidently say this is a D tier.
Who the hell made this list and added all these natural disasters and decided to coin them as different types of weather? I'm surprised they didn't add volcanic eruptions to this.
Yeah, I actually agree with you here, Donald. I don't know what the person who made this expected us to rank these things. But anyways, moving on from that, we got something actually good, and that is cloudy weather, or as the creator of this tier list would prefer you to call it, cloud. Like, that's it. Just call it cloud. I am starting to really question the validity of this list, but as for a rating, I would like to put cloudy weather into A tier. Like, you can get some nice hammock action in this weather and just chill out wherever you are and enjoy the breeze with this. The only negative I can think of is if you're expecting it to be a nice and warm day, but the clouds block up the sun and you're just left a bit chilly outside when you should be soaking in all the vitamin D.
Oh, believe me, the Joester gets more than enough of his vitamin D. From the vitamins that I take every day, of course.
Yeah, your vitamins, of course. Anyways, moving past that, we got one that may be controversial, but I actually have cold weather going into S tier. Now hear me out, everyone. Nothing beats sleeping under the covers when it is cold out. That feeling when you're struggling to survive outside of your blankets, but as soon as the heater turns on or you're fully wrapped in the coziest and fuzziest blanket you got. Man, oh man, that is the definition of sweet relief. I genuinely believe I get the best sleep whenever it's cold as hell outside. And not to mention when it's cold, it gives me an excuse to stay inside and either binge shows or play some video games without making me feel like I'm wasting my time, because, like, what else am I going to do? Go out, it's cold as hell. Go.
You forgot another key thing, Barack, and that is the increased appetization of warm soups of teas whenever it's cold. I swear I'd eat my French onion soup every time it gets below like 40 degrees, or for our non-American friends who don't measure in freedom units, it would be around 4 degrees Celsius.
That is pretty true. Those things do be banging once it's cold, but they would suck when we have it in our next entry, which is just dry. And I am giving this a B tier. Like, I hate walking outside and feeling like all the liquid in my body evaporated in the glass of water I just had already left and dissipated as soon as I step foot outside. I don't think we have many fans of that. But as for our next one, I got fog going into S tier. Like, sure, it's a pain to drive in, but like, I feel like I'm in a Silent Hill video game. And if it's foggy and at night, then I definitely am ready to be attacked by strangers at night. And I don't know about you guys, but I personally like it.
I'd like to throw down with some people on the street. They are not ready for what the Joe Dog has to bring.
What, some naps and phone calls to the police?
Okay, enough you two. Let's move on to our next entry, which is also pretty bad. And that is hail. Now, it isn't as bad as a blizzard or an avalanche, but it can lead to some cracked windshields if your car is out. But if it's tiny pieces, then it can be kind of cool to just see ice raining down. And for those reasons, I have to put it in C tier. Our next entry, though, is the polar opposite of cold, and that is hot weather. I think we can all agree that this is also an S tier. Like, if it's extremely hot, we have the modern day luxury of turning on a fan or the AC. And when it's extremely hot, it gives us all an excuse to lounge around in the pool or have some frozen treats to cool us off.
I would argue that it being hot should maybe go into A tier because someone with as many muscles as me tends to sweat a lot more than the average man.
Muscles must be hidden under all that fat.
Joe, we can settle this in the ring. If I can beat Ronald McDonald, then I know I sure as hell can beat you. Ooh, wait till our animal fight tier list, and I will show you how much I don't fear danger.
Yeah, whenever that comes, but please don't interrupt. And let's move on to our next entry, which is humidity, and I'm not a fan if I'm being quite honest. I can imagine many people are not fans, and that's why it gets placed alongside hail in C tier. I hate how it just feels sticky outside, and it genuinely ruins my day if it's humid out. But again, it won't get placed into D tier because, I mean, all those things suck just like our next entry, which is a goddamn hurricane. This has to be a D tier once again, and I don't think there's any debate on this.
Yeah, this might be an unpopular opinion, but I think hurricanes are bad.
Joe, how the hell is that an unpopular opinion? God, you confuse me sometimes, but whatever. Because after that, we got rain, and I am a huge fan of rain. Looking at the rain outside while just peering through your window can be a very calm and relaxing thing, and much like when it's cold or snowing, it gives you another excuse to stay inside, which I am a big fan of. This will have to be an S tier, but next to it, we got a stinky, stinky type of weather, and that's a sandstorm, and I feel like this is an instant D tier. Like, sure, it may not be catastrophic weather type of bad, but it definitely isn't on the same level as hail or humidity.
I have to agree with that. I feel like if you rate sandstorms higher, you are truly underestimating how terrible these can be.
On God, Donald. And following that, we got the trio of snowy weather, and that is sleet, snow, and snowstorms. Starting off with sleet, I think I'll give it a C tier. It's toward the end of it, though, because sleet constantly causes accidents, and I swear I always slip whenever I take out the garbage. Then following that, we have a magnificent type of weather, and that is snow. I think an S tier is in order because, much like rain, this just gives us all an excuse to stay inside, and nothing beats having hot chocolate while snuggled up in a blanket while it's snowing outside. Then we got sort of the middle child of them all. And that is the snowstorm because it isn't the best, but also you can do more stuff when it's a snowstorm. Like waking up to 8 inches of snow might suck when shoveling the driveway. But something about seeing all the pretty white snow just makes your worries melt away.
If you ask the Joe Dog, well, 8 inches doesn't seem like a lot. Seems pretty average to me.
I am calling cap on that, Joe. No way, no how is 8 inches normal to you?
Listen, man, I am not going to prove it because it seems like you're a Peter Gazer, Donald. But I know 8 seems like a lot to you, especially after what Stormy Daniels said.
I will kill your sleepy ass.
Guys, can we please have one normal video where you two don't fight? And Joe, enough with the Peter gazing talks. But he does have a point, Donald. You're always on Peter time. Anyways, up next we got like two polar opposites, and that is storms and sunny weather. Storms suck because it's not as soothing as rain and upsets all the animals, but worst of all, it shuts off the power at times. For that, it merits a B tier because I still rather have it over sleet. But as for sunny weather, we all know this is an instant S tier, like you can't even argue otherwise.
Whoa, what the heck is that next one? Thunder snow?
That's a thunderstorm during a snowstorm, I guess. The image looks cool as hell. so I'm going to have to place it in B tier because of that. Plus, I imagine it can't be that much worse than a normal storm, unless it produces a bunch of sleet. But anyways, after that, we got tornadoes, and you guys already know where this is going. A straight D tier, and as a matter of fact, I may as well place our next entry there as well, because genuinely, who the hell likes wildfires?
I like starting wildfires.
Yeah, gonna have to agree with Joe on this one. Starting fires is cool as hell. I feel like I'm in control of all the elements, and by all I mean just fire. It's like I'm from the Fire Nation.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, but rounding off this whole list, we got windy weather, and quite honestly, I really enjoy windy weather, but I wouldn't have it going into S tier. I am thinking a light A tier is due for this just because of how chilly it can get when it's windy, and how annoying it gets when it's windy at the beach, and you're just trying to chill.
Oh, the Joe Dog knows a thing about it being windy, or two.
What the hell does that even mean?
If it's what I think it is, then Joe, you are one nasty-ass person, and I'm glad I always exit a room whenever you're in it.
Oh man, is he talking about what I think he's talking about? The reason we always roll down our windows when we pick him up.
Haha, yeah, it means I'm a super gassy baddie.
Gross.
What is up, gang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we are going to do a chicken wing tier list, and we can't lie to you all. We could not come up with a lot of wing places, so we are going to work with what we got, but I'm sure all of you in the comments can tell us what we should have added or where you personally would rank these things.
Also, everyone, I just want to assure you all that I made sure that Barry did this tier list, because even though I have the most refined palate out of everyone here, we all know why Barack is the chicken expert.
Really now? Tell us what exactly tipped you off on the fact that I love chicken.
Well, to put it quite simply, you told me one time,
Yeah, I actually probably did, to be honest.
and because of something else.
What was that?
Nothing at all.
You guys are about to make me snooze. Can we please get on to our precious chicken wing tier list, because I need to see my precious little Caesar's wings get the respect they finally deserve for being the most elite of the elite wings to ever be made in human existence, really.
Let me just tell you right now, Joe. I would rather get JFK'd on national television in front of my whole family and loved ones than ever allow myself to place little Caesar's wings in S tier.
Well, keep up this attitude and we might turn that into a reality.
Is that a threat, Joey?
It's not a threat. It could merely be a goof and gaff. Or it could be the reason why you're 6 feet under Barack. Let's play our cards right.
Joe, a threat from you is like having Lizzo say she can beat you in a race. If I'm being quite frank here, Joey, I am like in no way at all threatened by the likes of you, nor will I ever be for the entirety of my life.
Yeah, I have to fully agree with Donald here, Joey. A threat from you is like someone pointing a bubble gun at me, like, what are you going to do? Tickle me to death?
Hey man, don't underestimate the power of tickling another grown man for so long that he either soils himself or he starts crying because he legitimately cannot breathe and has his life flash before his eyes and starts to wonder where it all went wrong. Like, was it during his teenage years when he had an encounter with another male his own age and realized that he was indeed super straight? Was it when he kept getting high and kept buying OnlyFans content until eventually his credit card was maxed out and he had to explain why to his wife? Or was it when his son mugged him to buy cocaine and take a trip to Mexico like around 3 years back? That person who got tickled almost to death knows. That's who knows.
That is a lot to unpack, and I am more than 500% sure that you are talking about yourself, Joe. But that is neither here nor there because we are not your therapists, so instead of trauma dumping all this knowledge of your personal life onto us, why don't you instead just get a session with your local therapist and talk it out? Anyways, that aside, let's finally, please, for the love of all things holy, get to this list, and up first we got Papa John's Pizza, and their wings are pretty solid. Like, I know that isn't their main thing, so I give them more of a pass. But I personally think out of all the pizza joints, that Papa John's has the best wings, and I believe it is deserving of a B tier in all honesty.
The Don is quite pleased with this rating. I always make sure to get some wings whenever I get pizza in general. And I have to agree that Papa John's has the best wings, but I don't think it's running away with the award, to be honest. I think at the end of the day, it's all on personal preference unless you're talking about Little Caesar's wings.
With that comment right there, you just got added to my list, buddy.
Oh no, I got added to the big bad list.
No one is scared of your stupid list, Joe. But anyways, up next we got Domino's, and I'm feeling, I think another B is in order for this because Domino's wings are not bad at all. And like Donald said, I love to get some wings alongside my pizza. But if I had to choose one, I'd still have Papa John's over Domino's.
That's not a hot take at all.
Yeah, But this next one might be a bit of a hot one, because up next we got Applebee's, and I just don't know. But their super cheap margaritas and their bottomless wings make me sick every time. Like, don't get me wrong, paying $13 for all you can eat wings is a steal of a deal. And if you combine that with the $1 margaritas, well, you got yourself quite the banger on your hands. Every time I've done this, though, I get super sick, but the actual flavor of the wings is not bad at all. Like, I can eat them. And if I get an unlimited amount, then who am I to complain about the quality of said wings? I just wonder what type of meat they're using to be able to accomplish such a deal. Like, what if I'm munching on some mystery meat? But either way, like I said, the price is worth the mystery meat, so I have to give it a solid C tier, I think. Like, I would rather have most other wings, but Jesus, man, if you have that bottomless wing deal going on, you just got to try it once. It's like getting gas station taquitos. Like, it's so gross, but it's a yummy and deplorable type of gross.
Oh, believe me, the Joe Dog knows about the yummy, gross stuff, except to someone like me, it's not gross at all. I'll eat all the bottomless wings I want, even if it's ostrich meat. Give me that with some foot-long glizzies from Sonic, and we are freaking set.
That is absolutely atrocious, Joe. As for what you said, Barry, I can see the allure of bottomless wings, so I won't judge at all, especially for that freaking price, but I think Applebee's is a bit gross. Like, not even their food necessarily, but whenever you tell someone you're going to Applebee's, they give you a look. Like a disgusted look, as if you told them you were about to go eat some Resident Evil-ass food. But if you ask me, well, $1 margaritas and $13 bottomless wings is enough to merit an A tier.
Yeah, but it's a limited time deal, so I can't really put that up higher than a C, because on pure flavor alone it belongs there. But anyways, up next we got Buffalo Wild Wings, and I think an A tier is in order for this one. I appreciate the taste of their wings, and had I not have had the other wings on this tier list, it might have gotten an S tier from me. I used to love their traditional Tuesday deal and would order so many wings and beer during that time and just fill myself up. Their wings aren't gross, and they have a decent bit of variety when it comes to their flavors, so I like this placement for them.
I just like the fact I can eat and drink with the boys and also be able to catch a game on their TVs.
If you ask me, I think they have too many freaking TVs in the building. Like, what the heck is up with that? Also, they only have sports and no freaking esports.
Joe, you're the only one who thinks that's a problem. But if it bothers you so much, why don't you go open your own restaurant? Anyways, up next we got Popeyes, and I love their wings as well. I think this is not a surprise at all to anyone when I say Popeyes has good wings, because they have amazing chicken in general. I'm going to have this going into A tier alongside Buffalo Wild Wings.
Doesn't surprise me that you of all people would have it so high, considering you twerk for Popeyes in our other tier lists.
Okay, I did twerk for Popeyes, don't get me wrong. But you're acting as if my butt was fluttering like a damn butterfly when I ranked this high. Like, goddamn Donald, you do realize you made the other two chicken-related tier lists, right?
Wait, I did?
Looking like Joe there with the way you forget, but yeah. Anyways, we got our next entry, and that is Hooters. And I have them as our first S tier on this list. And before you and Joe say anything, I want to clarify that it is not because of the women, but rather because of the quality of their food.
Nah, I'm going to keep it a buck with everyone and say that if Hooters did not have girls in those skimpy outfits, well, then I'd probably be eating wings from Little Caesars exclusively.
On God, Joe, those Hooters girls really get it done, and that establishment more than deserves the S tier. Hell, I'd give it an S+ tier.
Okay, that's enough, you two. I knew you guys were going to take it there, but I actually just enjoy the flavor and texture of their actual wings and nothing more, but I guess to you two that doesn't matter. Thankfully for our next entry, we have nothing that'll deter you from giving it an actual ranking based on the food, because Wingstop has nothing else going on. They give out some food and that's it. No need for all the extra stuff, and honestly, I love them for it. I am giving Wingstop a solid S tier as well, because their quality in wings are unmatched. I will actually twerk for some voodoo fries too. Like, they are so freaking spicy, but it is so worth, and the spicy Korean Q is the best possible flavor for a sauce that I can ever imagine. Like, it is my go-to sauce whenever I got to Wingstop.
Wingstop is all right, but it has no chicks in skimpy little outfits.
For once, I have to agree with Joe.
Yeah, it's a true S tier in my eyes and is my favorite out of the whole list. The comment section can fight me on it, but I am a Wingstop ride or die. But anyways, up next we got another pizza joint, and that is Pizza Hut. Actually, our last two are pizza places, but we all know where Little Caesars is going.
Straight to S tier.
Yeah, We'll see. But anyways, the rating I'll give Pizza Hut will probably be another B tier. Like, I have no hate for these pizza places and genuinely like their wings a decent bit. As long as they aren't shitty booty places like Little Caesars, then we will be set.
Super funny, Barack, but get to the S tier for Little Caesars, please.
Joe, I'm not really that sorry, but for our last place we have Little Caesars. And much like I have alluded to this whole time, I will not be placing this that high.
Fine, I guess I can live with an A tier rating.
I will be placing Little Caesars Pizza into D tier for their terrible, terrible wings that have a worse texture than the McRib and just feel like they've been doused in Frank's Red Hot sauce.
Ooh, that is rough for Joey, but Barack has a point here. I don't think I have ever had worse wings than whatever monstrosity comes out of Little Caesar's wing making process. I'd rather lick some boots or chew on rocks covered in Frank's Red Hot than ever eat another Little Caesar's wing again in my whole entire life. And Joey, you know that when I say something, you know it has to be bad.
See, Joey, it's not just me, and I'm sure that everyone in the comments is going to agree as well. Please just open your eyes to the truth.
Oh, I'll open my eyes, all right. You guys better skedaddle.
What is going on, gang? We are back from a little break, and we are going to get started with our barbecue tier list. I know we usually would have Donald for these food tier lists because he's an elite eater and consumes calories unlike any other president we have ever seen before, but we got another Donald versus video coming up, so we have to gear him up for that.
First of all, Barack, I only consume those insane amounts of calories because I am on a bulk, and I need those calories to fight off the wolves that our subscribers think I can't beat. Everyone was up in arms over the fact that they thought I could not beat an alpha wolf. Again, if I get that guy in a headlock, what is he going to do? He has no hands, and therefore I would easily choke him out. See, I know none of our viewers would beat an alpha wolf because the wolf would smell the fear on them and not on me. I will tame that wolf like a freaking Minecraft dog.
Jesus Christ, Donald, please, I don't want to hear this again. We don't need to hear about this because you already explained it in the last tier list. Just be happy and appreciative that you get to do a cool tier list. The old Joe Dog over here is stuck with nothing cool. I want to fight things or do a barbecue tier list.
Joe, you don't consume enough calories, nor do you meet the melanin requirement that Barack has.
Excuse me?
Disregard that, and please let's get started with this list because I know you, of all people, must be well versed in eating barbecue food.
You have to watch what you freaking say, Donald. But as for you, Joe, I would not worry too much because I have a special popsicle tier list ready for you. And if you keep behaving well, then I got a hot sauce tier list for you as well.
Oh boy, I love popsicles and hot sauce.
God, we're treating this fucker like a Make-A-Wish kid. This is like when they sub in the Down syndrome kid to get a basket in the last minute of a high school basketball game.
Well, at least then we'd get cheers and applauses from the audience. In this instance, all we get is a happy Joe.
It'll please all the Joe heads. We are a unified force. What I feel is what they feel.
Stop trying to start a goddamn cult, Joe. And let me finally actually get this list started. Up first, we got hamburgers. And I don't think anyone can argue that this belongs anywhere below an S tier. Like, this is the prime staple of American barbecue culture. Holding a barbecue without burgers of any kind is like a cardinal sin. You should be hunted down by the highest forces of law and be subjected to cruel and unusual punishments if you don't have these at a barbecue. Like, you have got me fucked up if I show up at a barbecue and you have no hamburgers. Like, I will split a wig.
Jesus, calm down, Barack. I actually did not know you were this passionate about barbecues. I was just making a joke about it because you were brown, but goddamn, man. Usually it's me or Joe that has the deranged jokes about these things, but here you are saying you want to murder people for not having hamburgers. What if they're vegetarian, my man?
If you come to my goddamn family barbecue and say you're vegetarian, then I will personally drone strike you. Sorry about that, guys. I got a bit too carried away there. Let's continue next with another staple in American barbecue culture, and that is the hot dog. This is yet another S tier, like I could explain it. But we all know Joey here loves dogs the most, so I'll have him explain it.
Thank you for allowing a higher power and being such as myself to explain the glory that are hot dogs. You see, they are the perfect type of thing to have for any occasion. I know I'd want hot dogs to be served during my funeral, but alas, I am here to tell you that they can be boiled, microwaved, and grilled. The perfect trifecta of amazingness. And apart from being super diverse in their cooking methods, you can also have them in different ways. You can slap some relish on a dog, mustard, onions, tomato, mayo on your buns, ketchup, you name it, and it will have it. You can wrap a piece of bacon around it and have a little bacon dog, or you can have a pure brat dog. Don't even get me started on chili cheese dogs, because honestly, I will just ramble about them the whole video.
That is the most coherent I have ever heard you speak, and the fact that it's about hot dogs is what is the most stupid thing to me, but I respect your level of meat riding. Up next, we got chicken, and I won't lie, a grilled chicken does not really appetize me like I want a nice, moist chicken. And if we got someone on the grill that doesn't know how to properly handle it, then I know it will be a waste. I think a C tier is okay for that because I don't really mess with chicken at the barbecue. Plus, then it feels gross to place any other meat where the raw chicken was. Moving past that, we got something that is even goddamn worse, and that is a salad. Like, who the hell are you bringing a goddamn salad to my barbecue? If I wanted to chew on something gross, I'd just yank a chunk of grass and start munching on it. A straight D tier for this monstrosity.
What about the people that are just trying to watch their calories, Barack?
Nah, I am with Barack on this. If you come to a barbecue, you already know what type of food is coming through. Don't be surprised when it's all meat and unhealthy. I will throw that salad bowl back at your face if you bring that. If I want a palate cleanser to get rid of the greasy feeling I have, I'd eat some Twinkies.
God, that is so American. I love this nation, but yeah, I just chew on corn or have a side thing, but we're not there yet. So let me instead rate mac and cheese, and this is an excellent side dish. I will be welcoming you with open arms if you bring mac and cheese to the barbecue. I feel a solid A tier for this entry. And since I mentioned it already and it's up next, let me go ahead and rate corn. And I think I will be also giving this an A tier. If you do get too much of a greasy feeling or you're getting some meat sweats, a bit of some side dishes or corn will do you good. No need to get some salad or whatever that next entry is. What the hell is that? Spinach? Instant D tier for me.
I think we are being a bit excessive here, guys. I am not like putting my life on the line for salads, but I think they do some good for barbecues. Like whenever you guys go to Korean barbecues, don't you make a little lettuce wrap with the kimchi and meat whenever you guys go there?
Why the hell would we go to a Korean barbecue when we are goddamn Americans, Joe? Next, you'll be telling me to go to a freaking communist barbecue.
You can't be serious, right? Like you're both trolling, right?
We're dead serious here, Joe. Anyways, up next we got kebabs, and I like these depending on how you make them. You can do beef, chicken, and shrimp kebabs, and all of it grilled, of course. Would I be throwing it back if someone made kebabs? No, I would not be, but I would enjoy them if they were there. I think a solid B tier is in order for this one. The next one, though, is a very enjoyable side dish, if you ask me. Like if you ask me, I would prefer some cornbread over some goddamn salad like Joe over here. I'm giving this an A tier.
Okay, I did not say I prefer salads over cornbread. All I did was say that they probably aren't as bad as you and Donald make them out to be.
Look at this guy already switching sides. Pathetic.
Agreed, Donald. Then after that, we got another S tier, and that is mashed potatoes. Like, I don't think you can argue against this. This is like the only set of carbs we have on the list. Then, oh my God, we got some fried chicken, and this is also an S tier.
Well, of course you'd put fried chicken in S tier.
Okay, haha, very funny that I said it was an S tier. But I know if your fat orange ass was making this list, you'd also have this going that high. Don't act like you didn't eat all my Popeyes the other week. You devoured that faster than Joey Chestnut in his prime.
Okay, you caught me, but explain to me why spaghetti is on this list.
Can I actually vouch for this? See, I always have this as a side dish because spaghetti rules, but recently I invited my petite Filipino friend to a barbecue, and he brought some Filipino spaghetti, and the Joe Dog has a new obsession. Like, shout out to all my Filipinos, because you guys have the best spaghetti the Joe Dog has ever tried.
I hate to agree with him, and I know why he likes it so much. Filipino spaghetti has hot dogs cut up into it and is slightly sweeter. But I must admit it bangs, but normal spaghetti also bangs, and I was going to put it in S tier either way, but I guess we can shout out the Filipinos. Then following that, we got yet another goddamn S tier, and that is a nice slab of ribs. Jesus, these ribs are so amazing. Like, I will need some falling off the bone, and I can already taste how good it'll be. I might need some ribs sometime soon, because just talking about them has my mouth salivating. Let's move on to our next entry, which might be a bit controversial, but I assume this is potato salad, and I won't lie to you all. I'm not the biggest fan, and I prefer a lot of things over it, but I do understand that some people throw it back for some good potato salad. I think a B tier is fair for this, but I would understand if you personally don't rate it that high or that low.
Potato salad is okay. The Don doesn't really go crazy for it, so I think it's good at B tier. More importantly, Barack, let's talk about the goddamn beans up next.
Oh, yes. Let's please talk about beans because I freaking loves beans at a barbecue. Like, I will need them on my platter. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but they just add so much to my plate. Like, if you take a bite out of your hot dog and then get some beans after, the flavor combo in your mouth is just immaculate.
Yeah, I don't really jive with beans, Joey. I am sorry to say, but they are just a C tier for me. I do not really think they are extremely necessary, but it sure beats a salad.
I will slaughter your entire lineage for that placement, Barack.
Sure you will, buddy. Then wrapping up this list, we got sausages, and I assume it's just the pure sausage. I will be ranking this at an S tier still, because some sausage with a nice snap is a great addition to any plate at the barbecue. Man, looking back at this list, I'm pretty proud of the placement.
Yeah, I like this list, but I know we won't get the same opinions from Joe over here.
Yeah, but who cares? It's just Joe. Hey man, are you still upset?
Ha, he must have taken a nap.
I guess so. What the? How'd you get into my house, Joe?
It'll all be over soon, don't worry.
Run, Barry! Hello, the fine people watching. It's your Grandmaster / Supreme Leader, the Don. I am here alongside Sleepy Joe and Barack to rank some sitcoms that we've seen. With my impeccable taste, I'm sure you will all agree with me on all of these.
I really hope Big Bang Theory is an S tier.
Oh my God, is this how we're going to start this, Joe?
I say we just ignore most of his opinions on most, if not all, of the shows.
Oh, hamburgers.
Let's get this list started, Donnie.
Do not tell me what to do, Barack. But yes, let's get this list started. I want to apologize to the audience because our idiot editor messed up the logos for the sitcoms.
Don't worry, Donald. He said he would edit this video free of charge and would even mow your lawn later. Fraile also said that he would smuggle in some stuff in prison for you.
Wow, what a nice guy our editor is. Everyone should go subscribe to the channel for his hard work and dedication.
What a great man, has a work ethic of an illegal, truly inspiring. Anyways, up first we got It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and I think everyone here can easily agree that it's an easy S tier.
On God, Donald, it is. It has been running for so long for a reason. All the characters are so lovably hateable that it's amazing. The dark humor the show has is the perfect amount of edge, and I just love the hell out of Charlie and Mac.
I like Danny DeVito a lot in that show. He's pretty funny.
Shut the fuck up, Joe. You like the Big Bang Theory. Don't go out giving valid opinions because it'll make me hate them. I do like Danny DeVito, though. Anyways, we're on to our next entry, and that is My Name is Earl. This shit was all right. I give it a C tier.
I feel like for its time it was pretty good, though.
Yeah, but looking back on it, I can't put it on the same tier as a lot of these other shows, but I actually agree with you, Joey. It's a fun watch.
The show was pretty mid, but I have to admit the Crabman popped off. Up next, we got Malcolm in the Middle. And as much as I want to put this show in S tier, I feel like A tier fits it the best. If I could give it an A+, I would. It's a needle dick away from S tier.
I really messed with Malcolm in the Middle, and I think it's a classic. Personally, I'd have that in S tier.
Well, personally, I don't give a shit. Up next, we have Seinfeld, and I really love Seinfeld, guys. I really like Kramer's stand-up comedy in real life that shit banged.
Now, Donald, you know that isn't very nice. You should use your voice more cautiously.
Yeah, and you should use your voice less. You have the voice best suited for sign language, you sleepy fuck. In all seriousness, I actually think Seinfeld is really good. It paved the way for other sitcoms in the future and still holds up to this date.
I agree with that. Aside from the Kramer stand-up bit, it definitely is a classic and should be appreciated.
Agreed, Barack. Up next, we got 30 Rock, and this shit is barely above mid in my opinion. It is a B tier, but it has some enjoyable moments. Unlike Parks and Rec, which I think is pretty good and very deserving of an A tier listing.
Aubrey Plaza was so hot in this, and I liked fat Chris Pratt better than skinny Chris Pratt.
I kind of feel him on that Chris Pratt comment, not gonna lie. And Aubrey Plaza was extremely bust down in Parks and Rec.
I can't even lie. I agree with both those things. The only thing that pissed me off about the show was Leslie Knope. Man, she was fucking annoying sometimes. I then also have The Office in A tier because it's another classic sitcom, but it would have been S tier if they just stopped when Michael Scott left. I didn't mind the seasons after his departure, but personally for me, peak Office was with Michael Scott in it.
Yeah, Michael leaving really brought down the show, but I still say it was enjoyable after that. But for me, that shit is an S tier. Like, it's too influential, in my opinion.
Is it as influential as The Big Bang Theory?
Joe, you smooth brain fuck. No one likes Big Bang Theory. I think The Office stays at A tier, and next we got Brooklyn Nine-Nine going at A tier as well. I fucking love Andy Samberg. It's super enjoyable, and I don't think anyone can genuinely hate it.
Okay, that has to be a B tier entry. I like Brooklyn Nine-Nine, but no way it's an A tier.
Agreed. It is not on the same level as The Office and Parks and Rec Donald. You're just trying to suck up to cop-related things now.
I am innocent, so there's no reason for me to suck up to cops. I just like what they do, and I like Andy Samberg. I loved Lonely Island. Anyways, my opinions are always right. And next I got Community, easily going into S tier.
Now you're cooking, Donald. This show is amazing. It was streets ahead for its time and had people before they were way more famous. Catch my guy Childish Gambino there before he blew up and started rapping. It's an overall enjoyable and funny show.
No shit, Barack. Thanks for just jumping in and interrupting me. I was about to say all that shit before you just decided to come in, but yes, it's a very feel-good show and is very squishy.
What the hell does being very squishy mean?
Sleepy Joe, you abhorrent old pruny fuck. Something being squishy means it's like squish, like that shit is adorable, and that's how I feel about Community. Now here's one that I feel like I have to put in A tier. If not, I'm going to get crucified and get constant cock and ball torture if I don't place it high, and that is Friends. I swear Friends is just an okay show, but like the fan base will eat my ass out if I don't put it high.
Way to pander to the people, Donald. I think it's mighty mid.
On God, Joey, but man, Jennifer Aniston alone probably makes this show that high. God, she is so fine.
Listen, guys, I like it, but I am putting it in A tier for the people because unlike you Democratic commies, I actually work for the people. Now up next we got Modern Family, and it's a solid B tier for me. I like the illegal in the show. She is very divine, and the show is funny at times too, I guess.
Donald Sofia Vergara is not an illegal. Frankly, I don't even think she's Mexican.
Look at this racist fuck assuming every illegal is Mexican, God Barack. People like you disgust me with your assumptions. You need to really reflect on what you just said. Moving on past that insanely insensitive remark by Barack, I have How I Met Your Mother in C tier, and I have Party Down going in A tier. This shit is a hidden gem, and they're making a new season, so you all want to hop on the Party Down train. One of my favorite bits of the show is the soup joke. It has Kevin Hart.
There's a soup joke, and Kevin Hart is in it. Whoa, that sounds like a great time. I'll have to look up the clip.
Oh yeah, buddy, I'm sure you'll love it.
Donnie, no, please everyone do not look up the Party Down soup scene on Google. It has no words.
Shut up, Joe, you fat sopping pussy. But yeah, Barack, don't look it up till the list is over and I am out of the call. Anyways, we got Joey's favorite, and that is Big Bang Theory.
Bazinga.
Yeah, this is a straight D tier, and I better not catch any of you bazinga-ass motherfuckers trying to vouch for this show. I am a certified Big Bang Theory hater, and I plan on keeping it that way.
Donald, just admit you can't comprehend the elite humor Big Bang Theory has. It makes me feel so smart while watching.
Joe, you probably love the show so much because it's your favorite nap time show. Anyways, we have That 70s Show up next, and it's another solid B tier. I don't really have much to say about it, but I really like it, especially those smoke circle segments where they're all fried out of their minds.
Oh, I know a thing or two about being fried.
Do you guys mean like fried food? I'm not catching what you guys are throwing down.
Of course you don't, Joey. God, sometimes I just wish your mother would have swallowed you. Up next, we got The League, and once again, it's an okay show, but I'd say it belongs in C tier. Not a lot of people know of the show, but it has that one dude from the Creep movie, and it's funny sometimes. And now for our final entry, I have 2.5 Men going in C tier. It was pretty good till Ashton Kutcher came in, much like how my run in office was good until Joe came in and messed everything up. But you know what that show kind of reminds me of, us three.
How so, Donnie?
Like you and me are the 2 men, Barack, then we got our little half man here in Joey.
Real funny, Donald. I thought you were going to say it reminded you of us here because you're the only half man with a 3-inch warrior, Donald.
I told you Stormy made that shit up.
Bazinga.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around, the Don is going to be ranking almost every goddamn soup imaginable because I swear this list has like over 30 entries, and thankfully Joe and Barack got the soup expert to take charge, and as a connoisseur of food, it is my greatest pleasure to bring you all along in my soup ranking journey.
Why'd you make that sound so formal? Felt like I was being introduced into the Olympics or something.
I, for one, like the professionalism that Donald is bringing on this list.
All right, let me ditch that goody two-shoes attitude now that you said that. But yeah, up first we have a couple of soups I haven't tried, so those are going into that category, but I swear I have had the rest of them. There's just so many that the Don can't be expected to have them all. But yeah, coming up first, we have baked potato soup, and this is an auto A tier, especially when you load up on all the toppings and get some good-ass bacon bits on there. Oh my God, it's amazing. Following that, we have beef barley soup, and if it weren't for the barley, it would be getting a higher rating, but I still have it going into B tier because we basically have the better version coming up next, and I got beef stew going straight into S tier. This is to twerk for, and you can never go wrong with beef stew. Hell, I'm even a die-hard fan of goat stew.
3 rapid-fire selections is kind of a lot, Donald, damn. But I do agree with your takes aside from the barley one, because I love the barley in it.
I have to rapid-fire these because there's so goddamn many. If I talked about each one in depth, then I'd be here all day, and I refuse to make an almost 40-minute video on soups. But yes, moving on, we have black bean soup, and this is an okay C tier in my book, but then after we have back-to-back B tiers in the broccoli cheddar soup and the cabbage and bacon soup. And I know you all know that the Don hates his veggies, but when you involve cheese and other stuff in, then it elevates these soups and bumps them up to a B tier. Thankfully, though, we have back-to-back-to-back bangers in the cheddar potato soup, chicken and dumpling soup, and the albondigas, which are basically chicken meatballs in a soup, and these 3 bang mighty heavily.
Wow, Donald, you weren't kidding when you've said you had a lot of these soups. I've never even heard of albondigas before this.
Well, when you're a man that has consumed as many calories as Donald, then frankly, I'm more surprised when he hasn't had a certain food.
Thank you for recognizing the Don as the master of bulking.
Sure, we can mean it in a positive way.
I don't know how destroying calories in a record-breaking way can be interpreted in any other way. Moving on, though, we have the tried and true chicken noodle soup, and this, of course, gets an automatic S tier because there is no other soup that is better for when you're sick. Then after that, we have chicken tortilla, which is kind of similar, but with tortilla chips in it. And I have to give this an A tier because it's too Latino for my liking. And the chicken wild rice soup gets a B tier from me because I just am not that big of a fan, if I'm being honest. I like my chicken soup to be pure like the chicken noodle soup. Some Aryan-ass soup, if you ask me. But anyways, after that, we have a tried and true S tier. And I didn't even know this was classified as a soup. But hell yes, I am placing chili into an S tier if we're counting it as a soup. I don't think there's another soup that doubles as a topping on this list.
Well, if you don't think about it, then really any soup here can work as a topping. Like what if I poured some chicken noodle soup all over my hot dog? I may need to try that.
Oh God, please don't, Joe. I can already imagine the mess you're gonna make.
Joe, I know it's gonna taste horrible, but yeah, go ahead and do it and let us know how that disgusting slop goes. Moving on, we have Ciopino, and this is basically a fish stew, and this gets an auto A tier because goddamn, I do love me some seafood. Then after we have corn chowder, and this is where we get to the second C tier because corn chowder just doesn't do it for the Don. It isn't bad enough to warrant a D tier, but damn, some corn, onion, celery, and milk don't really do it for the Don. What does do it for the Don is these next 2 back-to-back S tier entries, because you all already know that some cream of mushroom soup and French onion soup tickle my taint harder than Joe in a Boy Scout sleepover. God damn, I know I hate veggies, but these don't even count because they're so damn delicious. And if you get some crackers in the mix, then you already know it's wraps for the Don, and I am about to enter a food coma. I want to open an all-you-can-eat soup place with crackers and just call it Super Crackers.
Excuse me, what?
Did I stutter? I said I want to call it Super Crackers.
Do you know how racist that sounds? Super Crackers seems like a place that'll lynch anyone with a lick of melanin.
Whoa, whoa, what's racist about the name?
It sounds like an Aryan neo-Nazi rally with the name Super and Crackers right next to it.
Are you an idiot, Barack? It's called Soup or Crackers. Come on, man, it's an all-you-can-eat soup place with various options for crackers.
Am I being gaslit right now?
You know, that reminds me of a time when I used to have these super big and powerful farts, and I would light a match and have an anal flamethrower. Man, those were good times.
What does that have anything to do with our current conversation?
Well, you said gas was being lit, so I just assumed we were talking about fire.
Joe, you are truly the embodiment of CTE. How does one attain it without having an ounce of athleticism? I don't even know, but it must be the Everclear shots you must have been pounding. But yes, moving on, we have gazpacho, and this is our first D tier because I don't like veggie soup, and much less if it's cold. You serve me this in a bowl, and I'd say I'd throw it back in your face, but since it's cold, I know it won't burn you at all. So you just end up with soup on your face, which I guess gets the point across either way, but I'd prefer if you ended up with scalding hot burns on your face for thinking I'd like this. But oh man, we got some bangers up next because I have two back-to-back S tiers in the gumbo and hot pot broths because goddamn they are delicious. The gumbo explains itself, but some of you may not know what the hot pot broth is, and it's basically where you dip various meats into and cook it yourself. And I don't know what shit they put in there because I swear I've gotten berries and like some shit that looks like out of an alien planet. But damn, does it make the broth taste amazing, and it makes my meat taste even better.
And I thought your meat was already delicious as is.
Well, that's a true comment, Joe. I'd rather hear that coming out of almost anyone else's mouth rather than yours. But yes, moving past that odd comment from Joe, we have another banger in the Italian wedding soup, but it only gets an A tier because I believe the soups above it are superior. But after that, we have lobster bisque, and my God, if this weren't an S tier, I'd subject myself to over 1,000 lashings because I'll die on the damn cross for this delicious ass shit, and it goes in my soup hall of fame. Unfortunately, we fall back down to earth because we have Manhattan clam chowder, which only gets a B tier from me. And oh man, my Mexicans let me down with this one because we have menudo, and this is cow stomach soup, and I'd rather eat Michelle's healthy greens than ever have a bite of this D tier garbage.
Now that's not really saying much because my wife can make a mean salad.
God, that sounds so depressing. Saying my wife can make a mean salad is like saying, wow, my kid got a C in his history exam. Like, that is so goddamn unimpressive that I don't even have a comment to ridicule you for it. Like, it just bums me out hearing. But what doesn't bum me out is some good as minestrone because this gets a banging A tier, and the miso soup next to it gets a B tier as well. Not a bad entry, but I would still take the things above it, like our next entry, which is a certified S tier banger in the New England clam chowder. And goddamn, them being by the coast enhances the flavor profile on this. And I wouldn't want clam chowder from any other place.
Speaking of clams, I just had some from a delicious place, and I had some good-ass fried clams that I couldn't stop eating them.
Oh, really? From what place, Joe? I'd love to go.
Well, it's this really underground place called White Castle. I ordered like 40 clams from there and almost ate all of them. I had to make myself throw up to eat some more, but goddamn, if you thought they tasted good coming in, then wait till they come out because it's twice as delicious.
Goddamn, Joe. Getting clams from the White Castle is like going to an abortion clinic to give birth to your kid. Like, I'd much rather eat almost anything else than subject myself to that, and I won't even touch that throw-up comment. But anyways, after that, we have the pasta with the funny name, and that gets an A tier automatically. But then after we have pho, and this is possibly the worst thing here and gets a D tier because I had the worst experience at a pho place, and it smelled like they sprayed perfume in my damn soup, and it was vile as hell. Thankfully, though, we have some bangers up next because I have the pozole going into A tier, and the Mexicans have redeemed themselves, and then back-to-back S tiers in the ramen and the she-crab soup because goddamn, these things are amazing. But then we fall back to some mid-shit with the split pea soup because this only gets a C tier from the Don. And I've never had the sweet and sour soup, huh? Well, I thought I moved all the soups I haven't had to the start of the list, but I guess we had a straggler.
The split pea soup deserves more respect than that what the hell. Well, at least we're almost at the end of the list, and the comments can roast your ass for having a whack-ass list.
This isn't your list, Barack, so the comments aren't going to hate me. You got lucky as hell on your deodorant tier list, but then again, you'd have to be missing a chromosome to fuck up that easy of a list. But yes, moving on to our final two entries, we have the taco soup, which gets an immediate A tier, and the pure tomato soup going into C tier because I doubt this would bang unless you had a grilled cheese. But other than that, I don't see why anyone would want a pure tomato soup unless they hated themselves and wanted to repent for whatever misdeed they've committed in their current and past life.
Oh, but I love tomato soup.
My point is further proven.
Yeah, I remember liking tomato soup in 1973, but I can't speak of that incident because that was the same night 3 kids went missing in a little town named Narragansett in Rhode Island. Each time I have had tomato soup, it just gives me flashbacks to that night, and I end up having night terrors and can't control my inner thoughts, the dark passenger that rides with me in life. The voice in the back of my head always telling me to hurt, kill, steal, and so many more worse things.
So, Joe, what happened in 1973?
Well, in 1973, I liked tomato soup and nothing more.
What is up, gang? We are back with another tier list, and this time we are going to be making a sports tier list. Now, me being the physical specimen that I am, I decided that it would be best if I made the tier list because I, quite frankly, am the man with the most testosterone here.
Nah, man, I've seen that picture of you playing tennis, and the only thing that you lead in is the amount of sheer bunda that you have in your behind.
My dump truck is made of 100% American genetics, so I take that compliment in stride.
I don't know if that's really a compliment, Donald.
You don't get it because you don't hit glutes like I do. Anyways, let's go ahead and get this list started. And up first, I got tennis going into A tier, super solid sport. And I actually enjoy catching the games when they have events like Wimbledon going on, but not enough to constantly care about it. Still, though, it's pretty good.
That's a solid assessment. I enjoy watching it from time to time, and it has been enjoyable every time.
On God, Joe. Up next, we got basketball.
Now, what the hell did you mean by blacksketball, Donald? I will cancel your obese ass.
Simple slip of the tongue, Barry. Jesus. But yeah, we got that sport going into S tier. I love seeing dunks and stuff, and it's pretty exciting to keep up with the teams and watch games. Then I have golf going into C tier. It's a sport I love to play, but goddamn, I get bored watching golf sometimes. Like I just cannot be there for too long or else I'll snooze.
On God, they need to have Subway Surfers playing underneath or something.
That might fix it, but who knows. Up next, we got table tennis or ping pong. I like it, but I'm never going to watch it, so I say it goes into C tier. Fun to play, but I am not going to take your ass seriously if you're a ping pong table athlete. If you're an American football player, though, I mean, you're the pinnacle of athleticism, and I love this American-ass sport, which is going straight into S tier. Hoorah! But as for this next sport, I fucking love this shit. I actually prefer watching females play volleyball 10 times out of 10 over their male counterparts.
I wonder why you, of all people, would prefer watching women's volleyball versus men's.
Don't count me out either. I freaking love women's volleyball and will watch it any day of the week.
Joe, you beautiful son of a bitch. I feel so confident placing this into S tier now. Up next, we got swimming, and I mean, this is cool during the Olympics. Like, we got to see Michael Phelps dominate the world, so like, rah, America! But aside from that, it's all right. I think I'll place it into B tier, and then place this next stinker in D tier. I freaking hate cycling. Like, you got me messed if you think I am going to sit there and watch people ride bikes for long periods of times.
I mean, it takes a lot of power, strength, and conditioning to be a cyclist. But yeah, that shit is pretty boring, so I actually agree with this take.
Thanks, Barry. Now we got another A tier coming up, and that is boxing. Who doesn't like to watch people punch and hurt each other? I feel like this sport is also making a bit of a resurgence, too, because we got all these YouTubers and celebrities fighting, and even though they're not as well trained, it still slaps because I love seeing them beat the ever-living hell out of each other. Then after that, we got badminton, and it's like a weird tennis. If there are baddies playing, I'll watch some badminton, but other than that, it is pretty mid. I give it a solid C in all honesty, but more importantly, can someone tell me what the hell Aussie rules are?
No freaking clue, to be honest.
Yeah, I have no clue what that is either. Should we Google it so we can give a proper opinion?
Nah, that shit sounds non-American. I mean, it has Aussie in the name, so I will not allow the Australians to get their own sport. This will go into F tier, and we will now move on to skiing. It's pretty fun, but I also get really tired and cold in the snow. So, like, I don't want to place it too high. I'm thinking of it this way. I'd rather go swimming than skiing, so I think a C tier placement is due.
That's a bit crazy, man. Do you know how crazy fun skiing can be?
Yeah, if your ass is vouching for it, then I know I did the right thing. Up next, we got horse racing, and that's an F tier as well. What person genuinely enjoys horse racing? Like, unless you're gambling, I just don't know. But I do know people enjoy rugby. And it's kind of like football without pads, so despite not being as cool as football, I'll still give it the respect it deserves and give it a solid B tier.
Yeah, sometimes I think rugby can be more dangerous than football, so in theory, that probably makes it more entertaining, but I actually never care enough to catch a game of rugby.
That makes sense. I can't even front. Up next, we got stinky cricket, and that will immediately go into D tier because who the hell likes cricket? Up next, we then got soccer, and I have that going into a solid S tier because the World Cup slaps, and it has opened my eyes to how good soccer can be sometimes. Like, I enjoy watching it from time to time.
Soccer is pretty dope, but I prefer baseball if we're being honest.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Joe. I like baseball, but shit, man, it can get boring at times. I actually have that going into B tier. Like, it's probably a lot more fun playing than watching, but I'll watch when the World Series is on. Then we got ice hockey and field hockey. I got ice hockey going into S tier, and field hockey is like the shitty booty version of it, which I have going into D tier.
I'm a bit upset about the baseball placement, but at least you got the hockey one right.
I get all of these right, Joe. Don't ever try to correct me or say that I do not place them in the right order. Anyways, we're on to our final entries, and I have archery going into F tier. This is like shooting, but way more boring. Like, who the hell wants to watch some person with a bow and arrow aim it at a target when you could instead watch someone with a gun do the same thing, but in a better and cooler manner? That's why I have shooting in B tier. I love going to the range and just unloading all my frustrations in there.
Yeah, totally, man, but I usually do that in schools.
Huh, you what now?
What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around, the Don has full control over this great list. And what we have here today for you all is a drinks tier list. And we aren't talking about alcohol, but rather we are going to discuss various liquids.
I like the way that sounds. Various liquids just makes me shake with happiness.
I don't think he's going to talk about what you want to talk about, you weirdo.
Joe, I can assure you that it will not be what you're thinking about. I mean, look at the goddamn list. It looks very normal to me.
Oh, this is a big disappointment for the Joe dog.
If it's making you upset, then this list was an even better idea than what I previously thought. Anyways, up first, we got the absolute best sports drink to ever exist, and that, of course, is Gatorade. Some nice and tasty Gatorade hits hard as hell after you're done doing some hard work. If they had this in the medieval ages when we had people doing the most grueling task, like pushing a sawmill by hand or tending to crops and fields of wheat without a break, imagine handing one of those dudes a Gatorade. I mean, they'd probably have an aneurysm from the amount of flavor. But if they don't succumb to that, then they have the most wonderful electrolyte recovering drink. And I say all this to basically just say that this is a bona fide S tier.
That was an unnecessarily long-winded way of basically saying that you enjoy Gatorade.
There was no other way to get that point across. Me saying that I will handstand twerk on a wall for some Gatorade just isn't enough. I'm going to have to come up with another analogy for this next one because I have lemon lime sodas going into S tier. Like, the best example of how good this can be is some McDonald's Sprite. I swear they make that stuff crunchier than their fries.
What do you even mean by crunchy? How the hell is a drink crunchy?
You know exactly what I mean. Don't act dumb. That stuff has like a ×2 multiplier for its carbonation. I take one sip and immediately feel like I'm being dragged to the shadow realm to atone for my past sins. I can't even imagine what would happen if Joe drinks it. He'd probably succumb from madness and start talking normally for once.
I'm scared of super carbonated drinks. I like soda, but I let them get a little flat so it feels like I'm drinking juice. But if it's super carbonated no matter what, then I'll stick to my chocolate and strawberry milk.
What you just said was basically a cardinal sin. Like, I don't care if you're not religious, Joe, but you need to confess somewhere. It can be a pastor or a nun. Heck, go confess your sins to the DMV people because someone needs to help you.
Oh, don't you worry, I have a guy for that. Fraile, roll the clip so that all the viewers can get non-consensually cleansed of their sins.
I absolve you of your sins. You have been forgiven.
What the fuck was that? Wait, why the fuck is there a censor on my cuss words? Fuck, what the hell is going on here? And why isn't hell bleeped?
See, that word isn't bleeped to remind everyone that hell is a very real place and we all would have been going if it weren't for my guy. I call him up when I've done sin too much. He's like Lester from GTA 5 for me. Like this one time I got a 5-star sin wanted level after I had some fun in the playground and immediately had to call my man in order to get forgiven.
That is not okay at all. Jesus Christ, let's please not get too sidetracked in this video. We are going off the fucking rails. Oh man, not me too. I can't even say fuck either.
Just give it a few minutes. It works like a protection spell in a video game. The cleansing was too recent and will still be protecting us. Just like how that restraining order is protecting that one pesky kid I couldn't get to.
Wait, what?
Nothing. Carry on with this wonderful list, you handsome young man.
Joe, stop. You're embarrassing me. I mean, it's true, and I can't stop people from speaking the truth, but still, let's go back to the list, as Barry said, and continue on. We got some fruit punch, and honestly, sometimes these things are hit or miss, but I like them enough to merit an A tier, but we got a banger up next. Because up next, we got another S tier, and that, of course, is water. We, of course, have made a water tier list, so our opinion is that we all love water. Even if Joe likes Dasani, which, if you ask me, that's also another sin.
Should I call my guy again?
God, please no. Atoning for my sins makes me feel like too good of a person, and quite frankly, I'd rather not feel good about myself. Let's just go on with the list. And we got coffee, and while it isn't awful in the grand scheme of things, I'd rather not have it and think it goes in C tier. I'm sure Barack would disagree, though.
Nah, I'm actually in agreement. I prefer tea, but coffee isn't bad either. I just hate that it stains your teeth and makes your breath smell.
Who cares? I drink coffee for fun and no one has complained about my breath.
Joe, that is quite literally what we've been complaining about every other week. And if it isn't that we constantly complain about your foul body odor, you raise your hands and I swear the stench can kill any plant growth around it. Anyways, after that, we got some lemonade, and what can I even say about this? It's a pretty basic drink, but just because it's basic doesn't mean that it's bad. I quite enjoy lemonade and will put it in A tier. I don't think I have to make much of a comment on that. After that, we do have milk, and I'm sorry, Joe, but this is going into B tier. I know you made that whole list on milk, but the Don is not a huge connoisseur of milk. Like, I'll definitely have it with some Oreos or any type of pastry at all, but I won't be drinking milk by itself unless it's strawberry or chocolate milk.
I'll let that opinion slide for now because not everyone can stand up and take the title as a milkman like old Joe over here can. I can't have enough milk in my life, especially mommy's milkers.
Okay, you've talked enough. Donald, please continue with the list.
Are you sure we can't hear him out further and allow him to elaborate on what he said?
No, we cannot.
Buzzkill Barry is back at it again, whatever. And as we go, rank the next thing on our list, we have energy drinks, and I guess this is all energy drinks, but I will have to give this an S tier. I personally am a big fan of rice recently and love the fact that they have no sugar in them, but I will more than happily sell my soul and swap brands if we were to get sponsored.
No shilling on the video. Donald, you should know better.
I really don't know better, that's the thing. Oh, by the way, everyone become a Fraile channel member to unlock exclusive emotes from this channel and just be a cool guy overall. But enough of that because I'm really going to upset you here, Barack.
That was actually a W plug, but I swear if you say something dumb regarding this next entry.
You're already angry. I am so sorry, Barry, but I don't think grape juice is that good. It's still a B tier, but please don't call up your gang and hurt me.
How many times have you done this gag? It's been at least like 4 times off the top of my head, and it doesn't hit a single time.
Nah, someone out there is definitely laughing. And if you are laughing right now, precious viewer, just know that the Don appreciates you.
I laughed at your joke, Donald. Do you appreciate me?
No, I really don't. And you know how they say you don't appreciate something until it's gone? Well, it's the opposite for you, Joe, because I am reminded about how much fun life is whenever I am not around you.
Yeah, sure you do, Donald. I'm sure the viewers totally don't remember our Resident Evil video where you basically told me that you loved me.
Stop bringing up established lore, Joe. And I only did that because you literally leave me voicemails of you crying, and it's like sitting with the kid who is all alone in lunch. It's literally charity work, but whatever. Up next, we got iced tea, which is a certified banger that is going into A tier. If you would have combined the lemonade and iced tea to make an Arnold Palmer, then that would have been a certified S tier. Unfortunately for us, we got the worst drink on this list, and that, of course, is sparkling water. Why would anyone willingly drink this slop? It quite literally ruins water for me and is going into D tier.
Well, some flavored sparkling water is delicious, and some people like the carbonation in the drink, and I am actually one of them. In fact, did you know that drinking carbonated water is just as hydrating as drinking regular water? It has also been shown to increase feelings of fullness and may aid in constipation and improve digestion. So drinking that would actually help with weight loss, and you can finally start cutting Donald instead of being in a forever bulk.
I'd rather munch on shards of glass and drink pure lemon juice for an entire day than drink carbonated hot ass. Wait, why can I say ass?
Well, it's an animal. You're so silly, Donald.
I hate you so much. Anyways, after that, we got, hold on, we actually have an unprecedented thing because we have back-to-back S tier rankings. I have citrus soda going there, normal colas, chocolate milk, and root beer all going up there. I think citrus soda is pretty explainable because who the hell doesn't like squirt? Personally, I like both types of squirt if you catch my drift.
Oh, are there multiple flavors of squirt?
Probably, but I'm not talking about the soda. Anyways, I also love normal colas. I mean, I am the president who installed the Diet Coke button, so no explanation is needed again. And chocolate milk is another banger. We've made milkshake tier lists, a milk tier list, and a freaking Nesquik tier list. We love chocolate milk here, and root beer is explainable too. If you like colas, then you're probably gonna love root beer too. I know I do.
Valid reasonings for all of those, but I don't know if cola and root beer lovers have the same taste.
Yeah, I just said that, but I frankly don't know if that's true. Either way, it stays in S tier, and up next we got apple juice, and this is going into B tier alongside grape juice because I do like juice, but it's a scam, America. It has just as much sugar as soda sometimes, so why not just drink soda instead?
I don't think that's the message you should be sending across to all of our viewers.
You're right, what is wrong with me? Do not drink soda or juice, unless it is the diet version. Diet drinks reign supreme, everyone, but an occasional non-diet drink won't hurt anyone, unless you're diabetic, in which case it will most definitely hurt you and possibly get you a leg amputation. Anyways, after that we got Powerade, and this is like Gatorade's little brother with Down syndrome. Like, he's cool, but he's no Gatorade, so I think a B tier is in order for this one.
What if he's a Down syndrome kid with cool-ass dance moves?
I don't know what you want me to say to that. Like, I guess that'd be dope as hell, but I don't know what you want as a response from me. That's like asking me if I'd like it if my dog can do a backflip. Like, it would be a cool party trick, but what the hell does that do for me? Anyways, following that, we got orange juice, and that is a certified A tier because I can most definitely understand the appeal to a glass of OJ in the morning alongside your eggs and French toast. Then we might have a controversial entry here, but I actually have orange soda going into B tier. Like, I enjoy it, don't get me wrong, but like, I am not going to place this in the upper echelon of drinks. Because when do you guys normally drink orange soda? The only time I do it is when there's no other drinks I want at a fast food place, so I go with the orange Fanta instead.
Ooh, I love fast food. Why haven't we done a fast food tier list?
Wait, we haven't done that yet?
Yeah, I just checked the channel and we actually haven't. Huh, would you look at that? We've done limited time fast food and fast food fries, fast food nuggets, but no fast food tier list. Well, Fraile, add that onto our to-do list.
Yeah, I will of course be doing that one, but anyways, we lastly have tea, and even though Barack loves this stuff and ranked them in his tier list, I personally am not that huge of a fan, but I'll still place it into C tier alongside the coffee. And that is the list wrapped up, man. It feels pretty good. I wonder, though, can we still not cuss? Let me try.
You still can.
Fuck! Hey, gang, it is Supreme Overlord. The Don himself here, ready to present you guys the ultimate Lay's tier list. And I'm joined by Sleepy Joe and Barack, as always.
And we, of course, elected Donald again because of his elite taste buds and nothing more. He is an elite eater.
I am an elite person, aren't I? Well, let's go ahead and get this list started. I wouldn't want to deprive our precious subscribers from this amazing tier list that I am about to make. And to start things off, I have Limon Lays going into A tier. Let me tell you, let the illegals cook because they were onto something with this flavor. I love eating these so much.
I like these too, Donnie, but whenever I eat so much, my mouth starts to bleed and my teeth feel super sensitive, so I always try to have a spit cup next to me so I can spit out all of my blood into.
Jesus Christ, Joey.
That is absolutely putrid, and I do not want to hear anything more about your goddamn spit cup. Up next, we got salt and I can't pronounce that. Can you help me out, Joe? I just need help for the ending part. It's salt and vin. What, Joe?
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. It's Nick.
Okay, let us move past that and get to the rating.
Ruined the best part, Barry, but yeah, I have these chips going into A tier as well. I have grown to really like these, to be honest. The opposite kind of happened for our next entry, which is sour cream and onion, which I have going into B tier. I swear I used to have these at S tier, but I feel like the more I've had them over the years, the less and less I like them, to be completely honest. Was there some sort of formula change, or were these just always kind of mid?
Maybe you're just getting old, Donald. They say a change in taste buds is the #1 sign of aging. I think...
I do not want to hear that I am getting old from the prune juice drinker himself. Get the fuck out of here, Joe. Anyways, the next chip. The cheddar and sour cream has taken up the mantle for best chip for me. I have this going into S tier because I fucking love cheese. What can I say? I feel like cheese is just one of the best flavors on almost anything.
Valid as hell, Donald. I remember we had people mad as hell we had Cheetos in C tier for our chip tier list. So I bet they're glad you're putting something cheese flavored up top. Even if honestly, I think you were the one hating on it the most out of everyone here.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I still don't buy into the original Cheeto hype, and these cheddar and sour cream Lays are completely different, but I digress. Let us move on to the next chip, and this next one is kind of hot ass. Like, literally it is hot, but I guess it isn't complete ass. It was very close to a D for me, and that is the Flaming Hot Lays, which I have going into C tier. I feel like it's just hot for the sake of being hot, and there are better spicy chips out there, but also I don't like spice.
Color me surprised that the orange man hates spice.
Sleepy Joe, do not go on a high horse and act like you're the Spice King. I will put your sleepy ass to sleep with this blast of reality I'm about to hit you with. Joe, I know you think Cajun wings from Wingstop are hot, so I don't want to hear anything about spice coming from you. You just want to look cool in front of the audience again, and I am not having it. Anyways, up next we got one that might make the people upset, and that is Lay's Barbecue going into B tier. I mess with it, but I like the kettle-cooked version of barbecue chips so much more that I find it tougher and tougher every day to go back to normal Lay's barbecue chips.
You already know I am on that bandwagon with you, Donald. Something about the rough and hard texture of a kettle-cooked chip pairs wonderfully with a barbecue chip.
I bet you like it rough and hard, don't you, Barry? We then have a classic, which is classic Lay's, and I am putting this into C tier. It's okay to be honest. I don't twerk for it as much as Barack does. Up next, we got dill pickle Lay's, and I am very indifferent about these chips, to be honest. I'm placing them in B tier because I don't like them as much as Lee, Moan, and Salt and Vinegar. I still think B is a solid placement for them, I won't even lie.
Okay, but wait, what the hell is that last flavor? What language is even on it?
Joe, you're such an uncultured swine. That is obviously the spicy crawfish flavor from China. And aside from the Kung Flu they gave us all, I would like to thank the Chinese for this amazing S-tier flavor. It'll leave you with some SpongeBob Sunday ass breath after, but trust me, that shit will make you come.
Wow, I am just surprised you've had this flavor, Trump.
I'm not. He's always been such a fat bitch.
I'm killing your ass, Joe. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're ending off Trump Week with a bang, and we are doing a tier list based on limited time fast food items. A special shout out to Frederick Munster's 6024 for the idea, and let's go ahead and get started with this list, because I see a banger to start off, and that is the Taco Bell nacho fries. These things are so delicious, and I'm happy to start the list off with an easy A tier in all honesty.
Agreed, Donald. The cheese sauce paired with the fries is simply elite, and I love these things a lot. Whenever Taco Bell has them, I make sure to get them.
That cheese be versatile too. I'll put that on everything after I finish my fries and I have some cheese left over. I can't even lie. I'd be slurping that cheese if I have no food to dip it in.
That is absolutely putrid, Joey. I don't know if you thought we would agree with you and be like, hell yeah, we love slurping cheese too. Like, no, that's gross. And you should feel bad you even said that. Moving past that, we got the Mexican pizza. And even though I don't like that first word in that food, I have to admit, those illegals make a damn good pizza. It's an honest C tier.
Okay, Donald, you do realize that it's not actually a real Mexican pizza. It's just a menu item for Taco Bell, but yeah, they're pretty all right. I remember liking it more than I actually did when they brought it back. I had one again and again. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't the best thing ever. I agree with the C tier.
I've never had a Mexican pizza, guys. I only get my pizza from Little Caesars, and that is elite.
Joe, that's gross, and save that for the next tier list. Up next, we got our first S tier, and that is the Fiery Doritos Locos Tacos from Taco Bell again. I'm starting to notice that Taco Bell has the best limited time food. Why the hell don't they just keep these amazing items? But yeah, we got this in S tier because they add a perfect amount of flavor spice to the tacos and taste like better Doritos Locos Tacos, and those were already elite as hell.
I love Doritos Locos Tacos so much, they're possibly my favorite thing from Taco Bell.
It grosses me out you agreeing with me, but you know what? I'm glad you feel the same way, Joey.
Wow, we all seem to be in agreement. That's pretty cool.
Taco Bell brings everyone together, but yes, now we move on to the first D tier, and that is this gross unicorn frap thing from Starbucks. It didn't taste absolutely awful, but it pissed me off seeing how much people made a big fuss about it online, and just for that, it deserves D tier alone.
I loved these. Me and my bestie Aubrey would go and get them when we'd go on our Starbies runs.
Jesus, Joe, stop calling him Aubrey. You're going to make Donald think it's a girl.
Oh, hell no. Of course, him and Drake would get these together. I don't know what's fruitier, their bromance or this drink. The next item we got is the Beefy Crunch Burrito from Taco Bell, and this was also amazing. The chips in the burrito added a perfect layer of crunchiness to my burrito, and it's an honest-to-God A tier, and I would place it higher, but I'm saving the S tier for the most elite of items.
You better have some good stuff in S tier, Donnie. This item is a big hit, like I would push a disabled kid down some stairs for a single bite of that burrito.
Whoa, that's a bit too far, Barack. I'd like only push a Make-A-Wish kid down some stairs at max.
Okay, can you two relax? We got a personal favorite of mine, but I recognize they're not the best thing, and that is the Mac and Cheetos. They're crunchy and gooey at the same time. This is pretty good and deserving of a B tier in all honesty.
I don't remember them being that good. And didn't they give you like only 6 Cheetos in the package? It's probably a C tier at best, Donald.
Simply get your money up, Barack, and you wouldn't care if it came with 6 because you'd have bought more and would have enjoyed their flavor. The next B tier we got is the KFC Double Down, and it was good, but shit, man. I felt like I was going to have a heart attack eating this. It's a great idea, though. The genius who decided to make a sandwich where the bread is chicken deserves the Nobel Peace Prize. God, that thing screams America to me.
Yeah, but then your fingies get too greasy and it's kind of uncomfortable to eat, to be honest.
Yeah, and it seems a bit excessive. Couldn't you achieve the same results with 2 chicken patties in the middle?
Shut up, guys. I have the superior taste buds, and it's only a B tier. It's not like I placed it in S tier. This next entry, however, I am sorry to any McRib fans, but this is going into D tier right off the bat. I kid you not, I took a bite out of a McRib, and I genuinely felt less human, like a piece of my humanity shattered and dissipated into the atmosphere. I still ate it all, but it felt like I was eating a barbecue rubber sandwich, and it was one of the worst experiences of my life. I think I would rather be gangbanged by Mandingo and Lex Steele than ever take another bite of a McRib.
Jesus, Donald, you must feel really strongly about that. Also, who's Mandingo and Lex Steele?
Oh, Barack, you need to grow up and see the world more. Mandingo and Lex Steele are some fine gentlemen, some of my favorite actors.
Oh, I guess I'll check out some of their movies later.
You've probably already seen them without realizing, Barack. Anyways, we got the McDonald's Southwest salad, and hear me out, guys. This is an S tier. Now, you may be thinking, wow, Donald is so much healthier than me for eating that salad. And you'd be correct, but aside from that, this salad is one of the best things to ever come out of the McDonald's menu. They still have it, but it no longer has the fried chicken as an option. I still urge all of America to go to their closest McDonald's, ask for a Southwest salad with Southwest dressing, and yes, it has to be Southwest dressing. Pour all the ingredients into the bowl, and then pour all the dressing inside. Give it all a good mix and enjoy. You all have been put on by the great Don.
You know what? After that whole speech, I feel like I'm going to have to try one just for you, man.
Yeah, so I just looked it up, and despite it being a salad, it has like 1,000 calories, so like it's not really healthy.
Shut the fuck up, Joey, and don't track the macros. Just enjoy food for the fine art it is. Up next, we have another S tier, and that is the Naked Chalupa, and oh my God, I would come for this thing. It is the best thing from Taco Bell. I would twerk for this thing all day long. Once they have a box for that thing, I order that every day of the month.
Yeah, we can tell by your size that you ordered it that much.
Shut the hell up, Joey, as for our final entry. America, this may upset you, but Shamrock Shakes are a C tier for me personally. It's good, but I can't have one every day. Still good, though.
I am a certified Shamrock hater. Why the fuck does anyone like mint? Go brush your teeth if you like mint. It's the same shit. Want a Shamrock Shake? Go mix some toothpaste and vanilla ice cream. It'll taste the same.
Don't you fucking dare say that, Joey. You need to follow your own advice and probably get something minty, since you have rancid old man breath, you deteriorating old shit.
The only minty thing about me is how fresh I dress. Get owned by the J-Dog. Shamcock Shakes will forever be ass, and so will anything mint-flavored.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around I'm going to be doing a pie tier list. And you all can see that it isn't just the sweet pastry type of pie, because we got pizza pie and even meat pies in here. This list honestly just looks like heaven on a plate for a man such as myself.
We're missing the best type of pie, though, and that's the cream pie.
Joe, we all know that's an S tier, so what's the point in even asking? Plus, we do have a cream pie, and it's the banana one.
I know, but I just love the cream pies without the banana.
We're talking about the food, right?
Joe might be, but I'm not. But anyways, up first, we got an Oreo pie, and God, this just sounds so damn delicious. I've never had an Oreo pie, but I would be doing the world a disservice to put this anything lower than an S tier.
If you've never had it, how would you know it belongs in S tier?
Dude, it's an Oreo pie. No one needs to know what it tastes like to know that it would be a flavor bomb just orgasming on my tongue. But anyways, let's talk about our next entry, which is a cranberry pie. And while I do enjoy the tart flavors of the cranberry, I just feel like it's doing a bit too much for my liking, and I have to give this a B tier. Now let me talk about this next one, because I know it'll piss off Barack and a bunch of the other dumb pizza enthusiasts. And that is the fact that I am placing Chicago's famous deep dish pizza into gutters and giving it a C tier.
Well, that's a super wrong opinion, but I thought you were going to place it into D tier.
Well, it's still pizza, so of course I'll still like it, but deep dish pizza is not the superior way of eating pizza.
Listen, Donald, as an expert hater, I totally agree with this, and I'd even place it lower. It's a glorified lasagna with extra steps, and the fact you have to serve it with a spatula further solidifies the fact that it's not pizza and shouldn't be considered such a holy relic of American cuisine.
Joe, there is so much wrong with that statement because deep dish does not deserve the amount of disrespect that it's getting.
Nah, I smell what Joe is cooking right now, and as a fellow hater, I can tell you that Joe was on point. Plus, what the hell do you know about good stuff, Barack? Everyone in the comments of the healthy food tier list is absolutely stir-frying you.
Don't remind me. I get really sad thinking about it.
Good. You should honestly feel terrible you even made that list in the first place. But yeah, then after we got some pear pie, and this is a pretty nice one too. But I think only a B tier is an accurate ranking for this, because I am just twerking for the next entry, because I am giving pumpkin pie an absolute A tier. I know some people hate pumpkin, but damn, I absolutely love how it's a seasonal thing and it just tastes great. I know someone like Joe over here probably hates the hell out of it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I may be a hater, but I absolutely love the heck out of pumpkin flavored things.
Color me surprised, because I was kind of expecting a Joe rant about why pumpkin is the worst thing to ever exist. I am quite pleasantly surprised, and I want you to know, Joe, that I will make you happy with this next rating, because a cherry pie made with real cherries gets an A tier from the Don.
I like that you specified it being real cherries. This pleases the Joe dog.
Of course it would, you special, special person. Anyways, then after we got cheesecake, and this is quite obviously an S tier, longtime listeners know that I would absolutely throw it back for some good-ass cheesecake. Then after we got blackberry pie, and this goes into B tier for me because it is still good, but I just don't jive with blackberries all that much. Ooh, but looking at this next entry reinvigorates me with health, because I love me some Boston cream pies. I think I have to give this an A tier.
You see, you just can't say reinvigorated with health and then proceed to follow it up with ranking a Boston cream pie in A tier. That just doesn't seem like the right response to that.
Barack, no one's saying it is. Can you stop self-inserting Michelle's opinions into this list? But yeah, we still got deliciousness coming up next, because I then have the blueberry pie going straight into S tier. This is like the tried and true pie type that everyone thinks of. And honestly, it was between this and the cherry pie, and I chose to put blueberry pie up in S. Call it a personal bias, because that's exactly what it is. Up next, though, I have a ranking that will probably make Joe super depressed, and that is the banana cream pie, because this is going straight into C tier. It's super mid, and the fact that it's so airy and how it's all cream also pisses me off. Like, I get it. It's supposed to be a cream pie, but man, it's just too airy and not filling, and it's fine for like a super, super small snack. But if I want a damn pie, I'm not getting the banana cream pie.
I hear you, and I respect your opinion. You're naturally a larger man, so I can see why the cream pie wouldn't be enough to fill a man as fat as yourself. We'd need a whole damn feeding station just to satiate you.
Joe, I know when to end my damn bulk, and it isn't time yet. I get you're just butthurt, and that's fine, because I really don't care. Anyways, after that, we got French silk pie and peach pie both going into B tier. I really can't find a lot of bad things to say about these, because they're so damn delicious, but a man with principles has to draw the line somewhere. And I'm choosing to put these two lower because I just prefer the others in the list.
Oh, so you're okay with drawing lines, but when I do it, it's a goddamn war crime.
Dude, you were drawing a fictional line on a healthy foods tier list, and you were complaining about the flavor of whole wheat bread, and we all know that everything there just tastes like ass. Unlike this delicious pie list, but I will admit we do have some stinkers, because I have pecan pie going into C tier, and since I have to give something a D tier, I'm going to give sweet potato pie a D tier. Something had to go there, or else people would be calling me fat as hell in the comments.
I think they're going to do that either way.
No, the people in the comments love the Don, so they respect the fact that I am still doing my dirty bulk. Anyways, more importantly, I have to absolutely suck off these next two entries, because I want to give a round of applause and 2 S tiers to the lemon meringue pie and the New York style pizza, which is also known as the superior way to consume pizza. I know many of you are probably going to talk about deep dish or even Detroit style pizza, and I want all you deep dish suckers to just go lick some boots, because that shit sucks ass, and I refuse to hear you all out. Now you Detroit style pizza lovers get more respect from me, but I still give the trophy to New York style pizza.
The absolute disrespect that Chicago deep dish pizza is getting won't be tolerated in the comments, I swear to you.
Trust me when I say that they will more than certainly allow it, because deep dish isn't all that it's cracked up to be, Barack. As a New Yorker, I'm not biased in any way when I say that the New York style pizza is just quite plainly the better way to consume pizza pie. But this isn't a pizza debate, so hop off my jock and just sit with the list in front of you, because we're approaching the end and I want to finish up this list. Anyways, after that we have empanadas and apple pie both going into A tier. Now empanadas are these delicious little meat pockets that the Don absolutely adores. But is it fair to call them a pie? Are they meat pies or are they meat pockets? What is a pie really? I don't know, but it belongs high up there. After that, we got chocolate cream pie, and you all may get upset at me with this, but I have this going into S tier. Something about the cream being chocolate just makes it all meld together perfectly, and I just love chocolate pudding, so of course I'm gonna like this a ton.
Oh, I get it. You like to tango with some color. You're visiting Browntown, aren't you?
What the hell, Joe?
Some may say that I like my cream to be colored at times. But yeah, moving on, we got meat pies from Africa, and I don't exactly know the difference between these things and empanadas, but I'll also give it an A tier because it looks delicious as hell. However, I will say that we got an absolute banger up next that beats both meat pies in my opinion, and this might be the American in me, but I gotta give chicken pot pie an absolute S tier. It is one of my absolute favorite type of pies, and it just has such a great mix of flavors that any sane human being would give this a high rating.
I don't know if being sane is a criteria, but I will admit that some chicken pot pie do indeed bang, Mr. Donald.
Joe, you're supposed to use my last name, dumbass. God, but yeah. Then after that amazingness, we got Detroit-style pizza, and I know you're all waiting on my rating because I trashed on deep dish so much, but Detroit lovers fret not because I will be giving this a B tier. It was close to an A tier, but then I thought it was getting too close, the true king of New York, which is the pizza. Then after I got both key lime pie and strawberry rhubarb both going into A tier. Key lime pie was really close to getting an S tier for me, but I held back and still gave it a decent bit of respect. As for the strawberry rhubarb pie, well, I don't like the rhubarb element to it and would much rather have just the strawberry, but it's still pretty great.
The hell is a rhubarb?
Oh, Joe, you'll love it. You see, it's a vegetable. And
Oh, that is gross, and I can't believe that goes in a pie. What kind of sick and twisted person would put that into a pie and think that it's okay?
Well, Joe, as much as the thought of veggies disgusts me, the sweet potato pie is also a veggie, so I don't know how that would work in your mind. But the strawberry rhubarb is really good. And if you don't like rhubarb, at least it has strawberries inside of it to save it. Anyways, after that, I got shepherd's pie going into B tier. And while this is delicious, I just can't place it too high because my precious chicken pot pie must have some distance from it. Plus, I actually do think I like empanadas more because you can easily stuff them in your pockets and have them for mobility purposes.
mobility purposes, who the hell is moving pies in their pockets?
Me, like real G's, we move in silence and don't announce to the world that we are carrying meat pockets. I mean, for God's sake, Barack, it's in the name.
Joe once again is spitting facts, but let me go ahead and end off this list on a very positive note because I will happily be placing strawberry pies straight into S tier. It's only a shame that I couldn't rate cream pies.
But you did twice at that.
But not the good type of cream pies that I like.
Like strawberry?
Sure, Joe, just like strawberry. What is going on, gang? We are back after a long pause, and we are here to bring you another tier list. But this one involves one of my favorite things, and that is pizza pie.
I would twerk for some good pizza right about now.
Well, good thing we don't have any near us at the moment because not a single soul in this world wants to see that Joey.
On God, Barack, plus we all know I would throw it back better than Joey ever could, just like how I was a better president than he could ever imagine himself being. Anyways, let's get started with the list, and I see Home Run In Pizza on this list. And we have Home Run In Pizza twice in this list, and I am putting the frozen pizza version of it in C tier. It's pretty solid and easy to cook, the perfect rating for an okay pizza.
Also helps to add that no pizza is truly bad because we all know that pizza bangs no matter what.
Really? What if it was pineapple pizza, guys? I personally would rather lick Ron Jeremy's taint than eat that garbage. If you're putting pineapples on your pizza, you may as well be putting goddamn blueberries on that shit. Go ahead, what's stopping you? Fruit simply doesn't belong on pizza.
There goes Joe, not taking his dementia meds again. I am a pineapple on pizza truther. It provides the perfect bit of acidity and sweetness to a salty pizza. And if you pair that with some jalapenos, Jesus, I will come at the thought of that. If you hate pineapples on pizza, you simply are not an elite pizza eater.
I personally don't care either way. I'll eat any pizza if it's there, no matter what, to be honest.
Barack, you can't tell me you'd eat some garbage Hawaiian pizza, right?
Joe, you do realize where I was born, right?
Africa?
And they say I'm the offensive one. Jesus, America, wake up. Anyways, up next we got CC's, and this place is going straight to D tier. I honestly believe you'd be better off eating frozen pizza than eating at this place. It did have a unique concept with the pizza buffet, but let's be honest, guys, it's pretty garbage.
Yeah, but garbage can be yummy sometimes.
I guess that has to be true, considering how you and Barack enjoy being married to your wives.
Uncalled for man, what the hell, I've been on your side.
Sorry, Barry, sometimes the Doninator can't focus on one target. What I can focus on is the fact that Domino's is an A-tier pizza place, especially for fast food chain pizza places. Man, get me that garlic crust and I will bark and go on all fours for that pizza.
Can't lie that garlic crust is elite. I'd gig a twerk for that.
Giga what? Jesus, but that's a solid selection for our first A tier, to be honest.
Of course it is. I put it there so it is simply an elite selection, you dingus. Up next, I am putting Papa John's and DiGiorno in B tier. I think DiGiorno is one of the best frozen pizzas and Papa John's as well. It's kind of a mess internally, but the pizza isn't bad. Some say that Mr. Papa was spitting on what he was saying.
Not a goddamn soul was saying that.
What did he spit? Was he spitting on the pizza? Gross. But I like how Shaq is in the commercials now. I just feel so safe and secure knowing his big, strong hands is helping make my pizzas. Purr.
What the hell? Joe, you get more and more odd every day. Now, this next one is Home Run Inn Pizza, but like the actual restaurant, and I can't lie. I went to one before and I had severe diarrhea from that place. I spent the whole night on the toilet just evacuating my entire insides into my toilet bowl. Just for that experience, I have to give it an F.
But Donald, it's not really fair to rate a place based on just one singular experience. What if they're really good and yummy and you just went to a bad place? I like the in-person restaurants.
I would rather eat a used condom than visit that place again. Up next, we got Red Baron going in C tier. I like the name Baron, reminds me of my son.
Wow, what a way to rate things.
Listen, Barack, it is my list, but I will admit the great Don needs your help for these next two because I haven't had enough Chicago pizza to know the difference between these two, and I know you were in Chicago for quite a bit.
Dude, you literally have a tower named after you in that city.
I'm not trying to get shot in that city by all the troglodytes, just to find out if Lou Malnati's is better than Giordano's. God, these Guido names are so hard to pronounce.
God, you cannot be saying these things. But I guess I can help. Now, I think they're both great places and the best of all the things on this list. But I would put Lou over Giordano's personally, so I think an S tier for Lou would be appropriate. Their deep dish is amazing.
God, I hate deep dish. Chicago pizza is so overrated compared to New York pizza.
On God, Donnie, I hate all that tomato paste in my mouth. It makes me feel like I'm eating a tomato pie. Plus, it's just so thick and like, what the heck is the point? I want pizza. I don't want a freaking mush pie in my mouth.
On God, Joey, only pies I want are creams.
Guys, it's literally called pizza pie. The whole freaking point of deep dish is for that novelty. God, you two piss me off sometimes. But yeah, I would personally put Lou at S tier and Giordano's at A tier alongside fucking Domino's, I guess. God.
Yeah, I guess that's cool, but we got Little Caesars up next, and boy howdy, that's a pretty mid pizza, but it is only $5, so like I have to give it an A tier just for that.
It is pretty bad pizza though. Like objectively, it is worse than the ones below it.
But Barry, it is only $5.
Joey gets it. Do not order Little Caesars sides that are not crazy bread. I got wings from Little Caesars, and I swear that a leather boot would have been easier to swallow.
Okay, so you're going to ignore how Joey pronounced $5? Okay, sure. And I do have to say that the crazy bread does indeed go crazy shit as gas.
Yeah, call that crazy bread schizophrenic with how good it tastes. Anyways, we got Pizza Hut up next, and much like Domino's, I am a pretty big fan of the Hut. I want to put this in A tier, quite honestly.
I don't mind that placement, honestly. I would devour that pizza, and they have pretty good sides, too.
To put it in words that Barack would like, their pizza is the bomb, and I love it. I cannot say the same for Tombstone Pizza. That shit is dog food. Actually, I am swapping it from D tier to F tier with Home Run Inn. I would rather be poisoned again than ever have Tombstone Pizza. Since I'm talking about bad pizza, I am putting S Barrow in D tier. It's mall court pizza, and I think that speaks for itself.
I'm happy you finally put Home Run in slightly higher now. We can end a list calmly with Totino's at like C now?
Are you crazy, Barack? C tier, really? They made pizza rolls and that shit is fucking gas.
Okay, but we're talking about pizza, not pizza rolls. Back me up on this, Donnie.
I'm afraid Sleepy Joe is speaking facts. You're speaking to King of Pizza Rolls, and this shit is elite just for the invention of pizza rolls. I am placing Totino's at S tier.
You have got to be kidding me.
Oh, my pizza rolls are ready. Hold on, guys.
Lucky.
What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list, and this is technically the first tier list of 2024, and I am so glad that it is done by the best tier list maker.
Well, technically, it's not our first tier list because in our top 5 videos, ranking technically counts as a list, and when we did, I got both top 2 rankings, so some in the fan base would argue that I am the best tier list president.
That was a load of bull and was basically a Make-A-Wish event for your sped self, Joe. Now we move on to something real like a potato tier list. Man, so we are starting off the year with this, and not only that, we are making me do another food-related list. You guys do realize that I can do much more than just eat.
Yeah, we've seen the Epstein flight logs. Trust me, we do know you do a lot more than just eat.
Okay, that is fake news, and let's get this potato list started, shall we? Because I do not want to talk or make a comment on that stuff. You'll have to talk to my lawyers, but anyways, up first on this wonderful list, we got potato wedges, and I like a good potato wedge. Get that seasoned up and then add a little ketchup on it, and I am in for a good time. I think a solid A tier is in order for that. I really have nothing but good things to say about that, and the same would apply for our next entry because I have hash browns going into S tier. Like, these things are simply elite, and I don't care how you eat them because you can crack your sunny side egg over them and let the yolk run on top of it. You can also add some hot sauce like Cholula, or you can add some ketchup. This is just elite in any form or way that you eat it.
Ooh, when I go to IHOP, I choose to pour a little bit of syrup on them because I don't mind a little sweet hash brown on the side. Is it elite in that way too?
Joe, you're just saying that to piss me off because I know damn well no normal human being eats it like that. But then again, it is you who we're talking about, so I already know you are not normal. Now up next I guess we have other forms of hash browns, huh? I guess I should have rated these with the other hash browns, but I want everyone to know that these all get an S tier as well. The same comments apply to them even if made in other forms. After that, we got home fries, and this looks like homemade fries that were grilled up and seasoned well. And of course, you know that I am also placing this into A tier. These things are great if prepared well.
The real question is if you and your family actually prepare home-cooked fries well, or if they just do unseasoned potatoes.
Barack, stop projecting your own problems onto me because I know damn well Michelle does not feed your family well enough with all of her low-calorie meals, and I bet her crazy ass thinks there are too many calories in seasonings. Anyways, after that, we got some latkes, and I've only had these a couple of times, but I can tell you all that they do indeed bang. I'd give it a solid A tier in terms of my enjoyment for it. And after that, we got 3 back-to-back-to-back S tiers. And first one is tater tots. And who doesn't like frying up some tots and eating them with some ketchup while chilling? They're good for snacks, and I won't judge you either if you order them instead of fries. Then, of course, we have normal potato chips and crinkle-cut chips. And as I said earlier, they both go into S tier. And quite honestly, I don't know the purpose of crinkle-cut chips.
Ooh, I can answer this one. You see, crinkle-cut chips aren't actually cut. They're made out of mashed potatoes of sorts. Instead, they're pressed or squirted out of a nozzle. Flat sliced chips are just that, slices of potatoes. The source material is just different.
Wow, I didn't know that. Thanks, Joe. You really are informed when it comes to really random stuff that will not help almost anyone in knowing.
Speak for yourself, Barry, because I did not ask Joe to go on his tism rant about potato chips, but I do have to agree that Joe is the king of useless knowledge. He's like a human fun fact book. But anyways, after that, we got tornado potatoes, or also known as potato twists. And these things are pretty solid. They are popular in South Korea, but merit a solid B tier in my eyes. After this, we got a goddamn raw potato, and I hate that the lowest I can go is C tier, but this belongs in goddamn F tier. If you eat raw potatoes like an apple, you need to be examined in a lab. Then we come back to greatness with our next entry, which is an S tier, and that is mashed potatoes. Goddamn, do I love mashed potatoes so much. And if you put some good-ass gravy on top, well, you'll have the Don creaming.
We really don't need to hear that about you, Donald, but to a certain extent, I get what you mean because I do love me some mashed potatoes.
I love just getting globs of it in my mouth and trying to swallow the biggest gulp of mashed potato in my mouth.
Joe, why do you have to ruin things for me? Like, I did not want to hear that. But what's said is said, and the show must go on with this tier list. And up next, we got some scalloped potatoes. And I really only have these during Thanksgiving for the most part. Sometimes we do have some during Christmas, but most times out of 10, we are eating scalloped potatoes during Thanksgiving. And I actually like them during those times, but I won't really be asking for it other times of the year. I think a solid B tier is needed for this because it really is not anything special. And the same can be said about Hasselback potatoes because I also don't think they're anything special and also belong in B tier. I would rather have a baked potato, but we will get there when we get there. Then we got some potato soup, and I really love this stuff. I also like broccoli soup and generally just like soups like these in general. Put some oyster crackers in there and you are set. I will have to give potato soup an A tier.
Sounding like an old man with those takes right there, Donald.
Joe, so help me God, I will kill you before you ever mutter words like that to me ever again. I just like good things, and this happens to be one of the best things to eat. Following that, we got some gnocchis going into A tier. I really enjoy these, but I do not like them as much as our next entry, which will make all the Polish people happy because I am putting pierogies into S tier.
Okay, this is some bull because pierogies are not made of potatoes.
Joe, shut your mouth. You obviously have not had potato and cheese or even potato and meat pierogies, and those are the only ones I am grading, so I say they count. After that, we got some potato mochi, and I have never had that, so someone in the comments tell me if they're good. I assume it might be because I like mochi and potatoes, but something about that combo scares me. After that, we got some smashed potatoes, and this is like a fried potato disc, and this, of course, is going straight to A tier. You will not hear any complaints from the Don regarding this, but as for croquettes, the Don has had only mid-experiences with them. Maybe I just haven't had the best place for them, but they are either too cheesy or not fried enough, and I have to give it a B tier.
There's no such thing as too cheesy, Donald. You should realize how much flavor and umami cheese gives to a dish.
I do realize that, but I just have not had good ones. I am open to changing my mind, but until that day comes, this is staying in B tier. Following all that, we have potato salad, and this stuff merits a B tier as well. I like it, but again, it just is not all that when compared to the stuff above it. Speaking of stuff above it, I will be placing the baked potato into A tier above the potato salad, and what the hell is warm potato salad? That sounds awful, but I've never had it, so I can't judge, but this goes into the I have not had tier. Then we have the twice baked potato, and I honestly prefer the original baked potato, and we'll have this going into B tier. And since I'm already here, I may as well put roasted potatoes into B tier as well. Nothing special to say about them, but they're all right.
This might be an L take from you, Donald. I love roasted potatoes so much, and I could have let an A tier slide, but a B tier, man? Come on.
Yeah, I know you of all people probably love roasted potatoes in the oven, probably no sauce or seasoning because Michelle hates things that taste good. But here in my house, we have flavor.
We can tell from all the weight you've gained recently.
That is simply just me cultivating mass for an insane cut that I plan to have later this year. Speaking of the things that help me cultivate the most mass are these next S tiers because I have French fries, curly fries, and waffle fries all going into S tier. Normal French fries are simply elite no matter what, but then you bump it up when you go to Arby's or Jack in the Box and get some curly fries from there, and then some nice-ass waffle fries with some sauce is simply a combo to die for. I cannot express how insane these three are, but then you get like the run of the group, and this is like the Down syndrome, brother, and that is steak cut fries. I have that going into B tier, but honestly, these are pretty bad. Like whatever place that serves, these always tends to not season them, and I don't know why. It's like they go out of their way to put almost no seasoning, and then you just get mushed, flavorless potato. I really have disdain for steak-cut fries.
Well, at least you get something happy to rate. Those smiley fries will brighten up anyone's day.
Joe, I don't care about these dumbass fries, but they are probably better than steak-cut fries, and we'll be placing the smile fries into A tier. I have never seen these things before, nor do I know where to get them, but I have no doubt in my mind that they are better than steak-cut fries.
That's some big hater mindset right there, Donald.
Nothing to be happy about in life?
Man, those flight logs got our man depressed.
What is up, gang-a-lang? We are once again back at it with a tier list, but this time we're about to discuss the best and most delicious food of all time, and that is pizza rolls.
You really think this is the best thing we as a human species have to offer?
Well, it has to be that berry, either that or cocaine.
You've been hanging out with Hunter again, haven't you, Joey? I don't blame you. He is cool as hell to hang out with. But yeah, pizza rolls bang, bro. I legitimately can't think of a bad pizza roll flavor on this list, to be honest. Which I'll just go ahead and start this wonderful list and start off with the classic pepperoni flavor and immediately put that in S tier.
I can already tell this is going to be a hard list for Donald to make because he's such a fat ass.
Whoa, what's with the emphasis on that last part? And how is this ranking a problem? The OG pepperoni flavor has to be a freaking S tier. There is no other way other than doing this.
See, my take on this is that I like to suck out the sauce and pepperoni from the pizza roll like I'm a vampire and then eat the whole thing without any sauce. Does anyone else do this?
Sleepy Joe, what the hell is wrong with you? I might have to change your name to Suck Machine after that, but to answer your question, I do not do that to my pizza rolls because I eat them the way God intended. Up next on this great tier list, we got the sausage pizza rolls, and this is yet another S tier, everyone.
Of course, this is another S tier. Donald, do you think all of these are S tiers? Do you just twerk for any sort of pizza roll that is thrown in front of you?
No, I actually do not. For instance, I have cheeseburger pizza rolls going into A tier because I prefer the pizza flavor to it a lot more.
Wow, way to really change it up. We go from S to A tier, and that is a big change for you.
Yeah, but then we immediately go back up to S tier for the combination pizza rolls. And to be honest, yes, the A tier ranking is a big deal to me. It goes from 99 overall to like 89 or 90 overall. That's a huge drop.
I, for one, support the fact that you're putting these so high. I cannot wait for you to put cheese into S tier, because that one is the best to suck on like it's jelly. And then leave a bunch of sauceless and cheeseless pizza rolls out on your plate like a bunch of corpses piling up.
That mental image of you sucking off a pizza roll is scarring, and I never again want to think of that, you absolute putrid troglodyte. I think just for that, I have to not place cheese that high. I'll place it in B tier because it is a bit mid. Plus, everyone knows the Don needs some meat.
Word?
Pause on that statement, Donald.
Obviously, you two know what I mean, but even though the Don loves his meat, I know when it can be too much. And for that reason, I also have triple pepperoni pizza rolls going into B tier. But these supreme pizza rolls are fucking bangers, guys. I felt like the peppers inside, or whatever the green shit is, made it taste like an actual pizza and gave it a new flavor. For that, I will place it into S tier.
At that point, why not get actual pizza, Donald?
Because actual pizza isn't as easy to make as microwaving pizza rolls, and Barry, this is a tier list, so why are we counting real pizza? Anyways, let's move on because we are in our final three, but up next we got the bacon pepperoni pizza rolls, and I know you all think that would be a match made in heaven, but like Oppenheimer, I'm going to have to drop a truth bomb. It is good, but the bacon can sometimes get a bit too salty, so I am putting it into A tier, but it is definitely in my pizza roll arsenal and always in my fridge.
How many pizza rolls do you eat in one sitting, Donald? Like, how the hell can it get to the point where it is too salty? You are one fat bitch, Donald, like no hate at all.
Shut your sleepy ass up, Joe, and never compare me to someone like Lizzo again. I love pizza rolls and obviously work out all the calories.
Oh yeah, what workouts do you do and what days do you go to the gym?
I don't have to answer those questions. I do full body workouts every day, and I recover faster than anyone else because I am the Don. So yeah, buddy, to answer your question, I lift, bro. Let's just go ahead and move on with this list instead of answering these stupid questions. We got triple cheese up next in the tier list, and I am giving this a B tier as well. It's better than just the normal cheese, but I still need to have my meat in my rolls to fully enjoy them.
Okay, that's valid, I guess.
This fat ass has yet to place anything below a B. That is actually insane behavior.
Shut up, Joe. You don't know where I'm placing the triple meat flavor.
I bet it's going into B tier or above quite easily because you love meat in your mouth, so I imagine the triple meat is your heaven.
Well, I don't have it going into B tier, but it's a solid A. And to once again make it clear, I do not like meat in my mouth. I like it in my pizza rolls.
At the end of the day, the pizza roll goes in your mouth with the meat, so you have meat in your mouth.
Relax, Sleepy Joe. I'm not you on the weekends with all that meat in my mouth.
Only on Fridays.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around, the Great Don will be ranking different types of allergies, but I won't be ranking them on how lethal they are or how common they are. No, our dear viewer. The Don will instead be ranking these allergies on one thing and one thing alone: how lousy I think they are.
Okay, dude, what the hell? How is anyone supposed to know what you think is lousy or not?
That's exactly the point, Barack. The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma. Plus, you're acting like I'm Sleepy Joe over here. I feel like the audience has a pretty good grasp and understanding on what the Don would find lousy or not. It's not like I'm Joe over here just making up stuff as he goes, because I can't even tell if he's done half the things he has said he's done, or if it's just the dementia working overtime.
Porque no puede ser las dos trompetas. Pero sí ha hecho muchas malas cosas en mi vida. En ratos pienso que no puedo arrepentirme de las atrocidades que yo ha hecho. Cada vez en mis sueños me imagino cómo podía ser diferente mi vida.
See, like it's shit like that, how the hell was anyone in the audience, much less us, supposed to know that on the flip of a dime, he was just going to start speaking Mexican to all of us?
Well, firstly, it's on the flip of a coin. And secondly, he was speaking Spanish, not Mexican.
Listen, man, that still doesn't change my point at all, but whatever, because you seem to just be ignoring what the hell came out of Joe's mouth.
I think it's for the best that we all do sometimes. Like, I don't want to know what he said in Spanish, but I pray it was advertiser friendly.
How about I advertise this dick in your mouth, you stupid fucking idiot mouth-breathing?
Whoa, Joey. Relax, man. Normally, I'd be all for this type of behavior, and I do agree with all those horrendous things you said about Barack, but ever since your fetish tier list, YouTube has been up our ass just sniffing and digging deep because of all the godforsaken stuff you've said. They've been hitting us harder than crack in the 80s, so you gotta behave, man.
YouTube just can't let a brother rank his fetishes in peace.
Oh, come on, Joe. This isn't Twitch or Kick. We can't do any hot tub live streams or body painting streams.
We can't yet.
I don't think anyone wants to see your boobs, Joe, because I feel like they'd sag hard enough where you have it touching your belly button. But anyways, we're getting much too distracted because we have a freaking allergy tier list to do, and the Don has been itching to do it. Well, not really, but this is what Fraile had on the to-do list. So anyways, up first we have bees, and I give this a C tier. Like, imagine being so frail that you die to the dudes that give us honey. Like, my ass has been stung so many times, and I'm proud to say that I tanked every single one. But man, if you told me that as a grown-ass man you were allergic to bees, man, I'd have no choice but to look at you differently. Still, though, it's pretty easy to avoid bees, and you can still eat honey. So overall, this is kind of a dub of an allergy to have.
Okay, so if this is a good allergy, then why aren't we putting it up higher? Is it worst to best or best to worst on this list?
Honestly, I have no clue, but I'm just going to put stuff wherever I feel like it. The Don is leaving his staunch ballsack print all over this list, and you all will just have to agree with me because I'm him. But yeah, then after we have our first A tier in milk, like it's supremely lousy to be allergic to milk, but I don't think anyone dies from this. Like, all you get is bubble guts and severe diarrhea. And if you're rich enough, you can just buy Lactaid tablets every day and tank through any dairy at all. So really, this isn't even that big of a deal. Our next entry, though, is kind of a big deal because, like, this is a wheat field or something. Like, I cannot imagine being so allergic that I can't walk through a couple of fields of wheat. That's literally like your own body sabotaging you and wanting you to just end it all. This has to go into S tier.
Okay, that's literally not it, and you all should not listen to what he says because allergies are quite common, so you all don't have to feel bad about that. But more importantly, Donald, what the hell is this about? You just said that this would be an S tier of an allergy, even though you ripped heavily on people who may have this.
God, Barack, can't you freaking pay attention, bro? He obviously said it was ranked on how lousy he thinks it is. If this is an S-tier lousy allergy, then he must really think this is lousy.
God leave it to Joe to be the only one who understands me. It almost brings me down to tears knowing that I won't be debating you anymore because you decided to drop out.
The voices in my head told me it was time to hang it up. Don't worry, Donald, we still have the rest of my presidency to have our smooches. Plus, I mean, well, does it really matter if I'm president or not? We have Barack here, and this dude was president like a century ago. Like Rick and Morty wasn't even made when bro was in office.
Okay, bro, that's a straight up lie because it was made in 2013, and why are you acting like you weren't my vice president during that time?
Has it been that long without Majestic Pickle Rick memes? Man, oh man, how time flies when we're having fun.
Don't you get sentimental on me, Joe, because if you start crying, I'm going to start crying. You know how I get.
I'm sorry, Donald. Let's just forget this whole thing and just enjoy our time in the now.
You're so right, Joey.
You two have a very odd relationship.
It's called being brothers Barack. You would know if you would have accepted my invitation to become my blood brother, but no, you didn't want to because, quote, you probably have the clap or some form of AIDS, dude. I'm not doing that. And now you're missing out.
Yeah. And for your information, Barack, hepatitis isn't really that bad.
Whatever, man. Can we just continue with the list? Because I forgot what we were even talking about before this.
Well, we talked about wheat or barley or whatever the hell this is and how sorry it is if you're allergic to it. But yeah, we can continue with the list, and after that we have cats. And listen, this is a reasonable as hell because cats always have so much fur that just falls and they don't kill you or anything. But goddamn, they make me sneeze so much. They're still cute, though, so I think an A tier is warranted on the lousy scale. Then after we have another furry friend, and this time around we have dogs. And once again, they have all the fur, and it can be pretty lousy to just be sneezing all the time with dogs. But hey, at least the hypoallergenic breeds are cute as hell, so I have to give this a B tier.
I do have to admit that those small hypoallergenic dog breeds do be cute.
Yeah, I know, bro. That's why I had it only in B tier, but hold the phone because we got some stinkers up next because I have being allergic to eggs and meat going straight into D tier. Like, goddamn, this must be the absolute worst thing to ever happen to you. You know how many things include eggs? Listen, I don't know either, but I know it might be in a ton of stuff, and goddamn, being allergic to meat must be like being allergic to breathing. I'd off myself at that point.
Okay, once again, I don't get how this list works. So S tier is what you think is the most lousy, but D tier is also what you think is lousy. I'm confused.
Barack, once again, why do I have to explain everything? S tier is very lousy things that Donald would be okay with being allergic to, but it would still suck ass. Whilst D tier is stuff that he would absolutely hate to be allergic to and could not live with being allergic to them.
Goddamn, Joe, somehow once again you have understood my brain. I am amazed with how much you know me yet again. Barack, you should be taking down notes, bro, but anyways. After that, we then have fish going into B tier because, like, it's bad, and I do like eating fish, but it's not as bad as red meat, and honestly, it isn't that lousy. Like, that's close enough to shellfish or something, but yeah, then after we have back-to-back A tiers because, goddamn, being allergic to latex gloves or pills must be a pain in the ass. Like, I'd be able to live with it, but damn, it would be a minor inconvenience in my life, but not as bad as our next two because I have peanuts and whatever the hell that plant is going straight into S tier. Like, these would be yet again another inconvenience, but it's not bad enough that I'd want to just end it all. It's still bad, though, because I love me some peanut butter, but damn, imagine being allergic to a peanut. Like, dying from a nut is insane.
Okay, man, that's a legit thing, man. And you should really be careful when handling peanuts, or any type of nuts for that matter.
Yeah, hear that, ladies. Got to be careful when handling the Don's nuts. Anyways, then after we have actual shellfish, and this gets a B tier because, once again, that's a valid as hell allergy, but still kind of ass. Then we have what I presume to be soy. Like, I am giving this a C tier, but not because I can't live without it, but rather because I'd feel incredibly lousy telling someone I'm a little allergy-ridden soy boy, and I just can't have that.
I love me some soy boys. Honestly, I wish those reports on soy giving you boobs were true. It would have increased my consumption of it by at least tenfold.
I don't know why you want boobs as a man, Joe, but I won't stop you from living your dream. Well, Joe's odd wish aside, we now have our final S tier, and that is just regular old nuts, not just peanuts. And I don't know why the creator of this list decided to separate them, but whatever, man, I'm okay with separate but equal.
Excuse me?
For nuts, Barack, for nuts. I mean, we all know peanuts are the best. I don't see any cashew butter or pecan butter, so, like, they are clearly the better ones if you ask me. Well, now, rounding off this whole list, we now have what I assume are vaccines or just shots in general, and this is a C tier. Like, imagine not being able to get a very important shot and you're just screwed, bro. Like, it's wraps. And now you're probably going to get polio or something. The only positive to this is the fact that you wouldn't have to get needles inside of you, so that's a dub, I guess.
Yeah, and I heard that vaccines make you artistic.
Joe, that's not even the right thing, and that's also proven to be fake.
Oh, yeah? Then explain how after I got the COVID vaccine, I suddenly grew the artistic talent to draw this painting of me and Donald.
Joe, I don't even know what type of response you're trying to get from me after sharing that drawing.
Not from you, but Donald, tell me how you feel.
Joe, what the fuck? What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time we are going to be doing a prime drink test. And listen, I know that Logan Paul has a lot of haters, but let me speak directly to my main man, Logan, because goddamn, I love me some Prime. I will die on a damn cross for some Prime, and I don't care if nobody likes it. If Prime has 1 million fans, I am one of them. If Prime has 10 fans, I am one of them. If Prime has 1 fan, that is me. If Prime has no fans, that means I am no longer on this earth. If the world is against Prime, then I am against the world. Till my very last breath, I will support Prime drinks.
Bro has a whole ass manifesto for Prime. But I won't lie, I do think it bangs as well, but I don't know about all of that.
Yeah, I don't really like any flavor aside from Ice Pop, but I also don't think it's bad. It's a bit too sweet for my liking, but I know that they don't use real sugar because it's mostly artificial sweeteners. So in all reality, these are actually pretty good for you because they're essentially just like a diet soda or something.
Oh my God, this is the most I've ever liked you two in a very long time. I am so happy that we're all on Team Prime for this. See, I knew you guys were good for something.
We're good for a lot of things, like I'm the voice of reason, and Joe is the, well, I actually don't know what Joe does. I guess he's the entertaining one, but that title goes to Donald.
Joe is the sped one.
I don't know what my speed and how fast I am has anything to do with making tier lists, but I think I bring a lot to these lists. I bring humility, humbleness, a real go-to attitude, beautiful face, and I'm a hilarious person.
I wouldn't say that you're any of those things, but I mean, I guess you can be funny sometimes. What do they say? A broken clock is right twice a day. That's you, Joe, because either your jokes stink nastier than a Lizzo fart after she overdoses on some kidney beans, or they bang.
Now, hear me out, fellas, but doesn't it kind of turn you all on when a hot chick farts, like really loudly, and it just stinks up the room and you're just left there smelling her smelly and stinky fart, but oddly enough, it just kind of turns you on?
No, Joe, I don't think any single one of us has had that experience.
Well, your ass better be getting used to weird stuff like that, because they're going to use you like dental floss in prison. To the prisoners, you're going to be like a care package gifted from the heavens. Because when they see all that cushion you have for pushing, then they're going to get to bruising.
Goddamn, Joe, I freaking hate when you make comments like that. And what makes you think that I'm not going to be in charge down there? I am a battle-hardened warrior who has been to jail before, and I am not afraid to go down there again.
You were there for a total of like 7 seconds. They took your mugshot picture, and I am more than certain you posted bail immediately.
Listen, man, all the fake news outlets want you going against me. I won't even dignify what you said with a response. But either way, let's just get this list started, because I am tired of being slandered and having my good name being sullied.
Dude, you were found guilty on 34 counts of falsifying business records to conceal a hush money payment to an adult film actress. Remember, we kept making fun of you because Stormy Daniels kept saying you were small. And she wasn't talking about your height.
God damn it, man. I already told you that she is biased as hell, and of course something large or even average would feel small to her because it's basically like dropping a boulder in the damn ocean.
Donald, it's okay to have a shrimpy. I'll forgive that. But what I can't forgive is the fact that you're hiding your freaky side from old Joe over here.
God fucking damn it, we are dropping this right now. Ahem, let's please, for the love of God, just start the tier list. God. Well, up first we have Tropical Punch, and I have this flavor going into A tier. Most punch-flavored drinks usually end up tasting good, so it's no surprise that we have something punch-flavored going straight into A tier to start things off.
So are we going to gloss over absolutely everything from before?
I'm afraid we are Barack. Anyways, moving past that, we then have our first glorified D tier. And listen, I know that Joe made his own Gatorade tier list, and he placed some respect on orange-flavored Gatorade, but let me tell you all right now that Prime is not Gatorade and is in fact superior. But I cannot for the life of me give Orange Prime a good rating because goddamn this tasted horrible. I felt like I was about to see the pearly gates upon ingesting this flavor, and the only thing that brought me back was my delicious, delicious Ice Pop flavored Prime.
Well, I guess we all know where that one is going, but what's with the hate for the orange-flavored Prime? I actually really like that one.
Again, Joe, let me once again reiterate that whatever you like, I take it with a grain of salt. Like I just cannot agree with you blindly in good faith. That would be like leaving a child in your care or leaving Barack in a room with explosives. I just wouldn't trust the outcome of both situations.
Well, I wouldn't be dumb enough to use the explosives in the same room as me.
All right, then we'll say remote explosives, like a huge red button that will nuke half the globe if you click it.
Ooh, yeah, I wouldn't trust him.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, what's up?
Screw you, buddy.
Already have, and multiple times already today on top of all that.
Gross, Joe. Anyways, after orange, we have a bit of a mid-entry in the lime-flavored Prime because I have this going into C tier. I don't really feel extremely strongly on this because if it's there, I'll drink it. I won't be like a nose stuck up in the air type of person and demand you bring me a better flavor. Honestly, you can hand me almost any type of Prime flavor out on the market that isn't orange, and I will drink it. Hell, I like that one glowberry drink that they have, and it's not on this list for whatever reason.
Yeah, don't they have like a ton of collectible bottles or like different flavors that are limited edition or something? Like, isn't a Prime bottle super valuable in the UK and those like teenagers go crazy for a bottle of Prime? Like they'll do a handstand wall twerk for a bottle and they'll carry around empty ones just to flex the fact that they have Prime. Like that stuff is like their gospel over there in the UK.
Listen, Joe, I don't know about all that, but I do know that if it isn't on the list, then I can't grade them, but I've only had these flavors. But yes, let's talk about our next entry, because goddamn, if you hadn't noticed, I twerk for Ice Pop, and I will die on a damn cross for this. This is an immediate S tier, and there are no questions about it. If you're a Prime hater, you have to admit that this flavor bangs the most out of all of them. And if you have never tried Prime before in your whole life, then I am going to need to go out there and buy this drink whenever you can. It doesn't have to be immediate, but if you're going to get a Gatorade, then maybe rethink it and get yourself some Ice Pop Prime, because goddamn, if you love the bomb pop, then it tastes just like this. And I know everyone and their mom loves the freaking bomb pop. So just go out there and buy it. Give it a chance before you listen to all the haters just trash on Prime for being unhealthy. And newsflash, everyone, almost everything we eat is unhealthy, and stuff you assume is healthy is actually bad for you. And let Prime breathe a bit, because they are actually not bad at all and shouldn't be trashed as much.
God, man, I agree with you. But you're like wagging your damn tail for Prime. Does Logan Paul have you in his payroll or something?
I freaking wish, man, because I am spreading the holy word of Prime without even being sponsored.
Please sponsor us, Prime.
I don't think they will, considering all the horrendous and asinine things you have said on this channel, Joe.
Way to mess it all up for all of us, Joe. But let's just continue with the tier list, and after that we have Metamoon, and I don't know what the hell this is supposed to taste like, but I'll give it a B tier. It's not bad, and I kind of like it initially, but then it leaves you with a bit of a funky aftertaste that you can't really describe, but it also isn't bad. The aftertaste is just a bit odd is all. But oh man, then after we got ourselves some bangers up next, and to start off the last three, we have grape. And I am a fan of grape-flavored things, as I have mentioned a ton on this channel, but I think grape-flavored Prime is a good A-tier entry on this list, because there are better flavors, but it is still pretty damn good.
I like me some Grape Prime, but I still think Prime should make a grape-flavored mascot called the Grapeist, where he just grapes people and just grapes them in the mouth over and over.
And you sit here and wonder why we're not sponsored. You're lucky that you technically said something that doesn't have to be censored, but you're treading a super fine line right now, Joe.
Yeah, I don't want to hear about graping people in the mouth, Joe. Let's move on to your final two entries on the list, because we have back-to-back S tiers to end off the list, and that, of course, is the Blue Raspberry Prime and the Watermelon Prime. Was this really a surprise to anyone? I always feel like no matter what, it is always safe to bet on the fact that anything watermelon or blue raspberry flavored is going to bang. Like whenever I'm in doubt, I just know that these two got my back. Like if these two were my stepdads, then they wouldn't be my stepfathers. They would be the fathers who stepped up and gave me a great home life.
That's a bit of a weird thing to say, and quite frankly, I am weirded out with your obsession with Prime, but now that we're at the end of the list, I can finally admit that I don't really like Prime that much.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I don't drink it at all, and I occasionally grab one whenever you drive us because you have your car filled to the brim with Prime. Like I asked you for a water the other damn day while we drove to Wendy's to get a Frosty, and your ass handed me a damn Ice Pop Prime. It wasn't bad, but damn, I wanted some water.
So you lied to me during the video. Can you believe this guy, Joe?
Well, yeah, a little, because I just drank the Blue Raspberry Prime and the Ice Pop one. I'm kind of on Barack's side here.
You two disgust me more than the legal system in America. I have been deceived and tricked into making a damn video while you two just laughed at me behind my back.
Yeah, but didn't making this list make you slightly happier than before? We wanted to give you a little dub ever since you went 0 for 34 on all counts and basically got decimated by the public justice system.
Well, I guess this list did make me feel better. I still don't like being tricked into doing things, but I appreciate you two trying to cheer me up.
All right, stop getting so damn sentimental, you freaking puss.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list. And this time around, we are back yet again. But this time around, the Don will be ranking some board games. And I don't know who the hell even plays board games. But you guys asked in the comments, and we decided to deliver on this one because board games sound like a fun tier list to do. Although I won't lie, I have no idea how to play Risk or Sorry. Like, I remember an idea of how they're played, but I don't know that like it's ingrained in my skull.
Well, we probably should have gotten someone who does know how.
Well, do you know how?
No, but maybe Joe does.
And I can barely remember how to start my car. You think I'm going to know how to play a game as hard as Chutes and Ladders?
Joe, that's not the, you know what, I think your point is proven, Donald.
As it always seems to be. But don't worry, everyone, because you're in good hands. The Don's big and muscular hands. Anyways, let's go ahead and get started. And up first, we have the game of life, and I know it's all distorted and the picture looks awful, but hey, man, I am now telling you all that it's the game of life. So now that you all know what it is, let me go ahead and start ranking it. And with this board game, this is basically just like a long-ass version of The Sims, because you get to go through your whole life and collect random cards and land on spaces that do different things for you, and much like real life, where the Don always wins. I always seem to be the winner of the game of life because I just know how to collect so much wealth, and I just am so much better than everyone else in that aspect.
The way I play the game of life is that whoever has the most kids is the winner. I love me some kids.
We know you do, Joe, and quite frankly, that horrifies me to hear, but I am never surprised by what comes out of your mouth. But speaking of horrifying things that come out of people's mouths, we then have Cards Against Humanity, and I am giving this bad boy an A tier. Now listen, I know a ton of you in the comments are probably typing up a storm because Cards Against Humanity loses. Its shine after a couple of games, or how it can get boring real quick, or even how this game only offends stupid and lame people who have room temperature IQ. Now, I am listening to it all, but I want you all to know that this is why you don't overplay Cards Against Humanity. It's a really fun game, especially when you get blank cards, but if you're playing it constantly, then eventually everyone is going to start being predictable, and if you find new people to play with because you're getting tired of your OG group, then guess what? You're going to have to make sure they have the same sense of humor as you, or that they won't get offended by a card combination like, let me think. Maybe something like Batman's secret pleasure is children. Boom, that's a Joe card right there, but you see what the Don means? You got to have all the right set pieces and the right cast, or else you'll end up making more bad memories than good ones with this game. Bring it up on a random drinking night with your buds, not every week just because you're bored.
Now, if you ask the Joester, I don't think that joke was funny at all. What's wrong with taking pleasure and joy in children?
Well, considering that your type of pleasure is the one that would take you to jail, I'd probably say there's a lot wrong with what you said, Joe.
There goes mainstream media trying to silence our love for kids again, Donald.
Us? What do you mean by us? I never once said anything involving that, and you just roped me into that mess. And quite honestly, Joe, I am not touching that subject with a 10-foot pole. Well, anyways, Joe aside, we then have the game of sorry. And quite honestly, I don't even remember how that game actually works. And I just remember the people in the commercials repeatedly going sorry and knocking some people's pieces out of the board. I think that part of the game is cool, but since I don't really know anything about it, I guess I would only be able to give it a C tier. But hold the phone, fellas, because we got some brainiac-ass games coming up next, and that's chess and checkers. Now listen, while the Don is a fan of using his huge brain to think and do such things, I will say that playing checkers and chess just isn't even on the Don's radar. I respect those who play chess because it requires more intelligence than checkers, but the Don is a checkers type of guy because I don't want to know about kings, queens, knights, and so on. Like, what are we doing, playing Dungeons and Dragons? The Don is still giving both an A tier, though, because they're big thinker games.
Dude, the fact you keep saying that they're big thinker games concerns me. A lot of people know how to play these two, and they're not as hard as you're making them out to be.
Yeah, Barack. Sorry we're all not astrophysicists like you. The Joe Dog hates checkers and chess. I can't even tell the difference between the two.
Well, that's actually quite concerning because one of them literally has different pieces from the other.
Yeah, whatever, nerd. Anyways, Donald, I have noticed you don't have Dungeons and Dragons on this tier list. What would you rate that?
Oh, I guess that is technically a board game, I guess. I guess I would theoretically rate it an A tier. It's once again too nerdy for the Don, but I like Baldur's Gate 3, and the game is based of Dungeons and Dragons stuff, so sure it'll get an honorary high placement. Now let's move on to some real shit, because up next we have back-to-back S-tier bangers, and you all are about to learn that I love me some Scrabble and Monopoly. I'm sorry to say it, and I know I was calling people nerds earlier, but if you're a monster at Scrabble, then that's some real nerd shit. But I salute you because the Don loves himself some Scrabble, and as for Monopoly, well, it's the tried and true classic board game. Like, this is on your phone, gaming console, and even playable in real life. It has transcended so many things and has gone above and beyond with all their collaborations and different iterations of their brand. I cannot help but salute their efforts, and I actually really like playing Monopoly too. I had this one disc that had the game for your PC back when most computers used a disc player and when people in general used discs more.
Don't worry, Donald, I still use discs and even LimeWire. I don't trust big corporations to keep my digital goods safe, so now I burn every song I like into a sick mixtape, or I store some files on some discs where they can't be found through the internet. It would be real bad if people saw what I had on those discs, guys.
And we don't want to know what's on those discs because I imagine we'll turn into accomplices in whatever heinous thing you're recording and saving onto discs.
Yeah, that's a bit much, Joe, and you should have just used a flash drive instead, but whatever, man. I'm not here to judge that because I'm here to judge some board games. So after those bangers, we then have another C tier, and that is Risk. Like, I don't even know how to play this one either. Like, this is actually some real nerd shit, and you got to conquer nations or something. Listen, man, I like to think, but I don't like to think that hard. Like the literal description of the game is, Risk is a strategy board game of diplomacy, conflict, and conquest. Like the hell am I playing? The Battle of Gettysburg or some shit? Nah, man, I don't mess with that, but I do mess with our next two entries because these are guaranteed heat, and we have Connect 4 and Eels and Escalators both getting S tiers. See, with Connect 4, we know that we have a true thinking man's game. Like it's kind of like a duel of sorts, a duel of the mind to see which of you can connect the four colors first. It's much more intense than checkers and even chess. This will have you second-guessing every single action you do and will lead you to sweat bullets during the game. As for Eels and Escalators, well, that's the game SpongeBob and Patrick play that is just chutes and ladders, but reskinned. I prefer the Bikini Bottom version, though, so that's why I have it going into S tier, but I will not be giving the same amount of respect to the original chutes and ladders. So sorry to disappoint any fans of that game.
No way there are actual chutes and ladders fans out there. Like never in my life have I heard someone say, man, I can go for a game of chutes and ladders. Like no one with a sane mind would twerk for a game like that.
Joe, it's just a board game. It's not that serious.
Oh, but it is, Barack. I don't think I'd go as far as Joe because it just sounded like that dude was just being bitter as hell and wanted to hate for the sake of hating. But it does get that serious sometimes, Barack. Thankfully, though, with our next entry, it isn't that serious because this is a certified fresh A tier. Because Battleship is gas, even though you're just guessing where the other person put their ship. But I mean, it can still be fun. You just keep yelling out coordinates until eventually someone goes and says hit. Then you got to scan their face and try to decipher where they would place the other ships at. Honestly, it's pretty fun now that I'm describing it. It's no world breaker, but I have fun with it. And whenever you're playing any sort of game, I think that's what matters most. So that's why I have it that high.
You know, Donald, that last sentiment you said, there was probably one of the nicest things you've ever said on this channel, and I want to say kudos to you, man. And I hope more of this comes from you.
I bet he only added that in because of how the bullet gave him a near-death experience. He decided to be nicer and to lose a few extra pounds. I'm only seeing positives from that event.
Joe, once again, I hate you and I almost died. Why can't I just be nice because I want to be nice? You guys suck the fun out of this for me, but whatever, because we're almost done with the list. And our second to last entry is the OG Chutes and Ladders, and this gets a B tier from me because it really isn't all that. And if I were ever to play it, I'd rather play the funny SpongeBob version because I love SpongeBob that goddamn much. Then moving on to our last entry, I'm sure many of you can guess where this would go, but if you haven't made the connection yet, I want you all to know that Jenga might be one of the greatest board games ever made and belongs in S tier. Playing this is fun for all ages, and the anxiety of pulling out a block is unmatched. And if you want to have even more fun, then you can turn it into a drinking game.
How would that even work? Like if you take a shot for every block you pull out, then you'd be wasted before the game ended. And if you take a shot when the tower topples over, then it would take too long, especially if you're playing with some Jenga experts. And I just so happen to be one.
All right, don't suck yourself off too hard, Barack. And listen, man, I don't know. Maybe you take sips out of beer instead of taking a shot of something like vodka. God, man, why did you have to take my drinking Jenga idea to such an extreme?
The Joe Dog would much rather just play strip Jenga with you instead, Donald.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? A happy 4th of July for you all. And we're here to present you a 4th of July special where the Don himself is going to be ranking all things 4th of July related. And I hope you're all kicking back and relaxing on this magnificent day. And I want you all to let the Don's smooth voice to soothe you all.
I mean, what if they're not from the U.S.? Can you at least explain what the 4th of July means to us as Americans?
If you don't mind, Barry, let me take over for this.
Well, I asked Donald to do it, but sure, go ahead, Joe.
You see, the British were all like, hey, you American colonies need to pay the heck up. And then the people in America were like, nah, I won't be paying up to you when you ain't even in the hood for real. You don't know our struggles and stuff, so why are we paying you? The British said, okay, bet. Then sent over some soldiers to watch us at all times, and allegedly back in the day, there were people watching others in the bathrooms because that's how tight surveillance was.
I don't think that's true, Joe.
Shh, don't interrupt me. Also, we can't verify it. But anyways, the people in America were like, you trying to trick me, man. Put smoke into my freaking head and shit, man. Then we all said, I don't know what to freaking think no more, man. Get out of me head. Get out of me head, man. And then we started pushing out those stupid stormtroopers out of our land. and told them that we have had enough, and we even dumped a bunch of their tea and stuff. What else? Well, if you remember Star Wars, it's exactly like that. They're the Empire, and we're the rebels, and July 4th is the official day that we signed our Declaration of Independence from Britain, and now we shoot fireworks and grill burgers to celebrate that.
That all sounded like you're reciting information that you vaguely remember learning about and tried to tie them all together into an incredibly crappy but surprisingly entertaining story.
Yeah, I don't know about that. It feels like he just said a bunch of random stuff and tried piecing together a story, but to no avail.
Everyone's a critic nowadays. Man, I guess I know how that dude who wrote Game of Thrones feels like. I will admit, though, that my story was missing something that all of George R.R. Martin's books have, and that was a whole lot of wangs and incest.
I could do without that first part, Joe, but you still kept my interest with the second thing. Either way, let's go ahead and get this wonderful list started so that we can fully celebrate the 4th of July. Ahem. Well, coming up first. Coming. Ahem. We have 2 entries that definitely belong in S tier because I don't know what could possibly be more American than eating some hamburgers and hot dogs on the day our country declared its freedom from Britain's terrible tyranny and their extremely terrible food.
I don't know, man. When we did the British food tier list, I remember the looking mighty scrumptious.
And now Fraile has to censor that, so thanks, Joe.
Why? I just said it's a British food, so I'm technically allowed to say it.
I don't think YouTube would agree with you, Joe, but either way, it's Fraile's problem and not ours. But yeah, then following those 2 bangers, we then have a sparkler, and this is definitely the Super Weenie Hut Junior version of normal fireworks. But I mean, I still really like sparklers and have to give them an A tier because it keeps the kids occupied. But man, oh man, you all already know that I'm going to suck the absolute living hell out of these things because I will maximize my glazing powers and give fireworks a freaking S tier. Listen, as Americans, it is our duty to own firearms, and if we can't do that, then it's our duty to light up a bunch of gunpowder and red 40 and just watch it make shapes and colors in the sky. Why do we do this? I actually have no clue, but either way, it perfectly encapsulates the American culture because it serves no other purpose other than being some dumb fun that you can have with the whole family. Oh, and if you mishandle it, then you can lose a whole finger or arm. And that added level of danger makes it better. And I haven't even mentioned that most people are absolutely wasted when lighting these things, which ups the danger factor even more, like it has a points multiplier on it. And quite frankly, I can't think of anything more American than mishandling dangerous objects while intoxicated.
I, oddly enough, cannot disagree with this. Now, me personally, I think fireworks are stupid and are a huge waste of money and ends up leaving everything smelling like gunpowder, and the amount of accidents that stem from them probably have to be in the thousands every year. But I will say that watching them in a controlled environment is more than okay. If you ask me, though, I would rather just lounge around on my day off and just grill in the hot summer day and just relax with the family.
Well, thank God we're not asking you, Barack. But then after we have a B-tier entry, because I like how American the cake looks, but if you ask me, I don't really smell the idea of having cake on the 4th of July, like I won't be upset if you do bring a cake. Me personally, though, I'm more of a pie guy, and I'm sure many of you are as well. But holy shit, we have back-to-back S-tier entries coming up next because goddamn, get me some beer and a grill, and that's all I need for a great 4th of July. I honestly think that these 2 are the most essential combos for any 4th of July. But I mean, I guess I wouldn't be able to use the grill much if I didn't have hamburger meat or hot dogs to grill. Never mind. I guess everything in S tier is of equal importance, but either way, the grill is for sure needed. And having a cold brew by your side while you're grilling up everything just makes the enjoyability even higher. I'll twerk for an ice cold Busch Light if I'm manning the grill because that would hit harder than Ray Rice.
Oh, hell yeah, Donald. Sometimes I do a little party trick and get some Everclear and spit it on the grill and watch the flames go up higher and higher. But if we're talking about a chill and relaxing alcoholic beverage, then I'd say hand me a peach or apple bush because I like my beer to taste like me, fruity and delicious.
Why do you two always have to go to either beer or Everclear? Why can't you guys just enjoy a nice twisted tea or even a Seagram?
Okay, bro, those are glorified juices. And the Don does indeed mess with those too. But since you don't know anything about work, Barack, you don't understand how good it feels to come home from a hard days of work and just crack open a cold beer. Like there's just no other feeling in the world if you ask me. Anyways, though, following those bangers, we have some mid stuff coming up, And that's because I have 3 back-to-back-to-back entries going into C tier, and that, of course, is the football, beans, and watermelon. Like the watermelon had a chance to go into B tier, but then I thought about the number of times I actually ate fruit, and I quickly realized that it wasn't worth bumping up to B tier. And honestly, the same can be said about beans, because I do have beans with chili. I just don't really incorporate it into my 4th of July spread. Like I'm just stuffing my mouth full of meat paws. But yeah, I just eat hot dogs, burgers, and drink some brews. Then lastly, the football is kind of whatever. Like you got me all sorts of messed up if you think my lazy ass is going to get up from his chair and throw the old pigskin around. Like goddamn throwing that to Barron would be the equivalent of my throwing it to a damn basketball hoop because of how tall the kid is now.
Yeah, Barron is growing into a fine young man. Oh, a magnificent young man. Matter of fact, I think Uncle Joe should pay him a visit sometime soon.
Joe, I swear to God, if you invite him to your Diddy party instead of me, I'll be mad as hell.
That's what you'd be upset about? Your invite being given to your son instead, not his safety?
You've seen how big that dude is. He isn't afraid of the danger because he is the danger on his Walter White shit. But yeah, coming up next, we have the flag being raised. And this might be mighty un-American of me, but I actually don't have a flag in my house, so I never raise anything. But I'm sure other patriots do it enough for me. But either way, I'll give that an A tier because like it represents the whole point of this holiday and the pride and joy of our country and blah, blah, blah. More importantly, let's talk about the next 2 banging S tier entries because goddamn, I love me some fried chicken and pie. Now we're talking about some real shit because I will handstand twerk for some good-ass fried chicken. And if I'm done eating all that food and have all that saltiness and savoriness in my mouth, then you bet your ass that I want something sweet in my mouth, and some cherry pie feels like it would hit the damn spot if you ask the Don.
As long as it isn't any damn artificial cherry, then you have the Joester's attention. However, if it is artificial cherry, then you're better off throwing that in the garbage and getting yourself a delicious-ass blueberry pie, because that indeed bangs just as hard, if not harder than a cherry pie, if you ask me.
Thank God no one is asking you, Joe, because this is the Don's list. But I actually do think blueberry pie bangs too, but I wouldn't say it's better than cherry pie. They're more like equals in my book, but I also wouldn't be mad if you brought me any single type of pie.
Even a cream pie?
Joe, you and I both know that a cream pie is my favorite type of pie, and I would absolutely never turn one down, unless it's the actual pie we're talking about. But yeah, anyways, we're almost done with the list, so it's about that time we start wrapping stuff up. And our second to last entry is our very first damn D tier, because who the hell actually likes potato salad? Like, just give me normal mashed potatoes, because I don't know why people would ever prefer potato salad. Like, I don't know why'd you ever choose that over mashed potatoes, but whatever. Because we have our final damn entry. And you may be asking yourself, Donald, what the hell is this? It's a picture of a very diverse group of people, perhaps even a family. And yes, it's basically supposed to be family and friends. And I don't want to get all sappy, but without family and friends, I can tell you that a 4th of July wouldn't bang as hard. Call me a loser, but you know what? I would like to see everyone gathered around the grill and happily laughing and running around with fireworks. This is our final S-tier entry on this list.
Well, it's the final entry, so it's a given that it would be a final S tier. You didn't have to say it.
Shut up, Barack. I'm getting emotional here.
You need to let me get emotional with Barron.
Shut the hell up, Joe. And a happy 4th of July to all of you out there, and God bless America.
And God bless fleshlights.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we are going to be ranking the various odd-flavored chips that I have personally had, and just letting you all know that you can order most of these online, and you can even get some other weird flavors, but this is what I have had and what I chose for this video.
Honestly, we have a decent bit of variety here, but I'm not surprised you have had the Kobe beef chips and God, whatever that first one is, because I see a freaking IHOP logo on that.
Why, Barack? That's only the best flavor of chips to have ever spawned into the earth. The Lay's IHOP Rudy Tooty fresh and fruity potato chips. It is so good.
So we're getting this type of Joe for this tier list. Man, just when I thought we could have gotten some level-headed takes from him for once.
I have level-headed takes all the time. I rarely ever joke around.
Oh, totally, Joe. We all know you for being the most relatable person here if you have dementia and schizophrenia. I'm sure that portion of our audience feels super represented, but enough of that because we have a list to do, and up first we have a D tier in the Lay's IHOP Rudy Tooty fresh and fruity potato chips. Joe was absolutely incorrect about this rating because this is certified garbage because of the weird flavor it has, but oddly enough, this and one other thing are the only D-tier sweet flavored chips that I have going into D-tier.
Wow, way to spoil the list for the audience, Donald.
Joe, shut the hell up, because there's a ton of sweet flavored chips on this list. Like literally we have honey butter chips up next and cappuccino down the line. It's not like there was only one other sweet bag of chips there that I spoiled, but actually now that we're on the topic, I may as well rank these honey butter chips. And even though you normally associate chips with saltiness, let me tell you that these honey butter chips absolutely bang and get an A tier from the Don. These chips are a good mix-up from your usual stuff. And I have to say that my Korean friends definitely hit the nail on the head with this one, because it does indeed bang.
It's a weird concept for a chip, but maybe it's just because our American minds can't handle the fact that chips can be sweet.
Barack, I literally just praised it and twerked for it. How are you going to lump me in with the average American? The Don is a man who cannot be replicated because I am just so unique and special.
Yeah, no one can match the Trump rump, that's for sure.
All right, man, while I do have a juicy booty, I'd once again rather not hear it coming from you, Joe. I might have to activate the Russian sleeper agent in him and just make him talk in Spanish or Japanese the whole video.
Please don't do that again.
Do what? I'm confused as to what you two are talking about.
Stay in the darkness, Joe, because you will never know. Anyways, following the honey butter, we have our very first S tier, and that is the takoyaki balls. And these little puff balls taste amazing, and it's like having a bunch of little balls just twerking all over your tongue with bursts of flavor. I think I would go on all fours and bark like a damn dog for this treat, like Shaggy or Scooby begging for their Scooby snacks.
If it were me, I'd feed Scooby a ton of chocolate so that he dies and I can have all the food I want.
That's pretty messed up, Joe.
It's survival of the fittest out here, and Joe will always make sure to survive.
Joe, the way you survive is by like being a little cockroach who survives every single disaster and just stays alive no matter how hard everything tries to kill you. But enough of Joe over here, because after that we have cappuccino lays. And listen, I am not a huge coffee guy, but coffee flavored things absolutely bang. And surprisingly enough, the same applies for these chips. Get you some of these if you're a huge fan of coffee flavored things and like chips, then you should give this a try. Then unfortunately we have some hot garbage that I'm barely placing above D tier because everything in D is just that bad. But I have the sour cream and bacon chips going into C tier. Now, I don't think this is all that rare, but man, you would think that bacon would improve the flavor profile on these chips. But you know, with these chips, I've learned that there is such a thing as too much of a good thing, because bacon on these chips just ruined it, and I don't think any chip company out there has the right flavor profile for bacon, because most of the time it just tastes like the smell of dog treats, if that makes any sense.
Strangely enough, I do actually get what you mean. I don't really like bacon-flavored things, but I do like bacon bits.
Well, that's because it's pieces of bacon, man. Like no shit that tastes good, but let me not hate on you too much because you actually agreed with what I said. Glad there are more people like me out there, but yeah, continuing on with the list, we have back-to-back A-tier entries in the ketchup and mustard chips, and maybe it's because I thought they were going to be hot ass as soon as I bought them. But surprisingly enough, I actually really like these. Like I genuinely thought they were going to be garbage and bought them as a joke. But I will say that mustard is slightly worse than ketchup, but I like them enough to at least give it an A tier. It had this weird entrancing flavor that had me not entirely enjoying it at first, but the more I ate, the more I couldn't stop.
That's just called being a fat fuck, Donald.
Shut the hell up, Joe. I was talking about the flavor profile, and that has nothing to do with my weight.
Well, fat people tend to like anything because they eat so damn much.
Okay, but I'm not fat.
Well, okay, let's be a little bit realistic here, Donald.
Yeah, you not being fat is like saying Lizzo isn't fat or that Drake doesn't like little kids.
Those are two very extreme examples.
All right, it's like saying that grass isn't green. Is that better?
All right, we're done with you, Joe. Anyways, after that, we have back-to-back entries again. And this time I am putting the crayfish lays and the sweet and spicy honey lays into S tier. These two are goddamn bangers, and the crayfish lays might smell like dry fish and honestly have a stench similar to Joe's toe fungus. But goddamn, one bite into these things, and they have me on my knees faster than Lana Rhoades or Angela White when Girthmaster is around. They are so tasty and taste exactly like the crawfish boil with a nice little spice factor. And if you love yourself some seafood boils with crawfish, then I guarantee you'll be handstand twerking for these bad boys in no time. Then to talk about the sweet and spicy honey flavor. Well, this is kind of like the honey butter, but where the honey butter overpowers you with sweetness and butteriness. This one takes the honey glaze flavor from it and hits you with a nice dosage of needed heat to add some saltiness to the whole thing. And man, this is freaking perfect, and I will definitely be buying more of these. And the best part is that this flavor isn't even from some random part of Asia or something. It's actually here in the US, but I swear I've never seen this flavor or chips until like a week ago.
Sweet and spicy usually works out, so that's a W, but I'm surprised about the crawfish flavor being that good.
Yeah, usually meat-flavored things taste weird or funky on chips, but I guess seafood stuff transfers over pretty well considering we have the squid ball chips and crayfish chips both going in S tier.
That's actually a pretty good observation, Sleepy Joe. I don't know why it's so hard to perfect the beef flavor, but somehow it's one of the hardest things in the Don's opinion. Like, you can force yourself to like it and make it an acquired taste, but like, what's the point of that? Then your breath is going to smell worse than if you use some liquid ass as a breath mint.
Well, I mean, it's not like the squid balls or crayfish chips are going to make your breath smell any better.
Yeah, but at least those taste delicious as hell. Which, speaking of delicious as hell, well, actually, these are all right, but this is a peach and beer flavored pack of Lay's. And someone please tell me why Lay's is making all these weird ass flavors all around the world. Like, I don't know why they are like the king of this shit, but anyways, back onto the beer and peach chips. Now, when I got these, I honestly thought this was going to be awful and bought these for the meme, but they taste like a hint of fuzzy peaches with a fizzy aftertaste, which sounds bad, but honestly, it deserves a B tier. It was actually not awful at all, and I think having the honey butter before this and the dreaded IHOP flavored one, it really softened the blow for this bag and made me probably like it a lot more than I would have if I hadn't been exposed to those two things. But unfortunately, something that didn't survive the taste test were the cucumber Lays, because goddamn, these have a subtle cucumber flavor and salty taste combined with it. And I know it's hard to imagine, but salty cucumbers in chip form do not bang at all. And this gets a D tier for even entering and disgracing my precious taste buds. Eating these chips should be a cardinal sin, and everyone should be steering clear of this, because the moment I ate one of these, I felt a piece of my humanity slip away, and now I'm afraid I'll never be the person I once was before eating this monstrosity.
If you asked me, some Smegma chips would taste better than this. Salty cucumbers sound almost like pickles to me, and you best believe the Joester hates pickles.
Okay, that is not really comparable because I highly doubt Smegma would taste as good as cucumbers. Let's be real here.
Unfortunately, Joe might be spitting here because that's just how awful these things were. I know for damn sure that female discharge would be better, but either way, let's stop talking about this because thankfully we have a somewhat better entry up next. And the Kobe beef chips get a C tier from me because, like I've been saying earlier, they just can't get the meat flavor right on these chips. And most of the time something is meat or beef flavored, it just makes it taste like garbage. And we can go all the way back to my ramen tier list because I fucking hate that beef flavored ramen so much, and it tastes like literal dog food. And you bet your ass that these beef flavored chips smell like ass and taste slightly better than ass.
I'm just concerned now with the copious amounts of ass that you must be eating, because you sure seem to know what it tastes like.
Joe, I'm just saying it tastes horrible. Stop sexualizing me once again. Anyways, rounding off this list, we unfortunately have another stinker. And I really wanted to like these, but the chili cheese Pringles get a damn D tier from me. And honestly, these might be worse than cucumber chips. It's like the great battle of ass between these two. But I think the chili cheese takes the cake because the smell alone is enough to knock a maggot off a turd. And I swear it could probably wake a bear up from hibernation.
They can't be that bad, right?
Barack, I very rarely am able to not finish food, but that monstrosity there almost made me tap out by the end.
Well, goddamn.
What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around, I, the almighty Joe Dog, will be ranking something that everyone loves, and that is Girl Scout cookies.
Looking forward to seeing what atrocities you rank high during this tier list, Joe.
No, this is all wrong.
What do you mean by that, Donald?
I refuse to allow you to do this Girl Scout cookies tier list. I will commandeer this tier list, and I refuse to let anyone other than myself rate these gifts from God.
You do realize you're directly challenging me. You're going to have to debate me for the right to do this list.
I'm ready to throw down, bro.
3, 2, 1, go!
I'll start this since I am the challenger. But you see, Joe, it really is quite simple. This really shouldn't be a debate. You literally cannot challenge the amount of calories I consume a day, and you don't have the same experience as I do when it comes to pure consumption.
Sure, you may have me beat in the calorie point, but if anything that should go against you, You've consumed so many low-effort foods like when we made our fast food tier list. You rated Little Caesars in S tier and called it delicious despite it tasting worse than other things on that list.
Wait a damn moment, Joey. I acknowledge the fact that Little Caesars may not be the best, but I cited the price point as one of the main reasons why I had it so high. Also, your argument of me not having a reliable taste palette because of the amount of food I consume is an absurd point. If anything, me having the variety that I have in my life goes to show how varied my diet is and how I can have both lavish things and the common everyman things. Your logic is flawed, Sleepy Joe.
Well, I will give you that point. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you've had or not had, because we all know that I have bought the most Girl Scout cookies out of the two of us. There is no debate there because I have boxes upon boxes of these suckers, and that alone should prove my loyalty to the product.
I'm glad you mentioned the fact that you have a lot of Girl Scout cookies. Now I've got you right where I want you, Joe. Fraile roll my biggest piece of evidence. I almost bought some poison dart frogs because this super hot girl was trying to sell them to me, and it almost worked.
Yeah, do you ever find yourself buying things just because you find the person selling the stuff so freaking hot and you just want to bang them? Like me, for example, I'm in my house, got all these boxes everywhere from this one place I bought a ton from, and then it hit me. I realized something crucial about myself. I don't even like Thin Mint Girl Scout cookies. Oh no, I don't like Thin Mints. How are you going to crucify me for that?
Oh yes, I will crucify you. You don't have a pure love for these Girl Scout cookies. There is direct evidence from our reptile tier list that you only bought so many of these cookies because you found the little girls selling them attractive. Therefore, you don't have the right intention when eating and grading these cookies. And that right there is the final straw, Joe. Do you have any last words?
Well, shit, what can I say? Sex sells.
You will now pay for what you've done, Joe. Donald Hameha.
Oh, I lost my spot. Now I can't do this list.
What the hell even happened?
Don't worry about it, Barack. What matters is that I now have the top left corner of the video, thus cementing my power to have full control of the tier list. Which, speaking of, let's go ahead and get this thing started because that was a long-ass intro. Up first, we got some caramel chocolate cookies, and you all should already know that these belong in S tier. Freaking delicious cookies.
Yeah, these are pretty good. I feel like anything with caramel and chocolate is a guaranteed banger.
For real, Joe.
So we're seriously ignoring that whole anime-ass sequence of events that just happened before our very eyes?
After that, we got Dozy Does, and as much as I like using peanut butter when playing with my dog, I just cannot justify that high of a placement for a pure peanut butter product. That shit gets drier than Joe's wife.
Nah, there's no way it can get that dry. You'd have to be talking about like the worst drought in the Sahara Desert in order to compete with that.
Okay, I guess we're just continuing on. But, yeah, I have to agree that pure peanut butter isn't exactly the best, but it isn't awful either.
Oh, I agree that it's not awful at all. Maybe I made it sound worse than it actually is, but I do quite enjoy them from time to time, but I won't exactly go seeking after it. I actually think B tier is a great placement for it. Granted, I still would prefer literally any single thing above it, which, speaking of things above it, we got the Samoas, and these are an easy S tier. I cannot have enough of these things and will prioritize buying boxes of these things whenever I can.
I remember us rating Almond Joys high on our candy tier list, so I can see why you enjoy the chocolate and coconut mixture. I personally think it's one of the best combos anyone can ever come up with. I love whoever invented the mixing of chocolate and coconut.
Yeah, normally I'm not into race mixing, but chocolate and coconut do wonders inside my mouth.
Huh!
Barack, it's not crazy to say that chocolate and coconut is delicious. You literally said it yourself in your statement earlier. You silly goose.
Yeah, man, settle down. Anyways, after that, we got pure lemon cookies, and I'm sorry that I'm forgetting the names of these things, but who the hell knows all the damn names of these cookies? I just remember one thing and one thing only, and that is the flavor of these things. And unfortunately, this pure lemon cookie will get slotted into C tier. It isn't all that good, and I'd actually prefer a peanut butter cookie over it. But moving on, we have the toffee cookie going into B tier. I do enjoy these things, though, but I don't know the difference between toffee and caramel.
Oh, that's easy to explain. You see, the main thing that separates caramel and toffee is its ingredients. And I say that because toffee consists of sugar and butter, while on the flip side you got caramel, which is made with sugar, water, and cream. So while they both have sugar in them, they still differ in the manners that they are made and with some of the ingredients. And while I'm at it, I may as well explain what butterscotch is, because someone in the comments will inevitably ask, because all three of these things are so similar. You see, butterscotch is butter and brown sugar that has been slowly heated together to create a soft cracked candy. Just like caramel, the brown sugar molecules break down and, thanks to the addition of molasses in the sugar, caramelize into a richer, deeper flavor than classic caramel.
Wow, that was oddly informative. You really pulled that straight off the dome and knew every single distinct detail about it. Thanks for your fun facts, Joe. It is a really cool and extremely useless life skill you have, but we love you for it nonetheless.
Yeah, I actually am also impressed with all the useless knowledge you keep in your head. Like some would argue that you should conserve whatever you have left of your brain for actual important global and national issues we have for our country. But I actually think this is better, that you're essentially a fun fact machine. But anyways, after that, we got tagalongs, which are also known as peanut butter patties, and it is peanut butter and chocolate. And despite that concept sounding absolutely amazing, I still don't think it reaches the upper echelon of this list and will slot into A tier. It's still pretty amazing, don't get me wrong, but it's no S tier like our next entry, which of course are the amazing Thin Mints. Everyone who has Girl Scout cookies knows that these bang and that they are one of the best cookies available.
See, this is what's stupid about this list, because Thin Mint cookies are in no way good. Any single product with mint flavoring tastes god-awful. Fresh mint is lovely, especially with strawberries or in a tea. But most mint-flavored things are so artificial that they conjure up some ass-tasting wannabe mint flavor. Altoid mints, for example, are artificial mint and they're just cold spicy. I can't even have a sip of damn water after, because then it'll feel like I'm deep-throating Jack Frost. I also had a mint chocolate shake recently and thought it would maybe be okay if the chocolate would overpower it, but it just tasted like straight hot ass. Like I was ingesting mouthwash mixed with chocolate syrup, and it was so overpowering that the mint flavor was like being smashed in the teeth with a brick coated in Clorox or Fabuloso. Which now brings us to the damn Thin Mints, because like, what's the point of having a cookie that tastes like Crest toothpaste alongside some chocolate? If you want that so badly, why don't you all just smear some toothpaste on an Oreo and call it a damn day?
Okay, wow, that is a lot to unpack, but Joe, you do realize putting toothpaste on a cookie does not make it taste like a Thin Mint. You're just exaggerating here, Joe.
Yeah, mint is fucking amazing. And you know what? I feel bad that you'll never get to experience the wonderful and refreshing feeling of biting into a Thin Mint cookie, which is a damn shame, because if anyone here needs a damn mint the most, it has to be your sleepy ass Joe, because your breath smells worse than a gaping asshole after a fresh shit. But enough of that, because trying to convince Joe to like mint is like trying to convince a hardcore vegan to take a bite out of your prime rib. Anyways, after that, we got the lemon cookie, but with powdered sugar on top, and I think this is a solid step above the pure lemon cookie and slots into B tier for me personally. Not much more to add other than that, but we do have a bona fide D tier up next, because pure sugar cookies, also known as trefoils, and these are just so basic. Like, I hope no one in the audience seriously goes out of their way to order these instead of getting literally any other option available.
Joke's on you, because these happen to bang. Since when did everything have to be so fancy and have all these extravagant flavors? I love my basic trefoils and will forever love them.
Thank God I did this list instead of you, because I would have had a neck vein explode from pure rage if you would have put this shit above a D. And the reason people should get different flavors is because these damn things cost like $10 a box. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna get the good shit instead of some basic ass flavor. Speaking of good shit, we got the s'mores cookies heading straight into S tier. I was debating placing it into A tier for a bit, but I think it deserves that S tier placement. But wrapping up the list, we have our final entry, which are the Thanks a Lot, and it is a shortbread biscuit dipped in chocolate with a thank you message. It replaced shout-outs, but these are a solid A tier. Here is where simplicity shines, and the chocolate and nice message make me feel great.
I have to agree that the nice thank you on the cookie does make me feel pretty good, knowing I supported the Girl Scouts and got a delicious cookie out of it.
If they really want sales, they have to start selling trading cards of the little girls who sell them. Then I'd be buying every damn box like if they were Pokemon cards.
Seek God, Joe.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we are going to be talking about controversial foods. and I will be ranking them based on how controversial they are and how delicious they are. We originally were going to have Joe do the list, but you all know his opinion on mint-flavored things, and I just feel like he'd put things in weird spots.
I'd put them where they belong, which would be below D tier and into the garbage. Mint haters will side with me on this.
Joe, you have to eventually give mint-flavored things another try.
I do whenever I brush my teeth because I know that's how good every mint product will be. Just some toothpaste tasting garbage.
All right, that's enough hate from you, Joe. Let's go ahead and get this list started because up first we got some chocolate gold coins. I know Fraile told us that he didn't make this list, but who the hell even thinks these are controversial? Like it's just chocolate wrap to look like a coin. So I think I'll place it into B tier because it's not that controversial, but man, do they taste good. After that, though, we got raisins, and this is a good one. I already know how I feel about raisins, but let me hear it from you two.
Raisins are a delectable snack and are good by themselves in trail mix and in cookies.
Of course, this guy would say all the healthy stuff. For the Joe dog, he prefers his raisins covered in some sweet, sweet chocolate.
Now that's what I like to hear, Joe. I think this is a solid A tier, but moving on, we got some mustard and almond joys, and I don't think it's too crazy to put both of these in S tier. Almond joys are just straight up delicious, and if you're fans of the channel, you already know how much we love coconut on here, and if you combine it with chocolate, you know it's game over. As for the mustard, well, it pairs really well with a lot of things and adds a lot of flavor. Just don't be like Joe and dip your fries in straight mustard.
It's the superior dipping sauce, and you can straight up consume pure unfiltered mustard if you're a real dog like me.
If we were talking about honey mustard, I'd be all ears. But I know with your disgusting asses talking about pure yellow mustard, and I will never look at you the same for loving those mustard-flavored Doritos chips. Anyways, after that, Whoppers are warheads. Now, who the hell likes Whoppers a lot? Like, I'll pop them and suck on them for a bit, but I won't go twerking and throwing it back for them. They're a solid C. I think they're overhated. But hey, that's just me. But as for the warheads, I can see why people don't like them. They're not a fan of sour things, but if you're not a fan of sour things, why would you even buy warheads? Like you're asking for a bad time. It's like a deaf person buying concert tickets. Like, what the hell is the point of it? Otherwise, though, this is a solid B tier for me.
What if the deaf person can slightly hear or if he can feel the vibrations?
Fine, Joe. It would be like a blind person buying front row seats to a show. I hope that was enough to appease your ass. After that, we got Thin Mints, and I refuse to hear you out, Joe. Your opinion is null on this, but this is an auto A tier.
No, the hell it is not.
Ignore him, Donald, but yeah, I definitely even argue that it belongs in S tier because you got people like Joe who are mint haters and will have a stroke if you dare say it's good.
Yeah, but I feel like there are more of us mint enjoyers out in the world than there are mint haters. After that, we got some beets and anchovies, and okay, you guys got me here. Beets are pretty good. They taste like nothing and have tons of iron. And I don't think I've ever heard a lot of people complain about beets. I think a B tier is in order for this one, and anchovies will go into C tier, but I know tons and tons of people were hating on them for our pizza topping tier list, so hopefully this low placing will make some of you happy. However, we move on to a doozy up next, and I know a decent bit of people who hate blue cheese and constantly say it looks like throw up and won't partake. But let me tell you all that the Don is a believer in blue cheese and must have his wings with ranch and blue cheese. I got 2 different sauces to dip them in, and they both taste amazing. I have this banger going straight into S tier.
The Joe dog sees nothing wrong with these placements. I love me blue cheese so much that I sometimes just suck it straight out the container.
God, Joe, don't go making me rethink my placement on this delicious thing, because hearing you say that genuinely made me like blue cheese even less. After that, we got some Brussels sprouts going into B tier. I feel like if you hate these, then you just need to grow the fuck up, man. They literally taste like nothing and are good. After that, we do have something a lot of people hate, and that, of course, is the pickle. Now, I will hear out some of you pickle haters, because I know that this taste can be too much for you all, but it's not bad at all on a burger or in relish or tartar sauce.
Nah, that shit is terrible in everything. I despise pickle enjoyers and can never understand how some people eat pickles out the jar, and not only that, they also drink the goddamn pickle juice. That is just straight foul.
Okay, Donald, I hate saying this, but Joe kind of has a point. When people drink pickle juice, that's just when it goes too far, man.
I mean, that was what I was fucking saying, man. I like them as compliments, but not on their own, Jesus, man. You're giving Joe some cookies for basically just repeating what I said, but none of that matters because I have to get to the rating, and this is a C tier in my books. After that, we got 2 back-to-back S tiers because I doubt anyone genuinely hates white chocolate or coconut, and even if they do, it doesn't matter because the Don will die for white chocolate and coconut. Then we got some Spam, and oh man, tell them what you cooked up the other day, Barack, with this Spam. Your Hawaiian ass loves this shit, and I know you're going to be happy about me placing this into A tier.
Okay, actually, that's a huge dub, and I can go ahead and tell everyone. So basically, I just made some kimchi fried rice, which is just kimchi, and some fried rice, of course, but then I added bits of chopped up Spam throughout the dish while it was cooking, and to top it all off, I put a bunch of cheese on top, and on top of all that delicious cheese, I topped it off with 4 eggs and let them cook with all the heat and steam from the dish.
God, that shit was banging. It was possibly the best thing I had that week, and I beg everyone to go make that at home. Go get yourself some kimchi and make this delicious ass dish. But anyways, after that, we got Oreos, and we made a whole goddamn tier list revolving around this, and we all know this is an auto S tier. If you hate Oreos, I am sorry that you'll never get to fully enjoy greatness, but yeah, go check out our Oreo tier list if you are indeed a fan. Then after we got some mushrooms, and with this one I can get some of the hate because I know people who despise mushrooms, but the Don isn't one of them. I have these bad boys going into A tier because they're flat out amazing when added to any dish. Now this next one I know I'll get some flack for because I actually have hard shell tacos going into S tier. Now I know all the Mexicans will get angry, and I can't be sure if it's because of the mass deportations I caused or the hard shell taco rating. But let me tell you, all that hard shell tacos bang. Some hard shell tacos from Taco Bell will go absolutely nuts. And if you get a Doritos Locos taco, well, you're just begging to make me come.
All right, let's settle down now.
No, let's actually settle up Donald.
Joe is kind of speaking my language here, but anyways, after that, we got the tomato, and this is a solid B tier. Like, I don't mind tomatoes, but they also don't do much. Like, they can make my burgers and sandwiches more moist and add a bit more to my salads, but I prefer to have them in sauce form. Then after we got some olives and sour cream, and I am giving olives a solid C tier. I like them on my pizzas, or even as a nice snack with my charcuterie board. Then sour cream gets an absolute S tier. The Don is a massive fan of some fucking sour cream. And before you say anything, Joe, I'm putting Junior Mints in A tier. Please don't go on a rant.
I just feel like I've said enough. I've accepted the fact that no matter how much I struggle, no matter how much I beg and plead, it'll all be for no reason, and I have to just sit there and take it. So I guess I finally understand how I make those kids feel when I take care of them.
What?
Barack, quit acting so surprised. You already knew where that was going. Sometimes I'm surprised that dumb remembers to breathe. But enough about Joe, because up next we got 2 back-to-back bangers going into S tier. And if you've seen the pizza topping tier list, you already know that Don is on Team Pineapple. And mayo is kind of self-explanatory. The other day someone called me a mayo monkey, and I don't know how to feel about that.
Yeah, you're more of a sriracha mayo than a normal mayo.
Because I'm so spicy, huh? Then after we got some disgusting, absolutely gross black licorice, and you all already know this abomination is going into D tier, but after that we got some mint chocolate chip ice cream also going into A tier. I am somewhat appeasing the mint haters because I'm placing most of these into A tier, but let's be serious here. This shit is straight gas, and so are Thin Mints. Then after that, we got the motherfucking legendary three-peat coming up because I have oysters, asparagus, and tofu all going into S tier. Oysters are just a goddamn banger, and most seafood in general is just so fucking delicious. Some oyster with some hot sauce, and you got yourself a happy Don. Then I think asparagus is also hated too much, but it fucking bangs. Get some baked asparagus alongside your Thanksgiving turkey, and you got yourself a nice side. And then we get on to tofu. Why would anyone hate on tofu? It literally tastes like nothing. And if you're a fan of Asian food, then you already know how much it's used, and I love it so goddamn much. It's a great source of protein.
These 3 are valid as hell, Donald. I am actually amazed with how good your list has been going. Like, all I see are bangers.
All right, Barack, enough glazing because it's getting kind of gay. Rounding off this wonderful list, we got hot sauce going into A tier because it's an excellent condiment for any type of occasion, and you can vary the levels of heat that you have. Then I have Marmite going into D tier because I've never had it, but I swear every video I see about it just makes it look awful. And lastly, our New York peppermint patty. Oh man, I actually don't really like this that much, but we'll still give it a solid B tier. It's definitely the worst mint tasting thing I've had, excluding Three Musketeers.
If you ask me, they should be called the Three Musket Queers.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around, the great Doninator is going to be doing the long-awaited diet soda tier list.
Well, technically, this is a diet drink tier list because we have 2 diet teas at the end, and that's not even including Arizona diet tea.
Okay, Barack, listen, man, a diet drink tier list is almost the same thing. I'm not going to rank some more diet juices and stuff just because you want that. The people are more than happy with the diet sodas only.
And the 2 T's, Donnie?
Yes, Joe and the 2 T's in the list, but I'll give an unofficial ranking for Arizona green tea, which isn't here. And that would get the S tier, of course. But anyways, let's go ahead and get this list started. And up first, we got Diet Pepsi. And you all know how I feel about Diet Coke. And of course, this is the enemy to my precious Diet Coke. But you see, the Don doesn't discriminate sodas because he's a man of honor and integrity. That is until we talk about people. But anyways, yeah, if this genuinely did taste good, I would rank this higher. But this is just not all that good in the grand scheme of things. And I genuinely think that it is only worthy of a C tier. I am sorry to any Diet Pepsi lovers out there. Well, not really, because clearly Diet Coke is superior, but don't worry, Diet Pepsi lovers, because at least you're not Coca-Cola Life, because I have that gross thing going into D tier. I refuse to give any credit to this failure of a product, and will only give it L after L.
Now, what's wrong with Coca-Cola Life?
Barack, we literally did a Coca-Cola tier list, and if I don't want to repeat all the reasons why it sucks, but just know that it isn't good and you know exactly why. But anyways, after that, we got an amazing drink, nectar from the gods themselves. And this, of course, is the Diet Coke because this is an auto S tier. And I have fridges stocked up with tons and tons of Diet Coke. I sometimes go days without drinking water because all I need is some Diet Coke.
I already know that your piss is Crayola yellow.
I know mine sure is, but I just like seeing how yellow or orange it can get before I drink water.
I respect the challenge you take for absolutely no reason, and how you're probably ruining your health, and how your kidneys are probably crying for help and praying for you to stop. But you just won't.
Can't the same be said about you?
Are you stupid or are you stupid, Barack? Diet Coke has water inside of it, so clearly I am the shining image of health. But yeah, then after we got Diet Sam's Cola, and I was really, really close to putting this in D tier, but I had a change of heart and decided that it really was not all that bad and it belongs in C tier. Then after that, we got A and W, and as a root beer guy myself, I am a pretty big fan of it in general. So, of course, I got to give some respect for this drink, and I have to give this bad boy an A tier. Get you some protein mixed vanilla ice cream and get some diet root beer, and you have yourself a great bulking ice cream float.
That actually sounds pretty good, especially for gym goers who aren't trying to go insane on the sugar and enjoy a nice treat.
Of course, it's delicious because the Don is the one who recommends it. I swear I haven't made any bad food recommendations on this whole channel, unlike Joe over here.
Hey man, no one has said that they have tried my blue Gatorade boiled hot dogs or even my Subway sandwich order. Till someone sends Fraile a picture of either I refuse to accept any slander and any besmirchment given to my name.
I pray that no one honestly does that because that'll probably cause detrimental damage to their short-term and long-term health.
Yeah, but that'll be pretty fucking dope to see pics or videos of people trying that concoction. I fully endorse it, but yeah, anyways, we got Pepsi Zero Sugar, and I actually prefer this flavor more than the Diet Pepsi, but it still doesn't rank that high. And once again, I want to clarify that I am in no way a Pepsi hater, but this gets a B from me.
Sounds like you're hating to me.
There is zero hate because the Don is the king of diet drinks. Anyways, after that, we got Diet Dr. Pepper, and this is another B tier from me. And honestly, people should be thankful I even placed this that high because Dr. Pepper is super overrated. But I feel like with most people, they either hate it or they love it. But the Don lands somewhere in the middle where he is somewhat indifferent and doesn't get both sides. Then after we got a certified A tier in the Orange Crush because this thing is an absolute banger. And I overall am a pretty big fan of Crush. Might even do a tier list on it if Fraile can get to work faster.
Now let's give some respect to Fraile because he uploads almost every day and the man deserves a break.
Shut the hell up, Joe. You're just sucking him off because you know he'll give you a good tier list to do. Fraile, you know I keep it real with you.
And maybe that's the problem. He needs a yes man, and I am more than qualified to just say yes to any idea of things that is put in front of me. It's a lot like being president.
No, it is not. It's a high position of honor with a lot of duties and responsibilities, and you should not just sign away anything that's in front of you.
Nah, I kind of have to agree with Joe here. You just say some funny shit on Twitter and sign some papers and stuff and say funny things. I was probably the best president for that, but I will admit, Joe can be a funny guy. But yeah, after that, we got another certified banger, and we got Diet Dew going straight into S tier because of how magnificent it is. And the Diet Dew Baja Blast would get an immediate S++ tier because goddamn, that is some amazing stuff. Then after we got two back-to-back, A tiers in the Coke Zero and Coke Zero Sugar because these are close entries for the Diet Coke position, and I will drink these if there are no Diet Cokes around me, but obviously we know who takes the dub in that competition.
Would you say that it's based on each person's own taste buds?
Well, no shit, Barack. That's like asking if people like different foods based on their taste buds. What a stupid question. But yeah, then after Diet Right, and I'm sorry to any Diet Right enjoyers, but this garbage is going straight into D tier. I refuse to hear anyone out on this because this is like the most unknown ass soda to grace this tier list, much like our next entry, which is Dr. Pepper 10, and this is a 10-calorie soda. And there's a reason why this is discontinued, and you instead just have the normal diet and or zero sugar Dr. Pepper. But again, it isn't as bad as the D tier entries, so I have to give it at least a C.
See, I don't get the hype behind Dr. Pepper.
Here we go with a Joe rant.
No, but I'm serious. I just can't get behind Dr. Pepper. Tastes like old battery acid with a little medicine taste. I don't understand the hype. Every other soda is better than Dr. Pepper. I can't even get through half of the can, bottle, or cup of Dr. Pepper ever. I remember buying some because Hunter wanted some, and the first time he tried it out, he immediately spat it out. In a world where we have Coke, Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Fanta, and Sprite, Dr. Pepper is below the Earth's core on the rankings.
Well, honestly, it surprised me that Hunter didn't like it considering the man is willing to consume crack.
Yeah, doesn't that show how bad it is? Like he would rather have some crack over some Dr. Pepper.
Well, I mean, crack is awesome. The not awesome part is getting addicted, but not that I would know what crack is like. Let's continue on with the list. And up next, we got Canada Dry and Diet Sprite, both going into A tier. I am a huge fan of ginger ale, and I honestly cannot taste the difference between normal ginger ale and the diet versions. So if I ever want to switch it up from Diet Coke, I will occasionally indulge in some Diet Ginger Ale. It's not like I need it or want to drink it every day, but I don't want to get flavor fatigue from my Diet Coke. Not that has happened because Diet Coke is quite literally one of the best drinks to ever grace this planet. But if a place doesn't have Diet Coke, I'll take some Diet Canada Dry, and the same can be said about Diet Sprite. Like there's a slight difference in the flavor when you compare the two, but like I am more than willing to accept that and still enjoy the hell out of it because I am not too picky of a guy, and it genuinely is an amazing drink.
Well, Sprite is made by the Coca-Cola Company, so there's probably some bias in that statement.
I wouldn't say biased because I kept it real as hell, but yeah, I mean, it's not my fault that the Coca-Cola Company is literally the best company in the world. Remember, Barack, they made Fanta too.
Oh yeah, shout out to the Nazis once again for that.
Not this again. Please don't go shouting out the Nazis.
Well, I mean, it's kind of true, but whatever, I won't get your panties in a twist, and we'll instead continue on with the list because we are near the end and we got the damn teas that you made me include without even bothering to have Arizona in it.
Listen, man, don't blame me, but instead blame Fraile for forgetting to add those.
The man is being worked to the bone, man. He's going to die on the desk one of these days from some brain embolism because of his hard work and dedication to editing these amazing videos.
Here comes the glaze. He's doing 360s on that dick with the amount he's glazing. Dare I say he is twerking on Fraile's dick right now.
Listen, man, what can I say? I just love our editor.
You're just hoping he picks you for the cursed food tier list or the Wingstop flavors tier list?
Or my precious healthy foods tier list.
Man, ain't nobody fighting for that tier list, Barack. That's like finding the ugliest girl in the club and calling dibs on her. Like no one was even fighting for that monstrosity.
That's a good-ass analogy, Joe. I'm glad you've been practicing. But yeah, either way, let me finish up the list because we're getting too distracted. And now we got Lipton iced tea up next. And this gets a B tier from me because it tastes a bit funny. Like, I don't know if you guys know what I mean, but sometimes I drink these things and it like kind of burns my throat or leaves a funny aftertaste. Like, I don't know how to describe it, but I swear someone out there knows what I mean. It just tastes really odd despite it not being bad at all. Like, I think a B tier is a good slot for it, but Man, it do have that really weird flavor / aftertaste that is bringing it down some points. Then lastly, we got Pure Leaf, and I like these a decent bit and love their raspberry flavors, which, by the way, Barack artificial raspberry is a fucking banger. So screw you and your artificial flavors tier list, because I have this bad boy going into S tier, and we'll put some damn respect on its name.
Of course, this all leads back to some criticism for bombing Barry.
That is not going to catch on, man. Stop calling yourself that.
Yeah, I much prefer Obamba because it just rolls off the tongue better.
People in the video did like it when you called me that, so I better write that down for next time.
I'll just call you B-Dog.
That's too similar to mine. I won't have it.
Joe, I'll just call you Cum 4K because of all the mad glaze you do.
I'm more of a barely legal type of guy.
Gross.
What's up, gang? Me and Trumpy are going to rank some Pokemon games.
Joe, what in the ever-living fuck are you saying? I told you I'd do this video with you if you didn't act so cringy.
Donald, please, it's how you get the kids' attention these days.
I bet you would know a lot about what kids like.
Epstein's flight logs.
We don't have to go there. Anyways, Joey, tell them about Pokemon.
That's more like it, Donnie. Anyways, guys, we're here to rank them in the correct order based on our based opinions. On my mama.
Jesus Christ. Well, let's get this rolling. I want to say Pokemon Red belongs in C tier.
Agreed. Wait, hold on. Barack wants to join in. He just texted the group chat.
I didn't get a notey. What do you mean?
Sorry, he texted the Dem Gang for Life chat with blue presidents only.
Sounds like a chat made for pussies.
Fuck off, Donald.
Sup, guys?
Hey,
Sup, Bommy. If you look at my screen here, we're just ranking Pokemon games, and next up is Yellow.
I always thought it had a neat concept, but I feel like it was very mid. It's also hard to judge and rank older games since they're the building blocks for future titles.
I agree with that. Much like how Joe is leeching off my presidency and using the plans I established for the country.
Epstein's flight logs.
Jesus fucking Christ enough, Joe.
So what are you thinking for Pokemon Crystal Joe?
It was also mid, but it was in color.
I bet that was a shocker coming from black and white TVs, Joey.
Donald, we're literally 4 years apart, you dumb bitch, and the other day you agreed with me on this take.
That may or may not been true. But in this case, it was true.
I'm putting Crystal and Gold Silver at B tier.
I agree with both choices.
I must say you gentlemen are correct.
Moving on from those two, we got Pokemon Coliseum. I don't think anyone gives a fuck about that game, right, fellas?
That game made me almost as sleepy as you, Joe, but it was cool to see Pokemon in 3D.
Yeah, it was pretty cool just seeing their 3D models, but otherwise quite mid.
All right, guys, here comes the golden age for Pokemon, and right off the bat, I'm putting Fire Red and Leaf Green in A tier alongside Ruby and Sapphire.
God, I fucking love those games, Joe. Why are they not S tier?
The games at S tier are the best of the franchise, and I think those two don't come close to what's going to go there.
You know, Joe, I hate to agree with Donnie here, but this is a pretty bad take from you.
Guys, just fucking trust me, please. And next up, we have Pokemon XD at C tier.
Oh my fucking God, Joe.
Jesus Christ, Joe, this game is better than everything in C tier. What the fuck?
Okay, fellas, just hear me out. I just never finished it, so I didn't want to put it that high.
God damn it, Joe.
Okay, but moving on, I got Pokemon Emerald at S tier.
Finally, Sleepy Joe does something good, unlike his presidency.
Yeah, I can't argue with that.
Then I have Pokemon Diamond and Pearl in A, and then have arguably the best Pokemon game ever, Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver at S tier.
This is an extremely valid take.
You know, Joey, as much as I want to disagree with you because you usually have shit opinions, I just can't help but agree.
Thanks, guys. It really means a lot to me.
Stop being weird, bro.
Sorry, Donnie. Next, I have Pokemon Platinum at S tier, and then Black and White 1 at B tier.
Okay, now I agree even more with that Diamond and Pearl take.
Yeah, that whole other dimension was pretty cool, and Endgame was a lot better in Platinum.
I told y'all I was cooking. Next, I have Pokemon Black and White 2 in S tier because that music is fucking banging, and the sprite work was at its best. It's basically an all-around better version of Black and White 1.
God, that music fucking slapped.
I still listen to it on my iPod.
Trump, did you just say iPod? You can afford an iPhone, bro.
I have an iPhone, you idiot. iPod is just for vibes. You wouldn't get it, Sleepy Joe.
Who cares? Next, I have X and Y at B tier. It was pretty decent, but Omega Ruby was Omega Mid, so it goes in C tier.
Have to agree with this take here.
Joe, I hope you don't put Ultra Sun and Moon high.
Don't worry, Donnie. I think it's crap, too. It could have been DLC with how shit it was and unneeded, and I like the OG Sun and Moon more. I also have to put Let's Go at D tier, too, just because it was a baby fucking game for baby kids.
That shit was a waste of money and was easier than beating Hillary for presidency.
I thought the game was pretty cute.
Anyways, I have Sword and Shield at B tier because it was pretty fun, but I also don't really remember much of it.
Of course you don't remember, Joe. It was a beyond mid-game.
Yeah, I have to agree with Trump here, Joey.
Well, I'm making the fucking list, so it's a B.
Jesus, all right, Joe, settle down.
We're approaching the end, and I'm putting dog shit Diamond Remake in D tier. It was such a fucking waste of money for those dumbass chibi sprites. The game doesn't run at 60 frames, and it was a lazily done cash grab.
Damn, Joe, tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, you kind of let out a lot just now.
Sorry guys, I've just been holding this one back for a while, but Pokemon Legends Arceus is a fucking banger. It lets me combat roll and gives me a breath of fresh air for the franchise.
I love this take, Joe. What I really liked about that game was the freedom that came along with it.
It reminds me a lot of America during 2016 through 2020 before some dingus took over.
Eat my ass, Donnie. Let me finish this list.
We all know where you're going to put Violet and Scarlet. You've been raving about that game since it came out and keep begging me and Barack to do raids with you. That game is a buggy mess.
Yeah, don't get us wrong, Joe. We like it too, but God, it could have used more time in the oven.
Well, yeah, but guys, I can ride a Pokemon and it's an open world. I'm giving it an A.
They couldn't even scale levels. Are you fucking serious? No way, this is an A.
Yeah, this is like a B at most, Joey.
I disagree, guys. I can dress my trainer in a cool way and can do raids. Speaking of which, you guys want to run a raid? What is up, gang? We are back with another Joe Dog tier list, and this time around, we are doing a popsicle tier list. I'm so excited to finally getting around to doing another one of these tier lists. Now, I did make an ice cream tier list, so if you guys have not checked out that one, I would highly recommend it, but only after finishing this video because I will get down and dirty making this popsicle list.
W plug on the ice cream tier list. But what the hell does getting down and dirty mean when making a tier list?
You just wouldn't get it, Barack. But anyways, let's go ahead and get this list started. And up first, we got some bubble gum flavored popsicles. And I hate to break it to my Latino audience, but this is garbage. Not the brand, but the bubble gum flavor is just atrocious. I would much rather have cotton candy flavored stuff, but oh man, the Joester hates bubble gum flavored things. I have to immediately place this into a D tier.
Now, what the hell is wrong with bubblegum flavored things? I personally happen to be a fan of it.
It literally tastes like some generic, non-flavored gum stick, but crammed into popsicle form. It tastes terrible, Donald, and the fact you like it repulses me quite honestly. After that, though, we got a solid A tier in the big stick popsicles. Oh boy, let me tell you that the Joe Dog is a big fan of that big old stick. I can suck on it for hours upon hours because that's just how yummy it is to me.
Does not surprise me you like big sticks in your mouth, Joe.
Cannot get enough of big sticks in my mouth. I love feeling it melt in my little mouth.
Okay, you did not have to say little mouth.
Sorry, I meant to say that I love feeling it melt in my petite mouth. Anyways, after that, we got the watermelon flavored bomb pop, and I have to put this into S tier, like I love bomb pops already. And if you add in some watermelon flavoring, then you're just asking me to suck on that popsicle harder than I ever have before. Following that, though, we got another freaking gum flavor, but I will give this brand some more credit because it does taste slightly better than the previous one. And I think a C tier is in order for this one. I still think it's awful, but hey, at least it isn't in D tier.
You have an agenda against bubblegum flavored ice cream, and I personally will not stand for it.
How about you stick to your Donald versus tier lists and stay in your own goddamn lane because the Joe Dog knows what is up when talking about these frozen treats. Following that, we got a delicious and delectable treat, and that is the Crunch Bar, and I love the hell out of this. Honestly, anything chocolate related will be placing high for me, and this is an instant S tier. Following that, we got some Cyclone Popsicles, and much like with the Big Stick, I will also be placing these in A tier. I love their design and flavor a lot, so it gets points for that. After that, we got some generic fruit-flavored popsicles, the ones that can split off and are shareable, but what the hell is the point of that? Because I refuse to share my delicious treats with anyone not named Joe. This goes into C tier for being mid.
Wow, Joe, does the thought of sharing popsicles with someone else really piss you off that much?
Of course it fucking does. Who in their right mind would share a popsicle? Like there barely isn't even enough for one person. I'm never content with just one popsicle. I will get 2 or maybe even 3, but I don't want to rant. So let's instead just keep this list chugging along and up. Next we got fudge bars, and these kind of slap. I won't lie, like I still rather have a Crunch Bar, but these are pretty solid. I will not be upset if you whip out a fudge bar for old Joe here, and I think a B tier would be a solid rating for this. After that, I will please all the Latinos with this rating because I have these Mexican strawberry bars going straight into S tier. I love getting the little bits of strawberry in these, and milk-based popsicles honestly smack so hard, and if you guys have not had these, then I would highly recommend them. Then, oh God, I'm going to come from these selections. We have 2 back-to-back S tiers again because the Jolly Rancher Pops. and Magnum Double Chocolate and Caramel Pops are both to die for. If you want something fruity and love Jolly Ranchers, then the popsicle versions are a no-brainer. Like you'd have to have an extra chromosome or two if you just aren't a fan of these. And if you don't like fruit-based popsicles, then these chocolate magnums are the way to go because they have caramel yummy goodness in them and are just so rich in flavor.
I wouldn't know about the Magnum ice cream because the only Magnum thing I am buying are condoms because you know the Don got that master dong.
Listen, man, we all know what Stormy Daniels said, and that is most likely not the case. I'm no Peter Gazer, but the rumors are that the Don has a little shrimp going on, so I refuse to hear about that. That stuff doesn't matter, though, because we are talking about popsicles, and I do not want to hear any conversations about Peters. Following that gross talk from Donald and the amazing bars we just had, we will talk about some mighty mid-sugar-free bars, and these are okay. Like if I were some diabetic and diatomaceous-ass motherfucker who could not enjoy the finer things in life, then I guess I'd get these, but why the hell do that when sugar's the best thing to ever exist? I give this sugar-free Pops a C tier, and it's closer towards the lower end of C tier as well. Then after that, we got some Mr. Freeze Jumbo Pops, and these are okay. I think it also warrants a C, to be honest. I don't really have strong opinions on it. Ooh, but boy howdy, we got some orange creamsicles, and I actually like these a decent bit. They aren't what I will seek out first, but if I see them in the freezer, and they're the only thing there, then I will happily take one. I don't think these things are to die for, but a solid B tier is in order for them. I will be placing respect on the orange creamsicle's name.
Orange creamsicles aren't actually that bad, so I'm glad to see you have that amazing take, Joe. I am proud of you.
I don't give a shit if you're proud of me, Barack. I'm merely the truth spreader, and I do it for the Joe heads and no one else. Moving on, we got some generic frozen popsicles that you bite off and suck the juice out of because it's all ice. This is going into C tier because it ain't nothing special. After that, we got two Outshine popsicles, and the first is a creamy strawberry flavor that I do enjoy a lot. But if you're going to get milk-based popsicles, I would recommend getting the Mexican ones first because they hit different. I am still giving the Outshine Creamy Strawberry an A tier, while the normal Strawberry Outshine Popsicle gets an S tier from me. I really enjoy this flavor, and it's just great overall.
What is your obsession with strawberries, man? You always rate anything strawberry related up to like A tier or S tier for any sort of tier list.
What the hell is there not to like? Sorry, my ass did not put an orange-flavored popsicle all the way in S tier, because you must have so many that it left your skin all orange. Speaking of, we also got some orange cherry and grape popsicles, and these are a solid B tier in my opinion. Then after that, we got a push pop, and these were more gimmicky than anything else, but still a solid B tier in terms of flavor. It's a shame they're so small, but the flavor is what matters to me. Oh, then we got the firecracker popsicles, and you all already know that the Joe Dog loves these things. The watermelon variant is a bop, and you best believe the red, white, and blue version gets an S tier from me as well. Like there's no arguing for this one because these have the perfect flavor profile and taste amazing.
I can get behind some red, white, and blue popsicles because that screams America to me, but I want you to know that I do not like orange-flavored things, you sleepy, dementia-ridden, rotting old man.
Is that all you have to say to me? Just call me sleepy and an old man? You have fallen off Donald and the Joe heads have taken notice. Anyways, after that, we got these freaking like frozen juice pops, which are just basically all concentrate being frozen, but I will give these a higher rating than Mr. Freeze because they have more quantity and are cheaper because it's the generic pack. And for that, I have to give it a B tier. Then after that, we got some goofy-ass looking SpongeBob popsicles that you would get from the ice cream truck. And even though these look hilarious, I did not think they had amazing flavor. The bubble gum in the eyes is a nice touch, but ultimately it is still a B tier, which is actually a good rating if you ask me. Then this list has me bursting from the seams because they throw in an immediate S tier right after that, and that is the strawberry shortcake bars. I don't see how anyone could hate these because they're so crunchy and delicious. And if you don't like strawberries like Donald, then you can get the chocolate version, which is also a freaking bop.
Okay, let's get one thing straight, and I do not hate strawberries. Everyone who has seen the fruit tier list knows that the Don puts respect on strawberries, but I just notice you always suck it off whenever we have lists.
Because they're fucking delicious. What do you want me to do? Lie for the views? The Joe Dog refuses to do anything like that because I keep it real here. Now let's hurry up and wrap up this list because I need to crank one out. Now another president would lie to the viewer and say they have important things to do, but remember that old Joe here will never lie to any of you. Unless I want to, but if that's the case, there is a good reason, trust me. Ahem, anyways, after that we got cotton candy popsicles, and these are pretty good. I think a solid B tier for them. And after that we got Paradise Pops going into A tier, because I like the whole tropical vibe they have and the different flavors like mango and strawberry banana. Then we Tweety the Bird, and I don't know what the list maker wanted me to say because this gets the same exact rating as the SpongeBob one. And if you ask me, there is some bias going on, because why does SpongeBob get some Doodlebob looking popsicles, but Tweety the Bird gets some looks maxing popsicle? Like, what sense does that make?
Are you asking us? Because we don't know either, and I don't know what you want us to say.
I want you guys to be equally as outraged. This is a disservice to SpongeBob, and I will not stand for it. I will be sitting instead. But yeah, ending this list, we got some random shit from Mexico. Listen, I don't know what the hell this is, and quite frankly, I'm tired of making this list. I need to fight the one-eyed demon, if you guys catch my drift.
You got to hit the sack, Joe?
I gotta hit my sack, and then I gotta hit the sack if you catch my drift.
Gross.
What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we are going to be doing a Pringles tier list, and old Joe here loves himself some Pringles, so we all know I had to make this one.
Knowing you, Joe, you're going to put something asinine high in S tier and just make us all suck it up.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I think it has been proven time and time again that the Joester takes his list seriously and that there should be no cause for concern on this.
Donald, he's only saying that because I promised he could do a woman's hair tier list if he behaved correctly for the next few tier lists.
Dear God, why are you putting us through that?
Listen, man, it was a short-term solution that kept him in line for the past few videos, so I say that it worked out.
Past few videos. Why are we rewarding the grown man like a dog? Is that why he's been so buddy-buddy with me recently?
Some of that was my honest-to-God true feelings, Donald. And the other 90% was me wanting to do this freaking hair tier list.
Well, it's not that time yet, Joe, so can you please focus on what's in front of you and start this Pringles tier list?
Fine, Mom. So let's go ahead and get started with this list. And up first, we got original Pringles. And I know a lot of people are fans of original flavored chips, and I do have to agree that they aren't bad at all. But I will still be placing this into C tier so that it can be our sort of baseline for flavors. Like if this is completely average to me, like fully neutral, then it'll be easier to detail what flavors are butt and what flavors are amazing.
You know what? I'm not at all angry with this because original Pringles just taste like chips to me. I don't have anything positive to add aside from the fact that they are probably the best original chips out there.
I mean, I prefer Lay's if I'm being honest, but only for original chips.
Can we not talk about both of your opinions, because the last I checked this was a Joe Dog certified tier list. Anyways, after we got some honey mustard chips, and this might be because I love me some honey mussy, but I can't help but rank the chip flavor version a solid A tier.
Joe, I don't entirely know if honey mustard translates well into a chip flavor.
I'm the official mustard police, and I can assure you that they are delicious in almost anything. They have Doritos hot mustard, and that was pretty banging, but this is like a next step above it. And it's honey mustard. Of course, it deserves an A tier.
Joe, your mustard takes are always asinine, but you know what? I'll let the honey mustard one slide, and even that Doritos take, because I've also had the hot mustard flavor, and let me tell you that it is hot garbage. It tastes like someone brushed their teeth with wasabi and thought to themselves, oh, hey, this can be a flavor for some Doritos chips. And then for whatever fucking reason, the board of directors were dumb enough to even approve that horrendous thing.
All I'm hearing is a hater who doesn't have enough mustard in his life. But anyways, after that, we got dill pickle chips. Now I'm not one to hate.
That's almost what you and Donald do every video, matter of fact. Donald was quite literally doing it just earlier.
I don't recall, but once again, I am not one to hate. But I will say that, and once again, I mean no harm, no ill will to anyone who enjoys these chips or pickle-flavored things in general. And let me once again reiterate that I mean absolutely nothing by my next statement, and I think you are all wonderful people if you enjoy this flavor, but the evidence suggests that you are a nincompoop, you snail-skulled little rabbit. Would a hawk pick you up, drive its beak into your brain, and upon finding it rancid, set you loose to fly briefly before spattering the ocean rocks with the frothy pink shame of your ignoble blood? May you choke on the queasy, convulsing nausea of your own trite, foolish beliefs. You are grimy, squalid, nasty, and profane. You are foul and disgusting. You're a fool, an ignoramus. And what meaning do you expect your delusional, self-important statements of unknowing, inexperienced opinion to have to us who think and reason? What fantasy do you hold that you would believe that your tiny-fisted tantrums would have more weight than that of a leprous desert rat, spinning rapidly in a circle, waiting for the bite of the snake. You are a waste of flesh. You have no rhythm. You are ridiculous and obnoxious. You are the moral equivalent of a leech. You are a living emptiness, a meaningless void. But of course I mean that with no offense, but me personally, I just have this dill pickle flavor going into D tier. It's not good at all.
Jesus fucking Christ. What the hell was that all about, Joe? Now I don't like pickle-flavored chips either, but isn't that all a bit much? Like, I don't know what the hell I'd do if I got roasted by Joey that badly. Like, I think I'd rather get made fun of by the special needs kid than Joe.
Now, Donald, your statement was just as bad, but Jesus Christ, Joe, you need to settle down.
I meant all of that with no harm. You can't punish me because I said no offense and I said I meant no harm. No, but in all seriousness, if you like pickle-flavored things, you should kill yourself.
Whoa, no.
Sorry, what I meant to say was that I have the pizza Pringles going into S tier. Oh boy, howdy, I do love me some of the Pringles. Then after I got salt and vinegar going into B tier.
What was that, Joe? Salt and what?
Vinegar.
Wait, I must have misheard, Vin. What, Joe?
Stop, please stop.
I don't know what's gotten into him. I merely was about to answer an easy question, but whatever. After that, we got barbecue and Memphis barbecue, both going into A tier. I'm a pretty big fan of barbecue, so when you put it into chip form, it tastes good as hell. Well, at least the Pringles one do, because we all know that the Lay's barbecue is mid as hell.
Joe, I don't think people are going to side with you on that one. I think they're really good.
Listen, Barack, I don't mind the flavor of Lay's barbecue, but I can kind of see where Sleepy Joe is coming from here.
Thank you for putting some respect on my goddamn name. After that, we got some cheddar cheese Pringles, and we all know who cut the cheese with this one, because I have this going into S tier.
Joe, that joke made no fucking sense. You only say who cut the cheese when someone farts or shits themselves.
Well, I didn't fart.
Okay, see, then my point still stands.
Hold on now, I just said I didn't fart, but I also didn't deny the other allegation.
Joe, I pray to God you actually didn't shit yourself, but either way, thank God we're not in the same room as you, because I know it must smell crazy in there.
Can't say I'm surprised the super senior can't control his bowels, but honestly, it probably smells like how he does on a normal day.
Very funny joke, Donald, but I told you I upped my showers to twice a week and my teeth brushing to 3 times a week. This is a brand new Joe in 2024, and he smells like rainbows and posies. But anyways, after that, we got jalapeno going into A tier. Now, I normally fucks with the jalapeno-flavored things on my chips a lot, but I feel like Pringles has the weakest flavor of them all. Don't get me wrong, it is still amazing, but I just feel like they should have made it more spicy, or they should have added some cheese to that mug.
Excuse me, that mug, what the hell are you saying?
You don't get today's kids' lingo. I have to be in the know or else I won't get invited to the cool high school parties, and you all already know that's where all the baddies are at.
That's disgusting, Joe, but if you don't mind bringing me along next time, I'll be there to chastise you and possibly talk to any 18-year-old high school girls.
You two should be ashamed of yourselves.
What? I said I'd talk to only the 18-year-olds, and last time I checked, this is America, and if J-Mac can pound some fresh strange, then why can't I? But either way, I wouldn't mind pre-ordering some young talent out there. Call me Team Skeet with how good my scouting department is.
I don't believe in pre-orders. I would just have it then and there. And of course, what I'm talking about are video games and nothing more. Following that, we got Buffalo Ranch and extra hot Pringles going into B tier. I like how the Buffalo Ranch kind of tastes like wings, but if you ask me, I rather have the pure ranch flavor in my mouth. Then the extra hot Pringles are simply all right. Like, I feel like that's where they need more improvement as a chip, and it is any type of spicy chip that Pringles produces.
Not such a bad take here, actually, except for you saying that you want ranch higher, because ranch has to be one of the worst flavors in all of existence. Like, the more you eat of it, the more you just want to throw up because you overloaded on ranch.
Amen to that, Barack. Joe, you better not place that vapid, vile-ass flavor high, because Lord knows that I hate it when there's too much ranch, and also ranch-flavored things just don't hit. I think I'd rather pour the actual condiment on my food or chip rather than having something be flavored with ranch. The Buffalo Ranch slides through in my book because it does taste like some wings, and the fucking Doninator loves himself some wings.
I hear you two out, and I promise you that I will make a decision on where to place it.
There is no decision to be made here, Joe, because we made it for you. Ranch belongs in D tier, and if there was an F tier, I'd place it there because somehow ranch tastes more like garbage. Thank pickle-flavored Pringles do.
I hate to be this aggressive, Joe, but if I'm coming to Donald's aid and admitting that he's right, then you have to know how awful that flavor is.
I'll take your constructive criticism, and I will come to a conclusion that will make all of us happy. In the meantime, I wanted to tell you guys a ranch joke, but unfortunately, it was still dressing.
No, Joe, just no.
I thought it was hilarious, but hey, I guess I'm the only tall, humble, handsome, strong, ravishing man of this group. Either way, up next, I am happy to report we got 2 back-to-back bangers because both sour cream and onion and cheddar with sour cream and onion are absolute bangers. They'll make your breath smell, but trust me, no one will notice as long as you pop a Jolly Rancher or something.
Trust me, Sleepy Joe, we always fucking notice, but never point it out. Those Jolly Ranchers are doing nothing but helping your teeth decay even further.
Speaking of Jolly Ranchers, I think we should make a tier list on that.
I'm game as long as you don't place grape in S tier, Barack.
I hate you so much.
Not as much as you're going to hate me, and I've come to a conclusion. I think that ranch belongs in S tier.
Nope.
Yeah, not happening. Slide that shit over to D tier right now.
Aw, hamburgers. I know I control this list, but I don't want to make you too angry because then my hair tier list privileges will be revoked.
God, that's really the only thing that's making you behave, isn't it?
It's kind of sad realizing that, but hey, Donald, it's better that than nothing.
Can y'all blame a brother? Now, come on now. Because we all know that it's not like you two got me some fresh and delectable under 18 strange waiting for me.
Seek religion, Joe.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we are going to be doing a sandwich toppings tier list. And this is a great tier list that the Joe Dog is more than happy to make. We were originally going to have Donald do this list, but we realized he has done too many food tier lists recently, and I didn't want Barack to mess up this list, so I took charge and decided that it was my time to shine.
God, can you imagine what Barack would even say for his ideal sandwich toppings tier list? I've seen the man enjoy cucumber sandwiches out of his own free will, and the thought of eating bread with cottage cheese and cucumbers makes me shudder.
Okay, but it's actually a banger. I swear, like if you like cottage cheese, then you're gonna love a cottage cheese sandwich.
I save my cottage cheese for my crepes because I love to get that bitter cheesy note for my crepes so that I can combine the super sweet fruity flavor from the syrups and fruits that are on top of my crepes, alongside the sour and bitter taste of the cottage cheese. The flavor combo in my mouth can bring anyone to tears.
Okay, now Joe is actually spitting because if I am not eating filled crepes or Nutella crepes, then I do partake in the cottage cheese-filled crepes. I can say that they are Fat Boy approved, and if you're bulking and going to the gym and want to treat yourself well, you can get yourself some amazing ass crepes and get that protein boost from all the cottage cheese. And I swear to God, even if you aren't working out, I would heavily recommend the combo Joey recommended. God, I cannot believe that the same man who eats blue Gatorade hot dogs and makes a Subway sandwich with toasted tuna and every single sauce known to man has said something actually amazing. This must be how it feels like to chew 5 gum.
Put more respect on the Joe Dog's name. But yeah, I can definitely show you something that feels like chewing 5 gum. All you got to do is ask Hunter for some booger sugar and he will get you hooked the hell up. But yeah, enough talking because it's time for me to get this list started. And up first, we have a back-to-back S tiers because goddamn, we started off too strong. I love mayo so much and it needs to be on almost every sandwich, and real ones know that we twerk for mayo. Then after that, I have lettuce going up there as well because unlike Donald, I don't really care about how healthy spinach is and how it's a great substitute for lettuce because of the protein and yap. Listen, I'll pretend to care, but in reality, nothing bangs as hard as some zero nutrition and 0 calorie lettuce because goddamn, that crunch is incredible. Then after we got some corned beef, and you all already know that the Joe Dog loves himself a Reuben sandwich, and goddamn, I love eating corned beef in general. And then rounding off these bangers is the strawberry jam. And of course, this is one of my favorite jams in the whole damn world.
That was a lot to unpack. But damn, Joe, the lettuce take has me shaking my head. He disappointed us, right, Donald?
Nah, I smell the hell out of him.
Wait, what? You're like the #1 twerker for spinach. You always say that it's better because it has nutritional value and protein when compared to normal lettuce.
Listen, man, I have a very simple explanation for this. I lied. I prefer lettuce a lot more, but I don't want people thinking I'm an unhealthy person.
Yeah, because preferring lettuce over spinach is what's going to set them over the edge, Donald. But yeah, moving on with the list, we have sweet and sour sauce, and I haven't ever used this personally, but I imagine that there can be some sort of sandwich combination where you can utilize this. Like, it's very peculiar, but the Joe Dog will get it some respect and give it a solid C tier. Then after we have Wow Butter, which is basically the Miracle Whip version of peanut butter, and it's made with some other stuff so that weak-ass immune system MFers can finally enjoy some peanut butter. Now this gets an S tier, but only because I'm pretending this is peanut butter because we don't have normal PB on this list. But goddamn, how can you even be allergic to a damn peanut? Like, have some more respect for yourself.
Joe is spitting harder than ever before. I'd even say he's drooling on the competition.
I'll drool on some kids.
Gross Joe, but why are we judging people for something they can't help? Like, they were literally born with it or developed it later in life. Like, why are we hating on something they can't control?
Nah, man, that shit is natural selection. Dying to a damn nut has to be a sign from God himself that you are no longer needed in this world.
Jesus Christ.
When the Doninator is spitting, he is spitting pure fire, I tell you what. But yes, then following that, we have the Dilly Express meat, which I can't even read because it's blurry, but I'm sure it's nothing bad. And then, of course, we have spinach. See, even though I said I prefer lettuce, I still would take spinach over no greens at all, and it doesn't taste that bad either. I do prefer when it's like made into the bread, like with spinach wraps, because goddamn, a chicken spinach wrap goes pretty hard if you ask the Joester. After that, we have ketchup, and you all know that the Joe Dog loves his mustard and ketchup. But this is where mustard clearly pulls ahead and shows its superiority to ketchup, because I almost never put ketchup on my sandwich because that's just weird as hell, man. But man, oh man, I'd be blasting my sandwich with some mustard if the occasion is right. So yet another W for mustard and an L for ketchup, but I still really like ketchup, so I'll give it a C tier. Now after that, though, we have onions, and I like onions. I'm like the local onion man, and I'll eat the hell out of them. And even on a sandwich, I'll enjoy some of that goodness. I won't go out of my way and say I can't eat a sandwich without onion, but I think a solid B tier ranking is a good spot to place it at.
To be totally honest, I didn't even know putting onions on sandwiches was even a thing.
Really, I love onions on my sandwich. And I've even made onion sandwiches and follow the recipe from Jacques Pepin that's up on YouTube, so shout out that video.
An onion sandwich? Now you're losing me.
Nah, for once the Obama is spitting, and I will have to actually take him up on that. I'll let Jill out of her cage and let her know that she better watch that Jacques Pepin video and make the sandwich exactly as he did, or else she gets the hose again. Yeah, back onto our wonderful list. After that, we have two back-to-back S tiers in the Nutella in respects to Donald, and then I have turkey ham going straight into S tier as well. I'm definitely a turkey ham type of guy, but I love actually most other meats on this list, and that includes the next two because I have the salami and what I assume to be is uncured ham going into A tier. Those two are pretty banging, but oh man, hold the damn phone because they don't bang as hard as our next entry because goddamn the Joe Dog loves himself some bologna. This is just a masterpiece and deserves to be an S tier as well.
Honestly, sometimes the Don likes himself a basic-ass sandwich, and all I do is just get 2 slices of bologna and put them on white bread with just mayo, and I actually think that it slaps so much for what it is.
White bread makes me shudder, but damn, you're easy to please, aren't you, Donald? I bet Melania loves that she just has to make a simple sandwich like that.
Are you dumb or are you stupid? I said for when I make them because I'm too lazy to actually make something creative. If Melania brings me something as simple as that, then I'd roundhouse kick her through the damn wall.
Amen to that, Donald.
You two need some serious help.
You're just saying that because you're the one getting hit. Yeah, we've seen those marks Michelle has left on your lip or the bruises you try to hide with makeup, and quite frankly, I think she should be hitting you harder, but yeah, following that we have mustard. And even though I twerked on some serious Mandingo meat for this earlier, I only have this going into A tier because I don't always have mustard on my sandwiches. Like, it's preferred, but sometimes the Joester just doesn't do it. Following that, though, we do have a definite banger in the pastrami because goddamn some good-ass pastrami goes hard.
On God, Joe, I am so happy to see you're on the meat writing journey like the Don is. I better see good rating for the rest of the meats because I see some delicious beef curtains coming up.
We'll get to it when we get to it, but I will say that my ratings will make you really happy, Donald. But yes, then after some roasted garlic aioli, and I have never had this on a sandwich, but once again, I imagine that it slaps so goddamn much. But just in case it doesn't, I think I'll be safe and just give it a B tier. Following that, though, we have a weird one in cranberry sauce, and maybe you guys save your Thanksgiving leftovers and make sandwiches with them, but quite frankly, the Joe Dog never does that. And instead, he just heats it up again in the microwave and puts the sauce on the side. I just don't like the idea of a Thanksgiving leftover sandwich and then putting cranberry sauce on it because I can't imagine any other way of having this. I think a D tier is in order for this one.
Joe, you are missing the hell out because goddamn, that was a whiff of a rating. Thanksgiving leftovers are like the second best part of Thanksgiving, and some leftover sandwich with cranberry sauce goes absolutely hard.
Yeah, that's one of the few times I'm allowed to pig out, and you bet your ass I'm going to use up all that cranberry.
Wow, maybe I'm missing out because I even got Barack on my ass. I'll try it out this November. But for now, it stays in D tier. After that, we have roast beef in S tier because damn, that's delicious. This Canadian ass jam going into D tier because I don't even know what it is. But then I have normal ham going into S tier as well. I love me good ass ham. And goddamn, what's next is spam, and a spam and cheese sandwich goes unbelievably hard. But I'll still only give it a B tier because I prefer the things above it.
Slapper of a choice here, Joe, because as a spam lover, I can tell you that what you just said is good as hell.
Finally, Barack is coming to the unhealthy side. All it took was Thanksgiving leftovers and his tried and true spam.
Well, when we talk about those things, I can't help but get excited.
Settle down your Barack Jr. because we have to finish the list still. And rounding off, we have like thicker pieces of salami or pepperoni. I don't really know, but that gets an S tier. And ending the list off, we have tomatoes, and I can go with or without it. But I think it adds enough wetness to be preferred to have on a sandwich, and we'll give it a B tier. You all know how the Joe Dog loves his things wet and sloppy.
Don't need to describe it like that, Joe. But where's avocados, those bang-on sandwiches?
Immediate S tier, because then they make my wet and sloppy sandwich all creamy and yummy, and you know how I love me some good cream, Barack. If only I could get the FDA to approve female discharge as a topping.
What?
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we are going to be doing a tier list based on different dipping sauces. And oh man, we got a good selection here.
I personally am quite upset that I didn't get a chance to do this, but I'll put like 1% of my faith into you, Joe, and I will pray that you don't put any bad rankings.
I'm praying for the tartar sauce to not be disrespected.
You buffoon. If you remember the condiments tier list, you'll know that I did not disrespect tartar sauce, but on this list for dipping sauces, I may change up the rating because I don't know who the hell dips their food into tartar sauce unless it's fish sticks, I guess.
Yeah, you love yourself some fish sticks, don't you, Joe?
Oh, I love me some fish sticks, but I know you disrespected on the frozen food tier list, Donald, but I understand it, considering they were frozen. But some fresh sticks on my plate make me one happy Joe Dog. But enough about that, because we got a list to make, and you all know that I am super excited to rank these, because up first we got an auto S tier in the Cane's signature sauce. Now I know a lot of you might be like, man, Cane's is overrated and so is the sauce. And while yes, I agree Cane's chicken might be a little overrated, I will not agree with the fact that the sauce is overrated, because I swear that's the only thing I love from there. I'll dip the damn bread into that sauce and I won't stand for the slander.
Okay, I was senator for Illinois, and I cannot stand the Cane slander because that chicken is so fresh and delicious.
Okay, the chicken is fresh, but let's be honest, because it is not all that. I'd rather have some Popeye's chicken, to be honest.
On God, Donald, there's zero spice on that chicken, but it's all right. What is bogus is their chicken sandwiches, which is just a tender sandwich, which is not a freaking sandwich because you just shoves 3 tenders in my buns instead of a patty or 1 fat piece of chicken. But we're not here to bash on Cane's at all, so let's continue on with the list because we all agree that the sauce is indeed elite. But anyways, then after we got tartar sauce, and I'm not dipping a damn thing inside of this that isn't fish sticks. Their dip factor just isn't that good, and if you're over here dipping chicken or fries into tartar sauce, then you got some damn problems. I still will put some respect on its name and will give it a C tier because that isn't bad at all.
Okay, you cannot say that because dipping some fries into your tartar sauce is godlike. It's mayo with a pinch of pickle, and those nice pickle undertones are what gives it the most elite of flavor.
Yeah, I have to agree with Barack here, and he has been missing on a lot of his opinion, but this one I will say is great because tartar sauce is elite.
Man, tartar sauce should be thankful as hell that it isn't even a D tier. Those pickle undertones make it taste tangy as hell and make me feel like I'm eating some musty underwear, which actually isn't bad at all, but the problem is that it tastes like I'm snacking on Lizzo's musty undies after she finished the most grueling workout of her life, and she soaked the ever-living hell out of them with her juices.
Joe, please don't use that nasty comparison for delicious tartar sauce. And if you feel this way, then why do you like it on fish?
Because fish is already like eating a musty piece of underwear, so when you combine those two negatives, then you get a clear positive. It's simple Joe economics, Barack.
That explains our economy.
Just wait till I gamble all of our country's budget and roll that baby into a nice $250 because the Joester is the gambling king.
Then why haven't you been winning lately?
Well, it's simple, really. The more I lose, the more likely I'm going to win the next time I gamble. I just need to go on an Everclear bender and I will awaken my mind's eye and absolutely kill those slot machines. But anyways, enough of that, because up next we got buffalo sauce, and goddamn, this is a killer to dip your nuggets or chicken in general into. Like, this will absolutely be an S tier because it's just some nice vinegar spicy sauce. And if you combine this with ranch and do the legendary double dip, then whatever you're eating will taste just like some wings, and I love that. Whenever I go to McDonald's, I will dip my fries in that and then the ranch, and oh my God, it's an elite combo.
You know, as our resident pro eater, I will admit that the combo Joe described is an elite S-tier move done by the fattest of men, and I love the hell out of it. I also see those videos where people drench their mac and cheese plus nuggets in the buffalo sauce and even some honey and give it some amazingly cheesy and delicious tasting chicken.
That sounds so goddamn fat.
And what's wrong with that, Barack? Not that I'm fat, but I support our overweight friends and viewers. I can't believe you would alienate our fellow big boys who are simply bulking.
I'm not hating or shaming, I'm just saying that it was a fat move. Like when you described that sandwich you made, Donald, where you made a Nutella Oreo sandwich with honey and shit. Like, that just sounds fat as hell, and there's a reason why Melania didn't let you eat that.
That's a sandwich from the gods, and I swear I almost deported her ass for not letting me eat that.
I would let you eat that anytime you wanted, Donald, if you were with me. I'm not a mean person. Matter of fact, I love fattening people up. I love feeding them and seeing them get more and more plump. And I swear, when I see those rolls accumulate, I feel great and just want to see more and more of that. Oh man, don't even get me started.
We won't please just go on with the list, because this is just starting to become a fetish channel. And I think our subs are quite done with learning about that aspect of our lives.
That's because you're a furry, bro. The Joe Dog Nation loves learning more lore about me, and I doubt the Obama Republic wants to learn anything about you. You're as entertaining as a wet rag.
Yeah, and the rag is probably leftover Joe juice.
I'll have you all know that bombing berry stocks are only rising and that my fan base loves to learn my fun facts. Like, did you all know that I love to...
Don't care, didn't ask. Anyways, following that, we got chili/sriracha, and I'm giving this a B tier. I don't even fucks with sriracha that much, but I definitely don't think it's worse than tartar sauce. I like to get fancy and make some sriracha mayo and eat that shit right up.
Okay, but that's not what's on the list, because it's just pure sriracha.
Okay, but it goes with omelets, ramen, spaghetti, pizza, burgers, stir fries, you name it.
Nah, man, I do not believe for one bit that you genuinely enjoy putting sriracha into your pizza. But then again, you're the man who eats blue Gatorade boiled hot dogs, so actually I do believe it.
Don't knock it till you try it. But anyways, after that, we got 2 back-to-back S tiers in the mayo and ketchup. And we all knew ketchup was going here, but mayo is an underrated dipping sauce. Like, I will dip some pizza in there or even some fries, and let's say your burger doesn't have enough mayo. Well, you can just grab the whole thing and just dip it into some mayo.
That sounds extremely unhealthy and overall like an artery-clogging bad move.
Listen, man, I am tired of hearing you talk about healthy stuff. When we make a damn healthy foods tier list, you can command that and speak your mind, because no one here cares about their health.
On God, Joe, unless we're talking diet sodas, because I treat my body like a temple.
Said the man who tried to eat a Nutella Oreo sandwich with honey.
Which is a damn delicacy. Don't talk badly about the Nutella Oreo sandwich. But yeah, then after we got ranch, and you'd think I'd put this in S tier, but I have this going into A tier only.
That's insane. This is like the best thing to dip your wings into.
I'm more of a blue cheese type of guy, and I remember last time I had ranch, I had so much to the point where I threw it up.
Jesus Christ, Joe, how much did you have?
Well, not a lot, just like a bottle. And after I ran out of food, I just chugged what was left because there was barely any in there.
Well, there's your damn problem. Who the hell thinks of even doing that?
People who don't like to waste food. And that, of course, is me, because I am such a great person who will not waste anything. But yeah, then after got some sweet and sour, and this is getting an A tier. I like it, but it's just not doing too much for me, because depending on the place I get it from, it can either be too sweet or way too sour. Like, sometimes it just feels like I'm dipping stuff into slightly sour honey. Then, of course, we got another S tier in the barbecue sauce, because goddamn, who doesn't love themselves some barbecue sauce? With this dipping sauce, you can even dunk some nice-ass cuts of meat. Like some brisket dipped into some good smoky barbecue sauce is simply elite.
Finally, Joe is speaking my language. Anytime I go to a barbecue joint, I have to make sure that their meat is either seasoned and moist enough to enjoy on its own, or that it has the best of the best sauces in their inventory, because that'll make or break it.
I know, Donald, I am quite the master at ranking these things, but yeah, then after we got some zesty horseradish, and oh man, I am much like the horseradish because I love me some zesty goodness, and sometimes it doesn't even involve the sauce. Now, this sauce is like an alternative to mustard if you don't have it at your disposal, and God forbid you dunk nuggets in mustard because people will think you're a monster. But thankfully, the horseradish makes no one question anything, and the true eaters know that this with some greasy chicken is an elite combo, and I have to give this an A tier.
This, alongside the tartar sauce ranking, are your biggest L's of this list, Joe. Horseradish is quite literally wasabi. So why the hell would you enjoy that?
Come on, it's nothing like that.
No, Joe, like horseradish is literally wasabi. I wasn't even making a joke or trying to be funny.
Well, it's more like wasabi is horseradish rather than the latter.
Shut up, Barry, and yeah, while I agree, I'll have to ignore it because that goes against my agenda, and I won't tolerate it. But ending off this list, we got chipotle mayo and my precious and delicious honey mussy, and both of these obviously get an S tier. Like, these are elite sauces that you cannot go wrong with putting on anything, and I love it on my chicken, fish, and even my damn pizza. I'll live and die by the honey mussy, and the chipotle mayo is just a spicier and better mayo. So of course this is high up here, and I refuse to hear anyone out.
I personally am just glad this list is over before Joe can say any outlandish or outrageous shit.
Well, as soon as you said that, you activated the Russian sleeper agent in Joe, and now he's going to say something crazy. But I'm personally more than okay with that.
Why do you guys always think I'll say something weird or crazy? I'm a normal guy with normal hobbies who loves doing all the things that normal people do. I'm a man of the people, and I'm damn sure all the Joe heads will agree with me.
You literally have a cult following you called the Joe Dogs.
First of all, it's not the Joe Dogs, but rather the Joe heads. And second of all, it's not a cult, but more so just a fan club that will listen to everything I say and love everything that comes out of my mouth.
Whatever. I'm just happy you are ending the list.
Yeah, but before that, I have a normal question. Now, hear me out on this, but where would you all rate female discharge on the sauce list if it were an option?
There it is.
Joe, what the hell is wrong with you? Of course it's an automatic S tier. Is that even a question?
What is up, gang? It is your presidential trio back at it again, and this time around we're making a seafood tier list. And freaking Fraile. And Donald thought it would be hilarious for old Joe to get the most stupid list of them all. Like, most of these animals aren't even cooked, man. Like, there's an alive catfish on the first slide and a freaking jellyfish on here. Who the heck is eating jellyfish? I've been dishonored with this choice of a tier list.
Come on, Joe, you know we chose you because you have some good takes when you want to have good takes. Plus, it was your turn, and we already knew you would complain.
I told our editor Fraile to make this list like that just so you can get screwed over. The people want Donald versus animals, and we are focusing our resources on that. It's not my fault you got left over with the booty tier list.
Well, joke's on you, because aside from the pictures on this tier list, I'm actually pretty big on seafood and like them when it's cooked. Unless it's sushi, I guess. But I guess I will start this list for our precious viewers and all the big Joe heads out there.
What and who are the Joe heads?
Well, as the name implies, you idiot, they are fans of the Joe Army and they worship me. Kind of like a cult the more you think about it, but I do these tier lists for them. Anyways, up first we got catfish, and despite this picture of a very much so alive catfish looking mighty unappetizing, I have to be the first to say that fried catfish bangs, and I am a pretty big fan of it. I think all in all I will have to give it a solid A tier. I think most people like catfish, so this is a pretty safe bet.
Yeah, I can see catfish going that high, but I can also see it going higher or lower.
What kind of weenie-ass willy-nilly answer is that, Barack? The biggest non-answer ever if you say, yeah, I can see that, but I can also see it being higher or lower. Stop pandering to the damn audience, Barack, and put a real opinion.
Fine, I like where it's at exactly, because catfish is good, but not the best on this list.
There we go, Barry. That wasn't so hard, was it? Anyways, up next we got what I presume to be our clams. Honestly, I think a solid B is in order for this one, but if you cook enough of these in butter, I won't be able to tell you the difference. But the same cannot be said for our next entry, which is crabs. Now, I don't want to hear no, oh, crabs are overrated talk in the comments, because I love crabs. I am a crab man, and I even love the imitation crab as well. This is an immediate S tier for me, and I really have a hankering for some soft-shell crab. I keep seeing people eat soft-shell crab by cooking it in the air fryer and then just devouring that little dude whole, like with the shell and all.
Well, no shit, Joe. It's a soft-shell crab for a reason.
Just because it's a soft shell doesn't mean the first thought is, oh man, I should eat this with the shell and all. Like, what the heck are you talking about? But enough of that, because we are moving to our next S tier, and that is crawfish. And get me a seafood boil with these bad boys in there, and I will practically sign whatever bill you want into existence. These bad boys are God's gift to humanity, and quite honestly, most shellfish are freaking amazing. Boy, it must suck to be allergic to these things, but honestly, even if I was allergic, I would just carry that thing on me and eat at a seafood place.
What the hell are you talking about? What is that thing you're talking about?
The EpiPen thingamabobber. I would eat as much as I could, like a speed run of it, and then once the throat was closed up to the point where I couldn't breathe, boom, I would inject myself and be good to go. But honestly, if all people get are rashes or hives from seafood, the Joester only has one thing to say to you. Do not let your body tell you what you can't or can do. Always defy the odds and carry on.
I don't know if that's good advice.
Nah, I heavily smell him on that. The doctor said I was morbidly obese, and I turned and looked at him and said, I already know I am morbidly obese. He was stupefied at the thought of my superior brain power and tried telling me to stop eating KFC.
Jesus Christ.
Donald, you madman, you sure showed that stupid idiot doctor. I swear some of them are fake news. I got told I was suffering from Alzheimer, and I just shook my head and laughed at him. But yeah, I swear some of them are fake news. I got told I was suffering from Alzheimer, and I just shook my head and laughed at him.
Joe, you do remember that we are currently doing a tier list, right? You just repeated yourself.
A tier what now? Oh, snap, crackle, pop. There's some squid on our screen with a tier list. Man, whoever was making this so far was cooking, but it's time for the Joester to take over, and I have squid going into B tier. It's all right, but I am not about to throw it back for some squid. The only squid I fuck with is Squid Game. You guys smell me? But anyways, after that, we got octopus or squid tentacles. Listen, I couldn't tell you what that is, but either way, it's a B tier as well.
Joe, I thought you were a freaking seafood expert. That's why we gave you this tier list to do.
Maybe a self-proclaimed expert, but I do love seafood. My bad, I don't know the difference between octopus and squid tentacle. Also, this list isn't freaking labeled, and half the stuff on here is alive. What do you want me to do about that, Barack? You want me to go back in time and label this list? You want me to prepare every single dish on here and then take pictures of each one for our tier list? Shit, I may as well go out on a fishing boat and catch all of these before cooking them right.
Okay, fine, I get it. I am sorry. Please go on with the list.
That's what I thought anyways. After that, we got snails. And last time I checked, I'm not a Frenchie, so I am placing this into C tier. Snails aren't as gross as you'd think, but still not amazing. Then after that, we got a freaking joke of a food that goes into D tier immediately, and that is a jellyfish. Like, can you honestly even eat these? Isn't it all just membrane? And like, even if you were to indulge in some jellyfish, it would be like 6 centimeters of meat to enjoy. Hey, Donald, that should be your catchphrase.
Shut the hell up, Sleepy Joe. That's why you're not doing the animal fight tier list, and I am.
I wouldn't want to make that anyways. I love animals, and I love to eat them. Moving on past that, we got shrimp, and I have to give this an S tier. I am a shrimp guy, and I love eating them in almost any way prepared. I think I would prefer them to be fried and just have some surf and turf. But following that, we got lobsters, and you all already know where this is going. Straight to S tier, because even though I admit it is overrated, I still have to say that in this pure seafood tier list, it belongs all the way up in S. Lobster rolls go absolutely crazy, and even just normal lobster with tons of butter will make any man shed tears of joy.
That is, of course, if you're not allergic.
I want them to die for lobster. I know I would. Following that, we then got mussels, and I'm actually a pretty big fan of mussels. I'm a pretty big fan of mussels and their overall flavor/texture. I think an A tier is good for this, but then up next we got a whole-ass octopus. And again, I don't think it is appetizing at all to have the very much so alive animal for the picture, and not to mention it's an underwater picture. So already in my mind, I got this vivid image of an octopus swimming happily in the water, and that's what's going to be going in my mouth to eat. I'll still give it as B tier because I swear I have had octopus before, and it actually kind of slapped. I can't even lie to you guys. Some octopus ceviche kind of goes hard, and I would recommend seafood lovers to try it. But before I hear any other comments, I'm actually going to need you all to try our next entry after, because we have smoked oysters, and this immediately goes into A tier. The reason for such a high rating is because I have recently seen a lot of TikTok videos, and they recommended some smoked oysters from a can, and some homemade garlic bread. And oh boy, it's a combo that will make you want some more and more. I think for that alone, it deserves a solid A tier for being that delicious.
Way to go on a long-ass rant about oysters and octopuses, Joe. I was about to shit on you for your opinions, but like I keep saying in other videos, for some odd and mysterious reason, you choose to have good takes whenever you make tier lists. But when it comes to me and Barack, you always have these abhorrent and rancid takes on our lists.
What? Me? No way.
I guarantee you that if either me or Barry were doing this tier list, you would be jumping for joy at the thought of eating some jellyfish.
Nah, it's all in your head, man. I always have the same takes, no matter who is doing what tier list. Anyways, enough of your blasphemy, and let's move on to our next entry, which is salmon. And of course, this is an obvious S tier. This is like a God tier food in any tier list, I feel like. It's a goddamn superfood, and I will enjoy any type of salmon that is prepared in any type of way. And up next, we got what I think are sardines. And now, while I love sardines from a can in tomato sauce, I just cannot place it that high, and we'll be giving it a C tier.
Yeah, I don't really mess with sardines either, but they're not awful. Like some people will act like they just ate out of grandma's booty hole when they have some sardines.
That is gross, dude. Don't bring up grandmothers in that context. Have some more shame, Barack. After that, we got scallops, and I like me some good scallops and believe it merits a solid B tier. It is no smoked oysters, that's for sure, but still good. Then after we got prawns, I believe, or maybe the one before was prawns, and this is shrimp. Listen, I honestly am not quite sure, but it really does not matter because they are both ranked as an S tier in my eyes.
Wow, why the hell did we even allow you to make this when you don't even know the difference?
Listen, man, I chose to do this one out of the kindness in my own heart. I am sorry I can't tell you the difference, but like, what do you want me to do? Like, what the hell is that next thing? Another freaking squid/octopus. This is a C tier, I don't care anymore. And then after that is some canned food. What the hell is that? I don't care, this is a C tier too, because apparently it's too hard to just label and prepare the foods for old Joe. I'm gonna sleep.
Wow, what now?
Well, we could be nice people and go apologize to Crybaby Joe and tell him that we will try to do better next time because we care about him as a person. Or we can announce that Sunday, we will hold the Donald versus Animals list this Sunday.
Amazing plug for our upcoming video. I am glad someone said it because that video is going to pop off. But aside from that, I am guessing we're not apologizing to Joe, right?
No shit.
What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around, Barack and Donald employed the services of the almighty Joe, because we got ourselves a sleeping tier list, and we all know that no one sleeps better than I do.
Give me a fat meal and I will challenge you for that title. But then again, they don't call you Sleepy Joe for nothing.
Exactly, I know how to sleep, and I know how to do it among some of the best.
I don't know if that's a skill you want to be necessarily proud of, Joe.
Nah, you just wouldn't get how amazing it is. Like, imagine you're bored at the movies, and at a moment's notice, you can just knock out.
Then why even bother paying for the movie at that point? Like, whenever I hear you snoring in the theater, I want to literally summon the wrath of Zeus to smite you.
Well, I don't do it all the time, but you cannot ask me to stay awake during Oppenheimer. I couldn't care less about some nerd who made a bomb. Barry bombed stuff all the time, and we don't make some sort of hoopla over it.
You guys quite literally almost call me out on it and make a big hoopla over me doing stuff that was done like almost damn near 10 years ago.
You know what, I agree. We should be forgiven for stuff that was committed a while ago.
Well, you're just saying that because you want everyone to forget the fact that you were on Epstein's island.
Yeah, and we're still super upset we got no invites. I know I would have had a field day over there. It would have been like an all-you-can-eat buffet for the old Joe dog over here.
That is most certainly not what I'm implying.
Well, I speak for myself then, because boy howdy, that's all I can say about it without getting into further legal trouble. But anyways, let's get on to more important matters, because this tier list has me itching to sleep, that is. And let's look over our first entry, because we got this Dutch oven looking entry. Now this would feel like a great sleeping position if your house was freezing and if you had no heating. However, I will say that this has some drawbacks, because if you decide to fart, then it'll be raps and you'll be poisoning yourself. And I don't know about you guys, but I know that my farts, and it's basically chemical warfare, and it will immediately knock someone out if they inhale it. Like they were worried about mustard gas in World War I, but they should have used some of my gas instead. So all those things considered, I still think it merits a solid C tier, but I cannot see myself comfortably falling asleep, knowing I can wake up from friendly fire because of a stink bomb that I set off.
Joe, your farts cannot possibly smell that bad.
Barry, are you really asking yourself that? This is the same man who chugs Nesquik and loves blue Gatorade-infused hot dogs. Do you really think this dude does not have smelly farts?
You know what? Point taken.
Yeah, thanks for having my back, Donald.
Not really having your back, but more so just pointing out how horribly any body odor you emit smells.
Sure you didn't have my back. You literally complimented my aura. because the more I stench, then the more my battle power increases. You're so silly when you try to hide the fact that you love me.
Joe, I genuinely hate you. I have a literal hatred for you.
There he goes again, being all silly. Anyways, after that, we got a one-legger position, and I have to be upfront about this one because this is a D tier. Like, what can possibly be comfortable about having one leg completely off the bed? I'm sure as hell that it probably got all tingly because it's lacking some blood flow, and honestly, you're probably holding up most of your weight. Like, look at the photo and observe that he also has one goddamn hand off the bed, too. Almost half of his body is off the bed, and I know that he is not relaxed. This is a crime against humanity.
You know what, Joe? I actually fully agree with you on this. Like, you're one bad movement away from falling off the bed. And I know damn well that Donald's ass will be bursting through his shorts in that position, so he risks ripping open his undies and pants.
Why the hell did I catch a damn stray in this? But I will admit that the Don does indeed have quite a scrumptious behind. When they talk about apple-bottom jeans, they really are talking about me, and just know that the ladies love a round and firm buttocks.
Don't count out the men, too, because I also admire your rectum.
I think I'm going to lose my butt now, and it's thanks to Joe's comment that I'll deprive America of my ass.
I doubt you'd be able to get rid of it even if you tried. But enough talk about behinds because we will fall behind the list. I cracked myself up. But anyways, after that, we got the sprawled out diagonal position. I really like this one. But this position fails heavily during the winter time because of the lack of a blanket. However, if you're sweating balls and you're trying to sleep, then this position should be your go-to, unless you sleep on something smaller than a queen-sized bed. I am thinking an A tier for this one.
Now, Joe is the pillow that is absolutely doing nothing necessary for this sleeping position?
Yes, because sometimes it can be your snuggly-wuggly buddy and can help if I saw a spooky movie before sleeping.
This is a grown-ass man, everyone. A grown-ass man who just said snuggly-wuggly.
And now you said it too, so that makes it two grown-ass men saying it.
You two are using the term men very loosely.
Are you calling me a baddie, Barack? Because I will not refute those claims. Anyways, after that, we got the too cool for school sleeping position.
We naming these now?
I decided to just now, but anyways, this is a B tier because it is comfortable for a little bit, but like, what the fuck are you doing acting all smug and shit with your leg over the other? Like, you will eventually get uncomfortable. And for what? Just to look cool?
Why the hell are you hating so much, but you then place it in B tier?
Because it's still better than the other two beneath it. Anyways, after that, we got an instant S tier because this is the go-to sleeping position and it checks all the right boxes. I call this one the old reliable. You can never go wrong with this one. And you're actually supposed to sleep in this position because it helps with your back. But I imagine it's got to be hard for people with massive tits like Donald over here.
Joe, you're acting cocky as hell right now for someone who literally got asked to do a goddamn sleeping position tier list.
Because the Joe heads wanted it, and they know that the Joe dog is an elite sleeper, just like how we all know that you're an elite eater. You know, they made a Goosebumps book about you, Donald. It's called The Blob That Ate Everyone.
I will actually kill your sleepy ass, Joe.
Now let's settle down because that was actually a good burn from Joe.
Good burn my ass. He just called me fat.
Donald's right. It can't be a burn if it's quite literally the truth. But anyways, after that, we got the same old reliable but summer edition, because if it's hot out, you'll want no blankie, and it still checks all the right boxes for a good sleeping position. So it's yet another S tier, and as a matter of fact, so is the next one, which I call the spread eagle, because you're spread starfish, but it still feels nice.
Now the spread eagle I can get behind. Actually, more like I'd want to be in front of someone doing the spread eagle.
Donald, wait till after the video to get in front of me, you silly goose. Anyways, following that, we got the mommy help me. And this is the cradle position, and it is a good position, but after a while, you're kind of tired of it. However, if you're having a panic attack from taking too many shrooms, then this fetal position will be your goddamn lifeline. And I think it merits an A tier.
Joe, are you talking from personal experience?
Nah, man, it happened to a friend of mine named, his name was Bo Jiden. He was frozen in time for like 3 hours in that position before finally coming to. That's a story for another day, though, and I'd rather not remember that horrible experience.
I thought you said this was your friend that did it?
Yeah, I don't want to relive his trauma. I'm very empathetic, you see. Let's just carry on with the list, please. And after that, we got the picture-perfect pose. And this is like a primetime sleeping position because if anyone snaps a photo of you, then you'll be flexing that arm and look so badass. And that in itself merits an A tier. But holy shit, look at that next one, because that is some certified freaky deaky shit. I call that one the spank me master, and it's not the worst position to sleep in. But if you're twirling those toes and got your arms in the my life is a movie ass pose, and I just don't rock with it, I think it'll still go in B tier, because a real freak like me will know what to do.
Weird ass way to frame this all, but yeah, I'll admit that this sleeping position is a bit much.
Well, of course you agree. I'm the Joe dog, and I'm always right. After that, we have another A tier, and the reason I have it going there is because sleeping upside down is just kind of dumb. Like, believe you me that the Joe dog loves him some feet. But if I leave my sausage toes to stink up the upper half of my bed, then I know I'll regret it next time I sleep in a normal position and smell the fungus. Still, though it feels nice as hell to sleep like this every now and then,
This is the sleeping position you got to take at a sleepover to avoid being shoulder to shoulder with the guy next to you.
What kind of sleepovers are you attending where you're all in the same bed?
I don't know which ones he's going to, but sign me the fuck up for that one. After that, we got the I miss you, Gloria. I'll never forget our years in college and the magical times we had together throughout our youth. I'll never forget the smell of your hair, the way you spoke to me when I messed up, the way you impressed my parents, the way you just made every single mundane task in the world seem magical as long as you were by my side. Goof-ass pose? Like imagine being caught snuggling with your pillow. Still an amazing S tier.
Joe, you quite literally said you love snuggling with your pillow earlier and even referred to it as your, and to quote you directly, snuggly wuggly.
We cannot ignore that whole statement that he just said earlier. What kind of sleeping position name is that?
What? The snuggly wuggly position? Because that's what I called it and nothing more. Let's continue one, and after that we got I can't afford a blindfold, and this still goes in A tier despite it being kind of dumb. But I kind of like being suffocated a bit. Like, if anything, I want a weighted pillow on top of my face, and I want to struggle to breathe a bit.
I don't know what kinky shit you were looking up earlier, but I smell the hell out of this statement. Mistreatment over a coddling girl any day of the week.
You two seriously have to go to therapists.
Therapists are fake news, like Donald says. Anyways, after that, we got the yeah, I got my pillow. What are you going to do about it? Sleeping position, and this is a pretty nice one. I think a solid S tier. And some may argue that it's an improvement among the other S-tier sleeping positions because who can't go without a cuddle buddy?
A lot of people. And don't you have a wife to cuddle?
Nah, I make her sleep on the couch. She can cuddle with me once she becomes 60 years younger.
That would make her 12 years old, Joe.
I said what I said. Anyways, after that we have our final sleeping position, and this one is simply called the I'm asking for it. I think we all know this is a D tier, but under certain circumstances, I can see this rising to S tier if this position were held for like 5 or 10 minutes.
I have to agree with Joe on this one. 5 or 10 minutes of some hot girl being in this position is more than enough.
Oh, that too, but I was honestly talking about myself being in that position at first.
Ha!
What is going on, gang? It is time for our final entry in the Donald versus tier lists. And to round all this off, we are going to be doing a tier list of anime characters that I may or may not be able to demolish. Looking at this list, we got a lot of good entries, and I am definitely eyeing down some people I would absolutely curb stomp or even get in my patented chokehold of doom.
Is that what we're calling your very simple chokehold? The chokehold of doom? I'd rather call it the chokehold of gloom, because once they smell your pits, they'll wish it was all over for them.
Listen, man, you have to give me the chokehold because I see a lot of dudes who will take my butt almost instantly if I were to fight them. Like Naruto and Goku are almost gods. And why is Goku even here? We all already know where I'll place him because he was on the last list as well.
Well, that's a slight oversight, but what's the big deal? I say the show goes on, and you rank him either way.
I guess you're right there, Barry. But anyways, let's get this list started. And up first, we got Tanjiro from Demon Slayer. And I'm sorry to say that I would get a solid loss from this guy. He may be a teenager, and if we assume this is hand-to-hand combat, I still think he beats me because he has all these breathing techniques down to a science, and he will get boosted stamina and strength from it for sure. Despite all that, I still think I can land a couple of blows, or at least get him in a headlock to prevent him from properly using breathing techniques.
Solid analysis here, but me personally, I would easily demolish him and then keep his little sister locked up in my basement. For her own safety, of course, because I know demons cannot be exposed to sunlight.
You are a filthy old man.
Filthy on the outside and even dirtier on the inside. I will admit her grown-up form is kind of hot, but we aren't in that timeline. Anyways, moving on, we got Yugi from Yu-Gi-Oh! And quite honestly, this dude ain't touching me. I am demolishing him because it's a kid. And even if he swaps to his alter ego, he's going to want to duel me with some cards. Meanwhile, I just surprise him with the classic Donald uppercut and just knock the daylights out of him. I then give him the Donald teabag special and really make sure they plop in his mouth.
Dude, you still realize he's a minor, so like what you just described is a crime.
Shit, you caught me lacking. Now I look like old Joe over here. Let's just move past that, and up next we got Naruto. And what's the point of me even explaining what would happen? He would Rasengan me into oblivion, and he would automatically demolish me. Our next entry, though, happens to be a very ordinary human, albeit I think Hercule from Dragon Ball actually knows martial arts. Like, he looks extremely weak in the show, but that's because he's surrounded by aliens and constantly gets put in these life and death situations. So in all honesty, I don't blame him one bit for being scared. Personally, if I were put in scenarios, I would not fold or be scared, but that's just me. I still will put some respect on his name and put him in the fair fight category.
You're like the first person ever to put some respect on Hercule, but the more I think about it, the more it actually makes sense, because the power scaling in Dragon Ball is crazy. Like, how are you going to tell me that the weaker characters in the show can obliterate cities like Nappa destroyed a whole city with his weak self?
I know, Joe. Why do you think I put him higher than average? Anyways, moving past that, we got Moomin Rider from One Punch Man, and I would get a solid win off him. I would put him in the fair fight category, but without his bike, he's even weaker. And quite honestly, the Japanese are quite petite, so I feel like I would tower over him. And with my extra height and reach, I'd be able to land deadlier and more effective blows than he ever could. Not to mention, I got more weight than him as well, so my punches will be brutal. After that, we got Happy from Fairy Tail, and this little shit will get squashed and smeared on the side of the road faster than any pile of dog shit I can step on. I would instantly demolish this cat with wings with no regard for any life at all. Then, since our next target is also in the same tier, I would say that I would demolish the hell out of Ash Ketchum. Pause on that statement, but anyways, you all know what I mean. I would beat the hell out of a 10-year-old, especially if he has no Pokemon with him. I don't even know why we put this kid here, like the same goes with Yugi too, but like these two have no powers, no money, no clout, and no bitches, like the Don.
Jesus' way to compare yourself to some children and basically just bully the hell out of them.
Hey man, I did not make the list, and if you ask me, they were simply asking for it. Following that destruction, we got Eren Yeager, and this dude instantly crushes and demolishes me. You guys have seen Attack on Titan, and if this suicidal maniac has his sights set on killing me, then I may as well just give up, because he will find a way to kill me no matter what. Not to mention that his Titan powers are innate, so he can transform at any given moment, which makes him more dangerous than a nuclear bomb. After that, though, we got Zenitsu from Demon Slayer, and sure, he can take down powerful ass demons, but hear me out. He does it all subconsciously, and even then he only knows one breathing technique. So in a theoretical hand-to-hand combat where he's fully awake the whole time, I actually think I take the cake and get a solid win. I don't think I'd demolish him, but I certainly don't think it's a fair fight because he is that big of a pussy. The same would go for All Might because he is not powered up at all, but if he can give himself his last bits of strength and conjure up enough power to match mine, then I may be in for a tough one. But this battle will be all about stamina, and I know I would be able to outlast whatever strong form he has. He's a hero, so he will be trying his best to do the right thing, and if I talk to him enough, boom, he goes back to his weak form, and the Don takes him for a solid win.
What if he doesn't care at all about this hypothetical battle and just transforms his arm and one-shots you?
Well, no, that does not fit my narrative, so I am choosing to ignore that solution. After that, we got Light Yagami, and this dude is nothing without his death note. You all saw how he shit the bed in the end of the story and was terrified of the cops. You all have seen my mugshot, and you all already know I have no fear for the men in blue. So I would say I instantly demolish him, but as for our next entry, I'd say he's demolishing my ass. Now, if this were the Edward Elric who can't use alchemy, then I'd say I place him in the fair fight category because he's basically a normal human. But unfortunately, given by the medal in this picture, we all know that this is when he could still use any form of alchemy, so I know my ass is cooked.
The show is freaking amazing, though. Let's give it some flowers for that.
Well, we aren't talking about the show itself, are we? We are talking about a hypothetical 1-versus-1 between me and Edward Elric. But yes, it is an amazing show. Following that demolish, we got Lelouch and I getting a solid win off this guy. Without his mech, what can he really do? Like, I actually don't know because I haven't seen the show in forever. But either way, he will go into the solid win category for me. Following that, we got Anya from Spy X Family, and all this kid can do is just read my mind, so she already knows how badly I will curb stomp her head and how I'd toss her off the roof of a house with no regard for human life. Then, of course, because I can't have anything good in my life, we then have 2 back-to-back demolishes for my ass, because Goku once again comes and eats my butt without my consent, and then Luffy uses his gum-gum cock to penetrate me some more.
Jesus, dude, can you not say you'd get demolished like that?
Nah, I say keep going. I love hearing you talk that way, Donald.
I think you may have a point here, Barry, especially with the way I got Joe reacting. But anyways, after those 2 demolishes, we got a return to form, and that is King from One Punch Man, and I think I demolish him quite easily. Like, his whole gimmick in the show is that he is terrified and manages to either talk his way out of a conversation or simply gets lucky as hell and is the opposite of Saitama from the show. I say this because while Saitama has amazing feats of power, he gets little recognition for it, while King has the least, if any at all, type of feats of power, yet gets all the praise and recognition for it. Despite him being tall and somewhat muscular, I'm afraid the Don will simply demolish him. Following that, we have Gojo Satoru, and this is an instant and terrible loss for me. I'm afraid Gojo will be demolishing me, and he will be doing it without breaking a sweat. I'd go and say, nah, I'd win, and then immediately get domain expansioned into this whole new dimension and probably be torn to shreds between the fabrics of space and time. All of this accounting for my 0 cursed energy would mean that Gojo would most certainly eat me alive, but on the plus side, I think I would have a quick and painless death.
See me personally.
I don't want to hear about how you'd personally lose the same exact way, if not worse, Joe. Your ass would fall sound asleep and lose to him without him even using any cursed energy or any techniques at all. He would just need to breathe on you, and your skeletal system would just disintegrate.
All right, we don't have to keep glazing Gojo. The fangirls do it enough, and we're almost done with the list. So please cover our last entry, which is Subaru from ReZero.
Fine, but not because you told me to do it. I do it for the people because I am a man of the people. But yes, after that, we got Subaru, and I know many people would be like, damn, Donald, looks like he's demolishing you because he can come back to life and is immortal and would eventually find a way to beat you no matter what. And what I have to say to that is that you are all wrong. See, this list isn't a fight to the death. It's just that some characters would go out of their way to make it a fight to the death. But Subaru here is basically as damn near to a normal human as you can get, especially if has no aid or weapons. He has that one lousy invisible hand, but it won't do jack to me, and I'd easily not kill him because remember, everyone, it is a fight tier list, not a murdering tier list. So this is just basically a 1 versus 1, and he will have no knowledge, nor will he be able to return by death because I will not be killing the man. So with all that being said, I think I will place him into the fair fight category because if you all have seen the show, you all know that he is a fit young man and is somewhat good at hand-to-hand combat. As good as you could be when you're a normal human, that is.
Excellent list, but can I harp on the Subaru point? I just want to point out that the dude is using his powers incorrectly. See, old Joe here would commit crimes and then off myself in order to be able to do those crimes again, and I'd enjoy doing it for the rest of my life.
Joe, you do realize you wouldn't be able to keep any of the money or goods you steal in these crimes, and if you kill people, they wouldn't stay dead. So you'll be bringing nothing with you when you die.
Oh, don't you worry, because theft and murder won't be the crimes I'm committing. Well, it can turn to murder if they fight back, but one thing that does carry over are experiences and memories, Barack.
Dear God, cut the video before people realize what he means.
What is up, gang? We are back with your favorite Donald versus tier lists. And this time I am going to be ranking different cartoon characters and shows. And before anyone says anything, I know that Pac-Man, Kirby, Mario, Pikachu, and Sonic are all on here, and that they are video game characters. But guess what? They also freaking had shows on TV, so I have the clear pass to rate them on this list, and I will do that.
Mario also had a movie, Donald. Don't forget that.
So did Sonic, shut Sleepy Joe. But yeah, let's go ahead and get this list started, because quite frankly, I'm always excited to do these lists. Up first, we got Optimus Prime, and we all know I am getting raw dogged by this dude, like I have no choice but to get demolished by this killing machine. Then after that, we got Finn the Human from Adventure Time. Honestly, I think he gives me a solid loss. Like, I wouldn't say he would destroy me, but canonically, isn't he pretty strong? I want to say I can beat up a teenager, but this kid has a sword and becomes buff later on, so I don't think I can do much. After that, we got a nerd in Jimmy Neutron, and I would get a solid win off this dumbass ice cream cone-shaped kid, and then I would immediately take his mom.
What do you mean you'd take his mom? What are you going to do?
You know exactly what I would do. Don't act like you don't know. Anyways, after that, we got Jake the dog from Adventure Time, and yeah, his ass would most definitely give me a solid loss. He'll shapeshift into Lizzo and just sit on my chest and cave it in. After that, though, we got Peter Griffin, and I think it would be an even fight. Like, I can see myself putting up a chicken-esque fight with him and going blow for blow with this guy. He has some sneaky athleticism, but I also am a very sneaky athlete, and I have lots of reach and height that I can use against him. Then we got Steven Universe, and I have not seen his show, but he's a kid and has a shield. I'll fuck his shit up, man. I refuse to lose to a kid unless it's someone like Ben 10, but I'll give him a solid win instead of a demolish.
I wonder if Ben 10 can transform into like a female human. Like if he can transform into any species, then who's to say he can transform into the human female species?
Joe, I hope you never get in a room with Ben in his whole life because I'm sensing some devious energy from you. The aura you're exuding is pure evil. Anyways, up next we got Dexter, and I would actually crush this kid and stuff him in a closet while I also had my way with his mom. God, why do a lot of these cartoon characters have such hot moms? Following that, we got Stitch, and I barely remember what this little alien does, but he's like a dog, I assume. So, of course, I'm going to punt this thing like there's no tomorrow. I'll place him in the solid win category, though, because he has that alien X factor going for him, and I don't quite remember how dangerous he is. After that, we got Po from Kung Fu Panda, and quite honestly, I think it's a solid loss. And the reason why I'm saying he won't demolish me is because he's so goofy. Like, he plays up to his competition, so if I just catch him off guard or just not ready, then I think I can do some damage before losing.
Why do all the cartoon characters have hot moms? I swear they do that to keep the old Joe dog here interested in whatever they got going on, like not to get ahead of the list. But Timmy Turner over there has a hot mom.
Okay, don't get ahead of me, but yes, he most definitely does Joe. The only thing that will make me and you bond is our mutual love of hot women. Unfortunately, we have to talk about Popeye, and this might be controversial, but I think a fight between me and him would go pretty evenly. Like, if I stop him from eating any spinach, then he basically becomes the most normal person on this list. And I am actually more than confident in the fact that I can beat him, but I don't want to get too ahead of myself, so I think I'll leave it at pretty even. After this, we got Kirby going into the demolish me tier, and you might be asking yourself, Donald, are you seriously saying you can't beat this pink cute blob? And I have to tell you that this is just no ordinary pink blob. This motherfucker is a destroyer of worlds and can kill literal gods. Like, seriously, look up some Kirby lore, and all of that isn't even paying attention to the fact that he can swallow me whole without a care in the world and I would die instantly.
I need me a girl like Kirby. Matter of fact, just give me Kirby with a wig, because if he can suck Donald whole, then I can only imagine how good his sucking prowess must be.
I seriously don't understand how you can sexualize a pink circle, but you somehow did it, Joe. I don't know if I should be amazed or if I should be terrified.
Both.
Don't worry, Joe, I'm already way ahead of you. It's the main reason I never invite you over for Christmas. Following the mess that is Kirby, we actually have Grim from the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. Quite honestly, I think I can get a solid win from him. Like, he gets bitched by little kids, and I know damn well I would destroy Billy or Mandy, so the fact that he's lower on the food chain makes me think I can quite easily take out Grim. I love the show, though, so I will give him some points for that, but yeah, I'd win. Then after that, we got, oh shit. We got two people that would demolish me. I won't lie. Sonic would instantly pull a A-train on my ass and quite literally run through me, and I would just turn into meat chunks. I think I've explained this on the video game fight tier list, so I think we all know how Sonic scares me. Not to mention that Sonic fans somehow scare me more. Like, have you guys heard of Chris Chan? That dude is a freak. Then I feel like the Ben 10 explanation is easier because this little shit can transform into anything, and I will not be surviving his spider monkey alien clawing my face off, let alone Alien X or the giant fuck that would probably just squish me with his pinky. I would get destroyed by these two very easily.
Smart take from you, Donald, especially since I've heard no chokehold comments all of this video.
Don't hold your breath, Barack, because they may or may not be coming. After that, we got Pac-Man, and I would get a solid win from this guy. Like, I don't think he'd eat me because I am not a ghost, and quite honestly, he does not intimidate me. Wish I could say the same for this next guy, but I am getting a solid loss from Batman. I would say he would demolish me, but this is base form Batman, and he's just a human like me, so I don't have much to be scared of. And in this fight, I'm assuming he has no prep time, so he can't analyze me or my fighting style. I would still probably get my shit rocked by Batman, though. Ooh, but I would fuck up Scooby's shit, though. That dumbass dog will get blasted by me, and I can get him in a headlock and demolish that sandwich-eating vermin.
What the hell did Scooby-Doo do to you?
I don't know, but he always pissed me off. The show in general actually always pissed me off. Following that dumb dog, we got Timmy Turner, and assuming he has no fairies, then I would easily demolish the kid. Even if his fairies were there, I don't think he can directly harm me according to the rules, but I wouldn't know. Then I would also demolish Dora, like why the hell is she even here? There's no question that I'd win if you put me and her in a boxing ring. Then I may as well talk about Aang because his ass would demolish me like I don't know how I would compete against the Avatar.
I would be able to compete if it was Korra. All the neurons in my brain would activate in order to beat her.
It scares me to think of what you would do if you were to beat her in a fight. Like your intentions are insidious. But anyways, after that we got Garfield, and if this were a fight about hating Mondays, then he would win. But I would easily destroy this obese cat without a single drop of sweat coming from me. Then after we got the freaking Italian plumber back again, and this dude would be a solid win. I've changed my mind from the video game fight tier list, and I no longer think it would be a fair fight. I would have a solid chance in winning because he's just so small, and if he has no power-ups, then I'd easily take him. If he does have power-ups, couldn't I, in theory, also have said power-ups and demolish him even further? I say I could, but after that we got Pikachu, and once again I would stomp on this rat with my Timberland boots because I've seen scarier rats in New York City than Pikachu.
Why do you think the rats over in New York are like that? Like, it's actually crazy to think that they are probably more dangerous than a small dog.
Dude, they carry like hyper-death AIDS. If I got bit by a New York rat, I'd have to chop off that limb to prevent the spread of the bubonic plague. Let's continue on with the list, though, and up next we have like all of the Ninja Turtles. I literally would get gangbanged by all the turtles and instantly get demolished, and I don't think anyone can argue otherwise. After that, we got Goku, and, well, it's Goku, so I already know my ass is getting blasted. Thankfully, I get a break, and we got Mickey Mouse up next, and you all already know that I will mess up this little mouse. As for Bugs Bunny, I think I'd give it a fair fight. Like, I don't see him outsmarting me or beating me physically, but that's exactly what he wants you to think, and I refuse to underestimate that human-sized rabbit.
Doesn't Bugs Bunny have the power to, like, summon objects out of nowhere? Like when he brings out giant hammers and stuff from thin air.
I'd get him in a headlock before he could do that, don't worry. After that, we got Charlie Brown, and this dumbass kid is getting demolished. I would say the same about Jerry, but he's a smart-ass mouse and could possibly escape my sight, so I'd put him in a solid win only. Snoopy is getting ass blasted by the Don, and that is no surprise to anyone because he's a dog. Perry the Platypus, though, gets some respect, and I will put him in the fair fight category because he's a secret agent and is an intelligent animal, and you guys already know how I don't like smart animals. Then after I would say that, I would get demolished by Rick Sanchez.
Going through this list a little fast, aren't you, Donald?
It's so close to ending, and I want a game right now. So wrapping up, we got Homer Simpson, and I am feeling like it's going to be a fair fight between me and him, much like with Peter Griffin. With SpongeBob, I'd get a solid win, but he does have some intangibles, and the fact that I don't know if I can damage a sponge. Patrick, though, is a different story, and I think he'd give me a fair fight. Like he's one of those idiots who is secretly strong as hell, and that scares me a bit, but I could outsmart him maybe. Then lastly, wrapping up this wonderful list, we got Danny Phantom, and I would take a solid loss to this kid. This dude is a ghost, and honestly, I don't know what I'd do if he wasn't tangible. Like, how am I supposed to hurt or even see him? If he goes into human form, I got his ass, though.
I wish I had Danny's powers. The amount of peeping I would do in the women's locker rooms would be generational.
You're so gross, Joe.
What is up, gang? We are back yet again with another video, but this time I will be ranking different food mascots and my ability to fight them. Now, looking at this list right now, I can already tell you all that the Don will have no problems with a lot of these matchups. Like, I will be the danger when I am around them, and they cannot handle the Doninator.
I bet Tony the Tiger can kick your butt. Actually, I have no doubt in my mind that he'll whoop you.
Well, good going, Sherlock. He's a freaking humanoid tiger with big-ass arms. Like, what do you want me to do there? I am only human, but anyways, don't interject when we haven't even formally started this list. Anyways, up first we got the Little Caesars Pizza dude. Now, I would like to say I would demolish this little guy, but unfortunately this guy has a weapon. Now, I definitely have him in terms of strength, but examine the image some more. You guys see that he's balancing the pizza perfectly on that pike, and that shows that he is trained with the pike, so he has extra reach on me. Now, even if I get stabbed, I am more than certain I can tank that hit, because let's all be honest, I am a machine and can fight almost anyone. So I think I will be placing him into the most likely to kick their ass category, as I will give him a slight edge just because of that pointy stick he has.
Now, Donald, you said you could tank a hit, but what if he stabs you in the head? Like it would just be game over for you and lights out. No more Donald in our lives.
And if that were to happen, it would be a shame. But I have cat-like reflexes, and I can honestly probably dodge better than the average human being, so we don't have to worry about that. After that, we got the Cheetos Cheetah, and this guy can be a bit fast, but he doesn't scare me. Like, look at how skinny he is. I would absolutely finish him if he got close to me, but I will give it a fair fight, because I think he can land a few blows while he speeds around me. But once I hit him with a strong punch or two, I think I'll have him by the ropes.
Have you guys ever seen that Meat Canyon video with that Cheetos Cheetah? It made me not want to eat Cheetos for a while, not gonna lie. It was so gross, but I couldn't stop watching.
Joe, I do not want to be grossed out, so I won't even ask for details on that. Up next, we got our very first mascot that would go in the would kick their ass category, and that is Toucan Sam. Just look at this dude. I'll curb stomp that huge beak of his and look at those twigs for legs. I will snap them in half and then deep fry him and have some fried toucan for dinner. But everyone knows I would demolish him. Now let's talk about the real one everyone here cares about, and that is Tony the goddamn tiger. Now I would love to tell you all in this lovely audience that I would decimate the hell out of him, but in all honesty, I don't think I can. First of all, he's a tiger and they're almost like lions, so I don't think I'd do well against lions, so I don't think I would do well against tigers. If we continue examining this specimen, we see that he has some freaking anchor arms, and quite honestly, I don't think I can compete, everyone. He is most definitely kicking my ass.
Wow, Donald, it must have taken a lot for you to admit that. I'm honestly very proud of you for admitting defeat for once in your life.
Well, this is all because I have no training. Give me like a week to prepare like Batman, and I would whoop everyone here.
There's the ego.
It's not an ego when it's true. Anyways, after that, we got the Kool-Aid Man. Now, if we scale his power, we all know that he can bust through walls, so I can't just break his glass because that glass must be harder than brick and random walls. I think he would most likely kick my ass if I am being honest once again. Like the only way I can see myself winning is if I jump inside of him and suck him dry.
Oh, you're gonna suck him dry, Donald? Wow, so what's different from your fight with the Kool-Aid Man and your typical Friday? Hey ho.
I swear I've used that joke against you before, Joe. All you do is get sloppy seconds. Anyways, after that, we got Raisin Bran Son, and I would kick this dude's ass. He always pissed me off with those scoopful of raisins, but every time you open up a bag of Raisin Bran, you'd only spot a couple of raisins because this fucker was holding them all hostage. Then for our next one, we got a random frog from that one off-brand cereal. I would say that I would most likely kick his ass, but I will give him the edge because frogs have huge jumping power, and I feel like he would jump over me and squash me. Plus, he's dressed super urban-like, so I'm sure he has other frog friends from the inner city that probably carry a piece or two on them and listen to very loud rap music.
Now, what the hell type of stereotypes are you freaking alluding to, Donald? I don't like where that's going.
None at all, my friend. Don't you worry about a single stereotype at all. Up next, we got the B-Man thing from Jollibee. Now I will place him into the most likely to kick their ass category as well, because the Filipino people are very nice, and I feel like I'd be able to bully all of them because they're short. But then you get monsters like Manny Pacquiao, and that dude would knock me out cold. I have a lot of respect for Mr. Pacquiao. Thankfully, up next, though, we got someone who I would entirely kick their ass, and that is the Chef Boyardee old man. I would demolish this old man quite easily if we're being honest. He's old and on his last legs, so I'm not worried about him at all. His bones are so brittle that I can probably very lightly touch him and break an arm.
I would never kick that dude's ass. I'd instead enslave him and force him to make me Chef Boyardee meals for the rest of his short life. And right when he thinks he's free and will receive the sweet release of death, I sink him further into despair by keeping him artificially alive until I die.
Well, that is morbid, but thankfully for him, it will not take long at all for you to croak Joey. Anyways, up next, we got the Burger King. Well, King, and I think it would be a fair fight between me and him. He looks fairly tall whenever I see him in the commercials, and with his ginormous head, I know he'll be able to tank a lot of blows from me. But more importantly, guys, we got a joke of a fight up next, and that is the freaking Gerber baby. Man, I would punt the shit out of this baby and probably kick a decent 40 yards with this thing. Who even thought of putting a baby on this list? Like, what the hell is wrong with you? I mean, I'll still fight him because I have to, but I won't enjoy it. Well, I won't enjoy it a lot. Well, actually, I think I would because punting that annoying baby seems like it would be fun.
What would be fun about kicking a baby?
You know, like how in South Park they do the little kick the baby shtick. You wouldn't get it, but after that we got the Cheerios bee, and I would honestly just kill this thing. Like there is no debate if I can take out a freaking bee. After that we got the Keebler elf, old man, and you would think that I would place him in the kick their ass tier, but I will put a bit of respect on him because he has the power to control all the elves or something. I think I would most likely kick his ass, but boy howdy, we got a baddie up next, and that's the butter Native American chick. At least I think it's butter. I forgot the brand, to be honest. Now I would most likely kick her ass, but the toughest part would be not hitting her face. So I would repeatedly have to give her gut punches.
She's a little baddie. She's lucky she isn't in a fight with me because I'd kill her, but with love.
You're so creepy, Joe, that she would die of shock and disgust. Anyways, up next we got the Colonel, and I am putting respect on this guy. I think he'd give me a fair fight, and he seems like he can be somewhat intimidating. After that, though, we got the Lucky Charms dude, and I would most likely kick his ass. I am giving him the benefit of the doubt slightly because he does have powers, but I would still curb stomp his shit in. Much like with our next entry, which is Mr. Peanut. I would eat him alive if I could.
God, this is a lot more morbid than usual. Why are we talking about killing? Like this is only a fight tier list and not a lot of people die in fights.
Oh, but I'd kill their ass. That's the difference. After that, we got yet another fair fight, and that is between me and Ronald McDonald. I think he's got great reach and length, and he would see me in eye level, so I have to respect the man for that. But after that, I would get decimated by the Pepsi Man. Like, what the hell is this thing? Like, you guys ever play the old Pepsi Man game? He was jumping over cars and shit. Like, how do you all expect me to compete with that monstrosity? Ahem.
See me personally, I would simply not allow him to beat me. But that's just me and my manliness speaking.
Joe, almost this entire list can beat you in a fight. Let's get serious here, man. Anyways, after that, we got the Danimals monkey. And if you've ever seen a monkey go wild, you know the amount of anger and rage they hold. I will place this into the fair fight category because I personally think the Danimals monkey is a bit of a pussy, and he is most definitely not about that fight life. Then we got the hamburger helper guy, and I would destroy this thing. Like I would make him into a homemade fleshlight and have my way with this glove.
Now, what's a fleshlight? Is it like a flashlight made out of flesh? Yuck.
Donald, don't go further with the fleshlight comments and just hurry up and wrap up these rankings.
Fine, I will, but if we tell Joey about it, I'm sure he won't leave his room for like a month, and we won't have to deal with him, but whatever. Our final two entries are the Tootsie Roll Pop Owl, and I think I would most likely kick his ass. And the only reason I give him any points is because of that crunch on the Tootsie Pop. He licks it like 3 times and then crunches, and the sheer ferocity of that bite force would probably get rid of a finger or two of mine, but I'd tough it out and ultimately win. Then finishing up this list, we got the Sour Patch Kid, and you know what they say, sour, sweet, gone, and that would be the case here as well as I am kicking this thing's ass.
You know what, Donald? This was kind of a fun ranking to do. Like, it was pretty entertaining to see what you thought of these mascots and giving them hypothetical power rankings and then describing how you would beat them. I feel like we should probably do more lists like this because the audience probably likes the variety in these things.
Thanks, Barack. I actually enjoyed the hell out of this, but like I said before, if you give me a week to prepare like Batman, I am assuring you that all these mascots would be wiped out faster than how you wiped out those villages in the Middle East with your drones.
Yep, never complimenting anything you do again because all I get met with is bomb jokes.
Haha. Yes, that's a nice way to round off this list with a Barack bomb joke. But I think I have to log off soon because I actually Googled what this fleshlight doohickey is, and I think I have to order one as soon as possible because my life depends on it now.
Joey, no!
What is up, gang? We are back with another Donald versus tier list, and this time we are going to talk about various TV/movie characters, and I feel like we got a decent bit of variety here. I know we usually do these videos on Sunday, but we decided to bless everyone with one on Friday instead.
Is it really a blessing, or are we just too impatient and figured that making this list would be easier than our sandwich shop tier list coming up? So we procrastinated and just did this one instead.
Joe, don't spoil what the next list is. Now, nobody's going to be surprised when we make that.
Yeah. Why can't we do a cool tier list like a smash or pass movie/TV show characters or a smash or pass video game characters? I'd want to do it, of course.
Of course you would want to do it, Joe, but if we were to do those lists, then you definitely have to give one of those to me first.
Fine, I am willing to part with one.
I don't think so because that is seriously demeaning and most importantly not advertiser friendly.
Me and Joe want to unite for once and do those lists for the people. That, of course, will be sometime in the future because right now we have gotten too sidetracked and we must start our fight tier list. And up first, we got Charlie from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I am going to put him in the fair fight category, but if you have seen It's Always Sunny, you already know that he can secretly be a genius when he wants to be, and I feel like he can sneakily be up to no good and possibly put up a good fight. Otherwise, I demolish his 5'5" ass, but I'll leave him in the fair fight category. As for George Costanza, well, I would absolutely crush this guy. To this day, whenever I watch Seinfeld, I always think about how badly I could beat him to a pulp because his character can be annoying as hell sometimes.
Isn't that the whole point of his character, though? Like, the show wouldn't be as funny if he wasn't such a character.
Shut the hell up, Joe. Of course, I know that already, but I still want to fight him. After that, we got Daredevil, and I am putting him in the solid loss category. I refuse to believe that I will get demolished by a freaking crippled dude. Like, I will give him the fact that he probably has a better body, and he might be stronger than me. But I refuse to believe that he will wipe the floor with me. Couldn't I just play a bunch of alarms at full blast and send him into a sensory overload with all that sound, and he would essentially be cooked? I don't know, I am not a huge Marvel nerd, but I am sure someone in the comments will argue that in issue number 274 of the Daredevil series, he gets the power to bend semen to his will.
He gets the power to bend his what now?
I've heard the legends many times. He is the infamous cum bender.
Exactly, Joe. The one the Avatar fears the most. Anyways, after that, we got Steve from Stranger Things, and this is just an everyday high school guy, or maybe he's in college. I forget because I haven't seen Stranger Things in forever, but either way, I think me and him will be a fair fight. I really doubt this guy would beat me, and much can be said about this next entry because I freaking doubt that Chucky can mess me up in any way. Like, sure, he's this demonic killer doll, but once again, he's a fucking doll. I can hold him with one hand while eating cereal with the other. I think I get a solid win off this little guy, and the reason why I am not putting him in the demolish category is because I slightly respect his ability to be so bitter and carry hate despite him being a doll. You have to respect that level of hater, and I know I do, but in a fight, I'm smearing my ball sack all over his face.
Donald, what is with you today?
I feel free today, that's what. As the infamous Tekashi 6ix9ine would say, let your nuts hang, and I am honestly letting these big puppies hang. Moving on, we got Jerry Seinfeld, and quite honestly, I have no opinion regarding his strength. I think it'll be a fair fight for the two of us, and the same can be said about Marty Byrde from Ozark. Like, he has a little Heisenberg in him, but at the end of the day, I also think I can take him in a fight. Sure, he has been put in high-pressure situations, but like the Don lives and breathes in purely high-pressure situations only.
That's what high blood pressure will do to a man. Every situation in life will be high pressure, even something as easy as choosing what candy bar you want.
Shut the hell up, Sleepy Joe. I do not have high blood pressure.
That's not what my machine said the last time you did the test at my house.
It must have been flunky from always testing your barely alive self that when it finally tested the pressure of a man full of vitality, that it just malfunctioned because it could not handle all the USA in my DNA.
You are actually insane.
The only thing insane about me is how crazy I'll go on Walter White. Walter White Jr., that is. Because in all honesty, I don't know what to give Walter White because I want to give myself a solid win because without weapons, I can definitely beat the hell out of a cancer patient. But goddamn, I have too much respect for the man to not place him in anything other than a fair fight, but I still feel like I will be the one knocking instead of him. As for Walter Jr., well, I can definitely destroy a cripple with no superpowers. I kick one of his crutches and then what? He stutters his way to an ass kicking. I would actually bang his mom, though.
Ow, man, can we go one video without you or Joe saying anything about women?
No, I don't think we will.
Amen to that, Joey. But after that, we get the exact opposite of a woman, and that is Frank from It's Always Sunny. And of course, I am obliterating this dude. I am like a whole 2 feet taller than him, and not to mention he's ancient as hell in the show, so I have nothing to worry about. After that, though, we got Scott Pilgrim, and I want to put him in the solid loss. But isn't he powerful as hell? Like, I have not seen Scott Pilgrim in forever, but if he has all his powers and abilities from the movie, then I would think I am fucked and he would demolish me.
I love Scott Pilgrim, and quite honestly, I love the way he was dating knives while also chasing after another girl. That's a big baller move right there.
Let's be honest here, Joe. What you really mean is that you think he's cool because he was like 20-something and she was 17 when they were dating. You are a freak, Joseph.
What can I say? I'm a freak in the streets and a freak in the sheets.
Joe, you're the coolest you've ever been to me right now. I am actually impressed with your level of confidence. Unfortunately, I don't have that same level of confidence because up next I'm facing fucking Jason from Friday the 13th, and I already know my ass is grass because he can teleport and is basically immortal. We all already know that he is demolishing me, and there really is no argument here. Now, as for Tony Stark, well, I want to make an argument for myself, but he modded his body like a goddamn video game controller. I don't know what he has up his sleeve, and with all the money he has, I can tell he must get hella hoes. So I say he demolishes me.
What does him getting girls have to do with demolishing you?
If he showed me all the girls he got, it would hurt my morale, thus making me an easier target to fight. It's quite simple, Barack, but someone like you just would never understand. After that, we got Ken from Barbie, and I know he's kind of a pussy in the movie, but they had a whole Ken war during the movie, and I won't lie. I am a fan of his abs, so I think he merits a solid loss in my book. Like he's played by Ryan Gosling, and that dude was in Drive. I love that movie, so I will put a little respect on it. Larry David, though, gets no respect from me, and I will be like Lizzo and sit on his chest, which will then in turn cave in that weak, frail old man. So it's an instant demolish for me, but after we got Michael Myers, I think, I only see the knife, but I am assuming that's him, and quite frankly, I cannot beat him as well. I am sorry that I cannot kill the killers, guys.
See, this is where my ability to fall asleep at any time comes in handy for me, because if they come rampaging, I knock out and I would feel no pain.
For once, I think you would be right, Joe, because I would definitely not want to feel what they're going to do to me. Same with Spider-Man over here, because he instantly demolishes me like he's freaking Spider-Man. I don't know what anyone would want me to do. After that, though, we got Eric Andre from the self-titled Eric Andre Show, and me and him would have a fair fight. Like, this dude is crazy as hell and unhinged, but in an actual fight, I think me and him are even. I would maybe give him the edge because of his melanin factor.
Excuse me? His what factor?
You're right, what am I saying? He's only half, so his melanin factor isn't that strong, so it definitely is a fair fight. Thanks for the heads up, Barry. After that, we got John Wick, and if this man is willing to go on a killing rampage over a damn dog, then I already know my ass is grass if he had his eyes set on me. Like I will instantly be getting demolished by this demonoid, and I probably can't do anything about it. Up next, this might be controversial, but I have Robert Pattinson's Batman going into the solid loss tier because I think I can kind of take on his Batman. Again, if he didn't have any prep, then I feel like my hand-to-hand combat will be enough to get a few punches in.
Isn't Batman trained in almost every single fighting style? Like, I don't see how you would be able to beat him. You're a golfer, not a fighter, Donald.
If I got him in a chokehold, it would be raps. That's all I'm saying. After that, we got the freaking Terrifier, and he is a demon who will kill. So, of course, I am getting demolished by this freak. I don't even want to recall the events of the first or second movie because this freak is gross as hell, and the movie was absurdly gory for no reason.
Can't be as bad as Human Centipede. I literally watch those for fun sometimes. I like the idea of being sewn to a woman.
That's vile as hell, Joe. And again, it doesn't surprise me that you, of all people, enjoy those films. After that, we got Harley Quinn, but more specifically, we have Margot Robbie's Harley Quinn. And quite frankly, I don't care what anyone else says because there is no way in hell I am losing to Margot Robbie and will place her in the solid win category. I refuse to show any signs of weakness in front of the baddies.
I'd definitely demolish her. Like no one would be able to stop me from doing what I plan on doing to Margot Robbie.
Like you'd beat her to a pulp, right? Nothing more, right?
Why are you asking as if you don't already know what I would do to her?
Now hold on, I know Joe is a vile, old, and decrepit man, and there is no telling what atrocities he will be committing toward Margot Robbie, especially if he wins the fight, but may I offer a counterpoint? He might actually be spitting in this instance.
What's your counterpoint, Donald?
She's hot.
Jesus Christ, cut the video.
What is up, gang? Your long-awaited Donald versus video is now here. Now, even though a lot of you refuse to believe that the Don can manhandle a lot of the things on this list, I will keep going strong with my opinions because ultimately it's me who is always right. Anyways, this is a bit of a long list, so let's just get right into it because I don't think Joe or Barack need an introduction. So up first, we got Agent 47 from the Hitman series, and I don't know what you all want me to do against a goddamn trained killer. I will be getting killed by this dude immediately. Then after that, we got Cloud Strife and the main dude off Mass Effect. This list is not fair at all. Why the hell am I getting demolished by the first 3 entries? We should have slipped in someone weaker in the middle so I wouldn't look so lousy. Is this your goddamn fault, Joe?
Why do you assume I would do anything to tamper with these lists? If I had any say in these things, don't you think I would rather make a cool list for myself rather than sabotaging you?
That's just what you want me to think, but it's fine because up next we got Diddy Kong, and you already know I will crush this little mongrel to the ground, but I will put him in the tier where I may have a chance to lose. He has his little inventions, and I know better than to never underestimate monkeys, right, Barack?
I don't know why you called me out in specific, but yeah, I guess monkeys go crazy, man. You see the lady who got her face ripped off? It's wild.
Yeah, but Diddy Kong looks like a freaking nerd. I demolish nerds any day of the week. Following that, we got Donkey Kong, though, and yeah, he will be taking my butt. He won't even ask me. He simply will be acquiring it without my permission. And honestly, if I step into the ring with DK, then I'm pretty much asking for it. Jesus Christ. Same with our next two. I feel like Ryu from Street Fighter is self-explanatory, but let me explain why I think Joker will demolish me. If you played the Persona games, you already know he has the power to go into twisted people's hearts, and his ass will definitely fry my brain and turn me into Joe by making me a better person. That, and he has guns and shit, man. I don't think I will be taking him lightly, and this little teenager scares me.
Pathetic. The teenagers never scare me. It's because they know that they're not the danger. The Joe dog is the danger. As Walter White would say, I am the one who knocks.
Of course, it's teenagers or younger specifically with you, but anyways, after that, we got the Inkling kids from Splatoon, and I will kill these things. I don't even know if they're human, but it doesn't matter. If all they have is paint to fight me, then the Don will simply knock them out with one punch. Following that, we got Sora from Kingdom Hearts, and I think it's not impossible to beat him, but I will most likely lose. He has the power of Disney and magic behind him, but he is just a kid. Like, if I pretend to be all goody-goody and catch him off guard, then I can Falcon punch his ass to oblivion. Then, of course, we got goddamn Ezio going into the demolished tier because he is a trained assassin, and what am I supposed to fucking do there?
It's actually insane to me that you're ranking video game characters more realistically than animals. But part of me believes that the reason why is because you know more about these video game characters than you do about actual real-life animals.
Nah, it's just that with animals, a lot of it is because I am smarter than them and they smell fear. While with these characters, well, they are all mostly human and they have like powers most of the time. Thankfully, up next, we got the dude from Days Gone, and he's just a human. So if it's a 1 versus 1, I think it can go either way with this one. Same with the synth from Fallout 4. What's his face? Valentine, I think? Either way, it could go either way with the both of them, I believe. Then we got Bowser up next, and many of you might argue that I would get demolished. But think about this. A 5'1" plumber can knock him out most of the time, so why can't I possibly take him? I refuse to believe Mario and Luigi can do anything better than me.
Yeah, but don't they have power-ups and stuff? Like, isn't that the main reason why they beat him?
Give me those same powers, and I will end that turtle and turn him into soup. After that, we got Spyro the Dragon, and this is just a midget dragon, so I am not worried at all. Then again, he is not to be underestimated, so I think I will place him into the it can go either way category. Then we got Sonic, and listen guys, this dude is like super speed, and if he's that fast, he could just run full speed into my gut and kill me instantly. So I think I will placing him into the demolish me tier. Don't worry though, because we got Gordon Freeman from Half-Life up next, and I think it'll be a pretty even fight. Like, I don't see how it would be difficult because he's just a normal man.
A normal man who constantly is fighting these parasitic alien things.
I wouldn't know. I've never played Half-Life, and I do not want people in the comments crucifying me for that, because quite frankly, I do not care about Half-Life, and I don't think I ever will. Then after that, we finally reached that little Italian plumber, and I am putting him in the fair fight category. I fear the Italian blood in him, but his height makes me feel like I can crush him, so I see it going either way. Then after that, we got Link, and I don't think I can beat him, but I would not say that it is impossible for me to beat him. He may have the skill, the weapons, and the experience, but if I just get him in a chokehold...
Not this chokehold talk again.
It's just true. What can I say? Most problems in life can be solved if you just put them in a chokehold. Then we got this round ball of a character, and that is Pac-Man. Despite him consuming an insane amount of calories, I never see the progress of his bulk, and he really does not intimidate me. I think I can beat him, but there may be a chance he gets me if I am not careful. Following that, we got Nathan Drake, the freaking Indiana Jones of our day, and I think I will place him into the fair fight category. Sure, he may have survived all these like crazy events and is an expert in hand-to-hand combat. I just feel like I can take him, and I don't know why. I wish I could explain it. Then following that, I don't know what game this little kid is from, but I'll curb stomp his ass.
I refuse to believe that you and Nathan Drake will be a fair fight. He is wiping the goddamn floor with you, Donald, and you know that too.
How many times must I say this? All it takes is one good chokehold. Anyways, after that, we got the guy from Chrono Trigger. Now, I'm not quite familiar with his game, but he has a sword, so I think I will place him in the not impossible to beat, but I'll likely lose tier. Then we got fucking Minecraft Steve. I don't care how overpowered he is in Smash, because I will be smashing him in a real-life 1 versus 1. His blocks can't me, and if we go into pure hand-to-hand combat, then my opposable thumbs will give me the advantage. That being said, his hands can punch wood, so I think I will place him into the fair fight category. Following that, we got Conquer the Squirrel, and in his games, he survived so much shit, and he has the ability to break the fourth wall. I think I will be getting demolished by this little shit. The same thing is happening with freaking Samus, as I will not be surviving a fully suited Samus, but if you put me in a room with zero suit Samus, then she should be the one with fear in her eyes.
I would kill droves of people just to get to smell Zero Suit Samus's panties.
Of course you would, Joe. Anyways, after that, we got Pikachu, and I will go schizo nuts on this little rat and crush and kick him. I will absolutely demolish him. And then we got Luigi, who is a bigger plumber than Mario, but also a bigger pussy than Mario. I think I will most likely beat him, but maybe he will catch me by surprise. Then after that, we got Fox from Star Fox, and I think it's not impossible to beat him, but I will most likely lose, because this is a freaking genetically modified fox who can shoot guns. He has human intelligence, and that is dangerous. Jesus Christ, is that Bubbly up next? I will kill this little shit after letting out a guttural roar that'll terrify all living entities near my vicinity. I hate Bubsy so much, actually, I may hate this dumbass Angry Bird more. I would side with those goddamn pigs, because just looking at this pissed off bird makes me angry as hell.
Whoa, a lot of those kind of win in your favor. I am surprised, because you'd think a lot of these video game characters would be overpowered as hell.
They finally threw me a goddamn bone, but then we lose that immediately, because then we got Banjo and Kazooie, and this turns into a 2v1, and I think it wouldn't be impossible, but I most likely lose it. And just look at Captain Falcon's abs. I for sure get destroyed in that encounter. As for Crash Bandicoot, I think it would be a fair fight, because I feel like he gets really lucky when beating Neo Cortex most of the time. It isn't really a lot to do with his skill. Then we hit another difficulty curve, because I'm getting destroyed by Duke Nukem, and I would probably lose to Earthworm Jim. I don't know why, but I get those vibes. Then Jesus, I'm going to become a fleshlight for fucking Ganondorf.
Yeah, that was a tough stretch for you right there, but hey, man, at least the rest of the list looks, never mind, this looks tough as hell still.
I know that already, Barack. Thanks for pointing that out. After that, though, we got the robot from Portal. If it doesn't have the facility and control, it is basically useless. So in a 1v1, I feel like I will remain supreme and kill that bot. Handsome Jack and Kratos definitely have my number, though, like my ass is getting ground up into lunch meat facing those two, and will get my shit packed. As for McCree, well, I still think I lose, but I would not say it is impossible like with Kratos. Same with Mega Man and Pit. I feel like because they are smaller, it gives me the height and reach advantage. And since I am already in the final 2 entries, I might as well wrap up this list, because the Don needs to go take a nap after doing all these hypothetical fights in my head. It really drains the mind.
I am sure that with your mind, Donald, a lot was drained out of a little reserve.
Don't know what you're implying, Joe, when it clearly took you longer to solve a Rubik's Cube than me the other day, but whatever, I'll let it slide, because I am in a phenomenal mood right now. Following Pitt, we got Raymond, and I think I will put him in the fair fight category. Like, sure, he can launch his limbs and stuff, but I just feel like I can catch it and use it to my advantage. Like, be careful throwing that charge punch, because I will lock your shit away in a box. Then, of course, we have Scorpion, and he is taking my butt without my consent. He can teleport and just evaporate me instantly.
I wish I had Scorpion's powers.
Why? Do you want to summon fire and use like demonic powers?
Nah, but I would love to teleport and grab people I am peeping on.
Jesus Christ.
What is up, gang? The long-awaited Animal Fight tier list is here for you all to enjoy. I'd like to thank myself for being so smart and amazing and thinking of this all by myself. Also, if you guys haven't checked out our Mascot Fight tier list, make sure you do.
W plug.
Wait a minute, Donald. Didn't a viewer suggest this and not you?
I have no clue what you're talking about, Sleepy Joe. The dementia must be acting up again, but let's get this started, because I know we are all excited to hear me talk about my amazing fighting skills and battle prowess. Anyways, this is a long list, so let's get it started. And up first, we got a lobster, and I don't even have to talk about this one. I can sit on this dude and cush him entirely. The only sad part is that it would be a waste of a lobster. Let's move on to a real challenge, and that's a zebra. Now, I personally don't know the strength of zebras, but they have to have monster quads from running all the time and basically fighting for their lives because hippos, lions, and crocodiles constantly have it out for them. I think I will place that in the fair fight category.
That seems fair, to be honest. I actually don't know how strong a zebra is, so it's up in the air for me as well.
Honestly, if you sat on him too, I'd have no doubt you'd be able to demolish him too, considering the sheer amount of bunda you have.
Shut your sleepy ass up, Joe, because that is straight muscle. My glutes are made of steel, like in that one episode of SpongeBob where Patrick was training his glutes. But anyways, let's move on to our next entries. And following that, we got a goddamn grizzly bear, and there is no ifs, ands, or buts regarding a grizzly bear coming in and attacking me. Aside from polar bears, these dudes are one of the most dangerous bears out there, and if I saw one coming my way, I will know I am cooked. Then after that, we got a parrot, and once again, I would demolish this goddamn annoying bird. I'd fry him up and make some chicken wings.
Would fried chicken wings from a parrot even taste good, Donald?
Probably not, but I would do it to send a message across to all other birds who try to take on the Don. Then after we got a goddamn tiger up next, and I already know I will get demolished by these things because they're like dangerous-ass apex predators, and this is an easy pick. Following that is also an easy pick, and I would curb stomp that little mouse into oblivion. Then we got like the most gentle creature ever, and that is the sea turtle. I actually don't know its fighting capabilities, but I will make some turtle soup out of that guy.
What if he's in the water when you're fighting him?
What's the difference? I will dominate on land and on sea. Up next, we got another fair fight, though, and that is an alpha wolf. It would be like a 50% chance I win, but it would not be easy.
Donald, there is no freaking way you can fight an alpha wolf. Do you have any clue how big those things are? And as soon as they chomp on you, it would be wraps.
See, I can tell you wouldn't be able to fight a wolf because they'd smell the fear on you. See, someone like me would dominate because it would cower under the mighty Don's presence and it would smell no fear on me.
That is actually insane.
Insane that I can do it? Of course I can. I am the Don, for God's sake. Following that, we then have a lizard and a squid. These are both pretty boring because we all know I would make quick work of them both and pay no mind to them. These two are basically fodder to me, but then we got a Komodo dragon, and I know they are super venomous and run quick. Trust me, I have seen the Steve Irwin documentary that is free on YouTube right now, and I have to be honest here. I think it would be a fair fight because if it was a 1-versus-1 situation and I got this dude in a chokehold, I think I would take the win, but if it bites me, then it would be a tough one.
It would not be a tough one. It would kill you, Donald.
Not if I get that chokehold in. It has no hands to get me off of it. You are simply just not seeing the vision. After that, we got a hippo, and fun fact about these dudes, they are actually super territorial and incredibly dangerous, even though they look funny as hell. I respect the hippo too much and know I would get demolished by it. Then we got a deer with antlers, or maybe an elk, I don't really know, but it doesn't matter because if I grabbed it by the antlers, it would be over for it. That being said, I think it would be close, but I would win. Then I am not going to lie, the next two entries would eat me for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I don't think I can take on either a lion or a rhino, which I know is hard to believe.
It is very much so believable. I don't think you can take most things on this list.
That's just your inner hater coming out, Joey. Stop being bitter because you didn't get to do this list. Then we got a bird, and I'll Mario stomp his ass to oblivion. Or I'll be those thwomps that make that flattening sound. Then we got panda bears, and I want to believe that I may stand a chance, but it's another bear. I can't compete with bears because they are just too dangerous. Oh, but thank God we got a goddamn ferret next because I'd use his bones like a nunchuck. I know ferrets stink almost as much as Joe, so I know the smell would only fuel my rage some more.
I swear I do not smell as bad as a ferret. Either way, all I know is that I conserve water by not showering every day while you two just have high water bills.
Joe, I can already tell that the water must be jet black once you finally decide to get in the shower. But that is neither here nor there because once again I will get destroyed by this next entry, and that is the silverback gorilla. Have you guys ever seen these dudes fight? They go apeshit, no pun intended.
Yeah, if you ever look up videos of them fighting, it is actually insane. I see them get hyper-aggressive, and it's basically watching two heavyweight boxers fight.
Yeah, but those videos are extremely entertaining, I cannot lie. Following that, we got an orangutan, and I think it would be close, but I would lose. And the reason for that is just because they look so much less intimidating than a silverback gorilla. Like they're ginger monkeys, I feel like I can take them. Then we got deers with no antlers, and these fuckers die to cars without even trying, so of course I can demolish a deer. I'll cook up some venison right quick. But then, Jesus Christ, we got an elephant and a great white shark. Like, I don't know what you want me to do about this. I am screwed no matter what. Like, put me in the sea with an angry shark and I am folding. Then you put me with the elephant, and the same way I'd curb stomp a lobster is the same way it would squish me. Thankfully, we returned back to some dominating with the list because I would kill a snake and a starfish. Shit, as long as the snake isn't poisonous, I know I would be set. And since the picture isn't of a rattlesnake or something, I am counting it as non-venomous.
Yeah, there isn't a very consistent animal in this list. Like it's either you straight up die or you have no sweat off your back.
For once you cooked Joe, but with our next one, I feel like I would be somewhat okay. Now I forgot if it was gators or crocs that were nice. One of them is a swamp puppy, and I will roll with that one. I think it would be closer than people would like to admit, but ultimately I would die to that thing.
How the hell would it be close at all? It would chomp and twist, and you'd lose a lot of limbs.
Well, you see, if I get it in a headlock...
Jesus Christ.
I am just saying, man, keep hating on the truth spreader. After that, we got a horse, and just the other day I saw they were trying to breed horses, but the female horse did not want to, and it one-tapped the male horse and insta-killed him with the sheer power of her feet. So I know damn well I can't handle that. But once again, if I had the horse in a headlock, it would be wraps, but I'll put it in a close fight. But I'd lose. But then we come back and rise like a phoenix from the ashes because I would mess up a bald eagle. It would claw and hurt me, but I'd grip in like a football on the way down and swing him around like a chain. I definitely would have a tough time with all the pecking, but I would win. Then we go back to losing right after because a cheetah is too quick for me, but I'd get a punch in, so it would be somewhat okay, but it would have the last laugh.
That dude would demolish you with just his strength alone, man.
That's what fake news wants you to think. Then after that, I am not going to lie, we have a long list of animals I would brutalize and destroy. Like, I don't think we need to go in depth with each one, but I will run down the list of all the ones I would absolutely have no difficulty in destroying, and that is the clownfish. I would eat Nemo's ass up, kitty cats, octopuses, crabs, dogs, peacocks, lambs, swans, and owls. Like, I don't think anyone can make an argument for any of these except maybe dogs. Like, if I get some hyper-aggressive breed that would want to kill me, then maybe, but they will not smell fear on me, and they will fear the dawn because of the thickness of my aura. Plus, if a pit bull was charging at me, all I would have to do is just toss a toddler his way and he will be distracted.
Come on, man, I really like pit bulls. They get a bad rap, but they are not aggressive if you train them right.
I love pit bulls too, man. I call them toddler munchers or late-term abortion clinics as well. Following that, we got a sperm whale, and I don't know what you want me to say here. Like, I know they are gentle giants, but if he accidentally swallows me and takes me underwater, it is wraps. I think he demolishes me. Then we got seals, and as long as they aren't elephant seals, then I think we are good, but even if they are, I know I can put up a fair fight.
Because the both of you share almost the same amount of blubber, so you'd be able to take hits back and forth.
Shut the hell up, Joe. Let me wrap up this tier list because I'm trying to cultivate mass and buy some Wendy's. We got a duck next, and you all already know I would kill this thing. But as for cows, I think it would be close, but I would win. I feel like cows got that hidden anger. The same would go for dolphins because I know they are super aggressive and can drag you down underwater. But if I go crazy on him and start gnawing his flesh off, then I think I can win. Plus, when people get dragged, it is usually a gang of dolphins in a 1 versus 1. I think I take the cake. Then we got a goat, and I don't know what to say about this. I love eating goat.
You know what, if you're on the side of a cliff and you were unaware of the goat being there, I feel like if it's one of those mountain goats that can ram you, then I feel like it would put up a good fight against you. I feel like you're disrespecting the goats, Donald. Because under the right circumstances, I say it would easily clear you of anything.
Joe, you can make a goddamn argument for almost all the animals on this list if you go ahead and give them every advantage in the book. Like you specifically made me unaware and also had me on the side of a goddamn mountain. How is that fair in any way?
You know what? I did forget to account for how much shock absorption you have because of all your blubber.
And because of that comment right there, you are not getting your Frosty from Wendy's. I hope you're happy that you decided to be a comedian for the viewers. What is up, gang? It is your favorite president here. The one, the only, Donald the Great. I am joined here by Barack and Joey in order to make the best cookie tier list on the face of this planet. Although I will admit we couldn't think of more cookies, so please let us know which ones we're missing.
Well, right off the bat, I can tell you that we're missing animal crackers.
Shut up, Sleepy Joe. That's a cracker, not a cookie.
What's the difference? Like, genuinely, what is different?
Anyways, let's go ahead and get this list started, and we got some Nutter Butters coming up first. I personally am not a huge fan of these, but I don't judge people who like them.
Ooh, I love these things. I shove so many nutters in my mouth that it gets all dry and becomes one big glob of nut in my mouth.
Never mind, I most definitely judge people who like them, and I'm now putting this into C tier.
That's a solid placement despite what Joey regurgitated out of his mouth.
I know my cookies, what can I say? And up next, well, we got some cream pies, and oh boy, I love me some cream pies. I personally can't get enough of them.
We are talking about the cookies, right?
Yeah, so I'd put cream pies in S tier, but the cookies go into C tier alongside the Nutter Butter. Up next, we got our tried and true Oreos. I feel like we all know where this is going. There's no way people can argue against Oreos being in the Cookie Hall of Fame. This goes right into S tier.
I love Oreos so much, but if I eat too many, I get like really bad stomach cramps and then my shit looks like tar when it comes out.
Joey, dude, what the hell? What if people are eating while watching this tier list?
Joey doesn't care. Joey simply voices the truth.
Joey, stop talking about yourself in third person anyways. I then have Grandma's cookies going into A tier. I don't know why, but whenever I have these, they always hit. Like, I can't explain to you all why, but just know that these always bang when I grab them. And after that, we got Knott's, and these cookies are pretty good, I can't even lie. A solid B tier for me, but I enjoy the fruity flavor mixed with the cookie.
I'm seeing a whole bunch of boxes up next. What the hell are those things?
Something I'd advise the sellers of to avoid you at all moments possible. Send a Girl Scout to Joey's house, and that's basically game over. Little girl gonna come out of Joe's red screen like in COD. But yeah, the cookies though, I would rate an S tier. We could go into a tier list of flavors for the fans, but as of now, we are rating them as a whole, and the Samoas are simply elite, and that alone places them that high.
Solid selection here, Donald. I will twerk for Girl Scout cookies any day of the week. Those cookies must have nicotine or something inside of them.
Thank you, Barack. I'm glad someone appreciates Samoas as much as I do. Anyways, we got Keebler cookies, and with their fudge stripes alone, I'm putting them into S tier. I was thinking A tier maybe, but I smack on those cookies way too often, and they taste different from the other options. Like, I feel like they're more unique.
I'd agree with that, actually. Keebler cookies are banging, and they separate themselves from other cookies as well.
Joe, don't just go repeating what I said so that you seem smart, you mouth breather. Up next, we got Famous Amos cookies, and I like them, but I believe they're slightly worse than Grandma's, so I am putting them into B tier because of it. But more importantly, guys, we have my Nillas up next. I love my Nillas. Whenever I see a Nilla, I go, what up, my Nilla?
Okay, stop the cap and stop the corny joke, Donald. You are going to get us canceled, and I will personally go and make you choke on Nillas if we ever do.
All right, relax, relax. Yeah, truthfully, Nillas are ass and go into D tier, to be honest. I don't really like them all that much. But the same cannot be said for these next ones. And those are Chips Ahoy. God, I love these things, and I'm putting them into A tier.
My favorite thing to do while eating Chips Ahoy is to fill up a glass with those cookies and then pour milk till it fills up to the brim. And then over time, the cookies get mushy and perfect. And I scoop them out with a spoon and then drink the cookie water and get the chocolate chips at the end.
That sounds like straight ass, Joey. Like you're drinking a bunch of dookie water, just dunk your cookies into the milk like a normal person. Anyways, lastly, we got Walmart sugar cookies, and they're okay. Like, you know what you're getting with these, and they aren't Nillas, so I put them into C tier, to be honest.
The sugar cookies are pretty good. I like them a bit more than C tier, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I bet your Nillas love them too.
You motherfucker!
What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list. And this time around, we are going to be tackling a Fanta flavor tier list. And I'm a Fanta man, aside from being a Coke man. So I feel like this will be an easy tier list for the Don to take on.
You know what's cool about this list is that Fanta originated from Germany. So technically, we are doing a German soda tier list. Or if you want to be more broad with it, you can say that we're doing a European soda tier list.
First of all, if we call it a European soda tier list and only rank German soda, then it wouldn't be a European soda tier list, would it? Yeah, I didn't think so. And secondly, do you also want to mention how Fanta was invented by Coca-Cola, an American company, inside of Nazi Germany during World War II? And how coincidentally it was also developed at the height of the Third Reich, and how Coca-Cola made this whole new soda so that it ensured the brand's continued popularity. So essentially it was a soda made for Nazis. Fanta became a point of nationalistic pride and was consumed by the German public, from the women cooking at home to the highest officials of the Nazi Party. Your fun fact isn't so much fun now, is it, Barack?
Well, when you put it like that, you make it seem like Fanta was purely made to satiate Coca-Cola's desire to control more of the global economy and continually expand, even if it meant that they would be giving drinks to literal Nazis.
Now, I don't know about you guys, but that just seems like some genius business strategy. Not only is Fanta still booming, but they also managed to expand the Coca-Cola company into the global juggernaut that it is today. So, like, I have to thank the Third Reich for some good ass Fanta.
Jesus Christ, man, I cannot believe you just thanked the Third Reich.
Well, I'm not going to thank Hitler if that's what you wanted me to do. God, you're a weirdo, Barack.
That is not at all what I implied, Joe. Come back me up here.
I won't lie, Barack, the Joe dog really enjoys himself some Fanta, so I guess shout out Nazi Germany.
What the hell? No, we are not shouting them out.
Shout out Hitler?
God, that's even worse, Joe.
Well, if Joe made it okay to shout him out, then I may as well do the same, so shout out.
No, just start the list.
Okay, man, Jesus Christ, you can't just appease any crowd these days. But yeah, back onto our wonderful Fanta tier list. And up first, we got some apple, and I'll say this about apple Fanta. It isn't the best apple-flavored drink, and I have to thank the illegals for making the, oh man, this is like reading out the menu at some taco place. But shout out illegals for their creation in the Manzanita Sol drink. Shit is indeed an ass clapper, and the thought of it makes my butt flutter in glee. But as for the apple Fanta, it gets a B. I just had to shout out the superior apple soda.
I'm actually surprised that you're shouting out Latino people for that.
The Don loves their food. Why the hell do you think I'm some sort of monster?
You and Joe literally were about to shout out Hitler.
Whoa, 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 we weren't about to do anything. I actually pulled through and shouted him out. Donald got cold feet and only did the Third Reich.
Joe, I didn't know we were taking it that far. You know how scary the internet is and how they can take voice clips out of context? Next thing you know, they'll make edits of us, or even worse, they'll advance AI so far to the point where they'll mimic our voices and make us say a whole bunch of hoopla that we normally wouldn't say.
Yeah, that would be pretty bad.
But yeah, after that, we got good old Barry, and I ain't talking Barack.
Oh my God, now that's a knee slapper. Oh my God, Donald, the word play is out of this world, and no one else would be smart enough to come up with that, except for you, Donald.
Stop with the dick-sucking, Joe. I swear, if you keep it up any longer, you'll end up on Cum 4K with the amount of glaze you just did.
Joe, don't listen to him. Who are you going to listen to? The guy who brought up the fact that Fanta was made by the Nazi Party and decided to be a Debbie Downer? Or the guys who is your wingman in those college parties I bring you to?
Well, wingman is a strong word because most of the time you just use me as like some sort of spectacle when you tell all the college girls, hey, everybody, come look at this freak. He'll do anything for a sniff of your hair. And then you make me eat bugs and grubs for their entertainment.
But do you or do you not get to sniff their hair?
You know what? I very much so do get to smell their hair, so yeah, you're right. Plus, I like it when they don't like me. Makes the thrill of the hunt even better because old Joe here turns from the Joester into Joe Goldberg in a snap of some fingers.
You two have serious issues that I genuinely believe therapy can't even resolve.
We do not need therapy. Real motherfuckers like us simply thug it out because we are just ballers like that. But yeah, I'm giving Barry Fanta a solid A tier. And after that, we got some cherry Fanta. And although I'm not an artificial cherry hater like Joe here, I still have to say that I prefer cherry Coke over this, but I'll still give it some respect and give it a B tier. But oh man, I got something that make Barack so happy that he'll be kicking his feet up in the air like a little schoolgirl because I have both Fruit Punch Fanta and Grape Fanta going into S tier. These two flavors are absolutely amazing, and honestly, who doesn't like grape soda? In fact, I'd go as far as to say that Fanta grape soda is the best grape soda on the market.
I mean, valid placements, but I'm more of a crushed soda type of guy when it comes to grape.
Can't ever appease you, can I? God, at least you didn't say you were a fan of Sunkissed.
Now, what's wrong with Sunkissed?
Well, nothing really. I think that just would have pissed me off more if it came from Barack's mouth.
Why am I catching strays?
Enough of your whining, Barack, but got up next, we got the Taranja flavor, and the hell is a Taranja?
That's grapefruit in Spanish, Donald.
Why couldn't they just put the regular English name for it? Why'd they have to get all fancy and put the Taranja flavor? But either way, let me rate this a C tier, and I'll explain why. It is simply because I have too much respect for the Latino people.
You just ridiculed the fact that the flavor was in Spanish, and I'm pretty sure earlier in the video, you referred to them as illegals rather than Latino people.
Well, Barack, some Latinos can be illegal, but not all illegals are Latinos. Book of the Don, chapter 4, sector 7. But yeah, I know my Latino brethren will love the fact that I am about to twerk for some squirt, because if you truly are a fan of grapefruit, then you all already know that squirt soda does it better. Plus, like, the name is so cool, squirt, like, I love it.
Yeah, I like to drink some squirt, and I am not talking about the soda.
Joe, you dirty, dirty dog. But yeah, everyone knows that it is superior in every way to other grapefruit-flavored sodas. Following that piece of mid, we then got two back-to-back A tiers, and that, of course, is the green apple and mango flavors. Now, I am a fan of green apple-flavored things because we usually don't get them in the form of drinks. And when we do, I feel like they usually bang. Like, if you ask me, the green apple Gatorade is a slapper, and of course a carbonated sweet green apple drink is also going to bang. So of course that goes up there. And mango is also like a super self-explanatory one, because who the hell doesn't like mangoes? Like, they always bang no matter what form they're in, because it can be juice, soda, candy, dessert, you name it, and mango will bang. I say that, but I still feel like they don't reach the upper echelon of S tier, but goddamn, are they close?
So what do you have going into S tier? We only have 2 entries up there, and that is quite odd for a Donald list.
I'm going to take that as a compliment, but you didn't even let me get into it, because literally the flavor most people associate Fanta with is orange, and of course you all know that the Don will give it the respect that it damn well deserves, and I am putting orange Fanta straight into S tier. If you're a fan of orange flavored things, then I already know you have orange Fanta stocked up in your fridge.
Some orange Fanta is my go-to, so thank God it's rated that high.
Barack, don't disrespect the Don like that. You already know I was going to put some respect on its name and never rate it low. What I will rate somewhat lower is the peach flavor Fanta. And I do like peach as a flavor, but I don't know. The peach Fanta just wasn't doing it for the Don, but it still belongs in a solid B tier. More importantly, we got two back-to-back S tiers, and that, of course, is the pineapple Fanta and the strawberry Fanta, which, of course, must come to no surprise to anybody.
Certainly doesn't surprise me, because you suck off pineapple more than anyone else I know. First you want it in your pizza, then you want it on your burger, and now you can't help but have it in your drinks. You are the #1 pineapple enjoyer I know, and frankly, it disgusts me.
Joe, you know damn well that pineapple is delicious. I'll let you have your wrong opinion on it when it comes to having it on pizza or not, but you know damn well that it is delicious as a fruit, and especially as a drink.
Okay, you got me. Maybe I've had too much haterade like Barack, and now I get all grumpy whenever pineapples get mentioned.
Since when was I a hater?
Barack, you are most certainly a hater when you want to be. Don't try to act all high and mighty and try to take the high road, because you are a guaranteed hater when we place certain things high or make certain comments. Like, take earlier in the video, for example. That was a prime example of you hating.
Me calling you and Joe out for shouting out the Third Reich is not hating.
That's exactly what a hater would say. But anyways, on to more important matters, because after that we got a flavor that's cut off, and I don't know what that is.
It's okay. Let me look it up for you, Donald.
No, Joe. You do not need to look it up, because we all remember what happened in our Capricin tier list where you had some weird tabs open during the recording. I'll look this up and let's see. It's the strawberry kiwi Fanta flavor.
Oh my God, then that's an auto S tier. Who the hell doesn't like strawberry and kiwi flavored things? I will say, Barack, that I hate that you deprived us of Joe opening his phone tabs, because I am so sure he would have had something hilarious in there.
Donald, it only would have been funny to you and the audience, but it would have humiliated Joe, because I know damn well he didn't clean his tabs.
Come on, Barack. I've been better at cleaning my tabs. Have you a little faith? Watch, I'll open up a tab right now.
Is that dick good? Yes, kid.
Ah, shit.
What is going on, gang? What is up, gang? We are back again with another tier list. And this time we are going to be doing a Thanksgiving meal tier list. And as the food expert with the taste buds of a living deity, I have decided to task myself with this tier list, because I know Barack and Joey would simply not be up to the task of handling something as good as a Thanksgiving food tier list.
You're just upset that I happen to love Brussels sprouts and squash.
You know what, Joe? He has an excellent reason for not letting you make this list then. Who the hell enjoys squash?
Just wait till the veggie defenders come out in full force in our comments section and try to convince us that we should indulge in the squash instead of having ham or some cornbread. But enough of Joe's ramblings, and let's instead get on with this absolutely delicious tier list. And up first, we got the tried and true Thanksgiving turkey, and this is a classic and a staple. Now, despite it being a staple, I do think turkey is somewhat mediocre, however. I think it is enhanced a great deal by both cranberry sauce and gravy. It all depends on which one you like, but turkey is a very healthy meat and tastes amazingly with either sauce, so for those reasons alone, I have to start off our list with turkey in A tier. And if you're asking me what type of guy I am, gravy or cranberry, my simple answer is that I love them both, and I'll have one dish with cranberry and the other with gravy, because that's the type of guy I am.
Holy W here, Donald. I personally would have put it in S tier because I almost never have turkey unless it's turkey ham. And whenever I have it during Thanksgiving, it slaps with when I put a ton of gravy over it. I don't mind cranberry sauce and have actually warmed up to it over the years, but I started off as a hard hater at first.
Yeah, turkey is all right, but guys, cranberry sauce on ham is where it is at.
Hold on now, he might be cooking here, but we're not even on that part of the list, Joey. Let's save the cranberry and ham talk for when we get one of them. But anyways, up next we got pumpkin pie, and I hate to be that guy, but I don't really have pumpkin pie or even apple pies during Thanksgiving. Like, we tend to just have cornbread, or the wine helps wash down all the grease, so I can't really talk about it with the best judgment. But either way, I imagine that having either of these two freshly baked right in front of you must slap a bit after a hefty meal. I think I'll place them both into B tier, but again, I can honestly do without either during Thanksgiving. What I can't do without is the next entry, which is biscuits, and goddamn, some fresh biscuits out of the oven are a must-have, and I believe it to be an A tier because you need these or dinner rolls during a Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, I am sure that everyone loves to hear about the boring pie and biscuit talk, but let's get on to our next two juicy contenders for S tier, and that is Brussels sprouts and squash.
Contender for S tier on whose list? Not on mine, that's for sure, because I have both of these atrocities going into D tier, so have fun with that placement, Joe.
If I were next to you, I'd shiv the hell out of you for committing this crime against Joe Kind.
I'd do it again if I could, Joe. That's how much I hate these two. But I definitely can't say the same for the next entry because I have jellied cranberry going into A tier. I'd prefer homemade cranberry sauce, but jellied cranberry from a can still slaps, and you can just smear it onto anything you want to smear it on. And because of its easy access, I still have to give it an A tier because of that. Then after we have our first S tier, and I better not hear none of you fuckers say anything against green bean casserole because this shit slaps. I would allow myself to be crucified like Jesus Christ of Nazareth for green bean casserole. That's just how much I love this dish.
Being crucified for food seems a bit extreme, but I get the gist of what you mean.
The gist? I said I would basically die a painful death for this. What do you mean a gist? Was I not clear enough?
Okay, man, I get it. You are a huge fan of green bean casserole, and honestly, you being such a huge advocate and basically doing the splits for this dish is making me kind of like it less.
Yeah, this dude is twerking on some dick for green bean casserole.
All right, relax now, Joe. You took things a bit too far there, and now you ruined it. But yeah, I love green bean casserole. Moving on, we got cornbread, and I made it clear that I was a fan, and I am placing cornbread straight into A tier because it's a nice side dish to have and much on after eating all the greasy stuff. I wouldn't die without it like with the green bean casserole, but I will give you a mean stank face if I come to eat at your household for Thanksgiving and you hit me with the, "We have no cornbread."
I don't have cornbread usually in my house. We usually just indulge ourselves in normal corn, thank you very much. None of this cornbread thingamabobber that you talk about. We have dinner rolls and biscuits if someone wants a baked treat.
Joe, you sound super retarded.
Hey, don't use that word unless you don't want to be monetized.
Fine, Joe. You are an absurd, brainless, daft, deficient, dense, dim-witted, doofus, dopey, dull, foolish, half-baked, half-witted, short-sighted, simpleton, ridiculous person. Is that better, Barack?
Much better.
It's okay, I accept your apology, Donald.
It wasn't never mind. After all that, we have corn, and this is honestly kind of whatever for me. Like, I always have corn during barbecues and other events that it doesn't feel special during Thanksgiving, but I will still give it a B tier because it's still corn and corn bangs. Following that, we got another A tier, and that is cranberry sauce. I probably almost have this at an S tier, but consider it like almost there, like an A plus, if you will. I love spreading it all over my turkey and ham, and you all heard the amount of love I have for cranberry sauce when I was talking about jellied cranberry. I don't think I need to get into that again, but following that, we have creamed corn, and who the hell has creamed corn? I again don't have this for Thanksgiving, but it isn't awful. I think another B tier is in order for this as well.
Dude, you are glazing the hell out of corn right now. First we got cornbread at A tier, and now we got corn and creamed corn going into B tier. I bet you throat corn more than me.
Joe, phrase your words better for the love of Christ. And yes, we all enjoy corn here. Don't act like you're calling me out or something when you literally rated corn an S tier in our vegetable tier list.
Wait, I did?
Jesus Christ, Joey, you most definitely did. As a matter of fact, the thumbnail was a picture of you deep-throating a piece of corn.
Ah, well, would you look at that? I guess I have more similarities with Donald than what I previously thought.
I guess you can say that, but I wouldn't go as far as to say that liking corn is a character trait, but I guess that's just me. After that, we got dinner rolls, and even though I have biscuits and cornbread down in A tier, I will be placing dinner rolls in S tier. Anything I put in S tier is a must-have for my Thanksgiving meals, and believe me when I say dinner rolls are a must-have at the table. So with that in mind, also know that I am placing our next two entries into S tier, and that is gravy and ham. Now, I am a cranberry sauce man, but gravy has my goddamn heart, and I need it and gun to my head if I had to choose, I'd choose gravy over cranberry sauce, but I pray I am never put in that position in my whole life because I rather have both if I can. Then after that, we got what I honestly prefer over turkey, and that is ham. I think this one is self-explanatory because ham is amazing unless you're like Barack and can't have pork.
What the hell? I can eat pork, dude.
Wait, you're not Muslim?
Dude, I am a Christian.
Nah, bro, you definitely are lying to us with the name Barack Hussein Obama. But if you want to be condemned to hell because of your haram activities, then let it be.
Wouldn't you also be going there since you're eating pork?
Nah, but I am like actually a Christian, so it's fine. Anyways, up next we got two solid B tiers, and that is mac and cheese and some mashed potatoes. I like them both, but I don't think I would go crazy if I was missing either, especially because the bread replaces my carbs, and these two aren't really that needed. I'd still prefer mashed potatoes over mac and cheese because I can put gravy over one and not the other.
Wait, you guys don't put gravy on your mac and cheese? Oh man, this is a real shocker to me. Next thing you'll tell me is that you guys don't put cranberry sauce on your mashed potatoes.
Jesus Christ, Joe, I'm actually baffled that you have somewhat good takes on our other tier lists, but that's neither here nor there because we are so close to the finish line for this list, and up next we got red wine. If you all listen to our alcohol tier list, you all know how I feel about red wine, and you all know how I cannot have a Thanksgiving dinner without some red wine, purely for aiding digestion and nothing more. It makes me feel refined and important when I have these alongside my grease-filled plate. And before you say anything, Joe, I want you to know that I have roasted veggies going into C tier, and there will be no arguments about it.
Hey man, I agree with you. I am not a huge fan unless we're talking Brussels sprouts or squash.
You are a very odd old man, Joe. Anyways, up next we got scalloped potatoes, and I like these a decent bit. Like, this is a solid A tier for me, and I think it's an excellent side dish that goes along well with the whole stuff your mouth till you're about to explode from food, because we got yet another carb-filled food, but it's delicious, so I forgive it. Then after that, we got sparkling juice, and this just a nice and pleasant thing to have during Thanksgiving, and I'm feeling an A tier for this juice. I'm a fan of it. And
I love me some sparkling juice. If I don't feel like drinking, this list is looking pretty solid.
it's not like I was looking for your approval or anything, but I'm afraid up next is where I will lose people because I think stuffing is super mid. I have this going into C tier because I was never a fan of stuffing when I was younger, and even now I just think it's whatever. Like, I can do with or without it, and I am not scared to voice that opinion anymore. I hope all my stuffing haters rise up with me. Oh, and to end the list, I got sweet potato casserole in B tier.
Wow, way to pay zero attention to the sweet potato casserole and basically just ignore it just to get the list over with. But anyways, here's my joke. See, Donald, it's crazy that you don't like stuffing with the way you stuff your mouth full of food constantly.
I don't really care about sweet potato casserole, and I am more than sure the whole world feels the same way. And by the way, very funny joke and all, Barack, but I'll have you know that I am all muscle and big bones.
Oh, wait, guys, it's my turn for a funny and hilarious joke about Donald because I just had a brain blast. Okay, here goes. See, Donald, me personally, I am amazed you don't like stuffing with the amount of dick you stuff in your ass.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another video, and this time around we are going to be tackling an unhealthy food tier list. And who else other than the Don would be able to properly do this tier list?
So you're finally admitting that you're fat?
No, because this list can also be referred to as a cheat day tier list, since we all know that I am eventually going to go on a sick-ass cut.
When is that supposed cut coming, Donald?
That's to be determined. Listen, I don't want to sit here and get interrogated for something that I currently am not thinking about, and I would rather just talk about all these delicious ass foods that are right in front of me. So when I'm grading these, I'll be grading them based on how happy I would be to get this food on a cheat day. So that's why I can say that biscuits and gravy is going straight into C tier. Like, don't get the Don wrong, because I love me some biscuits and gravy for breakfast. But if you hit me with this on a day where I'm supposed to pig out, then I'm going to look at you funny as hell. Like if you try to convince me to have biscuits and gravy over hamburgers, or even some other breakfast items like French toast or pancakes, or hell, even some goddamn cereal, then I'd kill your ass. You'd be as annoying as that one kid in class who always reminds the teacher about homework.
Now, what's wrong with biscuits and gravy? I personally really enjoy having it at any time of day, and if you ask the Joester, I think I'd definitely prefer some sausage and biscuits over some damn cereal. You can't convince me that Cheerios is better than biscuits and gravy.
Okay, first of all, Joe, put some goddamn respect on Cheerios, because not only are they healthy, but they also lower cholesterol. And two, I want you to know that if I were to pig out, then I'd most definitely have some Frosted Flakes or some hella sugary cereal over it. It wouldn't be like a huge gap, but it would be enough for me to think about it. But enough whining, Joe, because we're only one damn entry in. Oh, my dear Lord, I must be a born-again Christian because I see the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit up next, because we got ourselves 3 back-to-back-to-back S-tier rankings in the hamburger, burrito, and, of course, the cake. Do I really need to explain any of these? Like, I usually like to go through each option and explain why, but, like, seriously, I don't think any of these need an explanation. I will say my favorite types of them to have, and that, of course, is my beloved Big Mac from McDonald's, then a burrito from Chipotle. Make sure it's barbacoa, and shout out to our Chipotle topping tier list that we made earlier. Everyone go check it out. And lastly, my favorite type of cake has to be some motherfucking chocolate cake.
You're really in your bag right now, Donald. You got 99 overall in your fat level. I bet they got your ass in the fitness protection program with how fat you sound.
Hey, man, it's called a fucking bulk. God, I swear your dumbass always knows when to say something stupid.
Hey, Donald, don't say stuff like that or be mean. If someone starts bullying you or making fun of you, just know that you will always be the bigger person, Donald.
Joe, I know your sleepy ass did not just make a fat joke as well.
Come on, Donald. Take it on the chin. It should be easy for you considering how fat it is.
Listen, Barack, I know damn well you don't want me bringing up all the statistics on how many lives you've taken in the Middle East. That'll surely get you reeling.
Well, you're right, because I'd probably be upset because your fat ass would probably want to present it in a pie chart.
Oh my God, boom roasted. Now it's time for the Joe Dog to shine. Ahem, Donald, putting down the fork for you is probably more difficult than a heroin addict putting down his needle.
God fucking damn it, I actually did like that last one you did, Joe. I'll admit it. Let's just please go on with the list, and after that we got cereal. And I mentioned earlier about how I like this only slightly more than biscuits and gravy. So, of course, I have this going into B tier. Some sugary cereal bangs, and then after that, we got Chinese food. And I feel like whoever made this list is a little racist, because who the hell thinks that Chinese food is unhealthy? When is the last time any of you have seen a fat Chinese person?
I feel like I see a decent bit of fat Chinese kids.
Yeah, Donald, you do know that like 25% of China is overweight or obese, right? I just Googled it the other day.
Were you Googling Chinese BBW videos again, Barack? I find it odd you coincidentally know this info before the video, but whatever, because this all detracts from my ranking, and I'm giving Chinese takeout food a solid A tier. It bangs. What can I say? Then after that, we got an S tier, and that, of course, is some goddamn cookies. Much to the surprise of no one, but this next ranking may shock a few people, because I actually have croissants going straight into D tier. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, if you tell me, yo, Donald, today is a cheat day, so let's go pig out and eat all the unhealthy shit we can, and then you bring me some croissants, man, I'd fucking kill your ass. I'd be so demoralized for the rest of the day, and before anyone says anything, I still am placing it into D tier, even if they were chocolate croissants.
Sounds like someone who just hasn't had a good buttery and flaky croissant.
Joe, there is no way you can convince me to prefer croissants over everything else on this list. That's like asking Stephen Hawking to get up and walk away.
That or ask him to like girls whose age doesn't end with teen.
Very true, Joe, but if it starts with 8 or 9 and ends with teen, then the Don is more than fine with that.
Yeah, I don't think that was the case for Hawking.
Yeah, well, anyways, after that, we got French toast. And while the Don does love himself some French toast, I think this is still an A tier, because what we have next is absolutely demolishing this, because donuts are up next. And of course, this is a damn S tier. The ultimate cheat meal is going to Krispy Kreme and ordering a dozen glazed donuts and just smashing it in the parking lot. while you suck on your glaze-covered fingers like you're a dog whose owner just opened up a jar of peanut butter.
You feeding a whole dog a jar of peanut butter?
I think Donald means that the dog will suck and lick like crazy whatever you decide to cover in peanut butter. And we all know what the Joe dog would cover.
I'm more than certain we do, but I want to talk about delicious food and not you covering certain body parts with peanut butter. Anyways, following that, we got 2 back-to-back S tiers, and that is, of course, is fried chicken and some fries. And these 2 are also self-explanatory. I can already see me ordering some chicken from Popeyes and getting those nice and crispy fries alongside of it.
You gonna make it a family meal?
I mean, if the family wants some, I don't mind getting the family size.
No, I just meant that the family size would barely be enough to feed you.
Boom roasted!
You two need to shut the fuck up. No one thinks you guys are funny, and quite frankly, I am proud that I smashed that much food. But anyways, then after that, we got something that I think might make some eaters upset, and that's because I'm placing the chili cheese dog into A tier and the sundae ice cream into B tier. I just don't think a chili cheese dog is worthy of an S tier. And as for the ice cream, well, I'll take the flack for that one, but I would prefer everything above it. Still not saying that ice cream is bad, but if you ask me, hey, Donald, you want ice cream or some fried chicken? You already know the answer to that.
That is such a fucking L. Donald. Ice cream is the ultimate dessert for a cheat day, and you can have it after having a nice-ass meal. Why can't I have my chicken and then get all that saltiness and sodium out of my system through some nice-ass ice cream?
Listen, Joe, quite frankly, I don't value your opinion at all. So after that, we got 2 back-to-back C tiers in the Moz sticks and macaroni. Like, you cannot tell me that you'd be excited as fuck to have either of these when compared to everything else. Like, sure, I'll eat it as a side, but you got me fucked up if that's all there is to eat. Speaking of stuff that you'd have me fucked up to eat, we got an absolute D tier because who in the fuck would want a blueberry muffin? How is this shit even considered unhealthy? It has blueberries in it.
Donald, just because it has fruit, that doesn't mean that it's healthy.
Yeah, but it's healthier than everything else here. Now, I like blueberry muffins, but man, who the hell would pick this shit? After that, we got some nachos. And oh man, some nachos fucking bang. I still don't think this is in the elite S tier, but I am putting some respect on nachos and giving them a solid A tier. If you're ever unsure of what you want, then you can always play it safe and get some nachos.
What if they're lactose intolerant?
Joe, does it honestly look like I would give a fuck if they were?
No.
Exactly. But we're almost getting towards the end of the list. And oh man, I'm definitely going to get myself some of the things on this list later.
I guess it's a cheat week instead of a cheat day for you.
Listen, Barack, when you're bulking, it's almost like every day is a cheat week. And since I am on a dirty bulk, I'm technically allowed to eat all these things. If anything, it's encouraged to eat a lot of these things. But yeah, our final 2 desserts are up next, and I'm giving them both a B tier ranking because pancakes and pies don't do it for me. Give me French toast all day because that remains supreme, but I will admit that these 2 still bang, and I think B tier is super respectable. But then holy shit, we've hit the last 3 items on the list, and you all already know what I'm going to say. Those 3 are like a super team of foods, and no one can tell me that soda, tacos, and pizza don't bang. Of course, without a doubt, these all belong into S tier, and it doesn't matter what type of pizza it is, but preferably pineapple. And the soda we all know is Diet Coke. But if I were to go with a non-diet soda, then it would be some Mountain Dew or some normal Coke. And lastly, it doesn't matter if it's hard or soft because the Don loves himself any type of taco, and get me something as basic as a hard shell taco from Taco Bell, and I will nut all over my belly for that shit. What an amazing ass list.
You have very questionable sayings and rankings, but the list is okay.
What have I said that was questionable?
You literally said just now, and to quote you, it doesn't matter if it's hard or soft, like you see how badly that can get taken out of context.
It's about tacos, Barack. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Hard or soft, frankly, it doesn't matter. The Joe dog find a way to fit it in.
Now what the fuck does that mean?
Fit the tacos in his mouth, right, Joe?
No.
What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list, and we got a little banger on our hands because this bread tier list will be done by no one other than the Don himself. I am a carb connoisseur, so I feel like I am a great person to judge.
Our elite eater once again steps up to the plate as always.
That sounds like a joke, but as I always say, I'm simply cultivating mass for my insane cut.
When is that supposed to be? I'm looking forward to seeing it.
The cut is to be determined. I still am not satisfied with my mass. But anyways, let's go ahead and get started with this list. And up first, we got one of my absolute favorites, and that is a bagel. You all already know that I have to place this all the way in S tier. Get you some bagels with some cream cheese, and that by itself merits this high rating. Then after that, oh my God, we got ourselves another S tier, and that's Hawaiian rolls. These things are like God's gift to us because these are the perfect buns for any type of sliders, and you can make something as simple as ham and cheese sandwiches or something as avant-garde as burger sliders.
Are hamburger sliders really that amazing to your fat ass that you'd call that avant-garde? I'm pretty sure that you're not even using that in the right way.
Joe, I am more than positive that I am smarter than you, and I am definitely using this in the right way. Your sleepy self can barely babble a coherent sentence. Your ass sounds like Walter Jr., but sprinkle in a little bit of Tourette's on top of that speech impediment cake.
I hate to break it to you, Donald, but I just looked it up and it probably was not used correctly by you. The definition goes as follows: new and unusual or experimental ideas, especially in the arts or the people introducing them. Or if we use the adjective form, favoring or introducing experimental or unusual ideas, which is still actually wrong either way.
Yeah, my bad, Donald. It turns out you're not as smart as me. You're actually as smart as a Chinese kid with Down syndrome.
Well, that actually seems quite smart if you ask me, but I refuse to sit here and get slandered just because I didn't know what the hell avant-garde means. And I absolutely refuse to get told off by the dude who was talking about ice cream during the New Year's Eve thing on ABC.
Hey, man, I was merely giving the Joe heads what they wanted, and as you can tell by the host, he wanted me to talk to him about ice cream. What the hell did you want me to do? Talk about those tunnels in New York?
Can we please not bring that up again? I don't want any tunnel talk during this video.
Okay, let's instead talk about how I plan on gambling all of our country's money on the Ravens winning the Super Bowl. I cannot wait to pull this country out of its debt and even tripling our money just because I gambled it all.
I cannot wait to see them lose to the 49ers or some other team. Frankly, I don't care, but now that you are rooting for them, then I kind of have to hate them. Anyways, let's not get confused and continue with the bread list because we are getting too sidetracked by Joe's tardiness. Following these two amazing performances from Hawaiian rolls and bagels, we kind of falter a bit and get on to oatmeal bread, and I will be honest. I don't entirely hate it, and I'm not at all throwing it back for it, but I think I'll place a little respect on it and have it at C tier because there can certainly be worse. Thankful the worst thing has not come yet because we got brioche bread coming up next, and this shit is a slapper. Solid A tier for some brioche bread, and I'll also be giving whole wheat bread an A tier. This one might be controversial, but I actually don't mind whole wheat. Like, it's not as good as white bread, but it also has some nutritional value instead of none when it's compared to white bread. So I'll give it something rather than nothing.
Since when did someone as round as my nutsack care about what is nutritious and what is not?
Joe, let's be honest here. Your nutsack is no longer round. That shit probably looks like some curtains and can probably stretch more than rubber. But I told you that I am bulking and I do care about what I eat. You just catch me on my cheat days. Anyways, moving on, we got some rye bread, and even though I was giving respect to whole wheat bread, I am afraid that I will give absolutely no respect towards rye bread. This would only serve to wipe my ass with, and even then I feel like it would do a shit job at it. Absolutely awful and belongs in D tier.
Now what's the hate for rye bread? I don't think it's that bad.
You also seem to think that bombing the innocent lives of children isn't a big deal, so I don't think you have much of a say. Anyways, up next we got white bread, and I actually really like white bread, but to be honest, it isn't a world beater. Like, it belongs in a solid A tier because it does enhance a sandwich, but I won't go crazy if I can't get a sandwich with white bread. After that, we got banana bread, and I like this as a little dessert and would give this a solid B tier. Some banana bread slaps with some tea or coffee. Ooh, and then we got some sweet, sweet cornbread, and you all know that Don loves him some cornbread, and I think that has to go in A tier.
Solid selections here, but I think I may enjoy banana bread more than cornbread.
I feel like you can't compare the two, Joe, but amazingly, I won't actually hold you on that opinion. It's not like you said you liked rye bread. Following that, we got whole grain bread and cinnamon bread, which I have both coincidentally going into B tier. I am not a hater of whole grain bread, and if you toast it, it becomes better in my opinion, and the same applies for the cinnamon bread. However, I cannot say the same for our next two entries because I have croissants going into A tier, and then I have biscuits going into S tier. Just seeing that image of a croissant makes me crave a chocolate one.
Of course, your fat ass wants a chocolate one first before anything else.
Okay, to be fair, Joe, chocolate croissants slap so hard.
The first thing Barack has said that did not make my ears bleed. But yeah, any type of croissant slaps. After that, we got two types of butter bread. which both go into B tier in my opinion. Don't have much to say on that, but I do have something to say about English muffins, and that is that they are mid as hell. They belong in C tier because it isn't that good. Like, I would rather have all things above it than an English muffin, and maybe that's just how American I am, but I can't have no English muffin for breakfast. Some cinnamon raisin bread, though, now that's a different story because this is pretty all right. I think it also belongs in B tier alongside normal cinnamon bread, because I think the raisin doesn't enhance nor does it make it worse. It's more of a preference thing.
I personally prefer raisins. I am a huge fan of raisins, and I especially love Raisin Bran cereal. My only problem is when there aren't enough raisins. I hate it when they try to skimp out on that.
Joe, I just want you to know that it makes complete sense that an old fart like you enjoys raisins, and I'm sure no one is surprised to hear that about you. After that, we got two back-to-back A-tier entries, and that is both flatbread and flour tortillas. I don't know why flour tortillas are here considering this is a bread tier list, but either way it gets ranked. These two are very nice and I quite enjoy them. But if you ask the Don what he really loves, then I will tell you straight up that it is this trilogy we got coming up next, because sourdough bread, garlic bread, and lastly some French bread. All three of these are God's gifts bestowed upon us lowly humans, and I know everyone is going to get on me for shitting on English muffins, but now here I am praising French bread, and all I have to say regarding that is that the French know how to make some damn good bread.
I don't think anyone is going to say anything against a pretty solid take like this. Your ass just said a very popular opinion. That's like me going, hey, everyone stealing is bad. I'm sorry if that offends anyone.
Stealing is only bad if you get caught, unless you're a scaredy cat.
Barack, you're spitting a whole lot of nonsense today, especially if you make it seem like Joe is cool. I am sure there are some sourdough haters watching, or maybe even someone who's allergic to garlic and they can't ever have garlic bread. Either way, I don't care. And Joe, all I have to say regarding your comment is nice. That's about it. Okay, continuing on with the list, we got pita bread and breadsticks both going into A tier. I feel like no one has complaints with this. Feels like a good place to have them. Yuck, and up next, call me a damn hater, but you cannot expect the Don to like pumpernickel bread and even some zucchini bread. Like, if your ass came to this list with the mindset of, man, I sure hope the great and magnificent Donald puts pumpernickel and zucchini bread into S tier. Then let me crush your hopes and dreams right here and right now. I am placing these both into C tier, but in reality they're hanging on by a damn thread, because if I didn't hate rye bread so much, they would be there with that disgusting thing.
Okay, the hate for rye bread is kind of out of pocket at this point. You cannot sit there with a straight face and try to convince me that you enjoy pumpernickel and zucchini bread more than rye bread.
I don't even understand why you two are hating on zucchini bread that much when it's actually pretty decent. And, Donald, you do realize that pumpernickel is basically the same as rye bread.
Wait, what?
Yes, pumpernickel is a typically dense, slightly sweet rye bread, traditionally made with sourdough starter and coarsely ground rye. So in essence, you're still eating rye bread.
Nah, man, you said it is made with sourdough starter, so that has to be what makes it better. I refuse to listen to your facts and logic and will instead proceed with this list. Fuck off, Joe. I am demoting your ass, and now you are no longer cool. Up next, we got our last S tier, and that, of course, is naan bread. Now, I love me some naan bread with almost anything. The more butter on it, the better. Actually, I do have to say that I require some naan if I am eating chicken tikka masala or some curry. Like, if I don't have it, then I feel like I'm eating it incorrectly, and it just doesn't feel right.
Okay, that is kind of a solid take, unlike your pumpernickel take.
Joe, stop pointing that shit out. Just let it die out so no one thinks about it. Anyways, after that, we got pretzel buns and potato bread going into A tier. Both are pretty solid for selections, and I personally quite enjoy them. Get me a nice pretzel bun on a burger or some potato bread for my hot dog, and I will be set. And since I am on the last one, I may as well grade it, and our last thing is yeast bread, and I don't know what the fuck that means. I assume it's just normal everyday bread, and I will be giving it a C tier. It needs more flashiness.
Does the bread need more flashiness? Like, what the hell does that even mean?
I don't know about the bread, but old Joe here knows a thing or two about flashing. I can show everyone right now if you want.
Okay, that's enough.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another video, and this time around we are going to be doing a Minecraft food tier list. And I find it really odd that these two are making me be in charge of the list, because quite frankly, I like Minecraft, but I don't twerk for it.
We just figured that you're the smartest person in the room, so you had to be the most qualified for this list.
Exactly as Joe said, because we know we could have done this ourselves. But Donald, you're a master tier list maker, and we wouldn't want anyone else in charge.
Well, I am pretty good at making these lists, aren't I?
Well, not as good as the Joe dog, but you're definitely morbidly obese enough to do this list.
The hell did you just say, Joe?
I said that you're morbidly obese with the way you just dominate the tier list and put everyone to shame with how you just carry yourself and rank these items.
Oh, well, thank you, Joe, but without further ado, let's get this list started. And up first, we got an apple, and I am going to be ranking these not based on actual Minecraft hunger and nutrition, like I could care less about how many hunger bars it fills up, but rather I am going to be ranking these on how I think they would taste in real life and how hard they are to get. Like if I got transported to the world of Minecraft. But yes, as I was saying, we have the apple up first, and this looks like kind of a whatever type of entry. Like in the game, it kind of sucks, and in real life, it's just a freaking fruit. So I have no strong opinions on this, so I guess I'm going to have to give it a C tier. After that, though, we have a baked potato, and this banger is getting an S tier. Like, I love having these things in real life, and they fill you up. So if I got transported to the world of Minecraft and was starving, then I'd know these bad boys will fill me up.
I know a lot of things that will fill you up, Donald, and I am not talking about food.
Weird comments from Joe there, but yeah, baked potatoes go hard in both Minecraft and in real life.
What doesn't go hard is our next two entries, because I have beetroots and its soup counterpart both going into D tier, because this sounds absolutely awful to have if I were starving. Imagine punching blocks for a couple of hours and coming home to some damn beetroot soup. I'd pimp slap the hell out of anyone that left that in my food chest. Following that, we have plain old bread, and this fills you up and is a great food if I were in the medieval ages. I imagine this and some gruel would be an extremely goated banger of a combo, and I have to give this an A tier just for that. But hold the phone, because up next we got some cake, and you all already know that the Don is going to give this an S tier. Is it a pain to craft in Minecraft? Yes, it is, but it's kind of a flex to just have cake in your house. And I know I'd be placing cakes all around my house to show how wealthy I am.
I mean, it is a pain to craft, but I don't think it's a sign of wealth. I mean, all you need is milk and eggs.
Barack, you're thinking too simple-minded. If you see someone with tons of cake, then you'd be like, damn, they got a fatty. But aside from that, you'd also know they have a chicken farm, cow farm, and a wheat farm. So you know they're stocked up on goods enough to waste their time making cakes.
True as hell, Joe, that, and I imagine that the cake is one of the best tasting items in the game. But oh man, we got an auto F tier in the next entry, because who the hell likes chorus fruit? Like, imagine eating one of these things and just getting teleported to some random ass place. Like, it doesn't even fill you up either, and while teleporting may sound cool to you all, what if I don't want to get teleported to some random mine shaft or some dangerous ass place, all because I ate this probably horrendous tasting fruit? I think its biggest crime, though, is the fact that it just looks unappetizing as hell. Shit looks like something Michelle would try to serve up on my plate and say that it's healthy.
I don't think my wife would serve you up teleporting fruit. What's with the slander, man?
Now, she'd definitely try to serve that if she found out it was some nutrient-rich fruit. Let's not lie to ourselves, Barack. But I have a question for Donald. What if it teleports you to somewhere cool like a changing room?
Joe, if I somehow wake up in the world of Minecraft, I don't think I'd be turned on at all by the chance of maybe teleporting into a changing room and seeing blocky boobs.
Well, you're missing out.
Sure, I am, little buddy. But yes, then moving on, we have meat roulette up next. And let me rapid fire these things, because you all know that the Don loves himself some meat. Pause. But yeah, I have chicken in S tier, lamb in A tier, cooked pork chops in S tier, cooked rabbit in A tier, and of course the amazing salmon gets an S tier to end things off. Now, my dear viewer, you may be asking yourself, Donald, why do lamb and rabbit get an A tier only? I'm sure that they taste wonderful. And you may be right, but the gamey flavor is probably still there. And what if I want my sheep for wool instead? That, and I want you to imagine how hard it would be to make a rabbit farm, and just think about how much work and labor that must go into it, because then I gotta make a carrot farm and so on, just to get a tiddlywink of food. Like, this shit is barely enough to feed a toddler, and I'd need to genocide a whole generation of rabbits just to get enough to last me a couple of meals. I'd be like the new Adolf Hitler with all the rabbits I kill.
All right, now let's relax. I can't imagine that you'd really need that many rabbits to fill yourself up.
Is it that far-fetched, Barack? Think about who we're talking about here, because it's Donald.
I may have to take my point back then.
I only eat that much for bulking purposes. Hop off the Don's jock. But yeah, then following up, we have cookies, and this, of course, gets yet another S tier from the Don, because it's damn cookies. I don't care how much they barely fill you up, because once again, it's a display of wealth, because I have time to make all these cookies and somehow got cocoa beans to start the whole process. Plus, they're cookies, so they are bound to taste delicious. Unlike our next entry, because we have dried kelp, and yeah, this goes immediately into F tier, because who the hell wants dried kelp? It barely fills you up and probably tastes as good as when Barack goes down on Michelle.
Why is my wife catching so many strays today? And kelp is delicious because you can make sushi bake wraps with them.
Barack, where in the hell would I get sushi bake from? I'm stuck in the world of Minecraft, and all they offer is dried kelp. It stays in F tier, but thankfully we have some bangers up next, because we have 2 golden apples, and these get an S tier from the Don. They might not taste that good, but hell, me having 2 golden apples would be such a flex. And I think one of these is supposed to be the notch apple, which is even more of a flex. I don't care if it tastes like ass, because the Don loves to show off. The golden carrot is a show-off type of item too, but it's a vegetable, so I can only give this an A tier. Then after, though, we have melons, and I love me some melons, but if we're talking about the fruit in Minecraft, then it only gets a C tier from me. And the next entry is mushroom stew, and this gets a damn D tier from me. I don't know if this game expects me to stick some vegan-ass diet, but I refuse to have a pure mushroom soup. Like if it had cheese or other things in it, then I'd be twerking, but this unfortunately is just pure mushroom.
I don't know about you, but mushroom soup kind of seems like it would bang.
You'd be alone in that mindset, because I'd once again pimp slap someone for bringing that to me. Then following that, we have a poisonous potato, and who the hell would want this? This gets an auto F tier, and the normal raw potato gets a C tier, only because I imagine it would taste slightly better than a rotten one. Goddamn, though, we got another banger up next, and that is a pumpkin pie, and I will eat this even if it's not pumpkin season, because we finally have something that is sweet and edible. Next up, though, is rabbit stew, and while I imagine that it would taste good too, I just wouldn't want to go through the crafting process and would rather just have some cooked rabbit meat instead. So I think I'll place this into B tier.
Okay, but you're absolutely tripping on this one because it has baked potato, cooked rabbit, carrots, and mushrooms.
See, like, I'm not going to go through the whole hassle of trying to find all those ingredients just to eat it and slightly fill up my hunger bar more than a normal cooked rabbit. Then following that, we have 2 auto F tiers in the rotten flesh and spider's eye, because, well, it's literally rotten meat and a damn spider's eyeball. I'm not a contestant of Survivor or Fear Factor, so why would I subject myself to eating these atrocities? Thankfully, though, we have another banger to save us from this horrendous mess of selections, because I have the cooked beef in S tier, because goddamn, this would smack. And I don't know why this wasn't in the meat roulette that we had earlier.
Maybe it was to add more variety to the list and have it be a surprise for you at the end.
I don't like surprises, Joe, and quite frankly, we all knew this was going into S tier. So what surprise was there going to be? I don't understand, but yeah, we are approaching the end of the list, and after that we have suspicious stew, and just with the name alone, I want to place it into F tier, because it sounds like something Joe would make me, but it is slightly more palatable than the items down below, so I'll give it a D tier instead. Our second to last entry is some berries, and listen, I like fruit, but I'm not twerking up and down the walls for fruit, and this gets a C tier from me, because who the hell stocks up on berries? Like, maybe if I was in poverty and had no other food, I'd do a berry garden, but goddamn, that's depressing as hell to think about the 64 stack of berries that I have to eat half of just to fill up a tiddlywink of my hunger bar. Thankfully, though, rounding off the list, we have somewhat of a banger, because we have the normal codfish in Minecraft. And once again, I imagine this tastes way better than the rest of the things, but man, I would much rather have salmon than plain cod. So I think this has to go into A tier for me, because it isn't mid, but it also doesn't belong with my precious S tiers.
I still can't believe that you lumped dried kelp with rotten flesh and spider eyes. Like, you cannot possibly think that somehow, some way that dried kelp tastes just as bad as spider's eyes, or even worse. Somehow we have literal rotting flesh that has been festering with all kinds of bacteria and probably tastes as good as Joe's cum rag that he's had since 1956.
Firstly, don't disrespect the Joe rag, because there are millions upon millions of generations of the Joester juice inside of it, and quite frankly, I can believe that dried kelp is worse because it's hard to harvest and barely fills up your hunger, and probably tastes like doo-doo too.
Yes, much like Joe's love life, it is hard to attain and not even worth ingesting once you finally get it.
That's because you haven't had Joe's secret love sauce.
I don't think I ever want to try that.
More for me.